In the shinobi world, it was the turbulent period following the Nine-Tails rampage. The fourth Hokage had fallen and the third Hokage once more presided over the village. The Uchiha clan had been relocated by the Hokage to a remote corner of Konoha. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? These existential questions echoed endlessly within Lin's mind. He only remembered watching Naruto Next Generations fainting in anger, and then awakening in this place. Brother Lin, you're awake! At that moment a slightly younger girl ran in overjoyed. She had delicate refined features and was about 12 years old. Long glossy black hair cascaded down her back and her pair of bright lively eyes shone with spirit. She wore gray clothing with the Uchiha clan crest emblazoned on the back, a gray skirt, and black stockings on her legs, making her appear especially cute. A fragment of memory suddenly surfaced in Lin's mind. His name was Uchiha Lin, an orphan whose parents had died in the Third Great Ninja War while saving the parents of Uchiha Ime. He had been raised by Yamai's parents. Lin was now 13 years old, having just become a genin, and he had vowed to become the leader of the Uchiha. During a recent mission he had been severely injured and had remained unconscious until now. Meanwhile, another soul had entered and taken residence within Lin's body. Since I have taken your body, I will fulfill your dream in your stead. From this moment on I am Uchiha Lin. Brother Lin, are you alright? I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Ime. Brother Lin, wait right here. I'll go find father and mother. With that she dashed out at once. Lin sat up from the bed and walked over to the mirror. He saw a body about 1.5 meters tall, thin, and slightly small, with a handsome face and medium brown hair. He wore a Konoha forehead protector. His hair was slightly long and parted down the middle, his skin fair, and because he had long practiced hand seals his fingers had become slender. Gazing at his own features, Lin could not help but say self-indulgently, "So I really am quite the handsome guy now." Just as Lin was indulging in his own reflection, a burly man in his 30s and a graceful, beautiful woman walked in. From the memories, Lin understood that they were Yamai's father Uchiha Hua and her mother Uchiha Nan. "Little Lin, are you alright now? You've worried us half to death these past few days. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Hua. I'm already fine now." Lin and Uchiha Hua slowly began to talk. Through this conversation, Lin also came to understand how the original Lin had died. While Lin and his teammates were carrying out a mission, they were originally only supposed to deal with a band of mountain bandits, but unexpectedly encountered other shinobi midway. Provoked by the other side, a violent clash erupted. In the end, everyone except Lin was slaughtered. Only then did Lin truly grasp the cruelty of the shinobi world. He could not help but grow anxious. His mind retained only crucial events, ordinary details were missing. Through repeated questions he slowly pieced everything together. When he learned that Uchiha Itachi had already joined the Umbu and that Uchiha Shursui had been in Umbu for a long time, Lin sank into despair. The night of the clan massacre was drawing near. Uchiha Hua noticed his expression. "Little Lin, what's wrong?" Lin gave a helpless, bitter smile. "Thank you, uncle, but I'm a bit tired. I'd like to be alone for a while." Uchiha Hua asked after Lin a few more times, then left with his wife and daughter. It's over. The clan massacre night is almost here. What am I going to do?" A notification appeared. The simulator was in the process of binding. Binding successful. A system, damn. I knew every transmigrator gets a system. System, what functions do you have? System. After shouting for the system countless times, he confirmed that it had no self-awareness. Lin then slowly began to study it. After about half an hour, Lin finally figured it out. This system was called the Transmigration Simulator. Each day he could simulate events from that day onward. Every day he was allowed one free simulation. Further simulations required simulation coins. Depending on the length of the simulation, the cooldown time also differed. For each simulation he could select 3 talents. Talents were ranked as black, white, blue, purple, red, and gold. After each simulation the system would provide an evaluation. Based on the evaluation he would be rewarded with simulation coins. He could also complete missions to obtain more coins. Each day he could lock in one specific talent, though different talents required different amounts of simulation coins. At present, the simulator only had 3 functions: attribute panel, simulation, and missions. The remaining functions remained blacked out. Filled with anticipation, Lin opened his attribute panel. Host Uchiha Lin. Chakra Nature Fire. Chakra Level Genin. Civilian Genin Chunin Jonin Elite Jonin Kage Super Kage 6 paths. Skills: Great Fireball Technique, Clone Technique, Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique. Tools: Kanai Shuriken. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, single-tomoe. Evaluation: Inferior even to cannon fodder in the shinobi world. Upon seeing this evaluation, Lin erupted into a stream of curses. After ranting for several minutes and finding no one to respond, he finally stopped. "Life is gutless, just intestines wrapped around more intestines," he muttered. Just as Lin was about to begin his first simulation, a few striking red characters popped up on the system interface. According to the system's detection, only 2 months remained until the night of the clan massacre. This drove Lin into even deeper despair. All he could do now was pin his hopes on the simulator. Talents: disabled, missing left leg. A child with a crippled left leg, black. Chubby superhuman, you eat an extraordinary amount, but your strength grows in proportion to your appetite. The more you eat, the stronger you become, blue. Ordinary and unremarkable, you are simply that. Utterly ordinary and unremarkable, white. Combat talent: your combat skills will be refined and perfected. I want to take on 10 at once. Purple. Just as Lin was about to lose hope, a streak of red suddenly appeared. Genjutsu Prodigy, you possess an exceptional gift for illusionary techniques. Your prowess and speed in casting Genjutsu far surpass those of others. Red. After a moment of thought, Lin chose Genjutsu Prodigy. You possess an exceptional gift for illusionary techniques. Your prowess and speed in casting Genjutsu far surpass those of others. Red. Combat talent: your combat skills will be refined and perfected. I want to take on 10 at once. Purple. Good fortune, upon good fortune you will become far luckier than others. The star of fortune shines upon you. Purple. Filled with expectation, Lin initiated his very first simulation. Day 1, you come to fully realize the cruelty of the shinobi world and begin to train diligently. You seek out Uchiha, who are requesting ninjutsu scrolls. Uchiha, who agrees gladly. Returning home, you examine the ninjutsu scrolls and discover that only the genjutsu scrolls make sense to you, the rest are utterly incomprehensible. Day 2, you go to find Uchiha again. You hope he will personally teach you ninjutsu, and Uchiha agrees. That day, however, he does not begin training. Instead, he tells you to rest well, for tomorrow your hellish training will begin. Day 3, you begin training under Uchiha. Within less than a single day, you master 1 genjutsu. Your taijutsu is acceptable, but your progress in ninjutsu is painfully slow. Day 4, your talent in genjutsu astonishes Uchiha, who begins to focus on teaching you illusion techniques. The clan as a whole also starts to take you seriously. Day 7, after 3 days of study, you can already wield 2 crank genjutsu with proficiency. Day 10, the 3rd Hokage arranges new teammates and a new instructor for you. They seem extremely hostile toward you and clearly wish to exclude you from their group. Day 14, on your way back to the village after a mission, you encounter members of Root. They seize you. Day 15, you are dead. Evaluation: a transmigrator who failed to survive even a single month, thoroughly a supporting character. This simulation grants you 15 simulation coins. Damn it seems that Danzo, that old dog, has already begun conducting experiments with Orochimaru. What should I do? For now, remaining within the Uchiha clan was relatively safe, so he could not afford to be too high profile. If Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered that he possessed the Sharingan, he would undoubtedly be doomed. Moreover, this Sharingan wielder's feelings for the clan outweighed his attachment to Konoha. Most crucial of all, he was an orphan. His sudden disappearance would scarcely matter to the Uchiha clan at large. With my current strength, as a mere genin, I am far from capable of confronting them. In this cruel shinobi world, one must possess sufficient power. When Lin checked the system again, he saw the display. The first simulation came with a free fixed talent. Subsequent simulations would require different amounts of simulation coins. Lin pondered slowly. My current strength is extremely feeble. This red illusion talent is immensely important to me. Judging by the refresh rate of this system, getting a red talent even once in 10 tries would already be a blessing. With that in mind, Lin locked in the red illusion prodigy talent. He closed his eyes and focused carefully as a warm current flowed through his body. After quite some time, Lin still did not notice any obvious change in his body. When he opened his eyes, however, his vision had become far clearer. As he activated his Sharingan, even the tiniest details entered his sight with crystalline sharpness. Yet his chakra was rapidly draining away. The Sharingan is a marvelous thing, but its chakra consumption is far too drastic. With my Genin level reserves, I can keep it active for at most 10 minutes. And there's a 15-minute cooldown afterward. I should first go to Uncle Hua and ask for some illusion scrolls. Uchiha Hua was a jonin of the Uchiha clan who had awakened the 3-tomoe Sharingan, while Uchiha Nan was a chunin who possessed the 2-tomoe Sharingan. They should at least have crank illusion scrolls on hand. Uchiha Ime's home was very close to Lin's, right next door. When Lin arrived at Ime's house, her father was sitting on the sofa while her mother was cooking. Seeing Lin come in, Ime hurriedly ran over to him. "Linjesh, you're here. Come play with me," Ime said as she shook Lin's hands energetically. Just as Lin was at a loss for what to do, Ime's father walked over. "Shaolin, didn't I tell you to rest properly? Why have you come over?" "Thank you for your concern, uncle. I came to ask if I could have some illusion scrolls." "Illusion scrolls?" Uchiha Hua repeated, then turned and walked into his bedroom. After about 10 minutes, he emerged holding 3 scrolls in his hand. "With your current strength, you can't yet handle advanced illusions. These are some basic illusion techniques. Once you've mastered them, I'll give you more advanced ones. If there is anything you don't understand, you can come to me." "Thank you, Uncle Hua. These scrolls are more than enough." Lin chatted casually with Uchiha Hua for a while before heading home. Once back home, Lin impatiently unrolled the scrolls. The first was Demon Illusion Mirror Heaven and Earth Change, an ability of the Sharingan that dispels illusions cast upon the user and reflects their full effect back onto the enemy. There was a Crank Illusion Nariku Seeing Technique, a common genjutsu that forces the target to witness the image they fear most, striking directly at the mind. Another Crank Illusion Demon Illusion False Surroundings, which causes the target to mistake one location for another. These illusions were precisely what Lin needed at the moment. High-level genjutsu would be nearly impossible for him to master in 15 days, but with his fixed illusion prodigy talent, he should be able to learn at least one crank illusion within that time. Just as Lin was hesitating, the simulator's cooldown ended. When he looked at the simulator, he saw that the first simulation of the day now required 10 simulation coins. The second run would cost 20 coins, the third 30, and so on. By the time he completed the 5th simulation, the 6th would already cost 100 simulation coins. The 7th would be 200, and so on until everything reset at midnight. This completely shattered Lin's plan to keep simulating endlessly. "With the simulation coins I have right now, I can only run at most 5 simulations a day. Anything beyond that I simply can't afford." Lin sighed inwardly. Then he noticed the Quests tab on the interface. There is even a quest panel. When Lin tapped it open, a list of daily tasks appeared: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, a 10-kilometer run, and 500 squats. The note stated that the daily tasks represented the maximum load his body could withstand each day. As he grew stronger, the daily tasks would also change. Completing them would grant 100 simulation coins. There were also ordinary quests: Drank, Practice Fire, Release Ninjutsu 010. Reward 10 simulation coins. Drank, Practice Water, Release Ninjutsu 010. Reward 10 simulation coins. There were more drank tasks such as learning Crank Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, or Genjutsu. Progress 13. Reward 50 simulation coins. There were also crank tasks: Kill 10 Genin 010. Reward 50 coins, and Crank, Practice Fire, Release Ninjutsu 0100. With a reward of 100 simulation coins. Ordinary quests would disappear upon completion and refresh once a month. In the achievements section, there was one for awakening the single-tomoe Sharingan, rewarding 500 simulation coins. already marked as completed another for awakening the double-tomoe Sharingan, which would grant 1,000 coins and a distant goal to dominate the shinobi world with a reward of 1 million simulation coins. Given his current strength, Lin could only realistically complete drank quests. There was also a system rule: once the reward for a drank task like practicing fire release 10 times had been claimed, any future progress toward higher tier tasks would be reduced by those 10 practices. Lin thought for a moment. I'll finish this round of simulation first, then go complete the daily tasks and drank quests. The talents appeared. Animal protector animals will be naturally drawn to you. Blue grade. Optimistic little boy, you become exceptionally optimistic. White grade. Lucky dog, when you step in dog droppings your luck improves. Blue grade. Saintly heart, you possess an exceedingly noble self-sacrificing heart. White grade. Lin examined this batch of talents. This time the talents were not as good as the first simulation, only white and blue grades with no purple in sight. The list read: Illusion Prodigy red grade. Animal Protector animals will be drawn to you blue grade. Keen ear, your hearing is exceptionally sharp blue grade. Single-minded focus, you will devote yourself completely to a single task until it is finished, you will not be distracted by anything else blue grade. Simulation begin. Day 1. Day 1, you begin completing daily training tasks. You possess exceptional aptitude for Genjutsu and commence your studies, mastering a Class C illusion technique by the very first day. Walking through the streets, you observe the deep-seated disdain people harbor toward the Uchiha clan, and an involuntary surge of anger rises within you, yet you remain powerless to act. Day 2, you train rigorously each day yet maintain absolute discretion, never revealing your innate talent. You suppress your fury inwardly and persist in cultivation. Day 10, you now wield 2 Class C Genjutsu with fluency. Your taijutsu and ninjutsu have both advanced significantly. One final step remains before attaining Chunin rank. Hiruzen Sarutobi assigns you new teammates, individuals who bear no overt animosity toward you, allowing your heart slowly and cautiously to open to them. Day 11, you embark on your first official mission, a Class C assignment to eliminate bandits harassing a rural village. None of the bandits are shinobi. Your team swiftly resolves the threat. You begin to develop genuine affection for them. Day 13, having completed the mission, you return to Konoha, your extraordinary talents still carefully concealed. Neither Danzo Shimura nor Hiruzen Sarutobi moves against you. Day 14, you resume relentless day after day training. The 3 Genjutsu techniques entrusted to you by Uchiha High Fire are now fully mastered. Day 30, leveraging your prodigious Genjutsu talent, you are officially promoted to Chunin. Simultaneously, your Sharingan awakens its second tomo. Uchiha Fugaku learns of this development, granting you access to greater resources, yet you remain deeply apprehensive that Danzo or Hiruzen may eliminate you. Yet this time they appear to regard you as negligible, merely assigning surveillance. Day 59, the eve of the Uchiha Massacre. Under overwhelming psychological pressure, your Sharingan evolves to its 3rd tomo. You redouble your efforts. Day 60, the night of the massacre begins. Your heart races with acute tension. Upon encountering Itachi Uchiha, you attempt resistance, only to be effortlessly subdued. This simulation enters a 60-minute cooldown period. Simulation currency earned 60 units. Clearly 60 days of training, even with such innate talent, is insufficient to contend with Itachi Uchiha. Further simulations yield no meaningful progression. Without greater strength, repeated simulations merely reproduce the same outcome. Rin contemplated the remaining 2 months, time still ample. First, he would complete today's routine tasks. Though the Uchiha clan has declined, their martial prowess remains formidable, and thus they retain their own dedicated training ground. Rin arrives at the Uchiha clan's private training ground, glances quietly at the surrounding clansmen, then walks to a secluded corner, and begins his daily regimen. After each task, Rin pauses briefly to rest. By the time he completes 10 kilometers, his breath comes in ragged gasps. After a short recovery, he sets off, running laps around Konoha. Midway through his run, he spots ahead a young man in his 20s, wearing a vibrant green jumpsuit and sporting a distinctive bowl-cut hairstyle. Rin instantly recognizes him, Might Guy, the splendid emperor immortal who rivals gods in sheer vitality. Guy is among the rare shinobi of Konoha untainted by guile or hidden agendas. Rin accelerates, dashes ahead of him, bows deeply, and says, Master Guy, I humbly request the honor of learning taijutsu under your guidance. Guy is genuinely surprised, and Uchiha seeking his mentorship is unprecedented. His prior encounters with Uchiha had left him with impressions of aloof pride. After brief reflection, he decides to test Rin's resolve. Very well, but you must keep pace with me. Rin immediately understands this as both a trial and an assessment of his physical capacity. Understood, Master Guy. I will strive without fail to match your speed. Thus Guy leads the way, Rin trailing close behind. Whenever Rin falters, Guy deliberately slows his stride. They run roughly 10 kilometers, Rin's absolute limit. He collapses onto the ground, breathing heavily. The afternoon sun hangs low. Guy, of course, requires far less time. Most of the duration is spent patiently waiting for Rin to recover. Rin, it's growing late, and you're utterly spent. Starting tomorrow at noon, I shall formally instruct you in taijutsu. With that, he flashes a radiant thumbs up, his gleaming teeth catching the light. Thank you, Master Guy. I will arrive punctually tomorrow. Returning home, Rin collects his simulation currency and collapses onto his bed, falling instantly asleep. A day's grueling training leaves Rin utterly exhausted, yet it also marks tangible progress in his stamina. When he awakens, it is already noon. Rin opens his simulation interface. Host Uchiha Rin. Chakra level Genin. Chakra nature fire. Ninjutsu clone technique, substitution technique. Equipment Kanai Shuriken. Innate talent Genjutsu prodigy. Simulation currency 665 500 for awakening the Sharingan, 100 for daily tasks, 15 from first simulation, 60 from second, -10 penalty. Assessment: in the grand scale of shinobi warfare, you are not even fit to serve as cannon fodder. Rin hastily washes and eats a simple meal. Back home, he eagerly reactivates the simulator, having conceived a promising strategy the previous night before sleep. With one free simulation per day, he can run 6 simulations total, each lasting 60 days. Every session yields 210 simulation currency. Daily tasks contribute another 100. Drank mission accepted once monthly, 10 currency. Learning one taijutsu technique under Master Guy and mastering one genjutsu from the scroll provided by Uchiha High Fire fulfills the ninjutsu study objective for 50 currency. The task is straightforward, mere successful execution suffices. Mastery is unnecessary. Thus today alone promises 370 currency. Combined with his existing balance, he will amass 1035 units. Today he may select a fixed subpar crimson talent, still superior to violet, however modest its edge. Each simulation concludes with the option to carry forward one chosen talent into the next. Yet each time this thought arises, the memory of yesterday's lost 100 currency stings sharply. Composing himself, Rin embarks upon the simulation with quiet exhilaration. Talent. Unwavering resolve. You pursue your goals with unshakable determination, though in certain respects this tenacity borders on obstinacy. Random summoning technique. A completely unpredictable talent. Each activation may summon a different summoning beast. Rarity spans from black to gold. Though no crimson talent manifested this round, the one acquired rivals it in potency. Random summoning technique. A completely unpredictable talent. Each activation may summon a different summoning beast. Rarity spans from black to gold. Embrace and enchant. Any female held closely in your arms develops profound affection toward you. Harmony with nature. The ambient energies of the natural world resonate deeply with you. You feel instinctively that you are nature itself. Simulation commences. Day 1. Day 1. You awaken the innate technique of summoning, your heart brimmed with anticipation. This moment would determine whether the talent manifested as golden. You made your way to a secluded corner of the Uchiha training grounds. You performed the summoning technique and a slug materialized upon the ground. Instantly you recognized it, the slug sage, one of the 3 great sanctuaries. The slug sage transported you to the Shikkotsu forest, one of the 3 great sanctuaries. There you began cultivating sage arts under her guidance. Owing to your innate affinity with nature, your progress in mastering Sage Chakra far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. Day 2, your daily routine centered on refining Sage Chakra. Day 30, you successfully condensed Sage Chakra. Yet because your affinity with nature was merely a violet-tier talent, your Sage mode required the Slug Sage's direct assistance, and even then it remained an inferior variant. Your strength had ascended to the rank of Chunin, augmented by Sage mode. Even seasoned Jonin stood little chance against you. Day 31, you returned to the Uchiha compound and faced rigorous interrogation. Knowing flimsy excuses would only brand you a spy, you chose honesty instead, and revealed the truth. There you also met Uchiha Shirsui, and warned him to beware of Danzo. Day 32, word of your mastery of the Shikkotsu Forest Sage mode spread swiftly across Konoha. You met with Hiruzen Sarutobi, and carefully assumed the guise of a loyal adherent to the will of fire, narrowly evading suspicion. Day 33, you received word of Uchiha Shirsui's death. Day 40, you and Ayami became romantically involved, and her parents granted their blessing. Yet you knew your current strength remained insufficient to save her and her family. You resolved not to flee with Ayami and her parents to the Shikkotsu forest unless all other options were exhausted. Instead, you returned there to deepen your sage arts training under the Slug Sage. Day 58, you conducted your final preparations. That evening you visited Ayami's home to explain the peril. At midnight you summoned a slug to carry her and her family to safety. While aided by the slug, you activated your Sage mode. Day 59, the night of the Uchiha massacre commenced, not led by Uchiha Itachi but by Uchiha Obito. You immediately summoned yourself to the Shikkotsu forest. Congratulations, you have survived the night of the Uchiha massacre. A reward package has been granted. All survivors of the massacre receive 60 simulation coins. You have earned 60 simulation coins. In this simulation, Lin, recognized as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, gained access to extensive intelligence. Among all available talents, only the fixed summoning technique guarantees survival through the massacre. Yet such a path falls short of Lin's true ambition. He believes the optimal outcome would be witnessing Uchiha Obito's departure via space-time ninjutsu. Were it Uchiha Itachi instead, Lin believes his Sage mode, bolstered by the Slug Sage's support, would grant him victory. Even Itachi's Genjutsu could be dispelled by the Slug Sage's intervention. His own Genjutsu prowess, honed over 59 days, now surpasses the evasion capabilities of most Jonin. Avoiding eye contact renders the Tsukuyumi harmless, though Amaterasu remains a formidable challenge. Though his taijutsu and ninjutsu lag behind Itachi's, the Slug Sage's regenerative abilities and chakra replenishment provide enough resilience to endure a protracted clash. Crucially, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan had been awakened for less than a month, so even at his peak he could manifest only the skeletal frame of Susanoo. Lin, however, could summon ever larger slug avatars to counter it. Obito's Kamui and would release, however, remain utterly beyond Lin's capacity to counter. With only 32 days remaining until Shirsui's death, if Lin saves him, might Itachi never awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. In his past life, Lin had deeply admired Uchiha Shirsui, and refused to let him die. And wait, I'm actually dating Ayami now. Thinking back, she really is quite charming. Oh no, what am I saying? I'm a paragon of the 22nd century. Early romance is out of the question. Though his lips denied it, his heart whispered otherwise. As Lin indulged in these fleeting thoughts, his gaze fell upon the reward package displayed on the simulator. He stilled his wandering mind and opened the package. Congratulations, you have obtained Talent Transmutation Red 1. Talent Transmutation, when used before simulation, allows selection of one talent to be upgraded to Red Tier. Whoa, this is extraordinary. A perfect safeguard for those simulations where Red Tier talents prove elusive. It took Lin considerable time to regain composure, and recall his immediate objective, securing the summoning technique as his fixed talent. The summoning technique now appeared as Summoning Technique Slug Sage, Red Tier. Fixation cost 1000 simulation coins. Seeing this, Lin exhaled in quiet relief, fearing he'd missed his chance. Lin resumed his daily regimen, determined to finalize the talent's fixation before dawn. After completing routine tasks, he had already run 4 simulations, none yielding exceptional talents. Lin uncovered a grave issue without his original affinity with nature talent. Even with the Slug Sage's aid, he failed thrice to condense Sage Chakra. His only hope now lay in tomorrow's simulation yielding a natural affinity talent. At the appointed hour, he arrived early to meet Might Guy. They began with warm-up exercises, then progressed to advanced taijutsu instruction. As dusk painted the sky in amber hues, Lin hurried home, and eagerly unrolled the Genjutsu scroll. At last he mastered the technique just before midnight. What a profoundly fulfilling day. Lin activated his simulator. Host Uchiha Lin. Chakra Affinity Fire. Chakra Level Genin. Ninjutsu Genjutsu, Naraku Mirror Technique Taijutsu, Leaf Hurricane Katan, Great Fireball Technique. Tools Kanai Shuriken. Kekiai Genkai Sharingan single-tomoe. Talent Genjutsu Prodigy Red Tier. Simulation Coins 10-5. After reviewing his stats, Lin nodded, and initiated his final simulation of the day. This simulation served a singular purpose, testing a hypothesis. No exceptional talents emerged. Genjutsu Prodigy. Red Tier. Summoning Technique, Slug Sage. Red Tier. Trickster's Insight, Sudden Flashes of Unconventional Inspiration. Blue Tier. Day 1, you train taijutsu under Might Guy, and practice Genjutsu independently at home. Day 31, recognized for your Genjutsu aptitude and single-tomoe Sharingan, you garnered increasing attention from the Uchiha leadership. You disclosed to the Uchiha elders Shursui's impending assassination by Danzo, but they dismissed your warning. Day 32, upon Shursui's death, the elders finally believed you, and your standing within the clan rose steadily. Day 58, you revealed to the Uchiha leadership, excluding Itachi, that Konoha would eradicate the clan at midnight, with Itachi serving as the infiltrator. Drawing from Shursui's fate, they accepted your warning, and began preparing for war. Day 59, though the Uchiha were prepared, Konoha responded by deploying Root and Anbu. The clan fought valiantly, but suffered defeat, inflicting severe damage upon Konoha's military strength. Using the summoning technique, you escaped with Ayame and her parents. Simulation concluded. Reward 60 simulation coins. Though outcomes aligned with Lin's expectations, they confirmed one grim certainty: Konoha's leadership considered the Uchiha purge non-negotiable. Upon receiving the coins, Lin immediately secured the summoning technique as his fixed talent. In the training ground of the Uchiha clan, a 13-year-old boy swiftly formed hand seals and shouted summoning technique. At the moment his palm touched the ground, a large circle of black runes spread outwards from him. The boy is none other than the beloved protagonist Uchiha Lin. Lin muttered to himself, my seal formation speed is too slow, only 2 seals per second. Uchiha Itachi can do 5 seals in a second, I need to practice more. Upon finishing, he looked down where a palm-sized slug appeared. Lin didn't use too much chakra, so the slug was consequently very small. But Lin would not look down on it just because it was small. Its true form was much larger than Konoha. Hello Slug Sage, I am Uchiha Lin of the Uchiha clan. The slug with its 2 antennae moving spoke in a gentle tone, I am not the sage, merely a manifestation of the sage. I know you, Linquin. Come with me, the sage wishes to see you. Lin was momentarily confused. Slug, can't you share thoughts with the sage? What does the sage want to see me for? I split from the sage, forming an independent entity akin to a rebirth. I have a connection with the sage, but it's not substantial, so I don't know much about the sage's matters. Lin followed the slug to the wet bone forest. He saw it was filled with mushrooms, the smallest reaching 1 to 2 meters, while the largest could reach over 100 meters. The air was saturated with natural energy, almost turning into liquid. Lin did not actively absorb it, but his body was gradually strengthening. At that moment, a slug 5 meters long and over 10 meters wide ambled over, munching on mushrooms. Linquin, hop on. I'll take you to see the sage. Lin sat atop the slug's head, enjoying the scenery surrounded by countless summoning beasts of all varieties. When he saw slugs all around eating mushrooms, he inquired of the slug sage, why are there so many slugs around? That's because the sage is too large to come out and eat. although it can absorb natural energy to sustain itself. But that would be too wasteful, so the sage sends out manifestations like us to eat these mushrooms. After we finish, we secrete a special seed that through natural nurturing can mature again in a few years. Lin and the slug chatted as they approached the sage. When Lin finally saw the slug sage, he realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. The true form of the slug sage was at least dozens or even hundreds of times larger than Konoha. "Greetings, slug sage. May I ask why you called for me?" At that moment the slug sage also spoke, its voice sounding particularly gentle, as if it were a soft-spoken girl. Even the most irritable person would feel calm upon hearing it. "Lin-kun, though I don't know how you signed the summoning contract for the Wet Bone Forest, I can feel that you harbor no malice and yearn for peace. That's enough. I brought you here to help you strengthen your body. Although we in the Wet Bone Forest advocate peace, one must not neglect strength. Here your training will be twice as effective. You shall stay here for 5 hours each day. Secondly, I want to see if you are the prophesied child of the Toad Sage. Now that this purpose is achieved, I will send a small slug to assist you in your training. During your time here, focus on strengthening your physique. You may refine your chakra, but do not absorb natural energy. Though the sages of the Wet Bone Forest have a gentler mode, it is still beyond what your current physique can withstand. I will fall into a deep slumber again. Unless it's something important, do not wake me." After speaking, the slug sage fell into a deep sleep, and a palm-sized slug settled on Lin's shoulder. "Lin-kun, please take good care of me in the future. I'll be relying on you, little slug." Lin began his daily tasks in the Wet Bone Forest. After completing his daily tasks and exercising in the Wet Bone Forest for 5 hours, Lin returned to the shinobi world. At that moment, the little slug on Lin's shoulder said, "Lin-kun, you've arrived in the shinobi world. I must return now. If you need anything, remember to summon me. Goodbye." Before Lin could react, with a bang it transformed into a cloud of white mist and returned to the Wet Bone Forest. Lin's 5 hours of training there nearly equaled 5 days of training in the shinobi world. Lin's physical condition was rapidly approaching that of a chunin. As he walked home, he spotted Aimee. Aimee bounced over to Lin's side. "Ling, my father is looking for you. Come with me." Without waiting for Lin to respond, she grabbed his hand and ran home. Arriving at Aimee's doorstep, Lin saw Uchiha already waiting for a long time. Aimee, having brought him here, went off to play with her classmates. "Uncle Hai, hello. What brings you here to find me?" "Since you asked, I won't keep you in suspense." He pulled out a letter, a knife, and a scroll from behind him. "These items are some things your father left for you. He originally intended to give them to you when you became a genin, but due to unforeseen circumstances it is not too late to give them to you now." After saying this, he placed the letter, knife, and scroll outside and returned home. Lin came to his senses and said, "Thank you, Uncle Hai." He didn't linger and picked up the items, heading home. Meanwhile, at home, Uchiha muttered to himself while taking out a red piece of paper. "Brother Rulin, your child has grown up. But I am still not at ease handing Aimee over to him. Let's wait a bit longer." Lin was of course unaware of these matters. Lin returned home and heavily opened the letter. Although he was no longer the Uchiha Lin of before, he still retained the emotions of his past self. "Lin, upon seeing this letter, I know you have grown up. There are some things I must tell you. I am Uchiha Rulin, but your mother is Akatsuki Mei. Your mother was hunted by her clan. She came to the shinobi world and met me, resulting in your birth. After having you, fearing that the Akatsuki clan would come after you, I entrusted you to my brother Uchiha to raise you. We began a path of escape and left nothing for you. That knife was brought by your mother. We only knew it contained powerful strength. Even we have not completely unsealed the knife. When we left, we restored its seal, which you will need to unravel step by step. The scroll contains 3 items. The first is to teach you how to activate the Akatsuki bloodline within you. The second is a jade pendant. When you are in mortal danger, the pendant will protect you from 6 paths below, allowing for 5 uses. For 6 path level threats, it can only withstand once. The third item is a scroll of ninjutsu containing all the ninjutsu I and your mother learned throughout our lives. Everything that follows will depend on you. That's all I wanted to say. Lastly, I want to tell you your father and mother will always love you. Lin looked at the letter, tears streaming down his face filled with immense astonishment. He glanced at the sword beside him, which was 1.5 meters long with a black sheath. It was engraved with images of plants, and the handle was blood red. Drawing the sword from its sheath revealed a black blade that could cut through iron like mud with a slight groove running along its length. The surroundings were also marked with fine grooves, giving the entire sword an impression of fragility. Lin held the sword and stepped into the courtyard, casually swinging it a few times. Although the blade was extremely sharp, Lin did not feel any unusual abilities emanating from it. Lin infused chakra into the sword, and the grooves within it were instantly filled by an unknown force. The sword took on a blood-red hue. Lin felt his chakra rapidly depleting and hurriedly threw the sword away. He sat on the ground, breathing heavily. In that brief moment, the sword had drained 2/3 of his chakra. Lin focused on recovering the chakra he had lost. Once he had mostly regained his chakra, he cautiously picked up the sword again, feeling no further abnormalities. Lin sighed in relief. After some thought, Lin decided to put the sword away, planning to test it again later when he headed to the Wetbone Forest. He was mainly concerned that any unusual occurrences from the sword might draw the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha. Lin took out a scroll and looked through its contents. To his surprise, he found it filled with scrolls stacked in the top left corner. In the center floated a piece of paper and a jade pendant. Lin ignored the scrolls and took out the paper and the pendant. The pendant's outer rim was green and the center was white. The front of the pendant was engraved with a tree, while the back was blood red, featuring an open eye of the Sharingan. This was an item that could protect Lin's life, and he decided to keep it close. Lin glanced at the piece of paper, which only had 2 lines he could understand, the rest was blurred. The paper read, based on the research by your mother and me, we found that there are many abilities within you that have yet to awaken. To fully awaken your Akatsuki bloodline, you need to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, implant the Hyuga bloodline, and use it to activate your Byakugan. Implant the Uzumaki bloodline and the Senju cells, which will purify your Senju bloodline even further. By merging your Uchiha bloodline with the Senju bloodline, you can develop the Rinnegan and Sage body, implanting the bloodline of the Akatsuki clan from the moon. You will obtain the rebirth eye. Thus your Akatsuki bloodline will be pure and perfect. Upon reading the contents above, Lin felt an overwhelming despair. This was no different from being told nothing at all, but from the content above, Lin understood that only those with Akatsuki blood and simultaneously possessing pure Uchiha and Senju bloodlines could attain the Sage Eye and Sage body. The implants would only activate their own bloodlines and lead to evolution. In other words, only Lin could simultaneously awaken the Sage Eye and Sage body in the ninja world. Moreover, through the Uzumaki and Senju bloodlines, his Sage body would further evolve, enhancing its power, but this was still far too distant for Lin at the moment. He looked back at the scroll and discovered a unique function. Lin realized he could freely enter and exit the scroll. Upon entering the scroll, Lin found it to be vast, roughly half the size of Konoha. In the left corner there were numerous scrolls piled together. These were still categorized into CBAS grade secret arts, and 6 paths of ninjutsu, forming 6 distinct areas. The first 5 areas were further divided into Genjutsu, Taijutsu, and Ninjutsu based on different chakra attributes. This allowed Lin to quickly search for the ninjutsu he needed. Lin decided to first learn the Genjutsu from the Uchiha clan, planned to study Taijutsu tomorrow in the Wetbone Forest, and was determined to refresh his ninjutsu talent before starting to learn ninjutsu, as his ninjutsu talent was extremely poor. Lin exited the scroll space and lay on his bed, reflecting on the day's events. First, he visited the Wetbone Forest and met the Sage of Slugs. During his training, he utilized a simulator but failed to obtain any good talents after 6 attempts. Thus, he had nothing to show for it. Next, he learned about his own heritage, solidifying his goal in his heart. He wanted to meet his parents. Early the next morning, Lin finished his breakfast, simulated once more, and upon seeing no good talents, summoned a small slug. He asked it to take him to the Wetbone Forest. Lin decided to carry the slug with him at all times except at night. 27 days later, it had been a month since Lin arrived in this world. In this month, Lin either spent time in the wet bone forest or trained taijutsu with Might Guy. In 4 days, Uchiha Shursui will die. Lin lay on a slug, murmuring to himself. Lin-kun, what are you worried about? During this month in the wet bone forest, Lin had become close friends with the slugs there. This was mainly due to the gentle demeanor of the slugs. It's nothing, little slug. Can you take me to see the Sage of Slugs? I have something to ask for his help. Sure, Lin-kun, hold on tight. They arrived at the place where the Sage of Slugs was still sleeping. Sage of Slugs, wake up, I need your help. What is it, Lin-kun? The Sage of Slugs awoke upon hearing Lin's call. I took out my space scroll and brought out the blood fragment blade. That was the name Lin gave it. Sage of Slugs, have you seen this sword? I haven't seen it, but the blade contains powerful sealed energy. I can only release a portion of it, but that part of the power won't benefit you. You'll have to rely on yourself. Upon hearing the Sage of Slugs say this, Lin abandoned the idea of relying on others to unseal it. In this month, Lin's chakra had reached the level of a Chunin and was on the verge of reaching the level of a Jonin. Lin could still use some basic techniques with the sword, adding chakra to enhance its attack power and imparting fire attribute chakra to unleash fire attacks. The system panel had also been improved during this month. Lin then opened the system panel. Host Uchiha Lin. Chakra attributes firing. Chakra level Chunin. Ninjutsu Chunin level summoning technique fire release great fireball technique fire release great fire extinguishing technique fire release. Taijutsu Jonin level fire moon slash imparting fire attribute chakra onto the sword for slashing leaf whirlwind fire moon continuous slash imparting fire attribute chakra onto the sword for successive slashes. Genjutsu Jonin level hell viewing technique illusion mirror world rotation illusion. This place is not what it seems. Bloodline limit double tomo Sharingan. Talent Genjutsu Genius red. Summoning technique Slug red. Fire release Genius purple. Lin's comprehension ability in fire release ninjutsu taijutsu and genjutsu will exceed others by 20. Now the daily tasks require Lin to spend more time. Lin feels quite helpless. Lin offered a prayer and opened the simulation panel. Dog nose acquire the same sense of smell as a dog. Able to detect faint scents. Blue healing use this ability when injuries occur within a certain range. Can restore to full state. Can only be used once. Purple suddenly the simulation panel erupted with dazzling golden light. Lin jumped up in joy. System, I love you. Invisibility after use, it makes the body transparent. Neither attacking nor being attacked will reveal one's true form. Unless voluntarily dismissed, it can also make objects or people touched by the host invisible, and the invisibility will disappear once they leave the host's touch. With the host's physical attributes, it can be used 3 times a day, each time lasting 40 minutes. Golden. Lin thought for a moment and chose these 3 talents. Invisibility after use, it makes the body transparent. Neither attacking nor being attacked will reveal one's true form. Unless voluntarily dismissed, it can also make people and objects touched by the host invisible, and the invisibility will disappear once they leave the host's touch. With the host's physical attributes, it can be used 3 times a day, each time lasting 40 minutes. Golden healing use this ability when injuries occur within a certain range. Can restore to full state. Can only be used once. Purple flight wings can grow from the back for flight. Can be used once a day. 30 minutes each time. Simulation begins. Day 1, you return to the Uchiha clan, starting preparations for the 3rd day to save Uchiha Shursui. Day 3, you activate invisibility at night and follow Uchiha Shursui, arriving at the route to invite him to meet Danzo. You use the ability of invisibility to rescue Uchiha Shursui. You explained your thoughts to him and asked him to hide. Day 27, you shared your thoughts with the higher-ups of the Uchiha clan. After a brief discussion, they decided to implement your method. Day 28, you begin to take action to realize your ideas. Day 30, you meet Hiruzen Sarutobi and greet him. Using the hidden slug, you summoned it to the wet bone forest. When Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at the Uchiha clan, he found it already deserted. Congratulations, you perfectly passed the Night of Annihilation. A reward package has been issued. The simulation panel updates. You can fix one of the 3 talents for free. Lin calmed his emotions. It must be the golden talent fixed. This golden talent is the lowest tier, costing only 5,100 simulation coins. When Lin wanted to open the package, he found it could only be opened after the update was complete. He could only give up. Lin thought for a moment. It seemed his method was feasible. Next is the implementation. 3 days later, Lin felt most speechless during these 3 days. The system update rendered all functions unusable. Fortunately, the talents could still be used. As the sun set, Lin donned a black robe and put on a mask, placing a blood splinter blade on his back. Lin knew that Uchiha Shursui had been called by Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, the Uchiha clan meeting was about to start, so he would definitely encounter Uchiha Shursui on this path. When Lin arrived at this path, he immediately activated invisibility before Uchiha Shursui could see him. Uchiha Shursui looked over and found no one. I clearly sensed someone here just now. Did I sense it wrong? Uchiha Shursui saw there was no one and went back to continue training. Lin at this moment still felt a bit anxious. As expected of Uchiha Shursui, if it weren't for the invisibility talent, I would have been discovered just now. After a while, people from route arrived. A few leaves fell and 4 masked individuals appeared before Uchiha Shursui, exuding a chilling aura. Uchiha Shursui, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Uchiha Shursui looked around. All right, I understand. Lead the way. Is there something wrong, Lord Danzo? The meeting time is approaching. What if you use your Sharingan on Uchiha Fugaku and persuade the Uchiha clan members, but the village does not change? What will you do? The Hokage has promised me that there will definitely be a change, Uchiha Shursui said without a hint of doubt in his eyes. Even if the 3rd Hokage goes to persuade them now, the villagers' suspicion towards you won't easily disappear. I understand. However, as long as we take more time. Before Uchiha Shursui could finish speaking, Danzo interrupted. And someone as suspicious as I am won't easily change their mind. What will you do then? But Lord Danzo, at that time will you also use your Kodo Amatsukami on me? Danzo threw away his cane and spoke heavily. Before Uchiha Shursui could respond, he extended his hand. I've accepted your Sharingan. Sorry. After that, Shursui used a Genjutsu, immobilizing Danzo and grabbing the hand, reaching for his Sharingan with the other hand. It's just an ordinary Genjutsu, he will wake up soon. After saying this, Uchiha Shursui left. However, at that moment, Danzo used his Izanagi and unleashed a combo attack on Uchiha Shursui. Just as Danzo was about to take Uchiha Shiji's Sharingan body flicker technique, a shadow flashed by and slashed Danzo from behind, rescuing Uchiha Shursui. He ran outside the village with Uchiha Shursui. After running for a while, Lin's invisibility ability disappeared. Damn, the invisibility time is up, Danzo yelled while covering his wound. Aren't you going to chase them? The 10 root members around disappeared in unison. They rushed towards Lin's direction. Damn, they caught up. If I had known, I would have let the little slug set up the reverse summoning technique. Lin's physical skills were still at the ordinary Jonin level and could not compare to these root members. Lin stopped and stood guard with Uchiha Shursui, watching their surroundings. Surrounded by 10 root members, but they did not take action. After a while, Danzo followed over. Uchiha Shursui, and that masked one, I advise you to surrender. Old dog Danzo, how could that be? Uchiha Shursui, cover me. Everyone go capture that masked one alive. Summoning technique. 4 slugs appeared beside Lin. 3 palm-sized slugs and one that was 3 tall. Lin still needed to use chakra to fight, so he did not summon particularly large slugs. He divided one small slug to Uchiha Shursui and whispered to another slug by his ear. You return to the wet bone forest. As long as the slug beside me returns to the wet bone forest, you will use the reverse summoning technique. I've been here for a month and finally I can have a proper fight. Lin summoned the slugs, shocking Danzo, but he continued to strike. Lin drew the blade from his back, facing the 3 root members in front of him. The large slug dealt with 4 root members while Uchiha Shursui fought against the 3 root members and Danzo. Lin drew the blade from his back infused with fire attribute chakra and activated his own Mangekyo Sharingan. Sword Moon Slash. 3 fiery chakra slashes flew towards the 3 men at the base. Earth Release Earth Flow Wall. A person in a yellow coat used Earth Release to block Lin's attack, while another person wearing a fox mask used Fire Release to attack. Meanwhile, a third individual charged forward with a kunai. Lin evaded the Fire Release attack and engaged in battle with the kunai-wielding opponent. His martial arts were formidable as he launched a frenzied assault. Ignoring his own injuries, Lin's minor wounds were quickly healed with the assistance of the slug. The other two recognized the danger, with one of them using the kunai to create a tenoned situation. The other person continuously interfered with Fire Release. Lin could only keep using body flicker technique. In a moment of distraction, he was hit by a Fire Release attack and hastily dodged to avoid a critical hit. As the opponent used Fire Release again, Lin also unleashed Fire Release, creating a great deal of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Lin stood there already panting heavily. The other two rushed forward. Lin was caught off guard and was directly struck by 2 kunai. The men at the base let down their guard, but suddenly Lin turned into smoke. A stone beneath his feet revealed Lin had transformed back. It turned out that in the smoke, Lin had used shadow clone technique to create clones while his real body transformed into a stone. Once transformed back, Lin quickly activated his Sharingan to enhance his Genjutsu. Genjutsu Naraka Path technique. As the two were ensnared in Lin's illusion, he raised his blade and swiftly slashed at their throats. At that moment, the men at the base reached Lin's side. Realizing he was outmatched, Lin hurriedly used body flicker technique to escape. He arrived beside Uchiha Shursui. Bang! He vanished into the smoke. Damn! They got away. Immediately send out the message about Uchiha Shijui's defection. Tuan Zhang's face turned pale as he instructed the men at the base. In the wet bone forest, while using transformation technique, Lin sent the slug back to the wet bone forest, while he appeared beside Uchiha Shursui, collecting him into his space scroll. The returning slug used reverse summoning technique to bring Lin to the wet bone forest. Where is this? Who are you? Uchiha Shursui, upon being released from the space scroll, brandished his blade warily around him. He also glanced at the masked man in front of him. I am Uchiha Lin, a fellow Uchiha. And this place is one of the 3 holy lands. As he spoke, Lin removed his mask, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon seeing Lin's Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui lowered his blade. Yet he remained cautious of Lin. Then why did you save me? Lin looked at Uchiha Shursui with an expression of disbelief. We are both Uchihas, and you are a key combat force in the Uchiha clan. I need your strength in my fight against Konoha. I will not tolerate actions that harm Konoha. Uchiha Shursui replied, drawing his blade once more. I know you wish to protect Konoha. But do you want to protect the Konoha of the people, or the Konoha of the higher-ups? Uncertainty flickered in Uchiha Shijui's eyes. No matter what you say, I will protect Konoha. Lin was practically speechless. Konoha is already decaying. Let me explain a few things before you make your choice. Do you know Kakashi's father? Yes, the famous Tsukumo Hatake of Konoha. Do you know how he died? Wasn't it suicide? Of course not. At that time, during the selection of the 4th Hokage, Tuanzang wanted to become the 4th Hokage, but Tsukumo Hatake's accomplishments and influence far surpassed Tuanzang's, so Tuanzang used rumors to destroy Tsukumo Hatake. Also, Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the 4th Hokage. The higher-ups in Konoha must know. So why don't they announce it? Why let him suffer alone? This. Lin saw his expression and shared his thoughts. I have thought of a way. One that can preserve Konoha without destruction and also protect the Uchiha clan. What method? Let the Uchiha clan escape from Konoha. Uchiha clan South Shrine. A meeting regarding the survival of the Uchiha clan was taking place. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Teiho, Uchiha Hakadai, Uchiha Inaho, Uchiha Itachi, and other high-ranking Uchihas were present. Uchiha Fugaku posed the question. Our conflicts with Konoha are growing more severe. What should we do? After speaking, Uchiha Fugaku sighed. We should revolt against Konoha. If Konoha makes us suffer, they shouldn't expect to fare better. Uchiha Teiho was the first to respond. I think we should endure for now, rebutted a person sitting opposite Uchiha Teiho. The topic was soon diverted and the peace faction and the radical faction began to argue. Uchiha Fugaku was about to intervene when a voice came from the entrance. We should escape from Konoha. The seated individuals were about to refute when they saw Uchiha Shursui beside them had closed his mouth again. On the high seat, Uchiha Fugaku questioned. Who is he? Uchiha Shursui. Fugaku clan head. This is Uchiha Lin, who just saved me from Tuanzang. Konoha has already laid hands on you. Sigh. Please share your plan. Lin stepped forward and said, I can see the future. On the midnight of the 27th day, the Uchiha clan will face the night of extinction. As soon as Lin finished speaking, those seated erupted in chaos. How do we know it's true? Right, we can't trust what you say. Lin continued. Whether you believe it or not is your business. I can share a secret that you all do not know. Then you will believe me. The people around nodded in agreement, conversing among themselves. Uchiha Fugaku said, All right then, tell us. What secret? Lin smiled and looked at Uchiha Itachi beside Uchiha Fugaku. Konoha sent you to spy on the Uchiha, didn't they? Uchiha Itachi revealed a look of surprise at that moment. The surrounding people understood from his expression that this matter was indeed true. Uchiha Itachi Shursui has already chosen to help the Uchiha rather than the Konoha higher-ups. What about your choice? Uchiha Itachi fell into deep thought. He looked at Uchiha Shursui beside him. Brother Shursui. Shursui glanced at Uchiha Itachi and said, I choose to help not the Uchiha but Konoha. Uchiha Itachi seemed somewhat confused. What he said is true. My choice is not the Konoha higher-ups, nor any one person or family's Konoha. I choose to protect Konoha for all. Uncle Hua, why did you call me here? Lin sat opposite Uchiha Hua, looking bewildered with Imei sitting beside him. After finishing the meeting at the Uchiha clan, Lin finally returned home to enjoy a lazy sleep, only to be brought here by Uchiha Hua and Imei the next morning. Let me show you something. With that, he took out a red piece of paper. When Lin unfolded it, he was stunned. A marriage contract. Between me and Imei. Yes, your parents arranged for you two to be betrothed when you were children. Out of respect for your father, I agreed. Now it's your decision. This. No. That's not right. Lin had never been in a romantic relationship in either of his lives, and now he was suddenly being told he had a marriage contract since childhood. Lin felt overwhelmed and blushed as he looked at Imei beside him. At that moment, Imei's face was also flushed, her head lowered. Lin had liked this girl since he first crossed over, and with a month of living together he had gotten to know her better. Moreover, Imei was exactly Lin's type, and combined with the feelings of the original owner, he liked her even more. Imei, what do you think? I should ask your opinion. This made Imei's face turn even redder, as she softly replied, I also like Lin Gage. Here everyone was a ninja, how could they not hear? Little Lin, this marriage certificate is for you. I have another copy and Imei will stay here. Uncle Hua, let me see you off. Just as Lin was about to stand up, he was stopped by Hua. You should spend some quality time with Imei. Lin and Imei sat on the sofa without saying a word. After 10 minutes, Lin was the first to speak. Imei, have you eaten yet? Not yet. I came to Lin Gage's house early today. Then let me cook for you. As the saying goes, to win a woman's heart one must first win her stomach. Lin had learned excellent cooking skills while living alone in his previous life. Here it is, this is my best egg noodle. The aroma of the egg noodles made Imei gulp. Thank you, Lin Gage, I'm going to dig in. After finishing their meal, Lin and Imei walked down the streets of Konoha, observing the various people in the village. Lin couldn't help but feel emotional. He now understood that these were real people, not mere figments of his imagination. Since crossing over, he had treated it like a game. Now he realized it was not a game, and the people around him were not NPCs. What's wrong, Lin Gage? Imei asked worriedly as Lin stared into the distance, lost in thought. I'm fine. Don't you like dango the most? They'll buy some for you. Lin revealed a long-lost smile. He had treated his crossing over as a game, always thinking about how to survive the night of the massacre. Since crossing over he hadn't genuinely smiled. Now he understood that everyone here had feelings. He was not alone. He had Yume, her parents, Sage of Slug's teacher Might Guy, and the support of the Uchiha clan. That night at Lin's house. Yume, don't do this. We are still minors. Lin sat on the floor while Yume lay naked under the blanket. After spending the day playing outside, when Lin wanted to take Yume home, Uchiha said a few words to Yume before they both came out. Just as Lin was about to speak, Uchiha interrupted. Yume's bed is broken, so she will stay at your house tonight. Hearing this flimsy excuse, Lin wanted to say something but was interrupted by Uchiha. Go quickly, take Yume home. With that he kicked Lin's butt. Lin had no choice but to take Yume home. He intended to arrange for Yume to stay in the room next door. After he finished showering and entered the bedroom, he saw such a scene. What does it mean to be a minor? It means we are still too young and can't do such things yet. But we are not little anymore. Lin now understood that this was the ninja world where the average age was less than 35. During wartime the average age was even under 25 who cared about being an adult. But Lin had received 9 years of compulsory education and found this hard to accept. Yume, we are still too young. Let's wait until we grow a bit more, okay? Alright, but today I want to sleep with Lin Gidge. That night Lin held Yume close. Don't ask me why. What would you do with a naked girl in front of you? Lin thought just holding her was already quite good. Yume, do you prefer the old me or the current me? Yume hesitated for a moment before saying, I prefer the current Lin Gidge more. Before, Lin Gidge didn't care about me and rarely smiled. Although I see him less now, every time we meet Lin Gidge cares for me. Even if he still rarely smiles, today was the day he smiled the most. It was also the happiest day of my life. Lin sat up on the bed, took out a spatial scroll and retrieved a jade pendant, handing it to Yume. Yume, when we get married I will prepare a grand wedding for you, making you the happiest person in the world. This is the jade pendant my parents left me. Let it be the witness of our promise. Yume happily accepted the pendant and thanked him. Thank you, Lin Gidge. We have made a promise. You must not deceive me. She thought to herself, Lin Gidge has accepted me. Could this be a token of engagement? No, we are not married yet. Oh, how embarrassing. After saying this, she burrowed back under the blanket, revealing only half of her head. Lin didn't know what Yume was thinking, but what she didn't know was that once the jade pendant was activated, Lin would sense it. However, just wearing it wouldn't allow him to sense it, so Lin felt it was best to leave some personal space for Yume. Lin lay on the bed looking at Yume beside him. Yume. Lin hesitated to speak. Yume seemed to have noticed Lin's expression. What's wrong, Lin Gidge? It's nothing, Yume. Hurry and sleep. Good night. Good night, Lin Gidge. Lin ultimately didn't say what he wanted to, keeping the secret hidden in his heart. Yume, I will protect you well. The next day Lin got up early to make breakfast for Yume before going for morning exercises. Although the system was currently updating, he couldn't complete the daily tasks. But Lin was already used to it. Today he spent another day playing with Yume. In the evening Yume returned to her home, which left Lin feeling a bit speechless. He could only return home feeling lonely. After Yume got home, Uchiha noticed the jade pendant around her waist. Where did you get this? Yume, a bit confused, answered, this was given to me by Lin Gidge. He said it was given to him by his parents. Others might not know what it was, but Uchiha understood. He felt more satisfied with Lin as his son-in-law. Alright, I understand. Since it was given to you by Lin, just keep it well. After Yume returned home, Lin also went home. However, on the way Lin felt that there was something he couldn't remember. He thought for a while but couldn't recall anything, so he decided to stop thinking about it. He fell asleep as soon as he got home. In the middle of the night, a dark shadow swept past Lin's house. The shadow approached Lin's bedside, saying, It seems you are already prepared. As Lin slept, a sudden pungent smell of blood wafted in. He woke up exclaiming, How can there be a smell of blood? He stepped outside, and what met his eyes was a crimson moon surrounded by fallen corpses, all belonging to the Uchiha clan. What is happening? Isn't the massacre night still a month away? Moreover, Itachi Uchiha has chosen to trust the Uchiha clan. Lin looked around in confusion. Right, Ime. He quickly rushed to Imai's house. There he found Uchiha Hua and Uchiha Nan lying in a pool of blood. Uncle Hua and Nan. Ime, where are you? Lin entered Imai's room and saw her gasping for breath, a knife lodged in her chest. He rushed to her side. Ime, don't die. We have a promise to keep. I still want to hold a grand wedding for you. You can't die. Lin knelt before Ime, tears streaming down his face. Cough. Cough. Brother Lin. I can't. Hold on. Even though I can't fulfill our promise, these past few days have been the happiest days of my life. Brother Lin, goodbye. I will always love you. With that, Ime passed away before Lin's eyes. Ah. This must be a dream, it has to be a dream. Saying this, he took out a kunai and stabbed it into his arm, blood flowing down. The sting in his arm shattered Lin's illusion. Ah. Why? Lin's 2-tomoe Sharingan emerged, spinning continuously, forming into a 3-tomoe Sharingan, and it didn't stop until it transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Lin's Mangekyo Sharingan closely resembled the Rinnegan of Kagaya Akatsuki, but while Kagaya's Rinnegan had 3 rings, Lin only had 2. The first ring formed 3 tomo. The second ring also had 3 tomo, but with 3 small black triangles added. This is Lin's Mangekyo Sharingan. Because Lin possesses the bloodline of Akatsuki, his Mangekyo Sharingan closely resembles the Rinnegan. Lin's ocular power also far exceeds that of an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. With his current ocular power, he can activate the complete body Susanoo, albeit only for 5 hours, which is still quite formidable. Additionally, Lin's ocular power gradually recovers. It can go from 0 to full power in 5 years. This means as long as Lin does not activate the complete body Susanoo, and uses his powers sparingly, he will not go blind. Lin's Susanoo is white. It also possesses a divine tool, which is the armor of Susanoo, that can immunize him from 25 of damage. By injecting a sufficient amount of chakra into the armor, its immunity can be raised to a maximum of 50. The key point is that if Susanoo is shattered, the armor will explode. This explosion is roughly equivalent to a tailed beast bomb. After the armor is broken, it can be reassembled after 5 days. The first ocular technique allows Lin to summon a white orb floating on his shoulder. It looks like a toad-eyed ball but is not as solid. It is called Guardian Cloud. It can transform into various weapons attached to weapons and impart its properties to them. Guardian Cloud can absorb ninjutsu released by others and rebound it. It can also mix with Lin's chakra and double the release. It is very similar to the Uchiha fan. It can also make weapons stronger and sharper. It can attach to Lin's body, greatly enhancing his defense and strength. It can only attach to Lin, it cannot be attached to others. The most important aspect of Guardian Cloud is that when Lin summons it, its existence does not consume his ocular power. Only when it is shattered or Lin allows it to disappear will it consume his ocular power. Currently, Lin can summon up to 3 orbs, and each orb takes 6 months to recover its ocular power. The second ocular technique, size manipulation, allows him to change the size of any object he touches at will, but it cannot change a person's size. He can also change his own size freely. However, the ocular power consumed is 10 times that of the object. The smallest he can shrink to is the size of an ant, while the largest can be the size of a complete body Susanoo. The more drastic the change, the greater the consumption of ocular power. The ocular techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan evolve based on the aspects thought of during a stimulus. For example, Uchiha Shursui awakened Kodohama Tsukumi because he wanted to end the war between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Obito awakened Kamui because he believed this world was false. Lin, however, wished to protect Ime and gain the strength to safeguard her, thus awakening Guardian Cloud and size manipulation. Just as Lin held Ime feeling sorrowful, he suddenly sat up in bed. So this was a dream. But why is my Mangekyo Sharingan still here? As Lin was puzzled, a memory surfaced in his mind. At that moment, Itachi Uchiha stood before him. During these past few days, Lin had been thinking about how to evolve his Sharingan into a Mangekyo. The evolution of the Sharingan requires the death of a loved one, which Lin could not bear. Although Uchiha Shisui was not dead during the clan meeting, Lin spoke out that Itachi was being manipulated by Konoha and Danzo, using Uchiha Sasuke as leverage. When he massacred the entire clan, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Lin did not mention the matter of Uchiha Obito, as it was related to many things. Thus, after Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, Lin sought him out, wanting him to use Tsukuyomi on him where he could feel pain. It was incredibly real. Lin also found a technique in the scroll left by his parents that could seal half of his memories. By sealing away the memories of his encounter with Itachi, Lin was able to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. Lin just got out of bed, not caring that it was nighttime. With Itachi still nearby, he hurriedly rushed to Imai's house. Upon seeing Imai, Lin finally felt relieved, saying, "Imai, I will protect you." With the consent of Uncle Hua and Aunt Nan, Imai moved in with Lin from that day forward. After settling, Imai and Lin encountered Itachi in the courtyard. "Thank you, Itachi. This small favor is nothing. I should thank you for saving Shisui." After exchanging a few words, Itachi left. Back in the living room, Lin reviewed his ocular techniques, feeling quite satisfied. He took out 3 guardian clouds from the space scroll. On his way to Imai's house, Lin felt a few small orbs following him. Even though it was nighttime, the umbu and root were too conspicuous. Thus, Lin placed them back into the space scroll and decided to attach one to a blood-drenched blade. An object can have countless orbs attached, but only one will be effective. The other 2 attached to his hand. Lin nodded, a sly smile on his face as he walked toward his bedroom. What am I thinking? Just simply sleeping. Anyone with inappropriate thoughts should reflect on themselves. At last it has begun, the night of the clan's annihilation, Lin murmured. Proceed according to plan. Lin Yuzibo Fuyue, Yuzibo Jishui, and Yuzibo Yu stood at the gate of the Yuzibo clan facing Muyi. All 4 of them were possessors of the Mangekyo Sharingan. They each activated their Mangekyo Sharingan. Lin's gifts were the Guardian Cloud and the Dashiao Rui, Precognition. Lin told the Yuzibo clan that his Mangekyo powers were Guardian Cloud and Foresight. Jishui wielded Bitienshin Yu, commanded Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, while Fu Yu held Amaterasu and Kajiro, the latter greatly amplifying his fire-style ninjutsu. Amaterasu also augmented his power. "Everyone come out," Lin said, coldly glancing about. A dense line of figures emerged, roughly 40 in number. Tuan Tsung stepped forward, a cold smile on his face. "The Yuzibo truly concealed their strength, 4 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Today I will claim your Sharingan," he continued. "And Yuzibo Jishui, Yuzibo Yu, have you chosen this path? Even if you number 40, you cannot stop us should we take flight." Lin gave a mocking smile. Jishui met his gaze with steely resolve. "Indeed, this is my choice. Under the stewardship of your High Council, Mu Yi has only grown more corrupt." "I understand. Even if you escape, what of the rest of your clan?" At that moment, a root shinobi used the body flicker technique to appear beside Tuan Tsung. "Lord Tuan Tsung, there are no Yuzibo inside." Tuan Tsung asked in astonishment. "Impossible! How did so many slip past us under our very noses?" Lin's interest sharpened. "Do you remember me?" Tuan Tseng suddenly realized. "You are the one who spirited Jishui away." "Exactly. Remember my reverse summoning technique. We used the most basic shadow clone and transformation jutsu to masquerade as ordinary clan members. The true Yuzibo I carried away by summoning to Shigua Lin. We came to show Mu Yi that the Yuzibo are not to be trifled with." "So what if they fled?" 4 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, seize them." At Tuan Tseng's command, the root forces surged forward. Lin wielded the blood fragment blade, striking without mercy. Unavoidable blows were intercepted by the Guardian Cloud. More root shinobi pressed in, scouts converging on their position. The 4 exchanged a glance and invoked Susanoo. 4 skeletal colossi of different hues rose. Lin's white hues orange, Shishu's green, Fuyu's red. Lin and Yuzhibo Fuyu Susanoo donned an additional layer of armor. Yuzhibo Jishu Susanoo bore a half plate. The 4 Susanoo were unstoppable. Ordinary numbers could inflict no harm. Seeing this, Tuan Tseng joined the fray himself, revealing the Sharingan in his right eye. As he prepared to summon a beast, Lin sealed the 3 into a space scroll. Using the guardian cloud from 1,000 li away, they vanished in an instant. The 4 had come to make a spectacle rather than to die in a stalemate, make the show, and withdraw. There was nothing to be gained by lingering. That was precisely Lin's intent. He brought the 3 to Shigua Lin and released them. They were immediately surrounded by their clan. Imei hurried over, concern in her voice. Lin brother, are you hurt? Are you all right? Oh, there are others here, Imei said, glancing around and blushing as she stepped behind him. Yuzhibo Fuyu cleared his throat and stepped forward. Ahem, allow me a few words. It was Yuzhibo Lin who made our escape possible. Now I declare that Lin shall be clan head, Fuyu announced. Lin hurried forward in protest. No, surely not. I am far too young and unworthy of such a charge. We owe our escape to you, clan head Lin. This position rightfully belongs to you. The clan insisted, cheering and clamoring their approval. I am still too young. Let Uncle Fuyu lead for now. When I am older I will take up the mantle, Lin pleaded. Seeing Lin's reluctance, Yuzhibo Fuyu said, Very well. For the moment serve among our clan's high council. When you have matured you shall succeed me. After arranging several matters, they set about building dwellings on the outskirts of Shigua Lin. Lin had already discussed temporarily sheltering the clan here with the slug sage Kwayu Xianren before the Night of Annihilation. Kwayu Xianren had agreed. Lin hurried back to the crude hut he had erected in Shigua Lin. He heard the system's update chime and immediately opened the interface. The mission panel had vanished. Host profile opened. Host Yuzhibo Lin. Chakra rank Jonin Fire. Ninjutsu Jonin. Taijutsu Elite Jonin Mu Yi Whirlwind Sword Moon Slash. Genjutsu Elite Jonin. Bloodline Limit Mangekyo Sharingan. Item Space Scroll Blood Fragment Blade Gift Pack 1. Abilities Genjutsu Prodigy Red Summoning Technique Kwayu Red Fire Style Prodigy Purple Invisibility Gold. Overall Strength Kagedeer. Sim Coins 10,000. Lin read this and could not help but feel the system had a rare generosity. After the update, the system had topped up his sim coins so that he now had exactly 10,000. Lin opened the simulation panel and studied it for 10 minutes, muttering that the balance felt unjust. The simulator had added a world travel option. Traveling required a travel card. Once used, the travel card allowed shuttling between 2 worlds with sim coins, the first trip free. The simulator itself had been revised. It could only run once per month. You could select a world to simulate, but it had to be a world the host had visited. It no longer merely simulated Lin's current life. Now the simulation could span from birth to death. Each run permitted the selection of a single talent. Spending 1000 sim coins could reroll that talent. Upon completion, abilities obtained in the simulated life could be purchased with sim coins. Simulating could also yield additional sim coins. Lin was uncertain whether the changes were a boon or a burden. A boon in the possibility of earning coins, a burden in that simulations were limited to once a month. A restriction, yet the freedom to travel other worlds remained. Lin then noticed the gift pack notification. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 random world travel card. The pack included 1 random item from that world. Lin glanced at it and silently prayed it would not be the Dolua world. The system announced, Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Haziwang world travel card. Acquired nature type Xianglei fruit, side effects removed. The next day, early in the morning, Lin discussed an important matter with Uchiha Fugaku. Lin informed the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan that his Mangekyo Sharingan had acquired a new ability. It allows him to traverse to a new world. The others exchanged glances, and even Uchiha Fugaku displayed an expression of disbelief. At that moment, Lin voiced his thoughts. Everything is true. Now Konoha must be hunting us down, and other ninja villages are also watching us closely. We cannot stay in the ninja world for now, so I want to take a few people to the new world to find a territory where we can live and return once we have gained significant strength. This suggestion is acceptable. I second that. Lin reminded them. I have researched that world. When I go to the new world, I want the Uchiha members to practice their taijutsu extensively in the wet bone forest. In that world they won't have ninjutsu, but their taijutsu will be very formidable. In that world we will try to use taijutsu as much as possible. After Lin finished speaking, he began preparations. The portal currently had Lin Uchiha, Shursui Uchiha, Itachi, and 15 elite jonin walking through it. A flash of white light passed and Lin arrived on a small island located in the first half of the Grand Line named Lalat Island, where most of the villagers resided. But today was destined to be extraordinary. A pirate ship was drifting on the sea belonging to a pirate with a bounty of 20 million. Lin had been worried about how to find a ship, and now it had come to him. Let's go, we are taking that ship. When Lin and his group arrived, the pirate ship had already docked. You boys take over this island. Kill them, charge. A group of pirates rushed forward and Lin let out a cold smile. Finally, I can use my new ability. They'll handle them, you guys don't need to come over. Activate your Sharingan and observe our movements so you can understand the abilities of this world. After saying this, the other Uchiha clan members activated their Sharingan. Ha ha ha, are they scared, silly? Only one person is coming. Ha ha ha. Just as the pirates were mocking, Lin had already walked up to them. One of the pirates scoffed. Fool! And then raised the gun in his hand, aiming at Lin. However, the bullet passed right through Lin's body. Lin's body was surrounded by arcs of electricity. The pirate leader, seeing this scene, exclaimed, "A Logia-type devil fruit!" After saying that, he quietly turned to run. Thunder Dragon! Lin shouted, and a dragon made of lightning charged into the group of pirates, incapacitating them all. Where do you think you are running to? Lin, along with the Uchiha members, surrounded the pirate leader. Please! Don't kill me, I will give you all the money. The pirate leader knelt on the ground, pleading. Let's go, don't kill him yet. Bring him with us. Lin walked towards the pirate's ship. The surrounding villagers approached, and the leading elder said, Sir, thank you for dealing with these pirates. We are very grateful to you. The villagers handed Lin and his group eggs and vegetables. May I ask, what is your name, benefactor? We are from the Uchiha clan. As Lin turned to leave, he suddenly realized the problem. He didn't know the way. Old man, could you please tell me where the nearest Navy base is? Navy base. The old man took out a recording pointer from his pocket. The nearest Navy base is on Tenaya Island. This recording pointer will guide you. Lin took the pointer. Thank you, old man, we are leaving now. Lin brought the Uchiha clan members onto the ship, instructing 5 of them to navigate based on the recording pointer. Hey pirate leader, what year is it in the sea calendar? What major events have occurred? The pirate trembled as he walked over. Sir, it is currently the year 1517 in the sea calendar, and there is one major event. The supernova ace rejected the world government's invitation to join the 7 warlords. Lin pondered with his chin resting on his hand. All right, take him down now. Lin called all the Uchiha clan members to the deck. In this world there is no ninjutsu, it is mainly about physical strength and numbers. The meat here contains a lot of energy. Therefore, practicing taijutsu here is very effective. This world is divided into 4 seas: the Grand Line and the New World. It is home to pirates, the world government, and the revolutionary army, with the world government comprising the 7 warlords. And the 7 warlords is what we aim for. By obtaining the identity of a warlord, as long as we do not provoke particularly powerful entities, we can survive safely here. Clan leader, are there people stronger than you here? Yes, in the New World there are 4 emperors reigning over this place. With my current strength I cannot defeat them. Additionally, there is a type of spiral fruit here. They are called devil fruits. They are divided into Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia types. Eating a Paramecia fruit grants one a special power, while Zoan allows one to transform into animals. Logia allows one to use elements to become elemental. When elementalized, ordinary attacks cannot affect them. Only those enhanced with Haki can hit them. However, there are side effects. When encountering seawater, one will lose mobility, and the same goes for Sea Prism Stone. Alright, from now on, we will practice taijutsu on the way to the Navy base. Endurance can be used occasionally but not too frequently. This will raise suspicions from the world government. After Lin finished speaking, everyone dispersed. Lin felt it upon arriving here. The energy of this world could greatly enhance a person's taijutsu. Lin also practiced alongside the Uchiha members. On the way to the Navy base, they encountered 2 waves of pirates. Both had bounties of 10 to 20 million. Lin let the Uchiha members handle them, and during the training both Lin and the Uchiha clan's taijutsu improved significantly. Dealing with this group of pirates was effortless. After about 4 days, Lin arrived at the Navy base. Colonel, a pirate crew has arrived outside. A Navy officer rushed into the office in a panic. What? Hurry, prepare the whole army. Colonel Scott said this and ran out. At the port of the Navy base, 21 people disembarked from the pirate ship. 3 of them were tied up. Lin arrived at the Navy base. Is this the Navy base? We are here to exchange for bounties. Upon hearing this, Colonel Scott felt relieved. So you are here to exchange for bounties. Ensign Elite, go see how much those pirates are worth. A Navy officer next to Scott entered the military office with the bounty notices. Yes, Colonel. Lin watched as they compared the bounty notices. He stood by without speaking. After comparing, the Navy officer presented 3 bounty notices to Scott. Colonel, these 3 pirates belong to the Hungry Wolf pirate crew and the Full Cat pirate crew. The captains of the Iron Fist pirate crew, aside from the first one with a bounty of 20 million, the others are all 40 million bounties. Scott was extremely shocked after reading these bounties. He never expected that just 18 people could subdue several pirate crews with bounties in the millions. Sir, I will prepare the bounty for you immediately. Lin nodded. It seemed that most of the Navy was still honest and had not embezzled his bounty. All right, you prepare it. Colonel Wright. I have some matters I want to discuss with you. Here I will mention the classification of combat power. A genin is equivalent to 15 million bounty pirates, equal to junior officers to lieutenants. A chunin is equivalent to 550 million bounty pirates, equal to captains to majors. A jonin is equivalent to 50 million to 200 million bounty pirates, equal to lieutenant colonels to colonels. An elite jonin is equivalent to 200 million to 600 million bounty pirates, equal to brigadiers. A cage level is equivalent to 600 million to 1.5 billion bounty pirates, equal to majors or vice admirals. A superkage is equivalent to over 1.5 billion bounty pirates, equal to generals and marshals. The power classifications of these 2 worlds are all self-generated by me. Different worlds will undoubtedly have different classifications. Colonel, is it? Yes, sir. What can I do for you? Do you have the phone number of the General of the Warring States? Well, sir, I do have it, but what is it you need? Scott said hesitantly. Don't worry about the details, just say I have something to discuss with him. Well, all right. Scott shook his head with a bitter smile. After a while, Scott brought a telephone bug. General of the Warring States. Are you the guy Scott mentioned? Get to the point. I won't waste any more time. I want to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What do you want to become a warlord for? Seeing that the general did not outright refuse, Lin knew there was still hope. We are a reclusive family. Having the status of a warlord will make certain tasks much easier. The general frowned and said, you know, the warlords are not ordinary people. Upon hearing this from the general, Lin knew that the position of warlord was secured. I can capture 3 pirates with bounties over 100 million in exchange for this position. 5. 3 is too few. How about this? One of the pirates has a bounty exceeding 300 million. Is that acceptable? Fine, when you bring the pirate, the position of warlord will be yours. And what family are you from? We are the Uchiha family, specializing in ninjutsu. Lin smiled as he hung up the phone. Seeing that the money had arrived, Lin requested some information and bounty notices for pirates with over 100 million bounty, and set out with the Uchiha clan members. After they left, Scott said finally got rid of those plague gods. Marine headquarters. The general rubbed his head as he put down the telephone bug. Seeing the general like this, Carp casually continued eating his senbei, laughing heartily. General, what's wrong? The general, seeing him like that, snatched the senbei and ate it all. Carp leisurely took out another bag from behind, and the general snatched it again. Hawk, observing the two old fools, could only shake her head helplessly. Come on, tell me what's going on, General. Hearing Hawk's words, the general and Carp stopped their playful banter. Just now someone wanted to join the 7 warlords of the sea. It's not that simple, is it? He said they belong to a family specializing in a thing called ninjutsu. They are the Uchiha family. Hawk said ninjutsu. The ninjas of Wano country also use ninjutsu. That kind of ninjutsu is not impressive at all. But this family is worth considering. I wonder how many of them there are. The general shook his head. No, Scott reported to me. Based on the pirates they captured, they can breathe fire. Even with devil fruits, it's impossible to have so much fire. So I suspect their ninjutsu is different from that of Wano country. At this moment, Hawk also understood the importance of the situation. This is not easy, General. You agreed to it. No, I told him to capture 3 pirates with bounties over 100 million to exchange for the position of warlord. This way we can also see the strength of this Uchiha family and observe what kind of ninjutsu they use. Hawk nodded in agreement. I suppose that's all we can do. Lin sat in the captain's room and opened the simulation panel. Lin thought about coming to the pirate world in the simulation, but it had been busy all the way and only now did he have time. The talent panel was still the same, just with a few additions. The colors of the pirate and Naruto worlds. Talent. Strong physique from a young age with a surprising skeleton. Great strength. Blue. Family strength. You were born into a family with abundant resources. Blue. There were no good talents, only the last one turned gold. Innate devil fruit. At the age of 10 you will randomly encounter a devil fruit. Gold. Lin looked and chose the last talent. Talent. Innate devil fruit. At the age of 10 you will randomly encounter a devil fruit. Only the selected talent is effective each time. Other talents are ineffective, and the second talent requires task completion. Seeing the system's prompt, Lin could only express his speechlessness. Simulation begins. Rebirth world. Pirate world. Age 0 you are born. Born on an island in the first half of the Grand Line. Your parents care for you greatly. Age 10 this year a group of pirates arrived on the island where you lived. The pirates slaughtered your parents. Only you survived, hiding in a wooden barrel. You drifted to another island. On that island you ate a strange fruit, a devil fruit. This fruit is called the ancient type saber-toothed tiger fruit. You settled on this island. You have not forgotten the pirates who slaughtered your parents. You began training on the island. Age 18 you have spent 8 years on the island. Now you can rival pirates with bounties of 50 million. You discovered a warship by the seaside of the island. It turned out to be a navy training with a man named Zifa, and you joined the navy. Through the devil fruit and the strength you previously trained, you entered the navy's recruit training camp. Age 20 through your own efforts you learned the 6 forms of the navy. Successfully graduated from the training camp and was assigned under Rear Admiral Onigamo. Age 25 you learned Byusoshoku Haki and Kenbunshoku Haki. You personally killed your enemies and successfully advanced to the rank of Lieutenant Commander in the Marine Headquarters. Age 30 your Byusoshoku Haki and Kenbunshoku Haki became even more proficient. You also successfully promoted to Colonel. You feel that this is your limit. You and Zifa took this year's students to the Grand Line to hunt pirates. You encountered Whitebeard 2 Weibel here. You died. The host completed the simulation for the first time. You can obtain one ability for free, the second one will be charged normally. The host obtained 6,000 simulation coins. The host's strength while alive is used to give simulation coins. Second Lieutenant 1,000, Lieutenant 2,000, Captain 3,000. Major 4,000. Lieutenant Colonel 5,000. Colonel 6,000. Rear Admiral 7,000, winning 8,000. Admiral 9000 Fleet Admiral 10000. Regardless of position, it is based on average strength. The host can choose abilities. Intermediate Byusashoku Haki 5000 simulation coins. Beginner Kenbunshoku Haki 2000 simulation coins. Ancient type Sabertooth Tiger Devil Fruit 3000 simulation coins. Appears in the form of a devil fruit. Navy 6 forms Intermediate 3000 simulation coins. Lin looked and felt that the first 4 abilities. For himself now they are all very good. Lin bought all 4 abilities. Along with one free opportunity, it just happened to equal 8,000 simulation coins. Still remaining 8,000 simulation coins. It's just that this talent cannot be purchased, leaving Lin very disappointed. Lin exited the simulation panel and a spiraled fruit appeared on the table before him. He felt a warm current flowing through his body. Instinctively, he was able to use several skills. Lin took out the Guardian Cloud from his left hand, extended it, and shouted softly, "Armament Haki!" Black luster wrapped around Lin's left hand as he drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, slicing through the air with a sound that sparked fire. Yet his left hand remained unscathed. Seeing such power, Lin speculated about it. The basic armament Haki is wrapping while the intermediate is hardening. The advanced armament Haki is external release, and the ultimate is internal destruction. Lin then drew the blood-shard blade from his left waist and sliced it with the Guardian Cloud. Releasing the armament Haki, Lin saw a cut appear on his arm. Though small, it still dripped blood. He used his palm technique to heal it. Lin attached the Guardian Cloud to his left hand again. This time, when he sliced with the knife, it remained completely intact. He repeated many experiments. Lin concluded that he could attach armament Haki to the blood-shard blade as well as to the Guardian Cloud. This could make the Guardian Cloud sturdier and sharper, and also store armament Haki. Armament Haki is not infinite. Once consumed, it must be recondensed. Lin could store it in the Guardian Cloud. When there was no Haki, the stored Haki in the Guardian Cloud would enter Lin's body, replenishing the armament Haki. Furthermore, whether attaching the Guardian Cloud first or the armament Haki first, the attack and defense enhancement from both would be the same. The Guardian Cloud could also be attached to the intangible observation Haki. Lin did not understand how this worked. He simply activated the observation Haki. Then he let the Guardian Cloud attach to the observation Haki. The Guardian Cloud disappeared and the observation Haki was enhanced, likely reaching the intermediate level. Lin thought since both armament Haki and observation Haki could attach to the Guardian Cloud, could Conqueror's Haki do the same? But Lin had no answer. He could only hope for the next simulation. Lin experimented again to see if the Guardian Cloud could attach to the Devil Fruit. The result was obvious: it could not. "Chief, it's time to eat," Uchiha Shursui called out from outside the captain's quarters. "I know I'll be there soon." Lin shook his head. Although he had yet to become the chief, everyone around him called him that, which made Lin feel quite helpless. Lin stored the Devil Fruit into his scroll space and went to the deck, as there was no dining room on the ship. They could only eat on the deck. They were eating fish caught from the sea. "By the way, Chief, where are we headed?" Uchiha Shursui asked curiously. Lin suddenly remembered that after reaching the deck he had gone back to the captain's quarters. Ahem. Well, first head to the nearest island. We need to purchase a record pointer to Water 7. Well, build a ship we need there. Any pirates we encounter along the way must be eliminated. We need money. Chief, training body techniques here is indeed twice as effective. The fish here are rich in energy. Lin nodded in agreement. After finishing the meal, Lin called all the Uchiha clan members to the deck. "You all activate your Sharingan and closely observe my movements. This is the basic Navy 6 styles, yet it can still be very useful under certain circumstances." The Uchiha clan members activated their Sharingan. Lin stepped forward. Soru. His feet touched the ground rapidly dozens of times. Using the reaction force, he instantly moved forward several meters. Since the ship was not large enough, Lin did not dare to use his strongest power. The Uchiha clan members nodded repeatedly at this method. He never expected body techniques could be so useful. Gale Foot. A wind blade shot out from his foot, exploding on the sea. Moonwalk! Lin stepped on the air with his left and right feet flying continuously in the sky. This amazed the Uchiha clan members. This way they could compensate for some ninjas' inability to fly. Although it could only last for a short time, it still mitigated some of the ninjas' shortcomings. Finger gun! Lin pointed at the railing piercing through the thick wood. Uchiha Shursui, come and try to cut me with your knife. Lin said to Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui swung the knife at Lin and paper light, as if the knife was about to glide past Lin's body. After finishing, Lin said to them, "Alright, that's it. I will first teach Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. You can come and learn too." Uchiha Itachi asked, "Shouldn't the Navy's 6 styles have 6 styles? Why are there only 5? Lin was speechless upon hearing this. CP9 members were defeated by Iron Block. There was even a fierce individual. Iron Block took Zifa's armament Haki punch Hiden. "I won't demonstrate the other one, it's just standing there waiting to die." "Don't learn that," Lin said exaggeratedly, as if using this would mean instant defeat. Ahem. Enough about that. You all should practice diligently. Except for Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, the first among you to master these 5 styles will receive my reward. Now let's head to the nearest island. During these 15 days of learning, the Uchiha clan members could say they had basically learned 1 style. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui had even learned 2 styles. However, they had not fully mastered them and could only barely release them, sometimes failing to do so. Throughout these 15 days, the Uchiha clan made quite a name for themselves across the sea. Lin and the others had already captured 5 or 6 million pirates. It was said that the members of the Uchiha clan were extremely brutal, with only the captain surviving while all others perished. Those who survived had no desire to set sail again. Lin sat on the deck today sunbathing and bought a newspaper. The headline reported that the Uchiha family had completely wiped out the 100 million bounty Evil Tiger pirate crew yesterday, and it was said that their chief had not even lifted a finger, only sending 3 people. It also mentioned that they had traded with the Navy by handing over 2 pirates with bounties over 100 million, and one with a bounty exceeding 300 million. They could grant the Uchiha family the title of Warlord. Lin smiled as he read the report. It seems these people are very well informed. They even know about this. But it has nothing to do with me. Lin looked at Uchiha Tetsuhiko, who was steering the ship, and asked, "How long until we reach Water 7? Uchiha Tetsuhiko turned around and said, "Chief, we should arrive in about 2 hours. Lin sighed slightly after hearing this. The City of 7 Waters. "The Patriarch has arrived at the City of 7 Waters," shouted Uchiha Tiahua the boatman. Lin groggily sat up from the chair on the deck. "Finally arrived, let's go buy a news ship first." Lin and the Uchiha clan walked along the street surrounded by murmurs. "They are the Uchiha family. I've heard they specialize in capturing pirates. Yes, they're good people. Not at all, I've heard they kill without blinking an eye." Lin walked towards the city center, completely ignoring the discussions around him. They arrived at the largest shipyard and informed them that they wanted a ship. They said it would be ready in 5 days. Lin checked into the best hotel and told the Uchiha clan members, "Alright, each of you go to Uchiha Shursui to collect 1 million berries, and 3 of you can go out and explore." The berries collected would all be overseen by Uchiha Shursui. Lin walked down the street while others kept their distance. As he walked, he was surrounded by a group of people. "Uchiha's Patriarch, today I will avenge my brother. I just want to ask how much your bounty is." "I am a pirate with a bounty of 320 million. Lin smiled, since a pirate had delivered himself to his doorstep. "Since you came to me, don't blame me. I'll take your head to the Navy to exchange for the title of Warlord." Lin glanced around and noticed some Navy officers were already holding transponder snails. He thought for a moment, realizing they wanted to understand his fighting style. Lin smiled at the group of pirates ahead. "You are fortunate to witness my strength." After saying this, his eyes changed. 3 Tomoe Sharingan. After 3 months of continuous spinning, it finally formed the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susanoo. A half-formed Susanoo rose from the ground. About 20 meters tall, Lin enhanced his ocular power, and Susanoo donned armor. He didn't intend to end things so easily. He wanted to showcase the Uchiha clan's might to the world. Susanoo continued to rise, ultimately forming a complete body that was 300 meters tall, clad in armor with a pair of white wings sprouting from its back. With a sword at its waist, Lin saw that the intimidation was complete. He drew the sword and effortlessly dispatched the group of pirates. After resolving the situation, Lin closed the complete Susanoo. It was too taxing on his stamina, and he didn't dare to keep it open for long. But his objective had already been achieved. Lin approached a dazed Navy officer with the 320 million bounty pirate. "Hey, can you help me exchange this pirate for the bounty?" The Navy officer, reacting to Lin's voice, stammered, "Okay. Well, bring the bounty tomorrow." "Forget it, I'll catch another pirate with a 100 million bounty to give you. You can report to Sengoku that I've fulfilled the conditions." After saying this, Lin took out a transponder snail and called Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, go capture another pirate with a 100 million bounty. I already have a 320 million bounty here. If you catch another one, we can secure the Warlord position." "Understood, Patriarch." Lin hung up the phone and waited nearby. About 3 hours later, Uchiha Itachi arrived holding several heads. "Patriarch," he said, presenting the heads. "These all have bounties. I took them all down in one go." "Good job." Lin handed the bounty to the Navy officer. "All right, remember our agreement, I'm leaving now." Lin and Itachi walked away without looking back. The next morning, Lin bought a newspaper. The headline read that Uchiha Lin was about to become a warlord of the sea. The second article reported that Uchiha Lin had slain a pirate with a bounty of 320 million in one strike. The paper also included several pictures of Lin's complete Susanoo. Upon seeing this, Lin laughed heartily. "I didn't expect them to have such good taste to capture me looking this handsome. Ha!" Meanwhile, across the world on the Moby Dick, Marco rushed to Whitebeard with a newspaper in hand. "Old man, there's a new guy and he's become a warlord of the sea. Gurara, I didn't expect another interesting newcomer to appear. Let's go meet this newcomer who's challenging me." Whitebeard was naturally referring to Ace. On Onigashima, Kaido was drinking. Looking at the newspaper, he wondered, "Is this newcomer a Zoan-type mythical beast? I was originally considering bringing him in, but now he's become a warlord of the sea. Forget it, no need to think about it. I'll keep drinking." On Whole Cake Island, Big Mom was enjoying desserts. Anise handed a newspaper to Big Mom. "Mama, another new warlord of the sea has appeared and he's quite powerful. What does that have to do with me? Let's just continue enjoying desserts." After saying this, Big Mom ignored it and kept eating her desserts. On an island in the New World, Shanks was hosting a banquet while looking at the newspaper. "Looks like another interesting newcomer has appeared," Jesper beside Shanks said. "Boss, what are you looking at? Hurry and start the banquet." Shanks glanced over and happily said, "Start the banquet." At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a large number of people were gathered in the conference room. Most of the vice admirals and admirals were present. One person held up a photo of Lin and said, "Uchiha Lin, known to be the patriarch of the Uchiha family, but we don't know how many members this family has. The people he brought should be the top tier of their clan, but such a group should not be underestimated." After finishing, he looked at Lin's complete Susanoo. Such power is already very terrifying. Moreover, he has a family. His current goal is to become a warlord of the sea, and he has already fulfilled the conditions set by the Navy. After thinking for a moment, the Navy officer added, "The most crucial point is that they have not harmed civilians. They do not rob the belongings of the people." After saying this, the Navy officer looked at Sengoku. Sengoku nodded and said, "This matter is important. The first point is that he is a family, and not just an individual. He has support from others. But this also exposes his weaknesses. The second point is that his personal strength is also very terrifying. The third point is that we have already made promises to him. If we do not grant him the position of Warlord of the Sea, he is very likely to become a pirate, which we do not want to see. It is better to have more allies than more enemies. The fourth point is that they have not bullied civilians, indicating that they still have a sense of justice unlike those pirates. Therefore we will grant him the title of Warlord of the Sea. What do you all think? After hearing Sengoku's words, the surrounding Navy personnel nodded in agreement. All right, we will invite him to the Marine headquarters tomorrow to accept the title of Warlord of the Sea. In the city of Seven Waters, Lin looked at the ship before him, feeling quite satisfied. He said to the nearby Navy officer, "Let's go, the Warlord must be waiting anxiously." Lin and the Uchiha clansmen boarded the ship following the Navy as they sailed towards Marineford. After several days of effort, Lin finally arrived at Marineford. Accompanying him to this place was Moonlight Moria. Moonlight Moria also glanced over and said, "Isn't that the renowned Uchiha clan leader?" Lin ignored him and continued walking forward. Moonlight Moria's expression darkened instantly, but he dared not make a fuss. Moonlight Moria knew he couldn't defeat Lin. However, Lin had other plans in mind regarding Moonlight Moria. He wanted Moria's ship. With that ship, the Uchiha clan could relocate. Lin whispered to Uchiha Itachi, "Wait a moment, use your Tsukuyami on that person, and tell him I can provide him the shadow of a strong man. He must serve me. If he doesn't listen to you, make him until he does. That ship is crucial. With it the Uchiha could move over. If he still refuses, tell him I can help him defeat Kaido." After hearing this, Uchiha Itachi nodded, understanding the importance of the matter. He walked towards Moonlight Moria. Moonlight Moria saw Itachi approaching and asked, "What do you need from me?" Itachi, without saying a word, activated his Sharingan and used Tsukuyami on Moonlight Moria's eyes. Moonlight Moria felt darkness envelop him, and he found himself in a red space. "Where is this?" Itachi replied, "This is my Tsukuyami space. In here, time and space are under my control. 3 days here equate to just 1 second outside." At this moment, Moonlight Moria also showed a surprised expression. "Our clan leader wants you to submit to him and promises to grant you the shadow of a strong man." Moonlight Moria then chuckled unkindly. "I don't believe such nonsense." With that, Moonlight Moria was plunged into darkness again, only to find himself bound to a pillar. He was stabbed repeatedly with a knife, feeling utterly powerless. After a day of torment, Itachi asked again, "So can you consider it? And our clan leader also promises to help you defeat Kaido." Moonlight Moria initially wanted to refuse, but upon hearing the last sentence he showed a surprised expression. "How does your clan leader know about this? It seems there are many things I am unaware of." Moonlight Moria pondered for a moment. He said to Itachi, "Can you tell me about your clan's strength?" Itachi thought for a while and decided to share. Itachi observed Moonlight Moria's expression, which seemed to indicate agreement. "Our clan has a total of 789 members. There are 389 ninjas with 96 genin, 204 chunin, 60 jonin, and 25 elite jonin. There are 4 who are at the level of Kage, myself the clan leader, my brother Shursui, and my father the former clan leader. The rest are mostly just ordinary people." Moonlight Moria hesitated for a moment, and asked, "I only understood the last part. What do jonin and chunin mean?" Itachi suddenly remembered that this was not the ninja world. He explained the ranking system that Lin had told him. Genin generally has a bounty of 5 to 10 million. Chunin has a bounty of 10 to 50 million. Jonin has a bounty of 50 million to 100 million. Elite Jonin has a bounty of 100 million to 400 million. Kage level ranges from 400 million to 1 billion. Only then did Moonlight Moria realize the talent pool of this clan. Without hesitation he said, "I agree to join you. But you must not go back on your word. You must help me defeat Kaido. Now what do you need me to do?" Itachi did not waste words. "Our clan leader needs your ship as our base." Moonlight Moria thought for a moment, and readily agreed, "Sure. After the ceremony of the 7 warlords is over, just follow me." After hearing this, Itachi nodded and dispelled the Tsukuyami space. Blood tears flowed from Itachi's eyes, but it was not a major issue. He came to Lin's side and said, "Clan leader, it's done." Lin nodded, glanced at Moonlight Moria, and continued to walk forward, thinking, it seems I still need the cells of Hashirama, otherwise the side effects of the Sharingan are too great for them. I just wonder if they can handle it. When relocating the Uchiha clan, I still need to find Orochimaru in the ninja world. Lost in thought, the Navy led Lin to the Warlord's presence. After waiting for Moonlight Moria and Lin to take their seats, Sengoku began, from today on you are the warlords under the world government. Lin understood Sengoku's words as a warning not to go too far. Sengoku did not look at Lin's expression and continued speaking to himself. He talked for several hours before stopping. This reminded Lin of those times in school when leaders spoke. However, now they were seated. After finishing, there was no formal ceremony, just a casual talk. Lin said to Sengoku, how about we let the Navy spar with our Uchiha clan to enhance our friendship? Lin's idea was to use the Navy to promote the Uchiha clan and also to remind some members of the Uchiha not to become arrogant, encouraging them to drop their haughty mentality. Sengoku was well aware of Lin's thoughts but had his own plans. In recent days, the Uchiha clan had garnered a lot of attention. In the eyes of the public, their popularity was on the rise. If the Navy won, they could promote the Navy extensively. Sengoku nodded at this thought. Fine, the competition will start in a month at Marineford. Since it's a competition, there must be some stakes. If you lose, you must give me your ninjutsu training methods. If we lose, we will give you 4 devil fruits. Lin considered for a moment, and felt this suggestion was reasonable. Although he thought they might lose, he still held some hope. However, he was not satisfied with the reward. How about this? We will provide you with our chakra refining methods, the body replacement technique, and crank ninjutsu. If you lose, give us 10 warships. Also the methods for mastering armament Haki and observation Haki. Sengoku frowned after hearing his suggestion. We can only buy you 6 ships, and we can only provide you with beginner training methods for armament Haki and observation Haki. We can't offer anything more advanced. Also, what is the body replacement technique? What is chakra? Lin nodded after hearing this, realizing that 6 warships were already more than enough. Even if they acquired crank ninjutsu, the Uchiha clan's status would not diminish. Chakra is the essential energy required to perform ninjutsu. All ninjutsu requires chakra to unleash. Chakra can also enhance physical skills. Lin had already inquired with the system on the way here, discovering that people here could refine chakra. Although Lin was also unsure how it worked. The body replacement technique is the basic ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. With that, Lin stood up. Shadow clone technique. Suddenly a person identical to Lin appeared beside him. Sengoku looked at it and threw a punch. However, just as he made contact, it dissipated into smoke. Lin then used the transformation technique, becoming identical to Sengoku. This astonished Sengoku, who then fell into deep thought. Lin glanced at Uchiha Itachi, who immediately threw a kunai. Lin performed the body replacement technique, disappearing from his spot and leaving a piece of wood in his place. Lin, however, stood unharmed beside it. Sengoku observed. He extended his hand. Welcome the Uchiha to spar a month from now. Lin smiled and shook Sengoku's hand. Uchiha Lin and Sengoku had agreed on the time for the competition, and they followed Moonlight Moria to his territory, where Lin nodded at the ship, which was as large as an island. The island currently had no zombies, it was just a normal island, which relieved Lin greatly. However, there were no houses here, just a castle in the center. As Lin wandered around, he discovered that only Moonlight Moria and Perona were here. Upon reaching the castle, Lin looked at Moonlight Moria and said to the members of the Uchiha clan, let's go, and bring them over. Lin stepped forward and used 1,000 simulation coins to open a portal. Moonlight Moria saw a white door, although it was open nothing could be seen inside. Let's go. Lin stepped in first, followed closely by the Uchiha clan members. Moonlight Moria also glanced around and followed. Moonlight Moria felt a flash of white light and found himself in a place filled with mushrooms. Lin looked around and realized it was the place they had teleported to before. At this moment, someone came over. Seeing Lin and his group, he happily told the person next to him, the clan leader has returned, hurry, and notified the former clan leader. The person next to him hurriedly ran towards the residence of the Uchiha clan. After a while Uchiha Fugaku arrived with a group of Uchiha. At this moment Aimie joyfully leaped into Lin's arms. "Brother Lin, why did you only come back now? I missed you." Lin, seeing this scene, gently patted Aimee's head. "Let me discuss some matters with Uncle Fugaku first. After we're done I'll spend time with you." Aimie obediently nodded, stepping out of Lin's embrace and holding his hand. Lin then said to Uchiha Fugaku, "Uncle Fugaku, the matters over there have been resolved and we found a place to live. We can move over today. Has anything happened in the past few days?" "Nothing major happened. I'll notify the clan members right away." Lin nodded and said, "Well, set off in 2 hours." Lin then turned to Moonlight Moria, who had started looking around since arriving here. "Moonlight Moria, why don't you explore here for a bit? In a while I'll take you to see the ninja world." "Uchiha Lin, you truly broadened my horizons." Lin remained silent and followed Aimie as they reminisced. After 2 hours all the Uchiha clan members had gathered here. Lin opened the portal and brought them to the pirate world. "Clan leader Lin, why does the person you brought look so strange?" Lin smiled and said, "Many people in the pirate world look like this. Don't take it too seriously. The rest will trouble Uncle Fugaku. I need to find Orochimaru in the ninja world." Uchiha Fugaku asked, "Why does the person you brought look so strange?" Lin laughed heartily. "In their world many people look like this. It's nothing to worry about. There are also other races like fishmen, dwarves, and giants." Lin and Fugaku arrived in the pirate world. The portal can remain open for 1 hour. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the island and asked, "Is this the island where we will be living next?" Lin smiled and replied, "This is not an island, it's a ship." Uchiha Fugaku was very shocked and exclaimed, "This is a ship?" Lin said to Uchiha Fugaku, "Alright, I need to return to the ninja world to find Orochimaru. Everything here will be left to you. They'll give you a recording pointer. Try to use your Sharingan to control the Sea Kings to drag this ship next to Sabaody Archipelago. Remember, as long as you announce the name of the Uchiha clan in the first half of the Grand Line, there won't be any issues. But don't let them go too far." Lin then walked towards the portal with Moonlight Moria. Thinking for a moment, he added, "By the way, next month we will have a practice battle with the Navy. Let the Uchiha clan members train well." After saying this, Lin took Moonlight Moria to the ninja world. Lin looked at Moonlight Moria and felt his appearance. Before long they were spotted by people from other countries. Lin said to Moonlight Moria, "I will use ninjutsu on you shortly to change our appearances. Otherwise your appearance will draw too much attention." Moonlight Moria did not refuse. Lin first took Moonlight Moria to find the Sage of Slugs, noticing the sage's size. Moonlight Moria was also very shocked. "Sage of Slugs, wake up. I need your help with something." The Sage of Slugs lifted his 2 tentacles. Seeing it was Uchiha Lin, he asked, "Oh, it's Lin-kun. Long time no see. What do you need my help with?" Lin slightly bowed to the Sage of Slugs and said, "I want you to check this person next to me for any issues. Is there any problem?" The Sage of Slugs then looked at Moonlight Moria next to him and saw that his appearance was very peculiar. "I've never seen someone like him. But I can still sense a bit." As he spoke, the Sage of Slugs placed his tentacle on Moonlight Moria. After sensing for a while, he said, "There is something in his body that doesn't belong to chakra. It can enhance the physical body. The energy within them is also greater than that of the people in the ninja world. His body's healing ability is also incredibly strong. There is also a peculiar mental energy in his mind." Lin thought for a moment and understood. "It's armed Haki and observation Haki." Lin then asked, "Do the people in the ninja world have this power within them?" The Sage of Slugs thought for a moment and replied, "Ninjas also have this power within them, but awakening it requires a strong body and a powerful spirit. This is something ninjas cannot possess. Ninjas' bodies are too fragile. To possess it, one needs a robust body." Lin pondered and concluded that people in the ninja world could still cultivate armed Haki. A strong body, this issue can be resolved. After all, in the pirate world the energy within Sea Kings' bodies is no joke. Even ordinary ones like me have strong energy within. Even the energy from that world can quickly heal injuries in the human body." Lin thought for a moment. "Thank you, Sage of Slugs. I have one last question: can he cultivate chakra? The Sage of Slugs thought for a moment, and replied yes, he can. However, the chakra cultivated will contain some impurities compared to ours, which will reduce the effectiveness of ninjutsu. But it won't be reduced too much, and control over chakra will also be diminished. However, once skilled, these won't be issues. Lin nodded. Thank you, Sage of Slugs. Then he took out several pieces of Sea King meat from his spatial ring. This is meat I collected from that world. It contains abundant energy. This might help you, Sage of Slugs. The Sage of Slugs accepted the meat and said, thank you, Linquin. I can already feel the rich energy within. Lin and Moonlight Moria set off towards the land of rice. Lin did not expect that the entrance to the wet-boned forest would be at the border of the land of rivers and Konohagakure. To reach the land of rice, they must cross the land of fire from the land of rivers. On their journey, Lin and Moonlight Moria encountered some rogue ninjas who were captured and exchanged for bounty. Lin and Moonlight Moria arrived at Konohagakure. This is the village where we used to live. However, we have defected now, just like those rogue ninjas we encountered before. Moonlight Moria said nothing, merely surveying the surroundings. Lin approached the entrance of Konohagakure. They were then directed by Steel to fill out some paperwork. Lin walked along the main street of Konohagakure, observing its unchanged appearance, which reminded him of something. Lin had never eaten at Ichiraku ramen before. He followed Moonlight Moria to a commercial street filled with various snacks. Moonlight Moria, today you're in for a treat. I'm taking you to eat the best Ichiraku ramen. Oh, I'm really looking forward to it. Lin led Moonlight Moria to the entrance of Ichiraku ramen, where he spotted a little boy with yellow hair. Everyone around was staring at him with disgust. They were also trying to drive him away. Lin recognized this to be Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. He turned to Moonlight Moria beside him and said, "Wait a moment, help me with something. Take down all the ninjas that come nearby. You can collect a shadow or two, but don't go overboard. It would be best if you could capture 1 or 2 ninjas." At this moment, Moonlight Moria's eyes lit up. He had been planning this for a long time, but he didn't dare to while Lin was by his side. Now, with Lin's permission, Moonlight Moria licked his lips. "I understand, I'll help you. I'm also very interested in their shadows." Lin observed his expression and said, "This time we need to find a scientist. Gather the shadows first, don't use them. He can make better use of them. This would also maximize the value of those shadows." Moonlight Moria became even more excited about the person they were about to find. Lin quietly released his guardian cloud and created a shadow clone which used the invisibility technique to head towards the Hokage building. The guardian cloud was instructed to proceed towards the land of rice. Lin approached Naruto Uzumaki. Suddenly Lin noticed that many eyes were focused on him. He smiled coldly and, touching Naruto's head, said, "Why are you here alone, kid?" Naruto looked up at him and said, "I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Who are you?" Lin smiled and replied, "I'm Jingtian Lin, but you can call me Brother Lin. Do you want to eat ramen? It's on me." Naruto looked at Lin and then at Ichiraku ramen before saying, "Thank you, Brother Lin." Lin, Moonlight Moria, and Naruto walked into the shop. The owner of Ichiraku saw Naruto coming and greeted him happily. At this time, Lin ordered a bowl of seafood chashu ramen. Moonlight Moria and Naruto ordered completely different dishes. After a while, Lin looked at the bowl in front of him and the delicious aroma wafting up. He knew it would be very tasty. Lin began to wolf it down. After finishing, Lin paid the bill. He, along with Naruto and Moonlight Moria, strolled down the street. Suddenly 5 Umbu surrounded them. The leader of the Umbu asked Lin, "Which village are you from?" They wanted to capture the host of the Ninetales from their village. Upon hearing this, Lin's expression darkened. In a deep voice he said, We don't belong to any village." The Umbu clearly did not believe him and continued to question, "Which village are you from?" Lin maintained a calm face and stored Naruto Uzumaki in a scroll. The Umbu across from him did not take any rash actions, as they were sure that these two possessed great power. Lin continued, "We are from the Uchiha clan of the former Konohagakure." After saying this, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The people across from him were astonished to see Lin's Sharingan. Lin showed no intention of attacking. Turning to Moonlight Moria, he said, "Capture 3 of them and you can take all the remaining shadows." Moonlight Moria wanted to refuse but did not hide upon hearing Lin's words. He released his clone, revealing his towering height of 6 meters. The Shadow Mage from his past also appeared. Shadow Spear launched 5 sharp spikes towards the 5 Umbu. The 5 Umbu quickly responded using Earth style for defense, attacking Moonlight Moria with shurikens and kunai. Moonlight Moria was completely unafraid of these projectiles. He utilized his Haki to cover some parts of his body. With several clinks, all the projectiles were blocked. Lin observed Moonlight Moria's Haki. He could tell that Moonlight Moria was not weak based on the observation Haki he had predicted earlier. Without Haki, Moonlight Moria could stand among the 7 warlords of the sea. It seemed that the 7 warlords who fought against Luffy had been weakened. At this moment, Moonlight Moria used his shadows to appear in front of one of the Umbu, delivering a powerful punch enhanced with Haki. The ground within a 5-meter radius was smashed into a deep pit. Soil flew everywhere and bystanders had already fled when the Umbu appeared. 4 of the 5 Umbu escaped the attack range, but were still affected. The other one at least used the substitution jutsu to dodge. However, he lost an arm in the process. Although elite Jonin can rival pirates with bounties of 100 million to 400 million, ninjas usually deal high damage, but have low defense. With that fragile body, if caught off guard and hit by someone with a comparable bounty, they would not just be injured but would also be severely wounded. The other 4 ninjas realized they could not let Moria get too close. They hurriedly distanced themselves and launched ninjutsu attacks. Moonlight Moria used his observation Haki to evade the ninjas' attacks. When he could not avoid them, he hardened his defense with Haki. Finding an opportunity, he used his shadows to appear in front of one ninja and grabbed him with one hand. Shadow cut. Moonlight Moria used scissors to cut the ninja's shadow. After cutting the person's shadow, Moonlight Moria stored it and tossed the ninja away. Before the person could struggle. Upon encountering sunlight, the person was enveloped in white smoke and slowly disappeared under the sun. Scatterbats. One of Moonlight Moria's shadows transformed into a bat and flew towards the remaining 3 Umbu, continuously biting at them. One of them was surrounded by bats. Shadow Box formed a box that enclosed that Umbu member, which kept shrinking. In the end, only a pool of blood was left, and the bats flew towards the other 2. At this moment, Moonlight Moria grabbed the injured Umbu member and cut his shadow. The Umbu member was reduced to ashes under the sunlight. Moonlight Moria then cut the shadow of another Umbu member. Just as Moonlight Moria was about to cut the shadow of the last person, a figure charged over, wielding lightning and Sharingan, aiming for Moria's head. In the village of Konoha at the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office handling matters when he suddenly noticed a 6-meter-tall figure appear in the commercial district. The figure, clad in black, was Moonlight Moria. "What is happening here?" At that moment, a member of the Umbu appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Umbu bowed respectfully and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Report, Hokage-sama. A member of the Uchiha clan has appeared in the commercial district. He summoned a 6-meter-tall monster and has taken away the 9-tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up at this, saying, "What did you say?" After saying this, he immediately took out his combat uniform and began to change. "The 9-tails Jinchuriki is a great asset to our village. If Konoha loses him, other countries will surely launch an attack." Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately realized the impending disaster. "What is the situation now?" The Umbu replied, "The ninjas of Konoha are already rushing over there. Currently, the Uchiha has no intention of attacking and is merely observing. However, it is known that he possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. The monster is 6 meters tall with extremely strong defenses. Ordinary kunai and shuriken cannot harm him. His physical strength is formidable. He can also transform his shadow into a human form, which possesses equal strength. Furthermore, if the shadow is destroyed, it can reconstitute. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood the gravity of the situation, having to face two identical monsters at once. Do they have any other attack methods? In ninja combat, intelligence is crucial. Yes, he can swap positions with his shadow to evade attacks and launch counterattacks. He can also create a pair of scissors to cut a person's shadow. Anyone whose shadow is cut will disintegrate upon contact with sunlight. The shadow can take the form of bats to attack. Moreover, the bats can surround a person to form a box, constantly compressing. Currently, these are the only abilities he has displayed. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, having formulated a plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished changing into his battle uniform and said to the nearby Umbu, "Have all the genin, chunin, and ordinary citizens evacuate. The jounin will be responsible for their protection. All remaining elite jounin follow me." Upon hearing this, the Umbu immediately went to relay the orders while Sarutobi Hiruzen hurried to the scene. However, in a corner they could not see a shadow quietly slipped into the Hokage's archives. Moonlight Moria was experiencing some difficulty as his opponent learned his attack patterns. But with Moonlight Moria's recovery speed and the leech placed on him, he was fine in no time. Although the ninjas could evade attacks with agile movements, a couple still got hit. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already arrived by this time, breaking up the confrontation. He faced Uchiha Rin and said, "We have already let you leave Konoha. What else do you Uchiha want?" Rin sneered and replied, "I intend to make your life as Hokage uneasy." Although Rin had received 9 years of compulsory education in his past life, you are still trying to kill me. How can I let you live in peace? Rin has always been this way, playful and mischievous in front of his brothers. But when it comes to serious matters, he can be earnest, repaying kindness and revenge alike. Rin said to Moonlight Moria beside him, "You should have seen the energy within that person. Give it your all. Whether you can obtain that person's shadow depends on you. I will help you fend off the others." At that moment, Rin took out his blood-one broken blade, which was imbued with Guardian Cloud. Thus Rin could control its flight at will. Uchiha Barrier. 4 red beams of light formed a barrier encasing Moonlight Moria, Rin, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Other ninjas attempting to approach the barrier were forced back by the blood-one broken blade. At this time, Moonlight Moria looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen as if seeing a delicious meal. Moonlight Moria dispersed his shadow into bats and sent them flying towards Sarutobi Hiruzen while he moved forward under the cover of the bats. Fire Release Dragon Flame Bullet Technique. A torrent of fire was unleashed, scattering the bats that Moonlight Moria had dispersed. Moonlight Moria utilized Kenbunshiku Haki to evade Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack, closing in on him. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly summoned the Monkey King, transforming it into a golden rod to block. Moonlight Moria struck with an armed Haki-imbued punch. However, this punch sent Sarutobi Hiruzen flying. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very surprised. He did not expect the opponent to be so powerful. Earth Release Earth Swamp. The ground instantly transformed into a swamp, binding Moonlight Moria's movements. Earth Release Earth Dragon Technique. And Fire Release Great Flame Arrow. The Earth Release intertwined with Fire Release charged toward Moonlight Moria. Moonlight Moria hurriedly swapped places with his shadow to evade. While dodging, he quickly used Shadow Horn Spear to launch spikes from his shadow to attack. Earth Release Earth Flow Wall. But the Earth Release was pierced before it could defend for long. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly dodged, but his arm was also hit. I was careless. I didn't expect this attack to be so sharp, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself as he created 2 shadow clones. One threw shuriken using shuriken shadow clone. Countless shuriken flew toward Moonlight Moria. Moonlight Moria did not pay much attention and took the hits with armed Haki. The other clone protected the main body while Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated how to defeat Moonlight Moria. Shadow Revolution. Moonlight Moria's shadow arm suddenly extended, swiftly reaching for Sarutobi Hiruzen's main body. Sarutobi Hiruzen's clone quickly defended, but it was still scattered. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowly escaped. Water Release Great Waterfall Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed a torrent of water that covered every area of the barrier. Lightning Release Earth Walk. Lightning traveled along the water, covering every part of the barrier. Moonlight Moria had nowhere to hide and hurriedly used armed Haki and shadow gathering ground to absorb 200 shadows to withstand it. At this moment Sarutobi Hiruzen realized his weakness. His body was too large and he had too few ranged attack methods. Although the Shadow Horn Spear had high damage, its speed was too slow to dodge easily. Moonlight Moria could only utilize his shadow in close combat to exert some strength, gradually exhausting his opponent with wide-area ninjutsu, constantly pulling back. He could defeat Moonlight Moria. Just as he was about to act, Rin beside him used Susanoo to send him flying. Rin could tell that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already grasped Moonlight Moria's weaknesses. If it continued, the probability of Moonlight Moria losing would be very high. The more important reason was that Rin had given the other Guardian Cloud to his clone to retrieve the sealing book, putting Konoha's intelligence and ninjutsu into the scroll space for Guardian Cloud to bring back. Now that Guardian Cloud had returned. Although Rin's scroll space contained many ninjutsu, it was still far fewer than Konoha's. Most were techniques of the Akatsuki clan, but Rin had not yet awakened the Akatsuki bloodline and could not use them. Thus he could only set his sights on Konoha. Now that the items had been retrieved, there was no intention to linger. Rin stored Moonlight Moria into the scroll space and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "We will meet again." Then he teleported to another Guardian Cloud, flying towards the land of rice. Lin and Moonlight Moria escaped from Konoha and were teleported to a place guarded by Yun. The guard Yun had already reached the border of the land of rice. After disguising, Lin and Moonlight Moria continued their journey towards the Hidden Sound village. Lin looked at the ninjutsu scrolls and intelligence revealed in the space scroll, and a joyful expression appeared on his face. Thinking of Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression after his return, Lin burst into laughter. Seeing Lin laughing heartily, Moonlight Moria quietly distanced himself from Lin. At that moment Lin also realized and awkwardly smiled. Ahem. Never mind. Hidden Sound Village. In a dark underground laboratory, Yakushi Kabuto and Orochimaru were conducting experiments when suddenly a person rushed in. Orochimaru showed an impatient expression, staring intently at the person. The person swallowed hard and said, "Lord Orochimaru, there is someone outside claiming to be the leader of the Uchiha clan, and he has brought someone to see you." Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, revealing an intrigued expression. He said in a hoarse voice, "Lead the way." The person carefully brought Orochimaru before Uchiha Lin and then left. Lin and Moonlight Moria reverted to their true forms. Upon seeing Moonlight Moria's 6m tall figure, Orochimaru sensed the energy within him and displayed a fervent expression. As he looked at Lin, his expression gradually returned to normal. "The Uchiha clan members come to see me. What is the matter?" Lin did not respond. Instead he spoke to himself. "I believe there is no better scientist than you in the ninja world. I am confident that one day science will create everything." Orochimaru did not seem impatient, but instead looked at Lin with an appreciative expression. At this moment Lin also stated something significant. "I want you to submit to me." Orochimaru did not immediately refuse, but showed a sinister expression and retorted, "What can you offer me?" Lin sighed with relief in his heart. Although he was not afraid of Orochimaru, fighting would still leave him injured. Moreover, Orochimaru had many forbidden techniques that were difficult to counter. He did not wish to battle Orochimaru as he was a genius in the field of science. Furthermore, Lin had already confirmed that Orochimaru would definitely follow him. Lin, with a confident expression, said to Orochimaru, "I discovered another world that is different from the ninja world." After saying that, he pointed to Moonlight Moria. "He is the one I brought from another world." At that moment even Orochimaru revealed an incredulous look. But then he reacted and showed a fervent expression. After thinking for a moment, he said, "It seems I have no choice but to agree." Lin said to Orochimaru, "There are many scientists in that world too. You two will surely have common ground." Orochimaru looked at Moonlight Moria and then asked Lin, "Can I draw a vial of his blood?" Lin said to Orochimaru, "When we reach that world, I don't care what happens to the others. But you must not harm our companions or the Uchiha clan." Orochimaru waved his hand in agreement, thinking, Another world. How peculiar. What was the Uchiha clan in another world? Lin said to Orochimaru. We have already found a place over there. You can take as many people as you want. We will leave tomorrow morning. After Orochimaru drew the blood, he rushed off to conduct his research. The next morning Orochimaru arrived before Lin with dozens of people. Lin saw many familiar faces including Kimimaro Suigetsu and the 4 from the Hidden Sound, all of whom were Orochimaru's experiments. Or rather the successful ninjas from Orochimaru's experiments. At this moment Lin's guardian flew towards him with 2 red-haired individuals. Since they had come to the ninja world, Lin wanted to take some people with him. The 2 individuals were Uzumaki Karui and her mother Uzumaki Kanai. Lin had sent a shadow clone to rescue them yesterday. They were also willing to follow Lin, and although Uzumaki Naruto was still clamoring to go home, he had calmed down. Lin opened a portal and brought Orochimaru and the others to the pirate world. There were only a few houses here, and it had not been planned yet. However, the castle was a nuisance. Lin felt that such a large castle was overly cumbersome for one person. Upon arrival, he addressed everyone in the cleared space of the castle and said, "Now we have arrived in another world. I have also obtained an identity in this world, so there's no need to live in fear anymore. Now let me explain the distribution and situation of this world to everyone." After finishing his explanation, the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan, Lin and Orochimaru, began their meeting. Lin took out a blueprint from the space scroll and spread it on the table. It detailed the divisions of various areas. This was a blueprint designed by Lin himself. The island is enclosed by city walls. The Uchiha clan's emblem hangs on the walls with a gate for entry and exit. The upper right corner is designated as the Uchiha clan's territory. The Uchiha territory is adjacent to the school, while other areas are mainly wasteland for farming. Different lands are allocated according to the population of each family. Lin treated everyone equally and also lived in the Uchiha territory. The office's school guard team and task acceptance plaza are all located in the center. The tasks remain the same as before. Others can post tasks for them to accept. The upper left corner is Orochimaru's experimental base, which is indeed hidden within a vast forest. The lower right corner mainly consists of shops and entertainment venues. The lower left corner is the housing area for others. Here others can buy land. Once purchased, they pay a certain tax each year to receive the protection of the Uchiha clan. Moonlight Moria's residence is near Orochimaru. Lin's design plan was revised in some places, but the overall situation remained the same. After the meeting, Lin went to see Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, how is your research on Moonlight Moria's blood?" Orochimaru showed a fervent expression upon hearing this, saying, "His bloodline has no significant changes compared to ordinary bloodlines, but it is more active. However, I found a different substance in his bloodline. It is extremely small and cannot be observed without careful inspection. But it can be roughly distinguished as black." Lin understood at that moment what it was. "The thing you mentioned is called a bloodline factor in this world. You also heard that there is something called a devil fruit in this world. Consuming a devil fruit changes the bloodline factor. The fruit that Moonlight Moria ate is the shadow fruit, which allows him to control shadows. There are different fruits in this world. I will try to collect more for you, so continue your research." A month later, the Uchiha clan had firmly established its foothold in the first half of the Grand Line thanks to the numerous powerful individuals within the clan, including 2 of the 7 warlords, Lin and Moria. The Uchiha's mission system had also developed, promoting their services through newspapers. Their business focused on protecting merchants, and also offered assassination missions, albeit at very high prices. The residential area in the lower left corner attracted many people. After a few days of work, Lin handed over duties to Uchiha Fugaku, with Uchiha Shursui serving as the head of the law enforcement department, Uchiha Itachi as the school principal, and Perona as the vice principal. Naruto Uzumaki also settled down, studying in the ninja school. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Today Lin brought together Orochimaru and the members of the Uchiha clan in the square. "Tomorrow is our match against the Navy. Although we may not necessarily win, we will do our best. Lin used his Sharingan to control several Sea Kings as they sailed towards the Navy headquarters. The next day they arrived at the Navy headquarters. The competition venue was set up in the square of the Navy headquarters, which could accommodate 100,000 sailors during the Marineford War. In the center stood a 5,050-meter arena surrounded by Navy personnel and reporters. At the highest point in front of the arena sat Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Karp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru. In the next section there were 5 seats occupied by Admiral Kazara Borisolino, Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, Admiral Akiji Kazan, Uchiha Lin as the clan leader, and beside him was former clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Aimi and Lin sat together. Below them were Navy Vice Admirals Moria, Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shursui. Once everyone had gathered, Sengoku began his speech. "Welcome to today's match between the Uchiha and us." After roughly half an hour, Lin started to grow impatient. Sengoku then began to discuss important matters. This match against the Uchiha will consist of 4 rounds with both sides sending 40 participants each. Today we will conduct the first round. It will be a 1 versus 1 elimination match. The winner advances while the loser stops here. Ultimately 40 individuals will be selected for tomorrow's competition. During the match, competitors must not intentionally harm one another. If someone loses consciousness or concedes, the match ends. Now let the competition begin. Lin turned to the Uchiha law enforcement team beside him, and that person nodded. Jumping down onto the arena, Lin patted the ground using a massive amount of chakra to divide the arena into 5 sections. He had previously discussed this with Sengoku. They deployed their new recruits. Not the higher-ups. Admiral Zephyr was the overall commander of the competition. There were still 2 Uchiha and 2 Navy personnel remaining. The contestants took turns entering the arena. Lin left these matters to Uchiha Fugaku and did not manage them himself. Lin noticed some familiar faces among the Uchihas: Jinru, Uchiha Yun, Uchiha Shiyu, and Shogo. Shogo's physique stabilized thanks to the efforts of Lin and the Slug Sage. He could now control his body freely and would no longer exhibit the previous volatile behavior. Lin also spotted several familiar faces among the Navy. Smoker Drake, Tina Zephyr's disciple Ian Dasky, and some others Lin did not recognize. The lottery on Sengoku's side was nearly complete. In the first match, Drake faces Uchiha Village. They were arranged in the central arena. After both sides nodded to signal the referee, the match began. Uchiha Village initiated the attack first. Fire style, great fireball technique. A ball of flame shot towards Drake, who calmly evaded and closed in on Uchiha Village. Knowing that his physical skills were certainly inferior, Uchiha Village quickly created 2 shadow clones spreading out from 3 angles to encircle Drake. Drake, caught in the center, observed the 3 clones trying to discern which one was the real body, but despite his efforts he could not tell. Meanwhile, Uchiha Village continuously launched shurikens. Drake could only passively defend with iron blocks, searching for an opportunity. Seeing the clones able to attack, Sengoku turned to Lin and asked, "Uchiha Lin, why do these clones differ from what you described? This one can attack." Lin calmly explained, "This is not an ordinary clone technique, but a shadow clone. Regular clones lack consciousness and are only used to confuse the enemy, while shadow clones can attack. This is because shadow clones are like a fragment of the original spirit infused into the clone." Sengoku pondered for a moment and asked, "This must have some side effects, right?" Lin couldn't help but admire Sengoku's intellect. Just from his words one could deduce there were side effects. Yes, when a shadow clone dies or is dispelled, all memories are transferred back to the original, affecting its cognition. If one cannot handle it, they will lose consciousness, which is why ninjas generally avoid using shadow clones in combat. Lin spoke the truth. Not everyone is like Naruto, who can filter out unimportant information seamlessly. Sengoku nodded. Uchiha Village's attacks could not break through Drake's defenses. He had to change tactics and used fire style. As Uchiha Village formed hand signs, Drake seized the opportunity. Using Sora, he shattered 1 clone and then used it on another clone, destroying it. As Uchiha Village absorbed memories, he used Sora to appear before Uchiha Village. He placed his blade against Uchiha Village's neck. You lost. However, Uchiha village did not concede but instead smiled sinisterly. The Uchiha village clone transformed into smoke. The real Uchiha village had been hiding underground. At this moment he emerged, reaching for Drake's feet with both hands. Drake had already sensed this with his observation haki and dodged. He used one hand to apply pressure to Uchiha village's chin. You lost. Uchiha village lowered his head and said, I concede. The referee then announced, in the first match, Navy Drake wins and advances to the next round. Lin didn't expect Drake to have developed observation haki. Admiral Sengoku, your navy is truly superior. That navy personnel could already use observation haki. Sengoku did not respond, but Carp sitting beside him burst into laughter. Kid Lin, I love hearing that from you. Sengoku covered his face in disdain, indicating he didn't know Lin. Lin appreciated Carp's personality, as he had a similar character in his past life. However, in the ninja world he had no close friends. He would only reveal his true nature when facing Aimi. Now seeing Carp so similar to himself, Lin gradually relaxed and began to laugh heartily, conversing with Carp. Sengoku was also surprised that the Uchiha clan leader was usually quite normal. Why was he acting like this now? Uchiha Fugaku awkwardly supported his head with his hand. He had always known Lin had this kind of personality, but he usually did not show it. He didn't expect him to be so silly when he did. Only 39 people remained from yesterday's competition, marking the last hope for someone to advance. Both participants are among the youngest in the competition, yet no one underestimates them. Although Vortex Xianglin lacks offensive techniques, her chakra reserves and recovery abilities are remarkably strong. She can directly exhaust her opponent. Despite her young age, Dasky has made some progress in swordsmanship, though she is not particularly noteworthy in this gathering of elites. However, Rin has come to watch as he has taken Xianglin as his disciple, and wishes to see her growth over the past month. Sasuke and Naruto are still too young, and Itachi does not allow Sasuke to participate in the competition. Naruto still knows nothing, and Rin is teaching him slowly, as participating in such a competition would be akin to sending him to the slaughter. From 80 to 40, this is the final match. The match between Vortex Xianglin and Dasky begins. There are no grand ninjutsu techniques, instead they engage in a constant battle with shurikens and blades. There are no flashy ninjutsu moves, only ordinary taijutsu. After a brief skirmish, both sides retreat, having sustained some injuries, with Vortex Xianglin's wounds appearing more severe. Dasky bears almost no injuries. Vortex Xianglin, gritting her teeth in pain, bites her own arm, and the injuries visibly begin to heal at an astonishing rate. The crowd around them shows wild expressions as if they want to claim this girl for themselves. Sengoku asks, who is this girl? How can she heal her wounds? Rin loudly declares, ensuring everyone in the square can hear, she is my disciple Vortex Xianglin. Upon hearing this, the crowd retracts their wild gazes. Once her injuries have healed, Vortex Xianglin continues to battle Dasky. Vortex Xianglin uses her perception to continuously evade attacks before launching counterattacks. Dasky, unwilling to back down, swiftly appears before Xianglin. With a slash, Dasky strikes Xianglin. Blood begins to drip, and Dasky seizes the opportunity to advance again, while Xianglin struggles to hold on with her shuriken. As her shuriken nears breaking point, Xianglin bites her arm once more, recovering some strength before quickly retreating. After pulling back, she uses the Shadow Clone technique. Blocking Dasky's attack, she uses Healing Palm technique to mend her wounds. Dasky notices her injuries healing and realizes time is running out. One sword style Shiyu. A flash of blade light passes by, causing all of Xianglin's clones to vanish. Dasky also appears before Xianglin, executing a swift slash with her speed. The speed of this slash appears incredibly slow compared to her movement. Every area she passes is struck by this attack. Before Xianglin can react, Dasky seizes the opportunity and closes in. Dasky's blade is merely 1 meter from her neck. Vortex Xianglin is out of strength, thinking, am I really going to lose like this? Suddenly a golden light appears behind her Vajraseal as several golden chains extend from her back. They bind Dasky in place. With her last bit of strength, Vortex Xianglin throws several shurikens. Dasky falls after being struck by a few shurikens. Vortex Xianglin also faints. Just as the referee is about to announce the outcome, Dasky endures the pain from the shurikens and the dripping blood. She stands up with her knife pointed at the ground. I have my reasons for not losing. I announce the final match from 80 to 40. Dasky wins? After saying this, Dasky collapses. Rin nods at Vortex Xianglin's mother, who approaches the center of the arena and uses healing palm technique to treat both Xianglin and Dasky. Once the treatment is nearly complete, they assist them off the stage. Although Vortex Xianglin lost, Rin is not angry. During the battle, she awakened the Vajraseal, which is already commendable. It's not that having strong beliefs guarantees victory. Who does not have their own convictions? When Xianglin wakes up, she approaches Rin and says, Master, I'm sorry I lost. Rin smiles and pats her head, saying, You did not lose. The moment you learn the Vajrasil, you have already won in my heart. Isn't failure also a form of success? At this moment, Vortex Xianglin understands. Winning or losing is not important. When you gain something in battle, learn from your lessons and continue to strive, you have already won. After several days of competition, they finally reached a match of 20 to 10. This is also the most exciting part. On the Uchiha side, there are still Junmaru, Shugo Uchiha, Yon Uchiha, Shikitomaru, Jirobo Uchiha, Akatsuki, Ghost Lantern, Sujetsu, and Perona. Originally, Moonlight Moria did not wish to let Perona participate. However, she insisted on coming herself. While avoiding Moonlight Moria, Perona secretly registered. Although Rin does not want to admit it, the people trained by Orochimaru are indeed powerful. For instance, Junmaru has a chance to claim first place, as does Shugo. The Navy has one more person than the Uchiha side, which counts as a slight advantage. After all, the foundation is there. The Navy consists of Smoker Drakein, Bings, Mingxi, Mo Jin, Tutiya, Xiao, and Tina, and Mei Lang. Those remaining in the Navy are elites among elites. There is even someone like Smoker who is a natural type user. Rin's team has not yet mastered armament Haki or observation Haki, but Drake has already learned observation Haki. Rin has to admit that he may have underestimated them. It's uncertain who will emerge as the winner. Now the matches from 20 to 10 are being held one by one and the competition is intensifying. Now only the tough competitors remain. After some time to rest, they begin drawing lots. The first match is Shugo vs. Tutiya. Both participants step onto the arena. Shugo is 2 meters tall, which is considered tall in the ninja world, but here he is still relatively short. On the opposite side, Tutiya stands at a height of 4 meters. This is double Shugo's height. He wears the Navy uniform, but his remaining muscles are prominently displayed. Confidence radiates from his face, yet he appears to be only 20 years old. In previous battles, Tutiya primarily relied on taijutsu, excelling in the use of iron blocks and finger guns during the 6 worlds. He typically used iron blocks to block attacks and aimed for a one-hit kill with his finger guns. Tutiya has also used his abilities utilizing the earth underground for defense. However, he cannot elementalize, and Rin speculates he might be a paramecia-type user with the earth fruit. However, he does not frequently employ his powers, relying mostly on taijutsu. Shugo and Tutiya begin the match at the referee's signal. The first match of 20 to 10 Shugo vs. Tutiya begins. In the first match of the 20 to 10 competition, it begins with Zhongwu vs. Tu Taishu. With a loud bang, both sides threw their punches with all their strength, creating a powerful collision that sent dust billowing around them. Yet it seemed as if Tu Taishu could see through the smoke as he landed a punch that sent Zhongwu flying. However, Tu Taishu was not using observation Haki. Lin was surprised, saying, How can the Warring States Marshal determine direction in the smoke without observation Haki? Warring States simply smiled and replied, You'll find out soon enough. Zhongwu was hit by Tu Taishu's full-force punch. Although he wasn't severely injured, he still felt the impact. As Zhongwu stood up, Tu Taishu quickly approached him using shave and delivered another heavy punch. Zhongwu braced himself against the punch, tightly gripping Tu Taishu's body to prevent his escape. As Tu Taishu was about to deliver a follow-up punch, Zhongwu activated Rebirth Attraction, a technique that absorbs the flesh and cells of others, transforming them into his own. This allowed his injured body to recover at an astonishing speed. Tu Taisher felt the power draining from his body and hurriedly used paper drawing to escape from Zhongwu's grip. With Zhongwu's injuries somewhat healed, he didn't give Tu Taisher any time to react as he appeared in front of him. Tu Taisher quickly used his ability to fold the ground into a wall, blocking Zhongwu's punch. Zhongwu's punch shattered the ground, but it also obscured his line of sight. Tu Taisher used Gale Foot to launch 2 flying blades at Zhongwu. He himself retreated. At this moment, Zhongwu activated his Sage transformation, which greatly enhances his power, speed, and defense. With Lin and the Slug Sage's assistance, Zhongwu's Sage transformation did not make him go berserk, yet his appearance remained unchanged. As the dust settled, Zhongwu now stood at 3 meters tall. His body was entirely black. With fangs and several protruding areas on his back, Zhongwu swiftly approached Tu Taisher, employing explosive smash A technique, where he strikes the opponent with a part of his Sage transformation arm. Tu Taisher quickly used Shave again to dodge, narrowly escaping as Zhongwu's punch created a large crater where he had just been. Zhongwu continued to pursue while Tu Taisher kept moving. At this moment, Lin also realized what Tu Taisher was doing. He was not a paramecia-type user of the Earth fruit. Although Zhongwu had the upper hand, Tu Taisher had already accomplished what he intended to do. The Navy truly keeps its talents hidden, having such a capable fighter. It seems Zhongwu is in grave danger now. As Zhongwu charged towards Tu Taisher again, Tu Taisher stood there laughing, not attempting to evade. Zhongwu thought he must be exhausted. But as Zhongwu charged forward, numerous roots suddenly sprouted from the ground, binding him. Tu Taisher was not a paramecia-type user of the Earth fruit, but rather a paramecia-type user of the root fruit. He could produce very small fruits. When planted in the soil, these fruits would sprout thick or thin roots depending on his predictions. Earlier he had used the thin roots to maneuver the soil. He was not helpless earlier, instead he had sown fruits all over the ground he had traversed while using Shave. The moment he thought about it, the arena would be entangled with roots. Zhongwu could not escape. He was bound. He first used Earthquake Flame A technique, where he strikes the ground with his Sage transformation arm, but the shattered roots grew back, tightly wrapping around him. Moreover, they absorbed his Sage transformation power. Just as Tu Taisher thought he was about to win, the roots absorbing Zhongwu's power went berserk. They acted beyond Tu Taisher's control, attacking indiscriminately, and even starting to assault those around them. Zhongwu's Sage body is similar to the Sage mode of the Dragon Cave. It possessed a frenzied power, causing anything absorbed to become berserk. Tu Taisher could only forcefully use his ability to retract the roots. This prevented the surrounding navy and civilians from being attacked, but he himself collapsed. Zhongwu approached Tu Taisher, who was straining to open his eyes. "I lost." As the referee was about to announce the result, Zhongwu interjected, saying, "You haven't lost yet, let's continue fighting." As he spoke, he began to transfer energy from his body to Tu Taisher. The energy within Zhongwu transformed under the influence of Lin and the Slug Sage stabilizing. However, this was only limited to Zhongwu willingly transferring energy to others. While Zhongwu could sometimes become berserk, he had a kind heart and would isolate himself when he felt that way. He would never harm others. Although no one spoke to him, he understood the language of animals. He always tried his best to suppress his urges during his berserk moments. After Tu Taisher stood up, Zhongwu smiled. Although this smile appeared fierce under his Sage transformation, those around could feel his warmth. Zhongwu walked to the uneven arena and nodded at the referee. The referee, noticing the warring states marshal, nodded in acknowledgement that the match could continue. The match resumed. Zhongwu's Sage transformation was about to end. He needed to land a decisive blow, and continued to chase after Tu Taisher. Although Tu Taisher had regained his mobility, he was still slower than Zhongwu's Sage transformation. Zhongwu closed in on Tu Taisher using Steel Armament A technique, where he hardens part of his arm to grab the opponent. After seizing Tu Taisher, the latter narrowly dodged using Shave, but Zhongwu's goal had already been achieved. Now Tu Taisher had reached the edge of the competition area, and Zhongwu's attacks left him with no way to evade. No matter which direction he chose, Zhongwu's strike would reach him. Zhong-Wu unleashed his strongest attack, multiple Lotus non-self-linking cannon, transforming his cells to resemble barnacles, releasing numerous compressed chakra projectiles at point-blank range. The chakra projectiles behind Zhong-Wu surged with increasing intensity. Tu Taishu initially used his roots to absorb energy from the soil to replenish himself, then used them to grasp chunks of earth and attach them to himself. Next he used iron chunks. Finally he formed a wall using his roots in front of him, and shaped roots into fists to attack Zhong-Wu. After enduring the attack, Zhong-Wu's chakra projectiles finished charging. They erupted with astonishing power. As the smoke cleared, Tu Taishu was half kneeling on the ground. Although he had defended well, he lost his ability to move. "I lost. You are truly impressive, Zhong-Wu." After saying this, Tu Taishu collapsed. Zhong-Wu reverted from his sage transformation and left the arena. He had fainted. Zhong-Wu had used too much power during his sage transformation and was struck by a punch at the end. Xiang Lin helped him back and began to treat him. Tu Taishu was also helped back. The Uchiha family members on the ground began to recover and prepared for the next match after a short while. On the viewing platform, Uchiha Lin nodded slightly and said to Sengoku beside him, "The Navy truly is filled with talented individuals. They would rather forego the competition than harm innocent people. This is what a true Navy should be." Sengoku also nodded appreciatively, saying, "Your Uchiha clan would never take advantage of others' misfortunes." Lin looked at Sengoku's proud expression and replied, "Of course the competition must be fair and just." While Lin and Sengoku were chatting, a prompt sound echoed in Lin's mind. "The simulation count has been reset." Lin opened the simulation panel and saw that the simulation count had changed to 1, eagerly beginning his simulation. Talent, noble lineage, reborn in a prominent family, but one could be either a young master or a servant. Abnormal, the body structure has changed. It does not appear to be that of a normal person. Peace charm, a peace talisman is granted at birth. The peace charm increases luck. Suddenly a glimmer of gold appeared at the end, which was precisely what Lin needed most. Byakugan, you will be born into the Hyuga family, possessing Byakugan capable of 360-degree insight without blind spots. It allows you to see the flow of chakra. X-ray vision, you can see the acupuncture points within the body. However, whether you belong to the main family or the branch family, and the purity of your bloodline is a matter of luck. Lin saw that the last talent was exactly what he desired, but the bloodline's purity depended on luck. Although the talent could not be inherited upon death, the Byakugan's ability could be. However, to awaken Lin's Byakugan, it must be of pure bloodline. A diluted bloodline would only enhance the Byakugan but would not evolve into a Tensigan. When he might next encounter this bloodline was uncertain. Lin wanted to take a gamble. Lin chose the Byakugan bloodline. Simulation begins. Age 0, you have been born as a girl. In the Hyuga branch family, 45 years into the Leaf Village's history. The Third Shinobi World War officially breaks out. Age 3, the Ninetales incident occurs and the fourth Hokage sacrifices himself. Your parents also sacrificed themselves to protect you. The Third Shinobi World War comes to a conclusion, and peace returns to the Leaf Village. Age 6, you have been exceptionally intelligent since birth, and the Hyuga clan sent you to the Ninja Academy. You made many classmates here. Age 7, you became a genius in the Ninja Academy, but still could not compare to your contemporary Uchiha Itachi. You regarded Uchiha Itachi as your goal, striving to surpass him. Age 8, you were defeated by Uchiha Itachi but simultaneously awakened your Byakugan. The Hyuga clan members placed a caged bird seal on you. Your Byakugan was no longer 360-degree without blind spots. A slight narrowing appeared, indicating your bloodline was not pure. However, you were still stronger than ordinary Byakugan users. At that moment, Lin realized he had lost his gamble. The purity of the Byakugan bloodline had not been reached. Lin looked at the description and increasingly felt like Niji. He sighed. Although he did not possess pure Byakugan, having it was better than nothing. Age 11, you successfully graduated from the Ninja Academy a year early. During your time at the academy, you learned Gentle Fist. Age 12 in the following year, instead of executing missions you practiced continuously with the Hyuga clan, you were already able to use the 8 trigrams 32 palms, barely managing to perform the heavenly spin. Age 13 you could now use the heavenly spin and successfully advance to Chunin with the Hyuga clan continuing to nurture you. Age 15 you learned the 8 trigrams air palm and could also use the 8 trigrams 64 palms, having created an amplification point technique concentrating all chakra using Byakugan and acupoint strikes on a specific area. This increases the explosive power and speed. Using other techniques also greatly enhances their power. You successfully advanced to Jonin and were assigned by the Hyuga clan to lead Hinata's class. Age 16 because you are a girl, the Hyuga clan appointed you as Hinata's protector, ensuring her safety at all times. Age 19 pain invades the Leaf Village. Hinata goes to save Naruto, and you cannot bear to watch. You step in to protect Hinata but are killed by pain. Naruto saves the village and you are resurrected. Age 20 the Fourth Shinobi World War breaks out. You and Hinata along with Niji are assigned to the 2nd Combat Unit. Close Combat Alliance Unit. You successfully repelled the attack of White Setsu. The final battle begins. When Obito uses his technique to kill Naruto, Hinata steps forward to defend. But this time the one saving Hinata is not Niji but you. You successfully protected Hinata and bid her a final farewell. You died. You gained 7,000 simulation coins. This time 7,500 plus the remaining 8,000 leaves you with 5,000 after using the teleport 3 times. A total of 12,500 simulation coins. Skill Byakugan 360-degree insight capable of seeing acupuncture points and chakra flow. Advanced Byakugan is divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and supreme levels. The supreme level represents the purest bloodline like Hinata Hanabi and Hinata Hyuga. The distinction between advanced and supreme is not merely a middle level but rather a difference in blood purity with a significant gap in between. 7,500 simulation coins. 8 trigrams air palm uses the palm to compress air and create shockwaves for attack. 1,000 simulation coins. Lack of Byakugan will prevent reaching the original level. Amplification point technique utilizes Byakugan and acupoint strikes to gather chakra in one location. This increases explosive power and speed. 2,000 simulation coins. Lin thought for a moment, and felt that the subsequent skills were of little use. Only the Byakugan would enhance his current strength. Lin greeted Sengoku and went to the restroom. He dared not extract in front of Sengoku. He also did not know what changes extracting this would bring. Extract Byakugan. Lin felt a warm current rise from his body, gathering in his eyes, feeling a warmth in his body. Suddenly the warm current disappeared and a sharp pain shot through his eyes. Veins appeared around his eyes and blood tears involuntarily streamed down. Lin could only endure the pain, afraid to cry out. For a powerhouse like Sengoku and the others, the moment he cried out they would rush to him. After about 10 minutes Lin opened his eyes, which had turned into Byakugan. He could see through walls and observe the movements of others. He could also sense their chakra flow. However, only the chakra of those from the Naruto world flowed, while in the pirate world chakra gathered in the brain and cells without flowing. It merely stayed there. However, their cells were much stronger than those of the Naruto world. Lin understood why their physical conditions were so much better. It turns out that excessive chakra extraction can harm cells, leading to a decline in physical condition. Only through continuous physical training can one maintain the original vitality of the cells. Moreover, some can even enhance the vitality of their cells. Lin also realized the importance of physical techniques. It seems I need to have them strengthen their physical training when I return. Their physical techniques are too lacking compared to those in the pirate world. Lin tested and found that he could switch directly between Byakugan and Sharingan but could not possess both types of eyes simultaneously. The quality of Byakugan had also increased, allowing him to see further. The quality had increased by about 15. The Sharingan also showed improvement with its ocular power increasing by 15. Sabaody Archipelago. Since the tournament was open to all, a Den Den Mushi broadcast from Marine Headquarters transmitted the scene live. When spectators witnessed a Marine officer abandoning the competition to protect civilians, they erupted into thunderous applause. "The Marines truly are our beacon of faith. And that Marine is extraordinary." And Levi sipped his drink, eyes fixed on the live broadcast above. He murmured to himself, "Indeed, the Marines harbor men whose hearts beat with unwavering justice." And by the time Len returned to his seat, one match had already concluded. It was the bout between Uchiha Yun and Smoker, and as expected, Smoker emerged victorious. His Logia-type devil fruit rendered him nearly invincible. Uchiha Yun had yet to master armament Haki. His bare fists could not even graze Smoker. Within minutes, Smoker claimed victory. And next up, Kadamura vs. Drake. And Round 3, top 20 to top 10. Kadamura vs. Drake begin. At the opening bell, Kadamura shed his playful, carefree demeanor. He knew this demanded absolute focus. With 6 arms, he expelled chakra-infused spider webs from his mouth. And secret technique, spider nest opening, a technique that released fine adhesive silk nets woven from chakra. These nets immobilized foes. Kadamura wove a broad web aiming to ensnare Drake. It surged forward, toward Drake's very face. Drake didn't even glance, launching a Rankyaku kick. The web shattered instantly upon contact. Seeing its futility, Kadamura struck again. Secret technique, spider sticky steel. He spat forth metallic silk. Drake unleashed Rankyaku once more, but this time the web held firm. A sharp metallic ting rang out as the kick rebounded. His leg was deflected. Drake's expression shifted. Astonishment flickered across his face. He no longer underestimated his opponent. This foe was unlike any before. Drake closed the distance in a blur, no time for evasion, then brought his axe down in a crushing blow. Kadamura found no room to retreat. Secret technique, sticky steel armor. A defensive art wherein metallic chakra exuded from his sweat glands, forming an armored membrane over his skin, metallizing his very epidermis. Though the strike did not render him unconscious, the impact sent him hurtling backward, flying dozens of meters, still tumbling when he finally halted. Trembling, Kadamura staggered upright. He knew concealment was futile now. Activating Curseal Level 2, his body began its grotesque metamorphosis. Sinuous spiraling lines spread across his flesh, coiling like living glyphs. His skin darkened, 6 horns erupted from his arms. His hair turned stark white and stood rigidly erect, while a third eye slumbering upon his brow snapped open. He became something monstrous, inhuman, alien. Then with a burst of chakra he summoned his signature summon, a colossal 8-legged arachnid. Kadamura perched atop the spider's head, and together master and beast wove a vast suffocating net sweeping skyward before descending upon Drake like a storm of silk. Drake activated Kenbunchaku Haki, sensing the trajectory of every filament, then used Saur to evade and close in. He lunged, striking the spider squarely with his axe. Yet the beast did not budge. Instead, it ensnared Drake in a tightening shroud of silk. And secret technique, spider war bow, ferocious rend. Kadamura's ultimate weapon, a bow forged from dense metallic chakra, firing arrows of unparalleled destructive force, boasting 100 accuracy. And at full power 120. This time he loosed the 120 variant, a single arrow crackling with apocalyptic energy streaked toward Drake. At the final instant, Drake activated his devil fruit. An ancient Zoan, dinosaur-type Allosaurus form. A towering Allosaurus materialized, ripping free from the webbing just as the arrow struck, carving a deep gash into its flank. But the wound was superficial. Drake's pulse spiked. His breath caught. Had he delayed even a heartbeat, that arrow would have killed him, or left him maimed beyond recovery. Regaining composure, Drake drove the Allosaurus's massive skull into the spider. The beast flew backward several meters, then its abdomen split open. From within poured a seething tide of tiny spiders, swarming toward Drake in relentless waves. Using Kenbunchaku Haki, Drake evaded their advance with uncanny precision, then charged straight for Kadamura. Kadamura darted across the arena on silken threads, raining arrows from above, but evasion had its limits. Inevitably, Drake claimed victory. Lin sat in the spectator stands watching Drake intently. When he confirmed no one observed him, he quietly activated his Byakugan, gazing directly into Drake's being. Chakra did not flow through Drake's meridians, it resided inert within his cells. Yet within those cells pulsed a strange anomalous chakra. It shimmered a deep viridian green, distinct from all known chakra. And it bore flaws, instability, incompleteness. Lin understood instantly, the telltale weakness of devil fruit users' vulnerability to seawater and sea stone. As Lin continued his scrutiny, an unseen figure emerged from the Uchiha section. And, how extraordinary, wielding both the Sharingan and the Byakugan! Lin sensed the gaze, turned sharply toward the source, yet saw nothing. And, did I imagine it? He shook his head and resumed watching the match. And behind the wall the figure gasped, breath ragged. And, no wonder he is the Uchiha clan head, his perception is razor sharp. With that the figure melted back into shadow, vanishing without trace. Lin continued observing the arena. Turning to Sengoku beside him, Lin said calmly, "Admiral Sengoku, I propose a transaction." Sengoku, uncertain of Lin's intent, replied cautiously, "Speak first, then I shall decide." And Lin smiled faintly. "Admiral, the Marines hold the advantage thus far. Should the Marines prevail, would you consider selling us the training methods for armament and Kenbunshiku Haki?" And Sengoku rested his chin on one hand, thinking Lin lacks these arts entirely. Mastering them is essential for survival in this world. He nodded. "Agreed, but in exchange we require 20 brank and 10 rank ninjutsu." Lin considered briefly. With his own forces and Konoha's combined strength, such numbers posed no burden. He nodded. "Accept it." "Done." And Sengoku added, "Do not forget our prior wager. Should we lose, your purchase of Haki training must include chakra refinement techniques." Lin paused, then agreed. "Fair. Should we win, you may exchange warships or devil fruits for ninjutsu." Their objectives aligned. Lin sought Haki mastery, devil fruits, and naval vessels. The Marines sought advanced ninjutsu. Each required what the other possessed. Thus a mutual exchange was forged, one built not on trust but on necessity and ambition. Lin was unaware that his Byakugan had already been exposed as he quietly watched the match. The fourth match of the top 20, Junmalu vs. Emojin begins. Emojin stood at about 3 meters tall, but his physique was relatively slender. Dressed in black and wearing black glasses, he bore a striking resemblance to the insect-raising clan from the world of Naruto. As Junmalu stepped onto the stage, bone spikes erupted from his body. Corpse bone pulse dance of the Tang song. Dozens of bones sprout from his body, providing high defense while allowing him to strike his opponent during close combat. While using this technique to protect himself, Junmalu unleashed again. Corpse bone pulse 10-finger piercing bullet. The bones in his 10 fingers shoot out like bullets in an instant. With the power of the corpse bone pulse, the finger bones can grow infinitely. Even if all the finger bones were shot out, they could be regenerated. Dozens of bones flew out. Emojin had no choice but to dodge in haste. As Junmalu launched the flying bones, he moved forward, drawing out his own bones. Corpse bone pulse dance of the stake. He pulled out a bone knife from his right arm. Junmalu wielded the bone knife. Corpse bone pulse dance of the willow. A series of attacks executed with a soft martial technique, using the bones without any unnecessary movements. Emojin continuously used iron blocks for defense. Finally, he found an opportunity to attack with his finger gun, but the strikes only hit the bones, failing to break through their defense. Junmalu's sword struck again, and this time Emojin used body flicker technique to dodge quickly. Emojin found himself utterly unable to counter Junmalu. Neither his attacks nor defenses could match Junmalu. After relentless effort, Emojin finally managed to create a hole in the defensive bones with his finger gun. However, when he attempted to attack again, the bones had returned to their original state. Emojin could only hastily evade, searching for an opportunity, but unfortunately he was pierced by Junmalu's bones while Junmalu remained unscathed. After more than 10 minutes facing overwhelming strength, Junmalu won effortlessly. At this moment, Yakushi Kabuto approached Lin. Lord Orochimaru requests your presence. Upon hearing this, Lin nodded at the nearby battle results and followed Yakushi Kabuto towards Orochimaru. Arriving at Orochimaru's base. Lord Lin, you truly are a hidden talent. Orochimaru revealed a playful expression. To possess both Sharingan and Byakugan, two types of ocular jutsu at once. At this moment, Lin also showed a tense expression. Had Orochimaru been monitoring him all along? Lin's expression turned fierce at this point. If Orochimaru had been monitoring him all along, then he had no reason to exist. Orochimaru, you have been spying on me. Orochimaru extended his tongue and licked his lips. Not really, I just saw you when I asked Yakushi Kabuto to find you. Lin understood at that moment. It turned out it was all a coincidence. However, Lin did not let down his guard. Orochimaru was indeed a snake, though his expression towards Orochimaru softened somewhat. Lin continued to ask Orochimaru, You summoned me, is there something you want? Orochimaru smiled. The transplant of the Uzumaki bloodline you requested has been arranged. It can be transplanted at any time. However, there will be a certain adaptation period after the transplant during which different symptoms may arise. This adaptation period varies in length. Lin pondered and felt that now was not the right time. It would be best to wait until after this match to undergo the transplant. If the adaptation period is too long, it could lead to trouble with the warring states. They'll come back for the transplant after the top 20 matches are over. I can only hope that this adaptation period won't be too long. You should continue researching the bloodline factors for now. As for the devil fruit, if you're short, feel free to ask me for more. After saying this, Lin left before Orochimaru could respond. Orochimaru watched Lin's departing figure, muttering to himself. He really is a mysterious person, possessing both Byakugan and Sharingan. Moreover, the power of his Sharingan is vastly superior to that of ordinary Sharingan. How did he discover this world? And how does he know this world so well? These are all questions worth pondering. Yakushi Kabuto said to Orochimaru at this time, Lord Orochimaru, why didn't you ask him about the reason just now? Orochimaru smiled. If he doesn't want to say it himself, no matter how much I ask, he won't tell me. Besides, his strength surpasses ours. Forcing him would not yield good results. After saying this, he walked towards the experimental platform. Halfway there, he turned back and said to Yakushi Kabuto, Moreover, we need to gain his trust now. He can even discover this world in the future. He will surely uncover more worlds. By following him, we can explore the wonders of more realms. For example, the bloodline factors in this world are truly fascinating. There are also scientists from different worlds. I wish I could witness it right now. Yakushi Kabuto nodded at this moment, understanding Lord Orochimaru's intentions. Meanwhile, Lin had returned to the stands to continue watching the matches. After Jun Maolu's match concluded, another match began. Uchiha Akatsuki vs. Benzi. Without a doubt, Benzi won with overwhelming strength. Lin contemplated in his heart how he could obtain the cells of Hashirama. Currently, the only known Hashirama cells are found in Konoha. It seems he needs to find an opportunity to go to Konoha. Although Orochimaru has some Hashirama cells, there weren't even enough for research that day, let alone for transplantation. Lin also wondered if the white setsu created by the outer path golem counted as Hashirama cells, since Hashiramas would release also originated from the divine tree. Moreover, white setsu like Obito could also use would release, making it even harder to employ a low-tier version of the wooden man technique. However, Obito remained unharmed even after transplantation. Lin considered that his body possessed the Otsutsuki bloodline. This should be able to withstand it. Compared to the Hashirama cells from Konoha, Lin desired the Hashirama cells produced by the Outer Path Golem even more. The Outer Path Golem is a manifestation of the Ten Tails, and would release also comes from the Ten Tails. Lin wanted to see if he could further awaken the Otsutsuki bloodline after transplantation. However, the precondition is to first transplant the Uzumaki bloodline. This way his recovery ability and chakra would be greatly enhanced. His physique would also be strengthened, significantly shortening the adaptation period for wood release. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are distant relatives. If he simultaneously possesses both bloodlines, could it directly enable Lin to attain Sage Body? Lin also hoped that the Hashirama cells would be effective. It could allow him to directly awaken the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan was only awakened just before his death. Lin speculated that there might be a transitional period, which is to say an adaptation period. After this adaptation period, the Rinnegan would awaken. But this adaptation period should be akin to his own. Lin felt that since he possessed the Akatsuki cavity, this adaptation period would also be significantly shortened. It is possible that he could awaken the Rinnegan within a few months. The competition from 20 to 10 lasted for 5 days and finally came to an end. After a month of discussions between warring states and Uchiha Lin, the championship selection match commenced. During this month there was a desire to encourage them to break through their limits. In the previous matches, the first match was Cheng Wu vs. Titiya, with Cheng Wu emerging victorious. The second match was Uchiha Yun vs. Smoker, with Smoker winning. The third match was Kayatama vs. Drake, with Drake victorious. The fourth match saw Junmura vs. Mo-jin, with Junmura winning. The fifth match was Uchiha Akatsuki vs. Binzi, with Binzi emerging victorious. The sixth match featured Ghost Lantern Suigetsu vs. Ein, with Ein winning. In the seventh match, Uchiha Shi faced Mingshi, with Uchiha Shi winning. The eighth match was Jirobo vs. Mantis, with Mantis victorious. The ninth match was Perona vs. Yantiza, with Perona winning. In the final match, Tina faced Shuin and Tina won. This showcased that the Navy's foundation was indeed much stronger than the Uchiha clan. The chances of victory for the Navy were significantly higher. During this month, Uchiha Lin worked hard to improve their skills. Smoker's Logia-type Devil Fruit was too formidable. However, none of Uchiha Lin's people knew how to use Haki. During this month, Lin had to do his utmost to teach them Haki. But that was virtually impossible. Even Luffy had not learned Haki in a month. Not to mention them. Nevertheless, one should always have some hope. Lin hoped they would learn to use Haki, as it would allow them to face Smoker's Logia-type Devil Fruit. If they couldn't learn Haki, the victory in this competition would belong to the Navy. Without Haki, they couldn't even touch Smoker, let alone discuss victory. After the competition, Lin controlled the Sea King to pull the island back near Sabaody Archipelago. Lin brought Ime to Sabaody Archipelago. Walking through the streets, he felt the uniqueness of the place, with bubbles floating in the air around him. Lin took Ime out for fun, marking the first time he had brought her to play since his journey began. Since his arrival, Lin had been busy with various matters every day, making it hard to find time for leisure. After a while of playing, Lin returned Ime to the Uchiha ship. He then went to Orochimaru's base. "Alright, Orochimaru, let's start the transplant of the Uzumaki bloodline now." Orochimaru showed an interested expression. "Kabuto, start preparing." Lin lay on the operating table as Orochimaru took out various experimental tools, first anesthetizing Lin. In an instant, Lin lost control of his body, unable to do anything except watch. After an hour of surgery by Orochimaru, Lin slowly fell asleep. When Lin woke up, he found himself submerged in nutrient solution. His body was in extreme pain. At that moment, Orochimaru entered. Orochimaru was quite surprised to see Lin awake. Lin quickly asked, "What happened to me? Why does my body hurt so much? Why are you awake so soon?" "Being awake means you have adapted to the Uzumaki bloodline, which is now integrating into your body. Given your current condition, in 2 days you will truly possess the Uzumaki bloodline." After hearing Orochimaru's words, Lin felt the unusual sensation in his body and gradually noticed a warm flow within him, alleviating the pain. Lin activated his Byakugan, opening his eyes to observe his body, discovering a significant enhancement in cellular activity. This also indicated an increase in the chakra he could refine. The stronger the cellular activity, the greater the bonus recovery ability. Lin tried to refine his chakra and realized he could refine it much more effectively than before. Lin asked Orochimaru, "How long have I been asleep? Did anything significant happen during this time?" Orochimaru ignored Lin, continuing his experiments. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied, Lord Lin, you were unconscious for a total of 20 days. During these 20 days you relied on nutrient solution for sustenance. Nothing significant happened, everything was managed by Uchiha Fugaku. On the day you fell unconscious someone visited. After that there were no major events. Lin nodded, continuing to stay in the nutrient solution as his cells integrated with the Uzumaki cells. His body was in severe pain, rendering him unable to move. Even activating his Byakugan was a struggle. Walking was out of the question, so he decided to remain quietly inside. 2 days later Lin emerged from the nutrient solution feeling incredibly light. His hair had turned light red. Lin clenched his fist, sensing that his strength had at least doubled. He took a kunai from his spatial scroll and made a small cut on his arm. The wound on his arm healed almost instantly. Lin smiled, nodding in satisfaction. He felt that his chakra had increased by at least 5 times, and this enhancement was still growing. The cellular activity had increased at least 2-fold. However, these aspects were not what interested Lin the most. He was most intrigued by the significant evolution of his Sharingan and Byakugan. The power of the Sharingan had increased greatly. This was not the reason for Lin's joy, rather it was the substantial enhancement in the recovery capability of his Sharingan. Now Lin felt that his recovery ability allowed him to maintain his half-body Susanoo, and he could now summon 4 Cloud Guardians. The Byakugan had also evolved. Lin's Byakugan was no longer pure white, it had a hint of blue that was nearly imperceptible. However, Lin knew that his Byakugan was evolving towards the Tensigan. The level of his Byakugan had reached its peak, resulting in the development of a unique ocular technique similar to Obito's Kamui. It was named Void Transformation. Upon using this ability, Lin's body would become intangible, allowing him to pass through various objects and people, but during this state he could not attack. However, Lin could deactivate the intangibility at any time with a maximum duration of 2 minutes. As his Byakugan evolved, Lin felt that this duration would continue to increase. He would also develop even stronger ocular techniques. This void transformation was different from Obito's Kamui. Obito's technique connected to a different space. It allowed him to freely enter and exit that space. Lin's void transformation, however, did not have this capability. It simply rendered him intangible without the ability to traverse spaces. Obito's Kamui could also absorb people and objects into that space and release things from it. These were feats that Lin could not achieve. Host Uchiha Lin. Chakra Shadow Level. Devil Fruit Nature Type Thunder Fruit. No side effects. Bloodline Limit Sharingan Guardian of Cloud Size as Desired Susanoo Byakugan Void Whirlpool Bloodline. Chakra Element Fire. Ninjutsu Palm Immortal Technique Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Body Technique Armament Haki Observation Haki. Illusion Technique Mirror World Transition Naraku Vision Technique. Tools Kunai Blood Fragment Blade. Talent Illusion Technique Genius. Summoning Technique Slug. Fire Style Talent. Invisibility. Simulation Currency 4,500 Simulation Coins. Lin stayed in Orochimaru's laboratory for a month. A significant event occurred in the pirate world. After Fire Fist Ace challenged Whitebeard and failed, he joined the Whitebeard pirates. But now Lin did not want to concern himself with these matters. Lin sat in the Uchiha office looking at his attribute panel when he suddenly remembered something. His armament Haki and observation Haki were far too low level. In such a state he could not enter the ranks of high-end pirate combat power. Moreover, Lin still did not possess Conqueror's Haki. Lin wanted to train his armament Haki and observation Haki, but he had no way to practice on his own. He could only seek out a teacher for guidance. Given the current circumstances, there was only one person nearby who could teach him with absolute certainty. Lin arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Upon entering the knock-up stream bar, he saw a woman in her 30s leaning on the counter. However, Lin would not underestimate her, as she could acquire a great deal of intelligence. Moreover, she was the first mate of the pirate king Rayleigh's wife. It couldn't be that simple on the surface. Besides, she was not merely in her 30s. She must be at least 50 or 60 years old. As soon as Lin entered the bar, before he could speak, Shaki said, "The famous Warlord Uchiha clan leader, what brings you to my little bar?" Lin did not waste words. He did not believe this woman could not see his purpose. I am here to find the Pirate King's first mate, Silver's Rayleigh. Shaki did not linger either. You are looking for Rayleigh? He just went out. Said he went to drink. Lin nodded and left 300,000 berries behind. Lin knew where Rayleigh had gone. Given Rayleigh's habits, Shaki would not have given him money to buy alcohol. Rayleigh must have sold himself. Then he would rob the person buying him to earn money. When Lin saw this, he exclaimed, Rayleigh is quite the money-making expert. Lin had once pondered a peculiar question. If Kakuzu from the Naruto world were placed in the pirate world and learned this trick from Rayleigh, how much money would he make? And how long would it take before he was blacklisted by all auction houses? Lin arrived in Area 1 of the Sabaody Archipelago. The Sabaody Archipelago consists of 79 trees divided into 6 main areas. Areas 1 to 29 are primarily human trafficking stores, illegal human auction districts, etc. Areas 30 to 39 mainly feature Soap Bubble Park, among others. Lin had just stepped into the lawless region of Island No. 1 and he noticed many eyes gazing at him. He understood that these people intended to capture him for profit. Lin let out a cold laugh. Utilizing the Guardian Cloud, he controlled the blood-shattered blade, which immediately soared into the air, rushing towards one of the onlookers. With a swift strike, he severed the man's throat. Lin continued to slay dozens in quick succession, causing the gazes around him to gradually retract. He knew these people had begun to fear him. Money is for the living, and Lin stood there allowing them to capture him in exchange for cash, but could they spend it if they were dead? After a long journey, Lin finally arrived at the largest auction house in Area No. 1. Lin walked straight in but was blocked by 2 security guards. He didn't waste words. Using the blood wheel eye to assert his dominance, he effortlessly gained entry. Once inside, Lin casually took a seat waiting for Rayleigh. In the auction house, a man in a suit stood up. He introduced himself and began the auction. The first item is a pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries. Upon finishing, he gestured to the side. 2 individuals brought up a cage. Unveiling it with a red cloth, a man dazed and wearing a collar sat inside. This pirate possesses formidable strength, capable of becoming a slave or ensuring your safety. The starting bid is 1 million berries with increments of no less than 100,000 berries. Let the bidding begin. A well-dressed man raised his bid. 1 million berries. 1 million berries. Who else wishes to claim this man? So naive. 2 million berries. I bid 3 million berries. In the end, the man who first placed a bid won the pirate for 30 million berries. Lin also observed other races present: the Longhand clan, the Little People clan, and even the Giant clan. He pondered and decided to bid for one from each. Lin wanted to understand what differences existed in the genes of these races. All of this relied on Orochimaru's expertise. Lin was no saint, having witnessed the brutality of the human world and pirates. He had abandoned thoughts of saving the world. Now Lin only wished for himself and his family to live well. During the penultimate auction item, Lin finally spotted Rayleigh. If he didn't see him now, he would have to consider whether he had come to the wrong auction house. As Rayleigh began the auction, Lin didn't want to waste time and immediately raised his bid to 50 million berries. Who is that? So wealthy. He has already bid on so many people. How does he still have money? At that moment, a person sitting in the corner spoke to them. Don't underestimate him. He is the head of the Uchiha clan, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It is said that their family has several members of the same strength. Even the warlord Gecko Moria is associated with them. The crowd, upon hearing this, silently distanced themselves from Lin. So it's him. No wonder he is so wealthy. After everyone around heard his identity, they stopped bidding, allowing Lin to successfully acquire Rayleigh. Just as he was about to leave, the final item of the auction was presented. It was not a person but a devil fruit. This is a devil fruit we have searched for. However, we have consulted the devil fruit encyclopedia and found no record of its abilities. Thus the starting price is 100 million berries with increments of no less than 1 million berries. Lin thought about it, and decided it was just right to prepare a devil fruit for Orochimaru. This one was perfect. In the end, Lin successfully acquired the devil fruit for 300 million berries. After the auction concluded, Lin instructed the people to deliver the acquired individuals to the Uchiha family, ensuring they were handed over to Orochimaru. He then went alone to meet Rayleigh. Lin and Rayleigh arrived at Island No. 13. Lin turned around and bowed to Rayleigh as he had a request to make. Rayleigh quickly dodged, saying, "You are the renowned leader of the Uchiha clan, how could an old man like me bear it?" Lin ignored Rayleigh's words and said, "Uncle Rayleigh, you can accept this bow. I would like you to teach me Haki." Rayleigh remained silent, standing quietly. Lin knew Rayleigh would refuse, but he felt too shy to speak up. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "I can tell you a secret that you don't know but have always wanted to know." Rayleigh laughed as he stood there, saying, "What secret is it that I don't know? If it's good enough, I might consider teaching you Haki." Lin thought for a moment, and felt that if he revealed Ace's situation, Rayleigh would probably teach him. However, the chances were slim, he might even be killed to keep him silent. After all, the secret pertained to Ace's life or death. If others found out that Ace was the child of the pirate king, the Navy and the world government would undoubtedly eliminate him at all costs. Lin decided to mention another matter, one related to the world government. After contemplating, he revealed with confidence, "I know who the sun god Nika is." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh displayed a look of surprise, and his right hand gradually enveloped an armament Haki. Overwhelming Haki pressed down on Lin as if he was ready to strike at any moment. Seeing this, Lin raised his hands, waving them quickly. "I mean no harm. If I had malicious intent, I would have reported this news to the world government long ago." After hearing this, Rayleigh's Haki dissipated, still keeping a vigilant eye on Lin. Lin also let out a sigh. He hadn't anticipated how serious this matter was. Moreover, that overwhelming Haki made him feel as if he could rival the four emperors. After sensing the previous Haki, Lin realized that Rayleigh was stronger than he had imagined. Rayleigh noticed Lin was silent, and continued to ask, "Don't you know who it is? Hurry up and say it. If what you say is correct, I can teach you Haki." Seeing Rayleigh's promise, Lin felt relieved and spoke up. Earlier he was afraid that after revealing this, Rayleigh would refuse to teach him Haki. Now he felt reassured. "The sun god Nika is the grandson of the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp and the son of the Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D. Dragon Monkey D. Luffy, who has eaten a devil fruit known as the Gum Gum fruit. It is also called the mythical Zoan type Nika fruit. Each mythical Zoan fruit contains a will, and they choose the person they wish to select. Luffy is the person chosen by the sun god Nika." Rayleigh nodded after hearing this. He knew that mythical Zoan devil fruits contained a will. After listening to Lin's explanation, Rayleigh realized he was not lying but truly knew. "How do you know this?" Lin smiled and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Pointing to his eyes, he said, "This is the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan, the final form of the Sharingan. Each Mangekyo Sharingan has two ocular techniques. This is one of my techniques, the ability to foresee the future." Lin certainly couldn't tell Rayleigh that he had crossed over from another world and that he knew everything that happened in their world. Lin believed Rayleigh wouldn't believe him. He might even consider it an excuse for his own claims. Rather than that, it was better to say that his Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular technique allowed him to investigate, and members of the Uchiha clan could testify for him. Rayleigh was also surprised to learn that such a clan existed along with such an extraordinary eye. He was not the type to break promises. Facing Lin, he said, "I am not one to break promises either. Come to the knock-up stream bar tomorrow morning. I will take you to practice Haki, but I will only teach you for 2 years. How well you learn in those 2 years is up to you. I will only teach what I know." With that, Rayleigh ignored Lin and headed towards the bar. Lin walked back slowly, pondering how much he could learn under Rayleigh's guidance in 2 years. He felt he should be able to learn a lot. 2 years later, he thought about Luffy's situation. However, Lin still felt a bit worried as his physical skills were quite poor. While thinking, he came up with a method. He would summon a slug for healing. He wondered if he could summon slugs here. If he could combining his Uzumaki bloodline with the Slug's healing abilities, he could practice Haki day and night using the shadow clone technique. After 2 years of practice, even if his physical skills were poor, he could reach Luffy's level from 2 years later. As Lin walked, he unknowingly arrived at the shore and took the Uchiha's exclusive boat back. Upon returning, Lin immediately went to Orochimaru's base. When Lin arrived, he found Orochimaru happily tinkering with various potions. Several individuals of different races that he had bought were standing nearby, looking a bit healthier than before. Lin knew that Orochimaru hadn't turned them into live specimens for experiments, but had only drawn some blood to study. Lin threw the devil fruit he had auctioned off to Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, this is the devil fruit I acquired at the auction. I don't know what effects it has yet, but judging by its appearance it should be an animal-type devil fruit. So I'm giving it to you for research. Also, please don't kill the people I brought back from the auction. I spent a lot of money on them." Lin's intention in saying this was to protect these people from being used as human experiments by Orochimaru, as he was very opposed to human experimentation. Orochimaru understood Lin's meaning and smiled, saying, "Don't worry. I won't use them for human experiments. Their genes are significantly different from ours. This is very worthy of research. I don't want them to die now." Lin nodded and continued to ask about Kimimaro and Jonei's situation. Before fusing his bloodline, he had written down his insights on armament Haki and observation Haki to give to Kimimaro and Jonei, as he wouldn't personally teach them. At most he could offer some insights for them to ponder. "They haven't figured out what you gave them yet." Lin realized it couldn't be rushed. After all, if they couldn't learn it in a month, how could they research it themselves? After asking, Lin reminded Orochimaru again before leaving, as his IMEA was still waiting for him. Sabaody Archipelago. Island number 14. 3 days have passed since the first meeting between Lin and Rayleigh. During these 3 days, Lin and Rayleigh slowly began to understand each other. They became good friends through their unintentional encounters. Lin referred to Rayleigh as old man, while Rayleigh called Lin kid. Lin and Rayleigh stood facing each other. Lin took the initiative to speak. "Old man, I want to know how my current strength measures up. Let's have a spar." Rayleigh nodded, curious about Lin's abilities. "He could also use his strength for training just in time. I can also test your current abilities. It'll be good for me to teach you how to wield armament Haki and observation Haki." Lin and Rayleigh arrived at island number 18 of the Sabaody Archipelago. Rayleigh originally intended to find a deserted island for their spar, but Lin insisted on sparring in the Sabaody Archipelago. He wanted the news to be reported to those great powers, emphasizing that he was under Rayleigh's protection. Although minor powers wouldn't touch the Uchiha clan, they still needed to guard against the 4 emperors. Rayleigh was a very good option. Rayleigh was well aware of Lin's motives, but he chose to ignore them. After all, this Uchiha clan leader before him held many unknown secrets. He had some guesses of his own. He didn't want to risk them being wiped out by the 4 emperors unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, he and Lin had already discussed this, and they were both teacher and friend. Lin faced Rayleigh, exhaling slowly. He first used a summoning technique to summon a slug. In this world, Lin was unable to summon slugs. However, he could use the system to consume simulation coins to create a small teleportation portal. The larger the portal, the more simulation coins it consumed. Summoning the slug also required simulation coins. Lin summoned a slug the size of a palm, costing him 50 simulation coins. Lin now felt his simulation coins were running low. With this back and forth, summoning a palm-sized slug already took 100 simulation coins. What would he do if he needed to summon a larger slug? Rayleigh saw Lin forming a hand seal, biting his finger, and placing it on the ground. After a puff of smoke, a small slug appeared, leaving Rayleigh quite astonished. "Kid Lin, what was that thing just now?" Lin glanced at Rayleigh and smiled. "Ha ha, even you don't know everything. This is called a summoning technique. It allows you to sign a contract with animals, enabling you to summon them to fight alongside you," Lin said, lifting the small slug onto his shoulder. "This is my summoned beast, the slug. Its main role is to provide healing and replenish chakra, allowing for quick recovery from injuries." Rayleigh raised a hand and beckoned. "This is a valuable thing, Kid Lin. Why not get me 10 or 8 more? Lin looked at him speechlessly. Rayleigh understood the awkwardness and coughed. Lin placed the slug on his shoulder and activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. He took out the Blood 1 fragment blade, summoning 4 guardian clouds. One attached to the Blood 1 fragment blade while the rest floated around him. Lin exhaled. Let's begin, old man. Rayleigh nodded upon hearing this. He coated his sword with armament Haki and struck out a slash. Lin controlled the guardian clouds to form a shield in front of him. The shield effortlessly blocked the slash. Rayleigh was surprised that Lin's guardian clouds had such a function, though his astonishment was mild. Lin controlled the Blood 1 fragment blade with guardian clouds and charged at Rayleigh while simultaneously performing fire release Great Fire Annihilation. A massive ball of flames surged towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh, with armament Haki covering his left hand, punched the Blood 1 fragment blade away. With his right hand wielding the sword, he unleashed a slash that interrupted the fire technique, but the slash did not disappear. It continued flying towards Lin at full force. Lin's shadow clone was struck by the slash, turning into a puff of smoke. Lin's main body then appeared behind Rayleigh and threw a punch. At this moment, Rayleigh sensed him with observation Haki. Rayleigh had armament Haki on his back, bracing himself to take Lin's punch, then turned around and sent Lin flying. Kid Lin, how did you get behind me? My observation Haki only sensed you for a moment, and there were 2 identical versions of you. Then one disappeared, leaving just one. I thought you were, what was it called? Oh, ninjutsu. Did it fail? Turns out it was invisibility. But how can your invisibility evade my observation Haki? Lin was also surprised by the strength of this invisibility ability. It even eluded Rayleigh's armament Haki. Lin had only wanted to try it out, and didn't expect it to be effective. Lin didn't directly answer Rayleigh's question. Maybe it's a special ability. After that, Lin manipulated the nature-type Thunderfruit, conjuring a 10-meter-long thunder dragon. The dragon charged violently towards Rayleigh, obliterating all the grass and trees in its path. At the same time as the dragon approached Rayleigh, Lin used another eye technique, size manipulation, to transform the Blood 1 fragment blade into a 40-meter-long great sword. Lin controlled the Blood 1 fragment blade with guardian clouds, but it was still a bit strenuous. The size of the Blood 1 fragment blade was too large, nearing the weight limit that the guardian clouds could carry. Lin felt he was about to reach his limit, quickly splitting off a guardian cloud to attach to the Blood 1 fragment blade. This was not the end. Lin unleashed a massive fireball. The fireball attached to the front end of the Blood 1 fragment blade. He once again controlled the Thunderfruit to release lightning, merging it with the flames on the Blood 1 fragment blade. Lin utilized his inadequate armament Haki. He barely covered the blade with a hint of his armament Haki before it faded away. Lin couldn't help but lament how poor his armament Haki was. After a while, Lin had completed his charge. When he had just used size manipulation, Lin realized he could render anything he touched invisible. Lin also made the 40-meter-long Blood 1 fragment blade invisible. Thus, during the charge, Rayleigh could not see it. The sword, now cloaked in armament Haki, delivered a simple yet effective slash that cleaved the thunder dragon in half. After slashing the dragon, Rayleigh discovered that Lin had vanished using invisibility. He activated his observation Haki and searched with all his might. He had learned a lesson from the previous experience with invisibility, and needed to be cautious this time. Just as Rayleigh suspected Lin would attack him from behind, his observation Haki detected a presence in front. He simultaneously heard Lin's voice. Rayleigh, let me show you my move, Thunder Fire Slash. Suddenly, a 40-meter-long sword engulfed in flames and lightning appeared before Rayleigh. Hey kid, Lin, is this really sparring? You're definitely trying to take revenge on me while you can. Although he said this, the sword was already honestly coated with both armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Lin's 40-meter-long Blood 1 fragment blade collided with Rayleigh's sword in the blink of an eye. In an instant, an explosion of intense lightning and flames erupted. The powerful Conqueror's Haki manifested, sweeping across the entire Island 14. After a second or two, a violent explosion occurred, affecting the entire Sabaody archipelago. The Sabaody archipelago. The weather was originally sunny and bright, bustling with a variety of people. But suddenly, in the sky above Island 14, A tremendous explosion of flames and lightning erupted, accompanied by black lightning. The Conqueror's Haki swept across the entire Sabaody archipelago. Under Rayleigh's control, this overwhelming aura did not cause any substantial harm to the civilians of the Sabaody archipelago, merely leaving them momentarily unconscious. Shaki sensed that this aura belonged to Rayleigh. Stepping out of the bar, she looked towards Island 14 and exclaimed, "Isn't this just about you unleashing your Haki? What on earth is going on?" Meanwhile, reporters on the Sabaody archipelago began to take action. "Hurry up. This power is coming from Island 14. We can't let them get ahead of us." On Island 14, Lin and Rayleigh stood amidst the chaos of flames, lightning, and Haki. The ground had become pockmarked. Lin knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. The blood blade had returned to its normal size in Lin's hand, while the small slug on his shoulder was healing him and replenishing his chakra. Rayleigh appeared to be in much better condition than Lin. His clothes were somewhat tattered and he had a few charred spots, but he had not sustained any significant injuries. This showcased Rayleigh's remarkable strength. He shook off the dust from his clothes, sheathed his sword, and walked towards Lin, slapping him on the head as he approached. With a fuming expression, he said, "Are you sparring or trying to take my life? You don't even know your limits when you fight." Lin covered his head with his left hand. His right hand drew circles in the dirt as he muttered, "Aren't you fine? Besides, you were the one who said to go all out. I haven't even used my full strength yet." How could someone like Rayleigh not have heard Lin's words? He slapped Lin's head again, still dared to talk back. "If you keep this up, I won't teach you Haki anymore." Lin could only pout, "I know I was wrong, old man." Rayleigh nodded in satisfaction, approving of Lin's apology. After all, this was the first time Lin had apologized to him during their days together. "Lin, you said you haven't used your full power yet. Now show it to me. I'm curious about your limits. And I will tailor a training plan for you." Lin nodded. "Old man, I'm about to start." He knew that reporters were already on their way. This was also a moment to showcase his strength. The weak would be bullied and beaten. This was a principle he had learned in his past life. Now he aimed to display his power as much as possible to instill fear in them. Although he had previously unleashed a complete Susanoo, it had not displayed much strength, and there would certainly be some who held preconceived notions. This time Lin was determined to strike back. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, once again unleashing terrifying ocular power. Slowly a white skeletal figure 10 meters tall began to form. The skeletal structure gradually wrapped around with muscle definition, ultimately adorned with armor. This resulted in a half-body Susanoo standing 10 meters tall. Lin did not stop there and continued to utilize his Mangekyo Sharingan. Gradually the Susanoo sprouted legs. Wings formed behind it, and a weapon resembling the blood blade materialized at its waist. Finally, a complete Susanoo towering at 150 meters was formed. Lin stood atop the Susanoo, gripping the blood blade. He swung it down, and the Susanoo mimicked the same motion. He drew a 50-meter-long great sword and struck down towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh was surprised that Lin possessed such power. However, despite his astonishment, he drew his own sword, infusing it with Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki to collide with the Susanoo. Reporters from other islands of the Sabaody archipelago rushed to Island 14, but as soon as they stepped onto the island, they were greeted by the sight of the towering 150-meter Susanoo. They had never seen such a massive entity, and they were left speechless, unable to close their mouths. However, some quickly regained their composure. "Quick, get it recorded. This is big news." Yes, hurry up." The surrounding people also snapped back to reality. They all grabbed their cameras and began taking pictures. At this moment, some sharp-eyed individuals noticed that there was someone within the Susanoo, but they couldn't see who it was. They informed their companions. One of them might have a special devil fruit. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Lin was the one inside the Susanoo. Just as this conclusion was reached, a powerful wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted, instantly knocking out everyone on Island 14. The battlefield between Lin and Rayleigh on Island 14 had begun to show signs of cracking. However, neither Lin nor Rayleigh sensed it. They were still joyfully engaged in their duel. Lin swung the sword of the Susanoo, while simultaneously unleashing fire techniques from the Susanoo's mouth. Rayleigh remained composed, merely using his sword imbued with Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki to defend himself. However, each time he was pushed back a bit. Slowly Lin began to notice the gathering dark clouds in the sky. But Rayleigh had no idea what Lin was planning. Once Lin saw that the clouds had accumulated sufficiently, he transformed one of his guardian clouds into a bow and a guardian person into an arrow. Lin used his ability to transform them into weapons that the Susanoo could wield. He gathered the lightning from the sky onto the Susanoo. Gradually an astonishing surge of lightning erupted around the Susanoo. The eyes encased in armor also emitted strands of lightning. Lin readied his left hand on the bow. His right hand charged the arrow with lightning, and with all his strength he unleashed a powerful shot. The transformed arrow darted rapidly towards Rayleigh's location. Rayleigh dared not take this strike heed-in, and using his observation Haki managed to evade it in advance. Yet the arrow fortuitously struck the ground. The lightning attached to it gradually began to destroy the land. Suddenly the ground began to crack open. The fissure widened rapidly. Lin felt a sense of impending doom and hurriedly deactivated the Susanoo, transforming the guardian cloud back and retrieving it. But this did not stop the land from crumbling. Lin had no choice but to ride the guardian cloud and pull Rayleigh up, flying into the sky. The people on Island 14 had started to regain consciousness under Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki. When they awoke, they saw that Island 14 was beginning to fall apart. They hurriedly called out to those nearby and rushed towards other islands. After 10 minutes, Island 14 of the Sabaody archipelago slowly sank beneath the sea. Island 14 of the Sabaody archipelago had originally been a hub for human trafficking, but it could not compete with Island 1 and gradually became a deserted island. After escaping, the reporters were still shaken but did not forget their duty, pulling out their cameras to document the event. At the same time, they rushed to publish the news as quickly as possible. Above the 14th island of the Sabaody archipelago, Lin and Rayleigh were riding on the guardian cloud, gazing wide-eyed at the scene before them. Lin spoke first. I didn't mean to do it. At this moment Rayleigh also reacted, slapping Lin on the head and saying, "Lin, look at the mess you've created." Lin rubbed his head and said aggrievedly, "Isn't it because you told me to use all my strength? If you hadn't said that, would there have been this aftermath?" Rayleigh glared at Lin and said, "Don't you dare argue back. This is all you're doing." He then pointed at the 14th island, which had already sunk to the seabed. Lin awkwardly coughed and said, "I didn't do it on purpose. What should we do now?" Rayleigh chuckled. "What else can we do? We both know about this, so how will others find out?" Lin smirked cunningly. "I never expected such an idea to come from you." Rayleigh waved his hand and laughed heartily. "It's nothing to mention nothing at all." After laughing, Rayleigh realized that this wasn't praise for him. Annoyed, he said, "Besides this method, do you have any other ideas?" Lin sat on the guardian cloud, holding his head deep in thought. Seeing Lin like this, Rayleigh thought he might have a good plan. "So do you actually have a solution?" After 2 or 3 minutes. Lin replied, "No." At this point Rayleigh was speechless. After a long pause, he jumped off the guardian cloud and advised Lin, "This matter has nothing to do with us. We were never here. And am leaving first. I know your strength now. After you finish your battle at the Navy headquarters, come learn Haki from me." After Rayleigh left, Lin nervously rode the guardian cloud back to the Uchiha family. The next morning, shocking news swept across the world. The current warlord of the sea, Uchiha Lin, and the vice captain of the pirate king Silver's Rayleigh clashed in the 14th region of the Sabaody archipelago, resulting in the sinking of the 14th island. New world aboard the Moby Dick. Dad, something big has happened again." Marco ran to Whitebeard with a newspaper in hand. Whitebeard, drinking and hooked up to an 4, saw Marco enter and shouted, "Gururara! Marco, what is it? Is there a new pirate emerging?" Marco didn't respond immediately but reminded Whitebeard, "Dad, you should drink a little less. It's not about a new pirate, rather it's about the current warlord of the sea, Uchiha Lin, clashing with Rayleigh in the Sabaody archipelago. They sank the 14th island." After speaking, Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. Whitebeard continued to drink while looking at the newspaper. When he saw the photos of Lin's complete Susanoo fighting Rayleigh, he burst into laughter. This warlord of the sea has some skills after all. However, if he bullies my son, I will also let him experience the wrath of the world's strongest man. Keep drinking. How's Ace getting along with you? Marco nodded in agreement, and quickly responded to Whitebeard's inquiry. Ace has already started to accept us. He is gradually fitting in. Whitebeard smiled with satisfaction. Gururara. On a certain island in the New World. Red-haired Shanks looked at the newspaper with the report. I didn't expect this warlord of the sea to be stronger than usual. But I never thought you would actually go after Rayleigh. Shanks looked seriously at the photo. Although it was blurry, he could tell that Lin and Rayleigh had not engaged in a serious conflict. It looked more like a friendly spar. After reading, Shanks laughed heartily, realizing he had misunderstood earlier. At that moment, Ben Beckman heard his laughter and inquired, Captain, what's going on? Shanks threw the newspaper aside, saying, It's nothing. Let's have a banquet. The crowd around them began to stir. In the New World, Onigashima Kaido held a jug of alcohol in one hand and the newspaper in the other. Not bad. This must be a mythical Zoan devil fruit. It's a pity he's a warlord of the sea, otherwise I could consider recruiting him. After saying this, he tossed the newspaper aside and asked Jack in front of him, How's the business with Joker going? Jack replied respectfully, Joker has already agreed. Kaido nodded and laughed heartily. That means they'll have a steady supply of devil fruits. On Cake Island in the New World, Big Mom looked at the newspaper her daughter brought over and sighed regretfully. If he weren't a warlord of the sea, I would definitely marry one of my daughters to him. After saying this, she paid no more attention and ordered her children to bring out the desserts, indulging herself in a feast. Meanwhile, the people in the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line were not as calm as the Emperor's. They were shocked by the news and realized that the Uchiha family was not to be provoked. Those who had previously considered targeting the Uchiha family began to retract their thoughts. On the Uchiha island, those pirates and some nobles started to behave themselves. At the Navy headquarters, generals and vice admirals gathered in the meeting room. They were discussing the matter of Uchiha Lin. I believe this is a good thing. Lin, as our warlord of the sea, demonstrates such power that is enough to intimidate some pirates. However, they destroyed the 14th island of the Sabati archipelago. Not punishing them would be a bit unreasonable. His intimidation of pirates can already be seen as a deed that compensates for the damage. The discussion heated up, with some believing Lin was not wrong and others believing he had erred. Amidst the rising debate, Admiral Tsuru stood up and said, Although he damaged the 14th island, he also intimidated the pirates. However, since he damaged the island, some civilians would definitely seek trouble. Therefore, let's call Lin over tomorrow to discuss this matter together. Others nodded in agreement. We should first ask the person involved how he thinks about this incident, and what occurred before making plans. Sengoku looked at the discussion and announced, Tomorrow we will notify Lin to come over and discuss this matter together. The Uchiha clan estate. Ime was preparing breakfast for Lin, having lived with him since he activated his Sharingan. However, feeling that her strength could not match Lin's, Ime decided to learn some skills to care for him, starting with cooking lessons from Uchiha Mikoto. By now, Ime had made some notable achievements in her cooking. She was responsible for Lin's 3 meals a day. Meanwhile, the news of Uchiha Lin sinking an island was causing quite a stir outside. Yet the person involved, Lin, was still lazily lying in bed. At that moment, Uchiha Kane rushed in excitedly. Daughter, where has Uchiha Lin gone? Ime evidently did not react at first, unsure why her father was so agitated. He's still sleeping. Without paying attention to Ime, Uchiha Kane quickly entered Lin's room. Upon entering the room, Kane saw Lin still sound asleep and immediately used his loudest voice to wake him. Lin sat up, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Yawning, he asked Uncle Kane, is there something wrong? Kane looked at Lin's nonchalant expression and felt a surge of anger. What could be wrong? The news of you sinking island No. 14 in the Sabati archipelago has spread across the world. The Navy has already sent people to invite you to their headquarters to discuss this matter. Upon hearing this, Lin immediately sat up in bed. What the heck? Who leaked that information? I thought no one knew. Kane shouted in response, with such a large place as island no. 14 sunk, how could no one know? Lin rubbed his head, feeling a bit confused, realizing that it made sense. Lin shook his head to clear his mind and began getting dressed. After all, he needed to make a good impression for the meeting at the Navy headquarters. Marineford. Once Lin disembarked from the warship, he was greeted by a Marine Vice Admiral. Uchiha Lin, one of the Shichibukai Admiral Sengoku has sent me to escort you. Lin waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he didn't care, and followed the Vice Admiral to the reception room. In the reception room, all the Vice Admirals and those of higher rank were present. Lin casually took a seat, rubbing his eyes. He seemed indifferent to the situation. Sengoku, seeing his attitude, was extremely irritated. Uchiha Lin, take a look at the trouble you've caused. You've directly sunk an island. The public now has a negative perception of your Uchiha clan, and you're still acting like this. Now think about how to deal with this. Lin waved his hand, completely unconcerned. What to do? Just build another island. Such a simple matter, don't you really understand? Sengoku was nearly driven to faint by Lin's response. Building an island. Do you think it's that easy? It won't be completed in a few years. Lin remained calm and unfazed by Sengoku's words. He supported his head with his hand, deep in thought. Finally, Lin showed a look of realization. Sengoku thought that Lin had finally taken the matter seriously, but Lin spoke up. Admiral Sengoku, how about we make a deal? Sengoku was at a loss for words at this point. What are you talking about? We're in the middle of a crisis, and you're still talking about deals. After a moment of thought, he continued, what do you have in mind? Seeing Sengoku's expression, Lin thought he was going to refuse, but then Sengoku suddenly said, alright, how about this? You help us calm the public's anger, and I'll provide you with a method to test chakra attributes. After saying this, Lin felt he had been incredibly clever, revealing a cunning smile, while internally laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, they could never master such a method for testing chakra. Using such simple chakra test paper in exchange for such immense benefits, I am truly brilliant. Sengoku stood nearby, deep in thought. What do you mean by that? Lin realized he hadn't explained the purpose of chakra to them yet. Chakra attributes fall into 5 categories: fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning. When possessing a certain chakra attribute, one can use jutsu corresponding to that chakra attribute. Afterward, Lin demonstrated. I possess fire attribute chakra, which allows me to use fire attribute jutsu. With that, Lin performed the fire release great fireball technique. A ball of flame erupted from Lin's mouth, exploding in the center of the reception room. Lin controlled the chakra, keeping the explosion contained. Sengoku recognized the usefulness of chakra, but without chakra test paper it was impossible to detect the corresponding chakra attributes. Sengoku nodded in agreement with the suggestion. Alright, it's settled then. There are 7 days until the next competition. Remember to prepare your jutsu. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Lin knew they had secured their victory. Lin also understood that he had no way to use Haki, and could not defeat Smoker. Lin said nothing and simply walked away. Seeing Lin's dejected expression, Sengoku's own displeasure faded. As Lin stepped outside, he let out a small sigh. What can I do to defeat Smoker? Lin started brainstorming and finally thought of a solution. Seastone weapons made from seastone. That would allow him to touch Smoker. With that, they still had a chance of victory. However, Lin knew he couldn't obtain seastone. Seastone is produced in Wano country, which is Kaido's territory. If I go there, it's certain death. So now there's only one option left. I need to find Don Quixote da Flamingo. He deals in arms and has business dealings with Kaido. He should be able to provide weapons made from seastone. 7 days is enough time. I should set off as quickly as possible. Who knows what kind of unexpected events may occur on the way. Lin shook his head, realizing he had found a way to win. Then let's give it a shot. Lin quickly summoned the Guardian Cloud, mounted it, and flew towards the new world at his utmost speed. After a day's effort, Lin finally arrived at Dressrosa. He walked around Dressrosa observing the local customs and culture. Lin did not go directly to find Don Quixote da Flamingo. He felt that there was still plenty of time and decided to enjoy himself in Dressrosa for a while before proceeding. As Lin passed by the arena, he noticed a notice posted there. The arena competition was about to begin, and the champion would be rewarded with a natural-type devil fruit along with the attention of Lord da Flamingo. The registration location is at the entrance of the arena, and everyone is welcome to sign up. After reading the notice, Lin had already labeled this natural-type devil fruit as his own. Ding! A special mission has been detected. The system has issued a special mission: win the championship of the arena competition without revealing your identity. Mission reward: surgery fruit, no side effects. Lin looked at the long-lost system and accepted this mission even though the task system had been cancelled. However, such special missions are sometimes issued. When Lin first arrived in the pirate world, the system had given him a mission to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. When Lin became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the system reward also arrived: a pet egg. The system did not indicate what kind of creature's egg it was. Lin himself had no way of knowing. But this egg was not large, only about 30 centimeters in size. After obtaining it, he placed it at home to hatch with Ime, but so far there had been no signs of life. The first devil fruit he simulated to obtain was given to Uchiha Tetsuhide. He was the first person to completely learn one of the 6 styles apart from Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. Lin believed that his strength could win this championship. However, not being discovered was a bit challenging. He thought about his current Sharingan fire-released ninjutsu and the thunder fruit, all of which had already been exposed. As of now, he had basically exhausted his undisclosed abilities. After some thought, Lin finally remembered an ability he had not yet used. At the arena registration area, a man wearing a swirling mask walked over, gesturing excitedly and speaking in a cheerful tone. "Hello, is this the registration place? I want to sign up." The staff member did not expect to encounter such a peculiar person. "Want to see what's inside through the hole left by the swirling mask?" The masked man shook his head, putting on a serious expression which appeared quite comical. "You can't see me like this. I want to sign up. And I am quite strong." The staff member covered his head and casually apologized. I'm sorry. What is your name?" The masked man continued with a serious expression, replying, "A Fae. I am a Fae, Fae. This is Lin's true form. He used 2 guardian clouds to transform into a swirling mask and 1 into the red cloud black robe of the Akatsuki organization. Lin's guardian cloud has a small trick that allows it to change colors, which Lin just discovered today. He would play the cheerful A Fae in the pirate world. Meanwhile, in another place, Lin's clone arrived at the royal palace of Dressrosa. He saw Don Quixote da Flamingo welcoming him there. Lin knew that as soon as he entered Dressrosa, he had been detected by da Flamingo. After all, if he hadn't noticed, da Flamingo would not be worthy of managing such a large country. Da Flamingo approached with his unique gait, accompanied by others. Ha, isn't this the famous Uchiha clan leader? What brings you here?" Lin did not respond to his words, but instead asked, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat?" Da Flamingo chuckled. "Then come in." Lin followed him inside and sat down in a reception room. He felt it was about time, and went straight to the point, saying, "I need some sea prism stone, you should have some, right?" Although Da Flamingo did not know what he intended to do, he was thinking of making a hefty profit from him. Ha, we do have some. But I don't know what the leader of the live-streaming clan is willing to pay." Lin understood his intentions from his smile and replied, "Name your price. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can agree." After several rounds of bargaining, Lin finally purchased the sea prism stone weapon at a satisfactory price. Lin did not leave. Instead, he said to Da Flamingo, "I heard there is a competition here. Aren't you going to invite me to watch?" He thought to himself, "It's all my true Boda's fault. Why can he participate in the competition while I am stuck here discussing boring trades? Since I can't compete, I'll go watch him instead. It'll cause some trouble for him later. Ha, I must see his expression. I am truly clever. Lin never expected to split off such a clone. Doflamingo chuckled. Although he was unaware of Lin's intentions, he nodded in agreement. Lin's true body had already entered the preparation area of the arena, but he couldn't help but shiver. He even sneezed. Lin was about to rub his nose but realized he was wearing a mask, so he put his hand down. I wonder who is thinking of me. Lin walked into the arena gesturing excitedly and shouting loudly. Hello everyone, I am a Fae. Please take care of me later. Those who were tense were startled by his loud voice. A fierce pirate 3 meters tall with scars on his eyes and chest glared at him upon seeing a person only about 1.7 meters tall wearing a swirling mask. With bandages wrapped around his legs and dressed in a red cloud-black robe, his face was full of smiles. He regarded Lin as an easy target. Coupled with the previous remark, he thought of intimidating others with Lin. The pirate walked up to a Fae and said with a fierce expression, You little brat, you disturbed me. A Fae's expression changed from playful to apologetic. Sorry, I didn't mean to. The pirate, seeing a Fae's demeanor, threw a punch and said, It's too late now. I've already killed 56 of your kind. Seeing the punch coming, a Fae shouted loudly, I'm done for. What should I do? He turned to the side, but it didn't help. However, the pirate's fist passed right through a Fae's body. At this moment, a Fae cried out, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. While speaking, a Fae lay down on the ground. After a while, he stood up, touched his body, and let out a huge sigh of relief. Didn't hit me. I'm alive. Quick, run. After saying this, a Fae fled as if flying. The pirate stood still, his fist still pressed against the ground, unable to retract it. The other onlookers were startled by the commotion and dispersed. However, a few remained, one of whom walked up to the pirate. With a gentle push, the pirate fell down. The person approached and observed closely, discovering that the pirate was not dead, just unconscious. Moreover, there lingered a trace of lightning within him. The person stood up and softly remarked, Interesting. Dressrosa. In the arena, 2 individuals, a man and a woman, ascended the podium. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Grand Arena Competition. I am your commentator, Happy. The woman beside him continued, I am AI. This competition is sponsored by Lord Doflamingo. The winner will receive the natural type earth fruit. This competition is divided into 4 sections A, B, C, and D, with each section vying for a champion who will come together for the final match. Now the A section competition begins. Pirates started entering the arena from 4 different directions, among them some renowned pirates. The host pointed at a pirate towering at 10 meters and said, Giant conch bounty of 100 million berries. He then pointed at a bald pirate with a scar on his head, saying, Bald Ilrit bounty of 90 million berries. Pirate White conch bounty of 200 million berries. Black Tiger Brothers, the elder brother has a bounty of 70 million, while his younger brother has a bounty of 50 million. A Fae was also assigned to the A section. As he entered the arena, he greeted the people around him. Hello everyone, I am A Fae from the Akatsuki organization. Seeing A Fae like this, the pirates quietly distanced themselves, fearing he might spread his craziness to them. The audience around burst into laughter. A person approached the host and whispered a few words. The host was initially shocked, then announced, Our Lord Doflamingo and 7 Warlords member Uchiha Lin are here to watch the match. Please give them a warm welcome. Doflamingo and Lin appeared in the stands, sitting in the most conspicuous position. It was Uchiha Lin who insisted on coming to watch the match. The host nodded and quickly announced the start of the match. A Fae looked at Lin on the platform, astonished. Didn't he say he would return after the clone transaction? How could he suddenly appear here? Lin caught A Fae's gaze. He winked at him, revealing a sinister expression. A Fae felt a chill run down his spine at that look. However, he quickly averted his eyes. Although unsure of the situation, the match was the most important thing now. As the match commenced, chaos erupted all around. A giant white conch stood before him. Kid, you were the one who bullied my little brother in the arena, weren't you? A Fae quickly shook his head in denial. I didn't do anything. But the giant white conch ignored his explanation and threw a fierce punch at Ah Fei. Ah Fei quickly dodged backward, looking as if he were elegantly avoiding a debate. Seeing him like this, the white conch thought Ah Fei was an easy target, and continued to attack fiercely, hurling insults. Various unpleasant words flowed out. "You bullied my little brother. If I don't kill you, how can I face my little brothers?" Though he said this, he didn't truly care about his little brother's life or death. He spoke this way in the arena to attract more followers. "You keep dodging. What kind of coward is that? If you have the guts, fight me, heathen. A coward like you can accomplish nothing." Unable to tolerate his slander, Ah Fei thought that if he could take a hit and bring the giant down, maybe he would calm down and not act excessively anymore. As the match neared its end, he decided to stand up and take the hit to win the victory. So this time Ah Fei did not dodge. The punch from the white conch directly hit Ah Fei. Although he didn't sustain any injuries, he pretended to faint. Seeing Ah Fei faint, the white conch burst into laughter. Just when Ah Fei thought he would no longer care about him, the white conch continued to mock. "What use is there for a coward like you to live? What kind of parents would give birth to trash like you? What kind of woman would choose a useless person like you? Ha ha ha, if you have a wife, I will take care of her for you." After saying this, the white conch laughed loudly, and many people in the arena also joined in the laughter. Lin's clone, sitting on the platform, suddenly felt a wave of ominous premonition. Ah Fei slowly stood up, his gaze cold and devoid of the previous levity. Lin, who had crossed over from modern society, was very averse to killing. Although he had witnessed cruelty and made a resolution, he still felt fear at the moment of killing. Therefore, since his arrival in this world, he had never killed anyone. At most, he would just give orders and watch. Now his aversion to killing had diminished to zero. Lin understood that reasoning with these pirates was futile. If he retreat, they would only become more aggressive. When Lin first arrived in the pirate world, he hadn't witnessed any pirates attacking civilians, as his identity as a Seven Warlords member granted him some respect, and his previous attitude seemed to regard civilians as equals. He wouldn't have missed the signs and seen pirates bullying civilians in front of him. Thus he still viewed these pirates as the benevolent kind, like Luffy, who helped others. Even at their worst, they couldn't possibly be so atrocious as to harm families. However, Lin finally understood that this was the true pirate world, not the one he had seen in the comics. Not all pirates are like Luffy and his crew. A surge of anger welled up within him. The most important things to him in this world were Aimee, his parents, and those he had yet to meet. He would not allow anyone to lay hands on them or speak disrespectfully. If he couldn't protect his family, how could he guard anything else? Suddenly an overwhelming aura swept across the arena, causing some civilians and ordinary pirates to faint. Doflamingo stood up from his seat, declaring, "Conqueror's Haki!" Lin rose from the arena, and a black chain suddenly appeared in his hand. Lin swung the chain, which automatically bound the white conch. The white conch struggled desperately, but the chains remained unyielding. No matter how hard he tried, the chains only tightened further. Lin approached him and spoke in a deep voice. "What did you just say?" The white conch continued to shout. "I advise you to let me go. I am a pirate with a bounty of 200 million. I have countless subordinates. Even if I cannot kill you, I will harm your wife and parents." Just as he was about to say more, the white conch cautiously caught sight of the eyes through the swirling mask. A white eye mixed with shades of blue and red stared back. Lin continued, "What did you say?" The white conch finally felt fear. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Just let me go like a fart." Lin covered his mask with one hand, revealing his unique white eyes, and burst into laughter, his voice echoing throughout the entire arena. Dressrosa, the arena was eerily silent. "It's already late," Lin said as he instantly appeared before the white sea conch. Using his protective cloud, he grasped the neck of the white sea conch with one hand, lifting him effortlessly. The white sea conch struggled incessantly, but Lin had not spent the last 2 months here idly. Moreover, there was a vast amount of energy among the Sea Kings here. Lin's strength had already exceeded the average level of a rear admiral, despite the great power of the white sea conch. However, Lin could clearly see the acupoints within the white sea conk's body through his bikugan. He utilized tiny electric currents to seal these acupoints, leaving the white sea conch feeling utterly powerless. Slowly the white sea conch lost all breath. Lin casually tossed him aside as if he were a mere bounty of 200 million, crushing him like an ant. The onlookers gulped at this moment. After the kill, Fei returned to his playful demeanor. "What's wrong with you all? Am I really that terrifying?" The people around him began to avoid his gaze. Fei, unfazed, continued. "Shall we continue the match?" At this point the host finally reacted, signaling for the match to resume. The chaos resumed, but everyone tactfully distanced themselves from Fei's area. After all, who would want to prolong their life at such a cost? Fei found such a scene quite enjoyable, as he intended to remain until the end as the sixth. The sixth brings me joy. With that thought, Fei lay down on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. The others around him watched as he started to doze off. Yet no one dared to approach, fearing it might be a trap. After observing for a while and realizing Fei was truly inactive, some pirates began to stir. However, until now no one had acted, merely thoughts lingered in their minds. After a while they confirmed that Fei had indeed fallen asleep. 5 pirates slowly advanced toward him. They quietly surrounded him. It seemed the leader spoke in a hushed tone, saying, "As long as we kill him, I will surely become famous throughout the world." When they snapped back to reality, Fei had already vanished. The pirate leader was left utterly bewildered. "Where did he go? You bunch of useless fools, how could you let him slip away?" one of the pirates exclaimed. "We saw him sink into the ground," another replied. The pirate leader looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. "Do you take me for a fool? How could he sink into the ground?" Fei quietly emerged from below, right behind the pirate leader. "Let me show you my strongest technique. This move even I wouldn't dare to take heed in." The surrounding pirates couldn't help but shiver at his words. The pirate leader reacted at this moment, and turned towards Fei. However, Fei didn't give him a chance, and pulled out a kunai from his spatial scroll. "Leaf body technique, kunai 1000-year kill." Fei gripped tightly and thrust the kunai directly into the back of the pirate leader. In an instant the pirate leader clutched his rear tightly, and slowly fell to the ground. Meanwhile those around him also hurriedly clenched their own. The audience also displayed expressions of unease, while some women covered their faces and scolded him for being a rogue. Lin, sitting in the audience, quietly turned to Doflamingo beside him and asked, "Could you withstand that move?" Doflamingo looked at him with a speechless expression and then muttered, "No way." The commentators were completely stunned at this point. After regaining their senses, one commentator remarked, "Fei's technique is not something an ordinary person can withstand." The audience erupted into uproarious laughter. Meanwhile, Fei stood up in the arena, raised both hands, and gave the remaining participants the middle finger, shouting loudly, "I am the sixth. The sixth brings me joy." The participants in the arena felt a surge of anger at Fei's gesture. However, recalling the earlier leaf body technique, they instinctively tightened their posteriors. That anger was silently suppressed. Lin walked over to the corner of the arena and began to sleep again. At this moment no one dared to plot against him anymore, silently distancing themselves from him. After all, who could withstand such an attack? The match continued for 30 minutes, leaving only Fei and the last 2 participants. The last 2 were engaged in a duel. They couldn't defeat Fei, but they exerted all their strength, hoping to earn Doflamingo's favor, who was still seated above. As they faced each other, Fei suddenly appeared behind one of them and struck once more. "Leaf body technique, kunai 1000-year kill." The man collapsed to the ground in an instant. Fei submerged back into the ground. The opposing participants, seeing Fei's ruthless tactics, hurriedly covered his rear, constantly on guard against Fei. At this moment, Fei suddenly appeared right in front of him. Child-ending kick! Fei delivered a sudden kick to his groin. All the men in the arena instinctively covered their own groins. They seemed to hear the sound of eggs cracking. The man kicked by Fei clutched his groin and fell to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. The commentator was at a loss for words and could only awkwardly chuckle. A face stood on the stage laughing heartily. This is a technique I've been practicing since childhood. I win, right, referee? The commentator finally snapped back to reality and nodded. In Zone A, the victor is a Fae. At this moment, Doflamingo spoke a few words to someone beside him, who then approached the commentator and whispered something. The referee then announced, "From now on, no one is allowed to use the 1,000-year kill or child-ending kick in the arena, or they will be disqualified. This is a decree from Lord Doflamingo." The audience and participants erupted into intense applause. After all, such tactics were too shameless. A Fae thanked those around him. However, the people nearby did not congratulate him. Instead, they expressed their disapproval, while some female spectators scolded him for being a rogue. A Fae, unfazed, continued to express his gratitude. Under the commentator's urging, he slowly walked down from the duel stage. People around him quietly distanced themselves. After all, it was no longer the arena, and no one wanted to encounter such moves. A Fae still chuckled happily, waving at those around him. But this time was different from before. The crowd responded with laughter, not daring to ignore him. After all, that 1,000-year kill and child-ending kick could easily cost them their lives. To this day, they still did not understand what kind of person a Fae truly was, nor did they comprehend his formidable strength. The ability to crush a pirate with a bounty of 200 million barehanded was truly terrifying. Such strength was something they could not afford to offend. Dressrosa. The host stood on the stage passionately delivering a speech. After 4 days of intense competition, the 4 champions from the 4 regions have emerged. Today marks the final championship match, and it is the time for the wielder of the natural type earth fruit to be born. Let us take a look at the champions from each region. In Region A, the masked man A Fae unleashed his conqueror's Haki in the first round, instantly eliminating many competitors and securing the championship through unscrupulous means. A Fae stepped onto the stage, still cheerful, as he waved at those around him as if the earlier remarks had nothing to do with him. The onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment. A Fae remained unabashed, saying, "Thank you all for the warm welcome. I will do my best to win the championship." The champion of Region B is the Pirate King, known for his bounty of 300 million, who shone brightly in the competitions of Region B. The champion of Region C is a king. But this king defeated another kingdom single-handedly. In the competition of Region C, he also triumphed over his old rival to claim victory. The champion of Region D is a very mysterious pirate with a bounty of 300 million. It seems he did not showcase his true strength in the first round. We eagerly anticipate this match. 4 individuals approached the ring from 4 directions. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Today, Doflamingo and Lin did not attend. Lin's avatar left after watching a Fae's match, and Doflamingo saw no need to come. Next, I will explain the rules of the match. The 4 contestants will engage in a free-for-all. After 15 minutes, 4 ferocious fish will appear. One of the boxes will contain the true devil fruit. The one who obtains it will gain the abilities of the natural type earth fruit and win the match. Now the match begins. As soon as it started, the Pirate King targeted Lin while the king approached the mysterious pirate. "I have seen your match in Region A. Your strength has earned my respect. Come, let us have a proper duel. I haven't felt the pain of defeat in a long time, let me experience it again." But before he could finish, a Fae interrupted him, his usual laughter replaced by a solemn demeanor. He stood there with a serious expression. The onlookers, along with the 3 combatants in the dueling arena, froze, and the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. They all understood that this was a Fae's prelude to seriousness. Just as they expected an intense battle to unfold, a Fae quietly uttered a phrase. "You're going to die." Everyone thought a Fae was about to kill him, but he followed up with a quiet remark. "Because villains die from talking too much." Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Suddenly, several crows flew overhead. "Caw, caw, caw." The pirate seemed to feel insulted, with veins bulging on his forehead, and he swung his fist. "Are you insulting me? Then die." His fist struck the ground, creating a deep pit with a radius of 5 meters. Intense smoke billowed forth. According to anime logic, smoke means no harm. Ah Fei emerged unscathed from the smoke, still wearing a playful grin. Hee hee, you missed. Upon hearing his laughter, the Pirate King felt it was a tremendous insult, and his punches grew increasingly rapid. But all of his punches passed through Ah Fei's body. Ah Fei lounged on the ground as if the Pirate King's strikes were not aimed at him. The Pirate King had now lost his sanity. He had never faced such humiliation in his life. He removed the gloves from his hands. You are the first to make me take off my gloves. I will definitely defeat you. Last night his fist struck towards Ah Fei at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet all of his punches passed through Ah Fei, failing to land a single blow. Ah Fei patiently waited for him. After 5 minutes the Pirate King was exhausted. He revealed a slight opening. Ah Fei struck him with a punch, sending him flying. The Pirate King rolled for a while before standing up. Ah Fei did not give him a chance and unleashed a flurry of punches to his chest. The Pirate King was sent flying. After a moment he stood up, realizing he hadn't landed a single hit on Ah Fei. Who exactly are you? Moreover, I have never seen such a boxing style from you before. Ah Fei crouched on one leg, extending the other straight forward with both fists poised. Wing Chun A Fei. At this moment the king and the mysterious pirate were also exchanging blows, but the mysterious pirate had the upper hand. At this time the devil fruit appeared. 4 ferocious fish swam swiftly in the sea. The Pirate King's eyes lit up upon seeing the devil fruit. Ignoring Ah Fei, he quickly dashed towards one of the fish. That fish also charged towards the Pirate King, who knocked it unconscious with a single punch. He reached the treasure chest only to find it empty and continued towards another fish. The other 2 competitors also charged at a fish. The fish, sensing danger, dove deeper into the sea, but one was captured, leaving only 2. That fish also contained no devil fruit. While they remained vigilant against the fish in the sea, the mysterious pirate suddenly lunged at the king, instantly killing him. Afterwards he licked the blood off his blade. His speed was extraordinary. No one besides Ah Fei reacted in time to see the king's demise. At that moment the Pirate King found another fish and rushed forward. Ah Fei, using his white eye to see through, discovered that the treasure chest carried by the fish contained the devil fruit, quickly vanishing into the ground. When he reappeared, he was already on the path of the Pirate King, striking him with a punch that sent him flying. Ah Fei swiftly approached the fish and obtained the treasure chest. Upon opening the chest, there it was, a yellow-brown devil fruit. The commentator announced congratulations to Ah Fei for winning this championship. Just as everyone else was basking in joy, a shadow appeared before Ah Fei, swiftly delivering a knife strike. In an instant Ah Fei's head rolled to the ground. That shadow was the mysterious pirate from earlier. The pirate also removed his hat, and at that moment some recognized him. The pirate known as the Thief Ghost, with a bounty of 300 million, sly and treacherous, enjoyed disguising himself. He looked at Ah Fei and quietly began to speak. I have been watching you for a long time. I have studied your phasing ability and finally discovered its weakness. You can phase actively but not passively. As long as my speed is fast enough, you won't be able to react. Although you are formidable, the victory of this match ultimately belongs to me. Ha! The pirate laughed heartily from the stage. Dressrosa in the arena, everyone was still in shock over what had just happened when Ah Fei's head fell to the ground. Standing in the arena, the Thief Ghost let out a loud laugh. However, as he laughed, his expression changed when a knife pierced through his chest, blood dripping from the blade onto the floor. The Thief Ghost stiffly turned his head, seeing a swirling mask and a pair of pure white eyes with a hint of light blue. It was Ah Fei who should have been killed by him. The Thief Ghost looked at the corpse on the ground and asked in a stuttering voice, "WWHY?" Ah Fei pulled the knife out from the Thief Ghost's body, wiping the blood off the blade. The Thief Ghost collapsed to the ground. Ah Fei squatted down. He looked at the Thief Ghost's unblinking expression and shrugged his hands. I told you before. Villains die from too much talking. Couldn't you just go up and finish him off? The Ah Fei lying on the ground transformed into a swirling mist and vanished. This was a modified version of the shadow clone technique created by Lin. While splitting off shadow clones, he utilized Guardian Cloud to cover his entire body. When this shadow clone received fatal damage, it would not disappear immediately. The Guardian Cloud would temporarily stabilize the clone. However, it had its drawbacks. The clone could only last for 5 minutes, and if it received fatal damage again, it would immediately vanish. The Guardian Cloud covering the shadow clone did not provide the intended defensive boost, which left Lin feeling quite speechless. Ah Fei took the devil fruit from the thief ghost and leisurely walked out of the arena. At this moment, the people in the arena also reacted, erupting into intense applause and cheers. Ah Fei walked down the street and arrived at a secluded corner, using the Guardian Cloud brought back by Lin's clone to return directly to the Uchiha clan. A group of people appeared at the place where Lin had just vanished. Where is he? How did we lose him? It's over. How are we going to explain this to Lord Doflamingo? Lin was unaware of such matters. He returned to the Uchiha clan and distributed the sea stone weapons brought back by his clone to Junmaru and others. He also gave Orochimaru some sea stones for research. Lin sat in the Uchiha clan office holding the earth fruit in his hand. Lin was contemplating who should eat it. After much thought, he finally decided that the earth fruit had a very high potential in the natural system. He wanted to give it to one of Uchiha Itachi Uchiha Shursui or Uchiha Fugaku. However, the weaknesses of consuming a devil fruit were too obvious. Fearing the sea and sea stone, he considered that eating it would instead be a disadvantage. Lin thought it would be better to keep the earth fruit for now. He would reconsider after Orochimaru cracked the devil fruit or when the system had corresponding functions. Having made up his mind, Lin put away the earth fruit and opened the system panel. A gift box appeared in the bottom right corner of the panel. After completing the task, the rewards would be directly issued to this corner. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the surgery fruit, no side effects. A red heart-shaped devil fruit appeared before Lin, which looked exactly like the surgery fruit he had seen in his previous life. Lin looked at the system panel's explanation. He discovered that a devil fruit with no side effects could be used simultaneously with multiple devil fruits, and it wouldn't be affected by sea stones or seawater. Previously, Lin was worried about whether he would explode and die after consuming it, but with the system's explanation he felt much more at ease. Lin cautiously took a bite of the surgery fruit, and found it tasted similar to the sound fruit he had eaten before. It tasted just like an ordinary fruit and was not unpleasant at all. Lin thought that this might be a manifestation of having no side effects. After finishing the devil fruit, Lin felt a peculiar power within his body. He spread his arms and exclaimed, "Room!" A transparent dome enveloped the entire office. Lin carefully sensed the surroundings, drew out a blood fragment blade, and with a swift slash the desk in front of him instantly split in two. The blade's light flickered, reducing the desk to fragments. After completing this, Lin controlled the fragments, and in no time the desk was restored to its original state. After all this, Lin carefully sensed the changes in his body, using chakra to flow throughout. When the chakra reached his abdomen, Lin clearly noticed something was different from before. Lin discovered that after consuming the surgery fruit, a power of space seemed to have suddenly appeared within him. There was also a power of lightning nearby. However, with Lin's current perception, he could only vaguely sense their existence. He had no idea how they existed. It was thanks to Lin obtaining the Vortex bloodline and Byakugan that he was able to master chakra more skillfully, which allowed him to sense the subtlety. Thus he did not sense it before when consuming the sound fruit. After realizing that he couldn't sense it no matter what, Lin gave up struggling and continued experimenting with his surgery fruit. He thought about how Trafalgar Law used his surgery fruit in his previous life. ROM command. Lin raised his finger, and the desk in front of him flew up. At first it felt a bit awkward, but gradually it became smoother. Lin wondered if he could use two types of devil fruits simultaneously. Without hesitation he decided to try. However, the space was too small for him to fully exert his abilities. Lin quickly arrived at the training ground of the Uchiha clan. He first used the surgery fruit. Room. He opened the surgical room. Then he used the sound fruit to condense a lightning dragon that was 1 meter long. Lin took a deep breath. He tried to switch the position of the lightning dragon and a kunai not far away, but just as Lin thought he was about to succeed, the kunai arrived and the lightning dragon dissipated in midair. Lin sat on the ground deep in thought. After several repeated experiments, he finally identified the problem. Lightning was not a solid, it was merely an element in nature. When switching, it did not directly exchange like solids. During the exchange, the lightning would vanish. After understanding the reason, Lin began to think of a countermeasure. After a while, Lin thought of a solution. Since lightning was not solid and would disappear during the exchange, he could amplify the lightning to make it approach solidity. Lin began experimenting and found that it could indeed be exchanged. However, the power of the lightning that was exchanged would greatly diminish. Lin had just condensed a lightning dragon using 5 units of lightning. After the exchange, only the original double amount of lightning remained. This left Lin very disappointed. He initially thought that it would at most lose half, but it far exceeded his expectations. Lin sighed. Although it can be exchanged now, the power will be greatly reduced. With this time, it would be better to condense several more lightning dragons. Well, for now it's still usable. I can improve it slowly later. There will always be a way. At the Navy headquarters, under a clear blue sky, the atmosphere was bustling with excitement, with crowds of people everywhere. Today marks the final matches between the Uchiha clan and the Navy, and the previous battles had already stirred their blood. The matches among the top 10 are sure to be thrilling. Thus, the number of spectators has significantly increased compared to before. However, there were no pirates present, as they are not foolish enough to come to the Navy headquarters. Most of them were gathered at Sabaody Archipelago to watch the live broadcast. The reporters transmitted the conditions at the Navy headquarters to the Sabaody Archipelago via telephone. At the Sabaody Archipelago, the screens were filled with spectators, including some notorious pirates. Besides the Sabaody Archipelago, there were also some lawless individuals watching the live broadcast. They were also placing bets, speculating on who would emerge as the final champion. The scene shifted back to the Navy headquarters, where after the announcer's opening remarks, the competition was officially declared to begin. First, let us introduce our top 10 contestants. First up, from the Navy, Smoker, the user of the smoke smock fruit, and Drake in the ancient Zoan form of the Allosaurus. Also from the Navy are Ein, the user of the retreat fruit, Bings, the user of the flourish fruit, Tina, the user of the barrier fruit, and the user of the mantis fruit, a powerful bug-type Zoan. Among the top 10 participants, the Navy occupies 6 positions. Next, we have the contestants from the Uchiha clan: Uchiha Obito, Bone Boy, Kamaru, Uchiha Sho, and Perona, the user of the ghost fruit. Given the current situation, all the Navy members are devil fruit users, which provides them with a significant advantage, greatly increasing their chances of victory. The Uchiha clan also has strong contenders. Alright, let's cut to the chase. This competition will be a knockout format with 5 advancing from 10. Each match will eliminate 1 contestant, and the format will change to a round robin after reaching the final 5, but for now it's a knockout stage. Therefore, every match for the contestants is crucial. Now let us invite Fleet Admiral Sengoku to draw the matchups. Sengoku shook the box in his hands. Slowly he pulled out the slips of paper. The first match, Kamaru vs. Tina. The second match, Uchiha Sho vs. Smoker. The third match, Perona vs. Ein. The fourth match, Drake vs. Bings. The final match, Obito vs. Mantis. After drawing the lots, Sengoku returned to his seat. The audience erupted into intense applause and began to chatter. Who do you think will win? I favor Smoker. After all, he is a user of the Logia-type devil fruit. I am more inclined towards Drake. His ancient Zoan form is particularly impressive. The announcer on stage declared once the surroundings quieted down. Let the knockout stage begin. The first match, Kamaru vs. Tina, is now starting. In the center of the dueling arena, Zifa stood ready. As before, Zifa was the referee for the match, given his high-ranking strength. He could intervene in the match if necessary. After seeing both sides signal readiness, Zifa nodded and waved his hands to indicate the start. Right from the beginning, Kamaru transformed his bones into a sword and charged at Tina. Tina, refusing to be outdone, transformed her arm into a barrier. She extended it forward and snaring Kamaru within the barrier before rapidly retracting it, aiming to trap him. However, Kamaru would not allow that to happen. He evaded with a ghostly agility. He continued to charge at Tina, reaching her in the blink of an eye. In terms of raw strength, Kamaru vastly surpassed Tina, but he lacked effective long-range attacks, giving Tina an opportunity. Tina's barrier fruit, while not particularly powerful in long-range attacks, still offered her a significant advantage over Kamaru in that regard. If Kamaru were to get up close, Tina would have no chance at all. Tina understood this and quickly used Shave to distance herself from Kamaru. While creating distance, she continued to use her barrier fruit to disrupt Kamaru, further widening the gap between them. Kamaru realized his disadvantage. During the chase, he utilized his only long-range attack. Corpse Bone Pulse 10 Finger Piercing Bullet. Tina was surprised that Kamaru possessed such a long-range skill. She attempted to dodge quickly, but the attack was too close. Tina had no choice but to twist her body, deflecting Kamaru's attack away from her vital areas. Kamaru's bone grazed Tina's thigh, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Kamaru rapidly closed the distance, stopping 2 meters away from her. Tina quickly forced herself to use Shave. From the ground where she had just been, a cage erupted surrounding Kamaru. Controlling the barrier, Tina relentlessly attacked Kamaru. Kamaru fashioned armor from his bones to defend himself, which provided some protection, but still left him looking somewhat disheveled. Tina was also in bad shape. Besides her thigh, her waist had a deep gash that exposed bone. Kamaru no longer needed to attack. As long as he maintained his defense, he would win naturally once Tina could no longer hold on. Outside, Tina endured the pain and continued to attack furiously. She knew this was her last opportunity. Thus they continued for 10 minutes. Eventually, Tina collapsed to the ground and Kamaru managed to escape the cage. He had only a few minor injuries. Kamaru's victory was inevitable given the vast difference in their strengths. Tina ranked at the bottom among the 10 contestants. Her progress to this point could largely be attributed to luck. Each of her opponents had been relatively weak. Reaching the top 10 was already a sign of luck's favor. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, luck is also a part of strength. At this moment, the announcer declared, "The first match of the knockout stage, Kamaru wins, while Tina will stop here in the top 10. Although it's a pity, the audience erupted into applause, thanking them for this wonderful feast of competition. The spectators also voiced their opinions loudly. What a shame! If only Lady Tina hadn't encountered Kamaru, she could have advanced to the top 5. I don't think so. Tina's strength is the weakest among them. You bastard! What are you saying?" The surrounding crowd began to argue over these words. Fortunately, the Navy intervened just in time. It was merely verbal sparring. The announcer noticed their quarrel and quickly announced, "In half an hour we will proceed with the next match, Uchiha show from the Uchiha clan vs. Smoker, the user of the smoke fruit from the Navy. Please stay tuned." He aimed to redirect their attention to the upcoming match. The announcer's efforts paid off as the crowd ceased their arguing and began discussing the next match. "Who do you think will win?" "I believe that Commander Smoker from the Navy has the upper hand. After all, he is a user of the Logia-type devil fruit." "I think so too." Most of the audience believed Smoker would be the one to turn the tide in this match. However, they were unaware that Lin had crafted seastone weapons for the Uchiha clan members. Naval Headquarters. My match has progressed to the second round. The second match is Uchiha vs. Smoker from the Naval Headquarters. In the arena, Uchiha and Smoker stood facing each other, sparks occasionally flashing in their eyes. Uchiha activated his single-tomoe Sharingan, his eyes turning red. At the center of his eyes were 2 tomo. Uchiha is 23 years old and possesses a single-tomoe Sharingan, making him an elite within the Uchiha clan. In the previous matches, Lin had instructed them not to use the Sharingan. This match is primarily for training and honing physical skills. Although activating the Sharingan could increase their chances of winning, it would also lead them to believe that the Sharingan makes them invincible, which is not what Lin wanted to see. During these days, Lin observed the personalities of the Uchiha clan members. Half of those who become ninjas become arrogant because of their Sharingan. If they were merely proud, it would be acceptable. But it is their arrogance that is problematic. Lin wants this match to teach them that there are always greater beings beyond themselves. If they can change this attitude through the match, Lin believes it to be more important than winning. Moreover, illusions are nearly unsolvable for those in the world of One Piece. Although they can use observation Haki to dispel illusions and Conqueror's Haki to counter them. However, ordinary people in the One Piece world generally do not possess observation Haki or Conqueror's Haki. Even if they do have it, they will show significant flaws when trying to dispel illusions. The illusions of the Sharingan are far more potent than ordinary illusions. The time taken to dispel them is longer. During this time they have no means of counterattack. Thus Lin required no use of illusions in this match, only ninjutsu and physical skills are allowed. The Sharingan can only be used in the final elimination round of the tournament. Lin sighed as he observed Uchiha's demeanor. Uchiha stood with his hands on his hips looking arrogantly at Smoker. "You are Smoker," he said, pointing at his Sharingan. "See this. This is proof of the Uchiha the Sharingan. Before these eyes your attacks are meaningless. Give up." Smoker looked at him with a foolish expression. Uchiha was infuriated by his demeanor. "You are finished. I will make you submit, and then you will kneel before me and apologize." At this moment Zephyr also announced. 10 advanced to 5. The second match, Uchiha vs. Smoker, begins. Uchiha quickly drew a kunai from his waist and charged forward. Smoker was equally unwilling to back down. He drew his weapon, smoke billowing from his feet as he flew forward. The two collided in the blink of an eye. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. In an instant there was a dazzling display of physical skills. Uchiha with his Sharingan quickly found an opportunity to stab at Smoker's waist with his kunai. Smoker stood there without any sign of defense. No defense, but that did not mean he wasn't attacking. At the same time Smoker swung his weapon towards Uchiha's head. Just as Uchiha's kunai made contact with Smoker's waist, he realized that his kunai couldn't touch Smoker at all. The kunai merely cut through wisps of smoke. Smoker's weapon was also thrust towards Uchiha, who quickly used the body replacement technique to dodge. Smoker's weapon instantly smashed the wooden block. Uchiha stood not far away, a bead of cold sweat trailing down his forehead, his heart still racing. Fortunately his Sharingan detected the subtle change at the moment the kunai touched Smoker. And thankfully his speed was slightly faster. He had time to use the body replacement technique. Otherwise, after that blow from Smoker, he would either be dead or severely injured. This is the difference between the world of Naruto and that of One Piece. If Uchiha were in the world of One Piece, someone of his strength would have greater endurance and defense than speed. In the world of Naruto, assassination is the norm. Speed comes first. Although Uchiha dodged that strike, it also consumed much more chakra. In that brief moment it was impossible to carefully control his chakra consumption. The chakra used for that body replacement technique was even greater than that of a brank ninjutsu. Smoker would not give him any time to rest. Using Sora, he quickly approached. Uchiha's Sharingan could only vaguely see the trajectory of Sora's movement. His Sharingan was only 2 tomoe. If it were 3 tomoe, he could clearly see the trajectory and weaknesses of Sora. But for Uchiha this was sufficient. He drew his kunai and shot it towards Smoker's direction of movement. Smoker paid no heed. After all, such a weapon would have no effect on his Logia-type devil fruit. Just as he thought the kunai would pass through his body, he suddenly had a bad premonition. He quickly used an iron block. The kunai pierced through the iron block and lodged itself into his arm, drawing forth a trickle of blood. A wave of weakness washed over his body. The smoke fruit was rendered ineffective. Smoker fell from the air. Originally Uchiha intended to shoot the kunai into Smoker's body, but his Sharingan was merely at 2 tomoe. To have pierced Smoker's arm was already fortunate. Although Smoker used the iron block, his physical prowess was formidable. The kunai did not fully penetrate his arm, but it did pierce through half of it. He would be unable to use his left arm in the arena, but it should heal in a few months. Had this been in the world of Naruto, that kunai would have definitely penetrated his arm. The kunai fell from the air as Smoker was sent flying, and he rolled several times on the arena floor before coming to a stop. Struggling to stand, Smoker clutched his arm. He looked at the kunai and noticed that its front end and middle were completely different colors. The front end was darker than the middle. In an instant, Smoker realized it was sea stone. Is that kunai's front end made of sea stone? Uchiha swaggered forward, a proud look on his face. Yes, what of it? This is a weapon forged by the clan leader. I didn't expect it to have such an effect on you, a Logia-type devil fruit user. The clan leader specifically instructed me to use such a weapon unexpectedly for it to have great effect, which is why I used it when you were careless. At this moment, Sengoku's expression darkened. You could have just used it openly. Why are you acting all sneaky? Sengoku glanced at Lin, who had already stood up from his seat. Like a thief, he walked towards the restroom. Uchiha clan leader, where are you going? After Sengoku spoke, everyone in the stands turned to Lin. Lin awkwardly thought to himself, Uchiha, you bastard. You actually exposed me. Lin scratched his head and laughed heartily. Haha, what else can I do? I'm going to the restroom. Sengoku looked at Lin with a disdainful gaze. Is that so? Lin stammered. I suddenly don't want to go anymore. With a nervous laugh, he returned to his seat. At the Navy headquarters, Smoker stood up in the arena. Although he was injured, such wounds were insignificant for Smoker in the pirate world given his formidable physical prowess. After getting up, Smoker was no longer careless. He knew that his Logia-type devil fruit was completely ineffective against sea stone weapons. He contemplated his strategies, knowing that he couldn't use his smoke fruit. Utilizing it would only increase his visibility, making him an easier target for Uchiha. Only the smoke he emitted would not count as his true form. Uchiha would not foolishly refrain from attacking once he stood up. Uchiha quickly formed hand seals to perform fire release great fireball technique. Uchiha spewed out a fireball with a diameter of 3 meters from his mouth. At the same time, he threw a sea stone kunai. He leaned forward, swiftly approaching Smoker. Uchiha understood that his ninjutsu had no effect on Smoker. So far, the only way he could attack Smoker was by utilizing sea stone. Thus, Uchiha's fire release served primarily as a diversion. The real killing move was the kunai, and his own taijutsu that followed. After suffering a setback, Smoker was now cautious. He avoided the fireball instead of taking it, heating using shave to evade. As he moved away, the fireball crashed to the ground, charring the surrounding earth black. A thick cloud of smoke erupted. A kunai was also embedded in the center of the fireball explosion. Smoker was grateful he had dodged. Had he remained stationary, that kunai would have incapacitated him. While Smoker pondered, several sounds of slicing through the air emerged from the smoke. A few sea stone kunai flew out from the haze. The kunai were now right before Smoker. He realized that his current capabilities could not allow him to evade them. The white fist formed from smoke blocked the kunai's trajectory, dispersing them all, while the white fist continued to strike towards the direction of the incoming kunai. As Uchiha used the kunai, he shifted his position, making it impossible for Smoker's white fist to reach him. Uchiha then darted out from the smoke as Smoker finished his white fist. They clashed together. Although Smoker was restricted from using the abilities of his Logia devil fruit, his taijutsu was still superior to Uchiha. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Uchiha quickly retreated. While retreating, he formed hand seals and executed fire release great fireball technique in 4 directions. The fire release struck the ground, causing smoke to rise and encircle Smoker. At this moment, Uchiha also entered the smoke. Although it obscured visibility for both sides, Uchiha possessed the Sharingan. Though not as perceptive as the Byakugan, it was still superior to Smoker, who lacked the observation Haki of the Marines. Lin noticed Uchiha's tactics and nodded in approval. From previous matches, Lin had already discerned Smoker's smoke fruit abilities. At this stage, Smoker was unable to directly control the surrounding smoke. He could only assimilate his body into the surrounding smoke to manipulate it. Uchiha's strategy was to force Smoker to assimilate with the smoke so that any attack with the kunai would hit. During his time in the pirate world, Lin also observed a crucial fact: using water released in this world had no effect on devil fruit users. Even using water from the sea in the One Piece world, the water release would be ineffective against devil fruit users. Lin had also asked Orochimaru to research this matter. However, up until now there had been no breakthroughs. After some time without results, Lin decided not to pursue the research further. Though he lost the trump card, the Uchiha clan still possessed 4 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. In the arena, Smoker had yet to assimilate with the surrounding smoke. Uchiha Lin had already noticed this. How could Sengoku have missed it? He had warned Smoker before the match. Seeing Smoker make no move, Uchiha attacked again. Smoker did not counterattack, instead adopting a passive defense, waiting for an opportunity. He waited for the smoke to dissipate. After a moment of defense, the smoke finally cleared. Smoker seized the opportunity to counterattack, instantly using Shave to appear before Uchiha. Uchiha was already prepared and quicker than Smoker. The kunai pierced into Smoker's left thigh. Just as Uchiha thought Smoker would lose strength, he was suddenly struck by a weapon, sending him flying. As the kunai neared Smoker, he quickly let go of his weapon and threw it. Even if he lost strength, his weapon would still hit Uchiha. By the time Uchiha reacted, he was already hit. He did not release the kunai in his hand, which caused Smoker's strike to knock him away, pulling out the kunai embedded in his thigh. Uchiha stood up awkwardly. After that blow, he was severely injured. In contrast, Smoker was in a much better condition. Smoker smiled, recalling Sengoku's words before the match. Smoker, I have been observing the Uchiha clan for a long time. Ninjas are generally fast, but their defense is quite poor. As long as you create an opening and hit him once, he will be gravely injured if not dead. Remember this. Uchiha coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and stood up in a distressed manner, using all his strength to throw several kunai with his right arm. Smoker was shocked that he could still counterattack. He could only use Shave to dodge, but the movement aggravated the wound on his left leg, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Shave did not activate. However, the kunai passed through his body. Uchiha was left with only one Seastone kunai. Throughout the match, he had a limited number of kunai split between Seastone and ordinary ones, while the rest were in his scroll. Uchiha's situation was dire, as he was nearly out of chakra. He could not afford to use chakra on the scroll. Uchiha gritted his teeth and approached Smoker. Smoker was still shocked that the previous kunai was not Seastone, and by the time he realized it, Uchiha was already in front of him. Smoker could only hurriedly retaliate with his weapon. Uchiha's weapon pierced through Smoker's chest, but no blood oozed from the wound. Instead, wisps of smoke escaped. Smoker knocked Uchiha unconscious with his weapon, revealing that all his earlier panic was merely an act to lure Uchiha. Uchiha was already worn out and could not move as swiftly as before. Smoker had observed Uchiha's intent to attack his chest. At the moment Uchiha attacked his chest, Smoker elementalized it in advance, evading the attack from the Seastone weapon. As the referee announced Smog's victory, a thunderous applause erupted throughout the naval headquarters. It was the most thrilling match they had ever witnessed, filled with psychological warfare, brilliant strategies, and dazzling martial arts. Although Uchiha lost, the audience refrained from mocking him. Lin smiled and nodded from the stands. This was the outcome he desired. He wanted to take advantage of their failure to sway the Uchiha clan and alter their dispositions. Suddenly Lin realized he also needed to give them a lesson on anti-fraud education, considering how easily the Uchiha could be misled. Just like Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, who were deceived by the will of fire, leading to the destruction of their clan. Even more so like Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, who were left in a daze by Black Zetsu. Lin thought about installing an anti-fraud app in their minds. At this moment Lin's system also lit up. The simulator's time was up and it was ready to simulate once again. Lin opened the simulator. Talent chakra: you will be born with chakra, but the amount will be particularly small. Blue animal world: you may not necessarily be human. You could be an animal, or a hybrid of human and animal. Blue special event: when you turn 10, an event will occur in your world. It could either destroy the world or save it. Note: after turning 10, when the special event occurs, the simulation will change 1 year into 1 month. Lin glanced at the talents displayed above. Without a second thought, he chose the special event. Talent special event. Age 0. You were born in the 45th year of Konoha during the Third Great Ninja War. You were born in the village hidden in rain, a village perpetually shrouded in rain and devoid of sunlight. Age 1. Age 5. Lord Pain the god took control of the village hidden in rain. During these 5 years you did not show any talent to become a ninja, but you were exceptionally intelligent. Your parents died at the hands of Konoha ninjas and you were rescued by Lord Angel. You found yourself homeless, and due to your sharp mind Lord Angel took you in. Age 9. Your cleverness earned you the position of treasurer in the Akatsuki organization, and not a single account was miscalculated. Lord Kakuza held you in high regard. Lin looked at the details before age 9, realizing he had no ninja talent at all, which seemed quite poor. Yet he managed to become the treasurer of the Akatsuki. This was quite astonishing to Lin. He continued to read, and when he saw what happened at age 10, his eyes nearly bulged out. He never expected the special event to unfold like this. At age 10, on this day, a golden and purple light shot up into the sky, merging to form a massive screen visible to all. A mechanical voice echoed throughout the ninja world. Many individuals in the ninja world attempted to use ninjutsu to attack the screen, but their techniques simply passed through it. At that moment, the screen emitted beams of purple light towards everyone. Once these beams reached their front, they coalesced into chat boxes. This chat box enveloped the entire ninja world, allowing everyone to speak. However, there were restrictions. Only those with shadow-level strength could speak freely. Jonin could say 50 sentences a day, Chunin 30, and Genin 20. Ordinary people could say 10. Everyone in the ninja world chatted away merrily. At this time, the screen reacted, displaying several large characters counting down the top 10 strongest organizations in the ninja world. The screen also displayed images 10th place Haiden. The screen accompanied this with introductions, exciting battles, and death scenes. Lin was also greatly shocked by such visuals. He quickly inquired of the system what was happening. However, after waiting for a long time, the system provided no answer. Lin could only continue watching. 10 years and 1 month, 9th place Setsu. 10 years and 7 months. During this period, the ninja world also fell into peace. All the villages remained vigilant and did not recklessly engage in war. They also wished to obtain more information from the screen. At this time, the screen revealed the 3rd place. Conan. 10 years and 8 months. The screen revealed 2nd place Nagato Pain. Similarly, it provided an introduction. Under the threat of Hanzo of the Salamander, and Danzo of Konoha, Yahiko committed suicide in front of Nagato. At this moment, Nagato went berserk. He also changed his dream, wanting to collect the 9-tailed beasts to create an ultimate weapon. This weapon could annihilate a country in an instant, causing the world to feel pain. Thus he sought to escape from suffering. After attacking Konoha, he was moved by Naruto Uzumaki and ultimately used the power of the Rinnegan to revive the people of Konoha at the cost of his own life. 10 years and 9 months. During this time, other villages tightened their protection of the tailed beasts, while also anticipating and remaining alert to the Akatsuki's strongest member. 1st place Uchiha Obito, Masked Man. After witnessing the death of his beloved Rin during the 3rd Great Ninja War, he vowed to create a world where Rin could return. He personally initiated the 4th Great Ninja War. He became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, overcoming the backlash and truly becoming the Ten Tails host. In later battles, he experienced a profound awakening. He stood against Uchiha Madara and joined the ninja allied forces. In the battle against Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto Uzumaki, and Kagaya Otsutsuki, he sacrificed himself to save Naruto, reuniting with his beloved. At age 11, the ninja world gradually settled into peace. Through the exposure from the screen, everyone understood the enemies they would face in the future. They began to unite. Uchiha Obito and the Akatsuki organization realized they had been used and began to reform. The screen continued to expose the top 10 strongest in the ninja world. Top 10 villains in the ninja world. At age 20, the people of the ninja world began to emphasize technology, inventing machines aimed at space, and at this time the screen vanished. The people of the ninja world were very reluctant to see it go, and named it the Peace Screen. The ninja world united together, forming the Ninja World Federation led by the 5 Hokages. At age 50, the ninja world developed a spaceship and began its journey into space. At age 65, Lord Angel passed away. At age 85, you sit in a recliner flipping through a photo album while recounting stories of your era to your grandson. With a sigh you reflect, it seems I will not witness the eradication of the Akatsuki clan. Lord Angel, I have come to accompany you. You point to the photo of Lord Angel in the album, slowly closing your eyes. The simulation ends. The simulation has ended. This time 0 simulation coins were obtained. Lin sat in the stands staring blankly. He never imagined that his simulated self would actually have feelings for Xiao Nan, and with the help of the screen the ninja world surprisingly achieved peace. What surprised Lin even more was that without any other good talents he couldn't even become a ninja, let alone achieve other goals. This was also Lin's first failure after so long in simulation, and there were no options for abilities available. Lin thought for a moment, and decided to unlock another talent slot. One talent was simply too few. Lin opened the task for the second talent slot, at least 5 shadow-level powerhouses in the family 35. Seeing this task, Lin was utterly dumbfounded. Clearly the Uchiha family had 5 shadow-level powerhouses himself: Uchiha Fugaku, Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shikkotsu. After thinking carefully for a while, Lin understood the reason behind it. Uchiha Shikkotsu and Uchiha Itachi had not truly integrated into the Uchiha clan but were spies sent from Konoha. Lin kept recalling in his mind and finally came to a conclusion. During the first return to the ninja world, when the Uchiha were moved to the pirate world, there was indeed a period when Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shikkotsu disappeared at different times. During that time they must have returned to Konoha to discuss plans with Sarutobi Hiruzen and report the situation. However, thinking back to Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression when he returned to Konoha, Uchiha Itachi must have mentioned him, but that curious gaze also indicated that Uchiha Itachi had not disclosed his abilities to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Comparing that with the expression of Gecko Moria, Lin knew that Uchiha Itachi had not revealed everything to Sarutobi Hiruzen, just like in the current pirate world. Upon reflection, it was clear that Uchiha Shikkotsu and Uchiha Itachi were not so easily deceived. In the original work, after Danzo took away Uchiha Shijui's eye, he did not harbor resentment but instead gave his other eye to Uchiha Itachi, urging him to protect Konoha. Even if he saved him, at most it would only earn him a bit more goodwill. A few words from him would not change the goals in their hearts. Uchiha Itachi was the same. In order to protect the village, he was capable of directly annihilating the Uchiha clan, and his feelings for Konoha surely outweighed those for the Uchiha family. From a very young age he had the mindset of a Hokage. It was impossible to think that after he brought Uchiha Shikkotsu over he would also put down his will of fire and follow. As Lin thought about it, he sighed. He had underestimated Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shikkotsu. However, Uchiha Shikkotsu did not use Kodoama Tsukumi on him, which indicated that they still had feelings for the Uchiha clan. Lin speculated that Uchiha Itachi did not join Konoha in the encirclement of the Uchiha upon returning to the ninja world, which proved he still had concerns, possibly not wanting to part ways with Uchiha Sasuke. He still wanted to cherish the beautiful moments with Uchiha Sasuke. But more likely he was afraid that Konoha would turn against him and drag him and his brother down. After all, he knew Danzo's character all too well, let alone Uchiha Itachi. And with a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in front of him, how could he not take action? At the same time, Danzo surely knew his weakness was Sasuke. As long as he captured him, he need not fear Uchiha Itachi. Lin slowly began to think about how to integrate them into the Uchiha to make them trust the Uchihas, but after racking his brain he concluded he could only slowly change the character of the Uchiha clan, allowing them to gradually accept the Uchiha family. It seems that after this competition he also needed to prepare adequately to change the personalities of the Uchiha. This would help Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shikkotsu trust his family. This was the most crucial step as long as he could make the Uchiha character more lively and approachable, then Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui would gradually accept the Uchiha. As Lin was about to shut down the simulator, a gift package suddenly popped up on the simulator. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of world peace and receiving a gift package 1. Lin revealed an expression of realization. He had previously thought that once the task system disappeared, only special events would issue tasks, not expecting there to be hidden tasks. Lin also thought this simulation would be in vain, but unexpectedly there was a hidden task and it came with a gift package. Lin felt that whatever this package contained, it was not a loss. Lin wasted no time and directly opened the gift package. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a random secret realm creation card for the pirate or ninja world. Random secret realm creation card for the pirate or ninja world. Randomly create a secret realm in either the pirate or ninja world. The secret realm can accommodate 2 people. Time inside the secret realm flows at 1 year to 1 day outside. Upon entering the secret realm, all abilities will be lost, and one must start training from scratch. Death will automatically exit the secret realm, and once exited, re-entry is not allowed. Upon exiting, no abilities acquired within the secret realm will be obtained, but experienced combat skills and Haki training as well as ninjutsu techniques can be gained. When entering the secret realm, one can choose a talent, and upon completion they can bring it back to reality. Lin planned to go with Aimee. After all, it could accommodate 2 people. Aimee's strength was still far inferior to Lin's. Although Lin would not let her encounter danger, he specifically kept a protective cloud nearby her. But what if something happened? What if danger arose and Lin got entangled? Then Aimee would be in danger. Lin still wanted to ensure that Aimee had means of self-defense. This secret realm was a very good choice, as the different flow rates of time would allow for better training. The most critical point was that Lin wanted to change Aimee's training talent. After all, her talents were quite poor, and she could not compare to Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi at all. Lin's talent was quite good, especially with the Akatsuki bloodline. Previously, Lin thought that his Akatsuki bloodline had no benefit to his talents. His talent was learned so quickly with the help of the system, and his hidden Akatsuki bloodline was somewhat irrelevant. However, gradually Lin realized how beneficial the Akatsuki bloodline was. His speed in training armament Haki and observation Haki was much faster than ordinary people. Lin also discovered that his talents were indeed very good. He compared his training duration with Rayleigh, and he could reach the level of Luffy 2 years later after just 1 year. Lin also realized that the various ninjutsu he had learned were largely due to his Akatsuki talent, with only a small portion being the function of the system's talent. This was discovered after Lin integrated the Uzumaki bloodline. After merging with the Uzumaki bloodline, his Akatsuki bloodline was also partially activated. Lin also found that after integrating the Uzumaki bloodline, he obtained all attribute chakra, which allowed him to learn more ninjutsu, and became even more talented. However, Aimee did not possess such talent. Her training speed was particularly slow, and she could not keep up with Lin. If she could obtain a good talent in the secret realm, it would compensate for this. Naval headquarters. The battles in the arena were in full swing, and amidst the referee's commentary, the cheers and applause of the audience, the elimination rounds were completed smoothly without any unexpected incidents. The number of those who successfully advanced to the top 5 was exceedingly rare. 3 individuals from the naval headquarters made it through: Smoker, the natural type user of the smoke fruit; Drake, the ancient type user in the form of a dinosaur; and finally Ein, the superhuman user of the backward fruit. Ein's strength could be deemed adequate, though not particularly formidable. Among the Navy participants in the elimination rounds, he was merely average. His advancement was primarily due to the fruit's overwhelmingly unique ability. The backward fruit causes anyone it touches to regress 18 years in age. Most of the competitors in the arena were in their 20s. Once touched by Ein, they would revert to being mere children. While they retained their original combat prowess, no one could quickly adapt to a child's body within a few minutes, which provided Ein with a significant advantage. Junru, being only 18 years old, could potentially disappear if touched by Ein, which worried Rin greatly. Rin could not guarantee that Junru would return after vanishing. One should not focus on Junru's age. If Junru were too young to qualify for the top 5, it would indicate a significant problem with the competition. Drake's prowess was evident, having mastered both armament Haki and observation Haki, thus winning was a natural outcome. Although the match cannot be described as a complete domination, he still won quite comfortably. From the very beginning, Drake adhered to his usual tactics, pressuring his opponents until they could hardly breathe. In the end, he directly knocked out his opponent using his devil fruit without even needing to employ armament Haki or observation Haki. This illustrates that Drake's primary strength lies in the combination of his fruit ability and martial arts. On the Uchiha side, there were only 2 participants, Shirgo and Junru, who were also Rin's top picks, and they advanced without any issues. Junru's opponent was Tina, and he won without any surprises in the first match, considering the vast disparity in their strengths. Shige's opponent was Binzi, who wielded the prosperity fruit. Binzi's strength was not among the very top in the top 10, but he was certainly above average. The vines produced by his prosperity fruit bore a strong resemblance to the roots fruit used by Toritsukasa, but the prosperity fruit was an upgraded version of it. The vines he produced were sturdier and faster, but like the roots fruit, they could only grow in areas with seeds and grass. Once these vines ensnared an opponent, the more they struggled, the tighter the vines would constrict. There were very few individuals in the top 10 who could escape the effects of Binzi's fruit abilities. However, Shirgo was one of those few. As an immortal physique user, he could enhance his strength and speed, concentrating his power into a single point. This rendered Binzi's vines completely ineffective against Shirgo. Shige's speed was simply too much for the vines to keep up with. Even if he accidentally got entangled by the vines, while he couldn't say he could easily break free, it wouldn't require too much effort either. Thus, after the match began, Shirgo relentlessly pursued Binzi, who had no chance to counterattack. Binzi's strength and speed were no match for Shirgo. In the early exchanges, he was knocked away by a single punch from Shirgo. After being sent flying, Binzi learned a lesson, realizing he couldn't compete with Shige's strength, and began to pull back. While pulling back, he attempted to attack using his fruit. However, Binzi underestimated Shige's speed. He thought Shige's strength meant he would be slow. But Binzi was mistaken. With the enhancement of the immortal physique, Shige's speed was not significantly inferior to his strength. Binzi suffered a setback in an instant. Fortunately, he was able to evade just in time. While dodging, Binzi was left with no choice but to engage in a prolonged battle of attrition. After all, he couldn't defeat me, nor could he escape. Binzi aimed to slowly exhaust Shige's stamina. Once Shirgo was fatigued or careless, he planned to swiftly launch a counterattack using his fruit ability, catching him off guard. However, contrary to his expectations, Shirgo remained extremely cautious and alert, not revealing any significant weaknesses. Binzi could only hope to launch an attack after Shirgo became tired. But Shirgo hadn't fatigued yet. It was Binzi who began to tire, his speed diminishing, his fruit abilities growing slower, and his stamina depleting rapidly. Binzi could only feign a weakness to lure Shirgo, and hoping the vines could restrain him. Shirgo indeed fell for it, having grown somewhat impatient after the prolonged tug-of-war. Given the chance, he aimed to end the match directly. Although Shirgo had been cured by Rin and the Slug Sage, alleviating his tendency towards volatility, it had not completely eradicated it. It merely reduced his irritability. After all, the Dragon Cave Sage mode had this flaw, which neither Rin nor the Slug Sage could resolve. Binzi used his vines to restrain Shirgo and unleashed his strongest fruit ability, intensifying the constriction. However, after holding on for a few minutes, Shirgo gathered all his strength into his arms, unleashing a force far beyond what Binzi could control. The vines shattered into countless pieces under his power, and Binzi was also affected by this overwhelming force. Although Binzi still had some energy left, he couldn't muster much of a storm. Under Shige's relentless assaults, he lost his combat capabilities. Shirgo unsurprisingly emerged victorious. Perona lost Ain during the competition. Throughout the match, Ain was evading Perona's negative ghosts, as a single touch from them could end the match. Not everyone is capable of overcoming negative ghosts like Usopp. During the moment Perona's soul left her body, Ain seized the opportunity to swiftly use Shave, reaching her physical form and activating his fruit ability. Perona was instantly transformed into a child. With her childlike body, Perona struggled to adapt, unable to walk steadily, let alone fight. Ain easily secured victory in the match. While this match featured Perona's carelessness and her inability to move her physical form, Ain's fruit ability was ultimately the key to his success. It was evident that Ain's martial arts were not particularly impressive. The strength of her fruit ability was truly remarkable. After the top 5 were selected from the elimination rounds, the real championship match was set to begin. The final match was originally intended to be a round-robin format. However, before the match commenced, Rin thought of an alternative format. Rin believed the previous round-robin was too time-consuming and did not benefit them as much as the format he had in mind. Rin communicated his proposed match format to Sengoku, and after discussions they decided to abandon the previously planned round-robin in favor of Rin's proposed format. Naval Headquarters. The final match has begun. The announcer then announced the competition rules. In the final match, we will determine the champion through the last round-robin competition. The rules of the round-robin are as follows: each pair must compete against each other. At this moment, a Navy officer quietly whispered a few words into the announcer's ear and handed him a few sheets of paper. Upon seeing the contents of the paper, and hearing the words whispered in his ear, the announcer nodded. Though shocked, he adhered to his professional ethics. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. After discussions between the Navy and the Uchiha clan, it has been decided to change the rules of the upcoming matches. The new rules are as follows: 5 competitors will randomly select one strong opponent from either the Uchiha or the Navy. The Navy will select from the strong members of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha will select strong members from the Navy. Regardless of whether they are defeated or successfully defeat their opponent, 8 judges will score the matches. There will be 8 judges, 4 from the Navy and 4 from the Uchiha. The 4 naval judges are Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akiji, and Admiral Akainu. The judges from the Uchiha side are Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Lin, former clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, top tier Uchiha Powerhouse Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shursui. Each score will range from 1 to 10. During the tallying, the highest and lowest scores will be discarded. The competitor with the highest total score will be crowned champion. Now let us invite the 8 judges to move to the judging platform at the front. Lin and Sengoku's platform is at the highest point, while the newly constructed judging platform is around the arena, providing a clearer view. Although this is inconsequential for these powerful beings, it still needs to be done for appearances. Sengoku's agreement to change the competition rules is mainly to understand the strength of the top powers within the Uchiha clan. Though Lin is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he is uncertain when the Uchiha clan might rebel. After all, with Lin's strength, especially when empowered by the complete Susanoo, he possesses a power that, while weaker than an admiral, is not significantly different. More importantly, he commands a vast clan. If only Lin were strong enough, he could easily mobilize the admirals. However, Lin has a formidable family behind him. A large-scale conflict would result in significant losses of elite Navy personnel. Losing many elite members would allow some pirates to seize control over the first half of the Grand Line. This is something Sengoku does not wish to see. Therefore, he wants to ascertain the strength of the Uchiha clan and formulate a countermeasure as soon as possible. Better safe than sorry. Lin's desire to change the competition format also stems from his own thoughts. This format allows them to gain better training and compare the gaps in strength between themselves and the powerful. However, Lin's main goal is to help Junmaru and Chogo avoid Ain, as Ain's fruit ability is too counterproductive against them. Both Junmaru and Chogo are close combat fighters. Long-range attacks are scarce, and in close combat they inevitably come into contact with Ain. Once contact is made, Junmaru and Chogo will be reduced to 2 infants. How can infants fight? Although Lin's plan is for the Uchiha to lose the match, and he will guide them afterward who wouldn't be tempted to acquire naval ships and learn the techniques for armament, Haki observation, Haki and Haki training. Moreover, the match has already moved beyond the Uchiha's involvement. While Junmaru and Chogo are from the Uchiha, their followers are led by Orochimaru. The Uchiha members with Sharingan have already been defeated, which is sufficient for Lin. Now that there is hope to win the championship. How could that not be a beautiful thing? Lin also aims to achieve 2 goals with 1 arrow. Just after the judges announced the competition rules, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. With these competition rules, they can witness battles between higher-tier powers. Amid the intense applause, the results of the draw were slowly revealed. The Navy dispatched primarily junior officers with only 1 or 2 middle-ranking officers. The strongest middle-ranking officer in the Navy has a bounty of around 700 to 800 million, equivalent to that of a pirate. Excluding Garp and Tsuru. The Uchiha's side also sent out a few upper ninjas, with most being elite ninjas. The strength of most elite ninjas is comparable to junior officers. After all, the Uchiha lack the strong foundation that the Navy possesses. Although Lin has 5 shadow-level powerhouses, 2 of them are still from Konoha. Orochimaru only cares about his research, and is completely indifferent to any external situations. If Lin could see this, he would surely want to exclaim how difficult it is for him. As the applause slowly faded, the announcer at the podium excitedly announced the start of the drawing. Sengoku's assistant took out a box and Sengoku slowly drew a slip of paper from it. Sengoku first drew a contestant from the Navy. Drake vs. Uchiha Taihuo. After consuming the ancient Zoan-type saber-toothed tiger fruit, Uchiha Taihuo's strength has significantly increased, being only a step away from shadow-level power, yet he cannot cross that final step. Smoker vs. Uchiha Inaho, an established elite ninja whose strength is considered good among elite ninjas. Ein vs. Uchiha Hakadai, also an established elite ninja from the Uchiha. Upon seeing such drawing results, Lin couldn't help but laugh, lamenting in his heart that even if his luck were terrible, he wouldn't draw such opponents. It is uncertain whether the Navy is unfortunate or fortunate. Unfortunately, the elite ninja drawn by the naval headquarters happens to be the 3 strongest elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan, who are also experienced and veteran ninjas. They might lose their fighting capability in an instant at the beginning of the match. Both too strong and too weak can affect the scoring of the match. If too strong, you might faint before the fight really begins. If too weak, the opponent will directly suppress and beat you down. Fortunately, if they can endure for a while longer, the scoring will be significantly better, and after the match their strength will undergo a qualitative leap. After all, fighting is the most effective way to increase strength. Next, it was Lin's turn to draw. Lin first drew a slip of paper, and his expression instantly darkened. He drew another slip and slapped his mouth, wondering why he was so unlucky. Luckily, Aimei quickly pulled Lin back, saying, "Brother Lin, don't do that." Garp had also come over early on, and had been sitting behind Sengoku. At this moment he curiously leaned over, and upon seeing the names on the slip he couldn't help but chuckle. "Your luck is worse than Sengoku's." The 2 names on the slips Lin drew were Rear Admiral Mole and Rear Admiral Spider. Since the selection of contestants started from the left to right, the final result is Junra vs. Rear Admiral Mole, Chogo vs. Rear Admiral Spider. Lin looked at the sign in his hand, feeling quite speechless. He thought to himself, "Jun Malu, I didn't do it on purpose." However, stronger opponents are even more crucial for enhancing your strength. This is what I was thinking. That's why I drew the mole and the ghost spider. Everything is within my plan. It can't possibly be my bad luck. After all, I had particularly good fortune when choosing talents in the simulator. If the simulator could speak, it would definitely jump up and shout at Lin if it weren't for this system secretly raising the refresh rate for high talents. With your non-lucky attributes, you would probably only have great talents, and you wouldn't even see a hint of purple. Lin touched his nose, feeling that his thoughts were quite shameless, but he comforted himself slowly. "I'm just increasing the difficulty for them. This way, winning the championship will have more meaning." Moreover, the elite members of the Navy and the Uchiha could only start counterattacks 5 minutes after the match began. In the first 5 minutes, one must seize the opportunity. With a nervous heart, Lin watched the match on stage. The first round was prioritized for the Navy. Ein vs. Uchiha Itachi. As soon as the match began, Ein launched an attack without wasting a second. He drew his pistol from his waist, quickly firing several bullets, while at the same time rushing forward, transforming the gun in his hand into 2 short blades. Uchiha Itachi effortlessly dodged the attack. Ein had already reached in front of him with the short blades aimed at Itachi. How could such an attack hit Itachi? After all, he is also an elite jonin of the Uchiha. Itachi easily evaded. Ein, seeing that his first attack had been dodged, was not surprised. The sharp blades in his hand quickly thrust forward. Itachi looked at the blades before him and activated his Sharingan. All of Ein's attacks were easily dodged by Itachi. Ein also realized that his attacks had no effect on Itachi. The only thing he could rely on now was the power of the devil fruit. But if he couldn't even touch his opponent, no matter how powerful the fruit was, it would be useless. Ein understood this as well and began to think of ways to touch Itachi. He first threw out 2 smoke bombs, aiming to catch his opponent off guard amidst the smoke. When the smoke dissipated, Ein quickly judged Itachi's position based on the sounds he made. Ein still hadn't learned the observation Haki. He could only sense his opponent's movement trajectory through sound. Ein quickly approached Itachi. Just as his palm was about to touch Itachi, he saw Itachi smiling at him. That gaze seemed to say, "I have seen through all your means." Itachi dodged and quietly disappeared into the smoke. In that moment, Ein could only judge Itachi's movement trajectory by sound. But the surroundings were eerily quiet, and the match came to a standstill. As the smoke slowly cleared, Ein finally caught sight of Itachi. Ein and Itachi locked eyes, and he saw the Sharingan in Itachi's eyes, which seemed capable of seeing through all his movements. With one hand holding a dagger cautiously, Ein's mind raced with thoughts. He can dodge all my attacks, and he can see my movement trajectory through the smoke. It must be the power of those eyes. How can I possibly touch him? If I can't touch him, I can only hold out until he attacks in 5 minutes. What should I do? Ein slowly contemplated, and ideas began to form in his mind. He continued to launch rapid attacks, gradually pushing Itachi towards the corner of the arena. Itachi didn't think much of it. After all, he didn't believe a little brat could come up with any effective tactics. He thought Ein was just trying to vent his frustration. Just as Ein envisioned, Itachi slowly moved towards the corner of the arena. Ein saw that Itachi had reached the position he had in mind. Ein quickly pressed both hands against the ground, unleashing all the powers of his fruit. His stamina was rapidly depleting. The ground beneath Itachi began to rise, surging towards him in the blink of an eye. Without giving Itachi a moment to react, the smoke cleared and he was trapped by the earth. The earth engulfed him up to his chest, rendering Itachi's legs completely immobile. With the power of the devil fruit, Ein could also revert objects to 18 years ago upon contact. But doing so would exponentially increase the stamina cost. 18 years ago, the corner of the arena was elevated compared to other areas, resembling a staircase. Ein's pushing Itachi into the corner of the arena was due to the ability of the devil fruit. He could revert the land at the edge of the arena to 18 years ago, thereby using the land to control Itachi. Once he used the devil fruit to revert Itachi to his childhood, he would win. Now Itachi was completely trapped underground with only his head able to move. But Itachi showed no signs of panic whatsoever. Even trapped underground, he remained calm and smiled at Ein in front of him. Ein was now sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. Having just executed a large-scale use of his fruit's power, Ein could hardly bear it with his current stamina. Just being able to execute it was already impressive. Ein sat on the ground, slowly recuperating. Once he felt better and regained some stamina, he staggered to his feet and wobbled toward Itachi. He drew out the short blade again. Although Itachi was now restrained, Ein remained very vigilant. Just before he was about to use his fruit's ability, the 5 minutes were already up. Thus Itachi could now attack Ein. Lin, smiling broadly, turned to Sengoku beside him and asked, "Who do you think will win this time?" Sengoku frowned and snorted, "You have observation Haki too? I don't believe you didn't notice." Lin pouted, "It's not interesting at all chatting with Mr. Carp is much more fun." "Ha ha ha, kid Lin, you have a point there." Carp laughed heartily while munching on a rice cracker. This made Sengoku's face darken further. Ein, advancing step by step, slowly approached the trapped Itachi. Itachi was the first to speak. "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such brains, tactics, and abilities." "Thank you for your compliment," Ein replied with a smile. Itachi continued to smile. "I will not surrender. The honor of the Uchiha clan forbids me from doing so." "You can make your move." Ein was slightly surprised, but he still sheathed the dagger and slowly approached Itachi. Ain intended to use the power of the devil fruit to turn Itachi into a child and revert him back after the match ended. This way he wouldn't have to harm him and could still win the match. Just as Ain's hand was about to touch Itachi, a sudden sense of foreboding surged in his heart. The smiling Itachi in front of him suddenly transformed into swirling smoke dissipating into the air. All that remained was a stunned Ain standing in place. A cloud of smoke dissipated. Hakadai appeared behind Ain, his kunai poised at Ain's throat. Ain seemed to have anticipated something. Before the kunai reached his neck, Ain seized it. He blocked the kunai with his hand and swiftly activated his fruit ability. The kunai instantly transformed into a stone. Ain quickly responded, reaching out to touch Hakadai. Upon seeing his kunai turn to stone, Hakadai swiftly retreated as Ain's hand came close. From a distance, Hakadai smiled and said, "How did you anticipate that?" Ain was exhausted, slumped on the ground, but still managed to stand and replied, "The observation Haki, I suddenly awakened it just now. I must thank you here. How did you manage that?" In an instant of the land's transformation, a massive amount of smoke was generated, obscuring your vision. I used the shadow clone technique in the smoke, creating a clone to stay in place and distract you. Meanwhile, I utilized the transformation technique. I transformed into a stone, observing the changes. This is the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, the shadow clone technique and transformation technique. After finishing, Hakadai quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a fireball the size of 5 meters. Fire release, great fireball technique. Ain could only awkwardly dodge it, relying on the newly awakened observation Haki. Since it was just awakened, he struggled to control it. This ability could only be utilized in moments of danger. During regular battles like the newly awakened observation Haki, it was impossible to control it autonomously. Taking advantage of the smoke created by the great fireball, Ain drew out his handgun, loaded it, and fired in one fluid motion. Hakadai easily dodged by tilting his neck. After dodging, Hakadai took out another kunai from his backpack. He threw both kunai simultaneously. Although Ain lacked the observation Haki, he could still shoot without restraint. Even injured now, he could still evade. But how could Hakadai let it go so easily? The first kunai he threw was not so simple. The first kunai collided with the one in front, causing the latter to change its trajectory instantly upon being struck. Such maneuvers were effortless for Hakadai's single-tomoe Sharingan, and with his strong battle experience, he would not make mistakes. As Ain barely steadied himself after dodging, the kunai grazed his thigh. He stumbled and fell to the ground, but still managed to stand up. Hakadai would not miss such a good opportunity. He shot another kunai which grazed Ain's other thigh. Ain instantly collapsed, but since this wasn't a real battlefield, Hakadai still showed restraint. He would not kill Ain directly. Ain sat on the ground, gasping heavily. After using his fruit ability, he had exhausted much of his strength, and had only managed to evade earlier through sheer will. Now he was injured. He was completely drained, unable to move his hands or feet. He had been holding on this entire time, otherwise he would have fainted at any moment. Seeing Ain in this state, Hakadai approached him. "Are you still going to continue fighting like this? It's better to admit defeat." Ain did not give up. He pushed himself off the ground, trying to stand up slowly. "I will not give up. This match concerns the honor of the Navy. More importantly, it relates to the trust of the civilians in the Navy. Only by winning this match will they believe in us more, and they will willingly let us protect them. I cannot lose." Hakadai remained silent, standing quietly without any movements. Hakadai saw Ain before him, who resembled his younger self. Back then he too fought like Ain, striving to protect his family. Now he had entered middle age, having long lost the passion of his youth. Having witnessed the cruelty of war, even if the Uchiha clan asked him to die, he would gladly accept. However, now he lacked the passion he once had. He saw his reflection in Ain. The difference was that one aimed to protect his family while the other sought to protect the people of the world. Hakadai was the calm type in the Uchiha clan, different from the combat-oriented members. He was one of the few rational individuals in the clan. Other Uchihas certainly wouldn't act this way. Those Uchihas were cold, ruthless, and proud. Now Hakadai was gentle, considerate, and humble. "Lord Ain, we will always support you." "Yes, Lord Ain." Surrounding spectators were continuously encouraging Ein. Ein braced himself, standing up unsteadily and staggering toward Hakadai, his hands still dripping blood from gripping the kunai. As Ein's hand barely touched Hakadai's shoulder, he slowly fainted. Hakadai supported Ein and laid him down on the ground. A green light emerged from his hand as he began healing Ein with healing technique. After a while of healing, Ein gradually regained consciousness. Although his injuries were healed, his stamina had not returned much. He strained to stand up. "Thank you, I lost." "You're welcome. With such intellect you are already strong, and you are very much like my younger self. We both would give our lives for what we wish to protect. I aim to protect the Uchiha clan while you aim to protect the people of the world. Now I possess some abilities to protect my family. I hope that you can be like me in the future." After saying this, Hakadai walked toward the edge of the arena. As he was about to leave the arena, he turned back and said, "You have not lost yet. This match is scored. Although you did not defeat me. Your performance just now was truly impressive. I believe you will be the champion." Upon hearing this, Ein regained his confidence, stood up from the ground, and walked to the referee's table. Lin and Sengoku were also contemplating the final score. Ultimately, Ein received 3 scores of 9 and 5 scores of 10. After removing the highest and lowest scores, he ended up with a total of 58 points, just 2 points away from perfection. Although Ein's physical skills were the weakest among the 5. He compensated for this with his battle intellect. His exceptionally high combat IQ was the reason for such a high score. Upon hearing this score, a smile reappeared on Ein's face. He bowed toward the referee's table and happily exited the arena. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Few spectators had high hopes for Ein, considering her the weakest in hand-to-hand combat in the advancement team. Although she had a devil fruit, if she couldn't use her fruit ability, she was at a disadvantage. Very few believed in her. But she proved herself, conquering many spectators with her intellect. "Lord Ein, I have always believed in you." "So Lord Ein, you have always had such dreams." The audience buzzed with discussions. The second match began after the arena was reset. The second match was between Junmaru and General Mole. Naval Headquarters. The sun is now setting. The remaining 4 matches have concluded smoothly, and the 4 contestants stand nervously before the judging panel, none having emerged victorious. The scores for the last 4 contestants are not announced immediately but will be revealed together at the end. The first to compete is Ein, who compensates for his lack of combat strength with an exceptionally high combat IQ, ultimately achieving a commendable score of 58. Next up is Junmaru as the judges begin to announce his score. Unlike Ein's top-tier tactics and strategies, Junmaru's match against Vice Admiral Mole is marked by straightforward brutish combat. Junmaru engages in a fierce physical battle. However, the gap in strength between him and Vice Admiral Mole is considerable, and without a doubt Junmaru loses. Yet Junmaru manages to give Vice Admiral Mole quite a bit of trouble. At the final moments of the match, he unleashes his most powerful move. Corpse Bone Pulse Dance of the Fern. Sharp bones spring from the ground to attack the opponent, covering a vast area once they stop growing, resulting in a terrifying move that can overwhelm the opponent and leave them defenseless. The entire arena is covered in sharp bones. Junmaru continuously changes positions, using his strongest spear to attack Vice Admiral Mole, who can only evade using his observation Haki. For the first 5 minutes, Vice Admiral Mole can only avoid attacks. Once the 5 minutes are up, he begins his counterattack, with Junmaru striking as Mole hardens himself against the blow. Junmaru is taken aback that the person before him can withstand his attack. Vice Admiral Mole remembers the instructions given to him by the Warring States commander. In the match, try using Seastone handcuffs to see if it can suppress his abilities. Let's find out if he truly possesses ninjutsu or if he is just a devil fruit user. While Junmaru is still in shock, Vice Admiral Mole pulls out the Seastone handcuffs and cuffs Junmaru's left hand, at which point Junmaru starts to react. Dodging quickly, he prevents his right hand from being restrained. Junmaru extends a bone from his right hand, directly breaking the handcuff on his left. He hides back among the bones. Vice Admiral Mole had previously thought Junmalu's abilities stemmed from a devil fruit, but now he understands it is ninjutsu. Vice Admiral Mole is extremely astonished. He never expected such ninjutsu to be so powerful. Junmalu learns from his earlier experiences continuously emerging from the distant bones. The strongest spear from his arm unexpectedly grows to attack Vice Admiral Mole. Mole resumes his previous evasive maneuvers. Ultimately, Vice Admiral Mole discovers the flaw in Junmalu's ninjutsu, leading to his victory. Using his observation Haki, Vice Admiral Mole swiftly locates where Junmalu will appear next. As Junmalu emerges, Mole uses Sora to reach him just as he appears. Mole strikes with an armament-coated fist, shattering the bones beneath and around Junmalu. Junmalu reveals himself as the bones below him crumble. At this moment, Junmalu realizes Vice Admiral Mole's intent. Mole has smashed all the bones around him, preventing Junmalu from blending back, and he can only merge with the bones nearby. Previously, using this move had already cost Junmalu a significant amount of chakra. He cannot use it again. Vice Admiral Mole certainly will not allow Junmalu to approach. Junmalu understands this. Sharp bones erupt from his body as he charges straight at Vice Admiral Mole. Just when Vice Admiral Mole thinks Junmalu is about to duel him, Junmalu suddenly turns, rushing towards the nearby bones. Mole uses Sora to intercept him, kicking Junmalu back. Junmalu realizes that his clever strategy has been seen through. He stops trying to think of alternatives and directly engages in battle with Vice Admiral Mole. In the end, as expected, Vice Admiral Mole claims victory. Junmalu's performance creates a stir among the audience. Now standing before the judging panel, Zifa reveals the score for Junmalu after his match. As soon as Junmalu's match ends, Lin and the warring states have already provided scores, but they are only being announced now. Ultimately, Junmalu scores 5-7, just 1 point less than 9. He has already missed the championship title. Junmalu dejectedly returns to his spot. Next up to announce scores is Smoker, the user of the smoke fruit. Smoker relies too heavily on his devil fruit ability. In earlier matches, the Logia-type fruit had proven very useful. But now in the final match, the Uchiha clan possesses sea-stone weapons, rendering Smoker's natural smoke fruit capabilities less effective and somewhat lackluster. Using the smoke fruit expands his body size, making him more susceptible to incoming attacks. Although Smoker does possess some martial arts skills. However, how could he possibly compete with Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Itachi is part of the Uchiha clan's counterattack division. 5 minutes ago, Smoker could only rely on the smoke fruit in a frantic offense combined with martial arts. Yet these attacks have no effect on Uchiha Itachi. Itachi lazily dodges, clearly underestimating Smoker. Seeing Itachi's expression infuriates Smoker, who immediately unleashes his ultimate move, Smoke World, continuously spreading smoke from his body, increasing the smoke concentration and causing those trapped within to suffocate. The entire arena is shrouded in smoke. Inside the arena, Uchiha Itachi activates his Sharingan. He gradually notices that the air he can breathe is diminishing. Itachi quickly uses wind release to disperse the smoke, but as the smoke clears, it begins to envelop him again. The 5 minutes have now elapsed. Uchiha Itachi no longer hides. He unleashes his maximum power wind release, blowing away all the smoke in the arena. While Uchiha Itachi is astonished as a member of the Uchiha clan, he takes pride in his abilities. After 5 minutes, Smoker finds himself in a more difficult position. Uchiha Itachi shows no mercy, attacking fiercely. Smoker can only defend continuously, unable to mount an offense. He succumbs shortly after. Ultimately, Smoker's score is not particularly high. Lacking Junmalu's combat strength and Ain's tactics, while he does showcase solid Logia abilities and martial arts, he does not stand out in any aspect. As a result, his score is not exceptionally high, totaling just 55, disqualifying him from the championship. Smoker too returns to his position in disappointment. Next to announce scores is Drake. The final score for the heavyweight match will be revealed. At the Navy headquarters, it was time to announce Drake's results. Drake's strength was the most formidable among all those who advanced, having initially grasped both armament Haki and observation Haki, possessing a robust physique and exceptional martial arts skills. Moreover, with the enhancement of the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, Drake's power would further increase. He was also up against Uchiha Uchiha, the strongest below the shadow level, who after obtaining the ancient Zoan-type saber-toothed tiger form devil fruit had compensated for his deficiencies in physical strength. His endurance, power, and speed had significantly improved. Uchiha Taihiro's physical attributes were now approaching those of the Navy headquarters vice admirals. He had become the strongest below the shadow level, as reaching that level was no easy feat. To some extent, Moonlight Moria was not even his match. Moonlight Moria was also quite powerful, possessing both armament Haki and observation Haki. After all, without formidable strength, how could one be recruited by the Navy headquarters as a warlord of the sea? Previously, Moonlight Moria had even clashed with Kaido. He could not be as weak as depicted in the original work. After Moonlight Moria joined the Uchiha clan, the world government revoked his position as a warlord of the sea. After all, Lin had already become a warlord of the sea. The world government had assigned this position to Don Quixote da Flamingo. The confrontation between Drake and Uchiha Uchiha was perhaps the most intense of these battles. In the first 5 minutes, Drake did not attack but stood quietly, saying one thing: "Let's start fighting after 5 minutes. I want to have a fair duel with you. Although I will speak during this time, I can learn a lot from it." Uchiha Uchiha, being neutral within the Uchiha clan, was not impulsive and did not lean towards Uchiha Inahiyo's faction. He nodded slightly in agreement to Drake's request. Although he could consult Fleet Admiral Sengoku, 5 minutes was a reasonable wait, allowing Drake to prepare. After 5 minutes, the battle officially began. There were no flashy techniques, only the raw heat of fists meeting flesh. Muda 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 muda. Ora 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 ora. In the hand-to-hand combat, Uchiha Uchiha did not have a significant advantage, though he possessed a Zoan-type devil fruit. Drake also had one. Moreover, Uchiha Uchiha was more adept at speed and ninjutsu. To suppress Drake in hand-to-hand combat was already quite challenging. After a brief clash, both sides distanced themselves and utilized their devil fruit abilities. Drake's body continuously grew taller, ultimately transforming into a Tyrannosaurus Rex about 7 meters high. Meanwhile, Uchiha Taihiro's body elongated. Eventually, he became a giant tiger 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. Its mouth sprouted sharp teeth with 2 fangs measuring 0.5 meters. The 2 colossal creatures suddenly appeared in the arena, drawing a round of applause. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had a more robust physique. However, Uchiha Uchiha excelled in speed. With the enhancement from the saber-toothed tiger, he was even faster, possessing sharp limbs and teeth. His attack power was also more ferocious. Uchiha Uchiha circled around the Tyrannosaurus Rex, striking quickly when opportunities arose, biting and swiftly retreating to continue his rotations. Drake's speed had never matched Taihiro's. Now, as a Tyrannosaurus Rex, he could only passively endure the blows. Moreover, his observation Haki was only at a preliminary level. Although he could foresee some scenarios, his body could not react in time. He couldn't dodge at all, let alone counterattack. Drake could only shake the ground to slow down Uchiha Taihiro's speed, hoping to react in time. But contrary to his hopes, such interference was trivial for Uchiha Uchiha. Within just a few minutes, Drake was covered in numerous wounds. His entire body was drenched in blood. Drake understood that he could no longer remain passive, and devised a plan. When Uchiha Taihiro's teeth sank into Drake's left leg, he stumbled and knelt down. At that moment, Drake charged at Uchiha Uchiha with his head lowered. Uchiha Uchiha saw that Drake had not changed his form. In his heart, he couldn't help but sneer. Even after transforming so many times, he still hasn't altered his strategy. How foolish! Before Uchiha Uchiha could finish his thought, he sensed something was off. Uchiha Taihiro's teeth could not be extracted, they seemed firmly lodged in Drake's leg. As Uchiha Uchiha attacked, Drake continually contracted the muscles in his leg. He tightly clenched Uchiha Taihiro's teeth with his muscles. Although it caused immense pain, it was the only method he could conceive to counter Uchiha Uchiha. Everyone was astonished by Drake's method. Uchiha Uchiha could not believe there was such a person. He was simply insane. Uchiha Uchiha did not use ninjutsu to break free. Before the match, Lin had instructed him not to use ninjutsu. Loyal to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Uchiha would never violate the orders given to him by clan leader Lin. After all, as an Uchiha, Uchiha Uchiha had his pride and would not resort to ninjutsu against a mere child. In an instant, Drake charged forward with his head. Uchiha Uchiha was sent flying. Drake's entire dragon body collapsed. The wound on his left leg, over 10 centimeters long, remained clearly visible and was still oozing blood. Drake's condition was now extremely serious. After all, extracting a tightly clenched object from tense muscles was excruciating. Had it not been for Drake's possession of an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, he would have surely fainted by now. On the other hand, Uchiha Uchiha fared much better. Though he was struck by Drake's head, he possessed a Zoan-type devil fruit. This blow was still manageable for him. In the subsequent matches, Uchiha Uchiha became more cautious and fought more carefully, avoiding the mistakes he had made before. Though there were some minor incidents in between, Uchiha Uchiha ultimately emerged victorious. One was a newcomer just graduated from the Navy under Zifa, and the other was an elite from the live streaming family. If Uchiha Uchiha could not defeat Drake, he would have no face to continue living. Now Drake stood before the judges awaiting his score. His face was filled with confidence. As the numbers slowly revealed themselves, the confident expression on Drake's face gradually faded, replaced by a sense of sorrow. In the end, Drake received a score of 57, just 1 point shy of the first place winner. But that 1 point was a slight difference that felt like a vast chasm. After Drake's score was announced, it was Chongwoo's turn to be evaluated. His opponent was Admiral Kamoshi, a formidable admiral within the Marine headquarters. Especially notable was his life return ability, enabling him to freely manipulate his hair into 8 spider-like arms and wield the 8-sword style. Chongwoo possessed a sage body, which greatly enhanced his speed, strength, and endurance. Within the first 5 minutes of the match, he seized the initiative, activating the sage body and launching a relentless assault. Yet these attacks posed no threat to Kamoshi, who effortlessly evaded them using his exceptional observation Haki. He paid no heed to Chongwoo's strikes. Chongwoo quickly realized this, but found himself utterly incapable of countering observation Haki, forced instead to press forward with both offense and improvisation. Gradually, Chongwoo accepted that observation Haki remained beyond his reach, yet in that very struggle a solution began to crystallize. He intensified his assault, driving Kamoshi relentlessly toward the arena's corner. Kamoshi was slowly cornered. Chongwoo activated the sage body, channeling all his power into his arms before slamming his fists into the ground with overwhelming force. The ground shattered instantly. At that moment, Kamoshi grasped Chongwoo's intent to trap him in the corner, where even observation Haki would falter against sudden confined threats. In that confined space, evasion became impossible. Yet Kamoshi merely smiled inwardly. "Young man, you are still too green." Without hesitation, he activated the Marine's sacred iron body technique. He chose to absorb the blow hidden. As the dust settled, Kamoshi stood unscathed. Though iron body was often derided as a technique for standing still and taking hits, its resilience proved decisive in this critical instant. Chongwoo knew such an attack would not faze Kamoshi. Amidst the rising smoke, he hurled a kunai and instantly employed the shadow clone technique, creating one clone. He charged forward at blinding speed. Though shrouded in smoke, Kamoshi kept his observation Haki fully active, and saw approaching him a single kunai and 2 identical Chongwoos. Kamoshi made no move to dodge. The kunai embedded itself beside him. Gazing upon the 2 Chongwoos before him, he amplified his observation Haki to its utmost limit. Yet even then his observation Haki could not discern the true Chongwoo from the illusion. The 5-minute window had expired. Kamoshi was now free to counterattack. Indifferent to authenticity, Kamoshi activated life return, his hair coalescing into 3 additional arms, as he unleashed the 8-sword style, cleaving both figures into fragments in an instant. But both dissolved into smoke. Meanwhile, the kunai beside Kamoshi transformed into Chongwoo himself, revealing that even before the smoke rose, Chongwu had transformed into the kunai and split into two clones to mislead his foe. Though Kamoshi wielded observation Haki, neither transformation nor shadow cloning could be reliably distinguished by it. Chongwu had gambled on this ambiguity to land a decisive strike. In that instant, Chongwu immobilized Kamoshi from behind, and his chakra cannon erupted with cataclysmic force. The arena floor exploded outward, engulfing the surroundings in fire and thick roiling smoke. As the smoke gradually thinned, Chongwu emerged. His sage body dispelled his steps, unsteady and trembling. That single blast had consumed nearly half his chakra and physical stamina. Victory could not be achieved in one strike, so he dared not exhaust himself entirely. Yet he bore grievous wounds. Merely standing upright was an act of sheer will. At the epicenter of the blast, Kamoshi stood drenched in blood, his uniform torn and tattered. Kamoshi rose slowly, still shaken by the ferocity of that assault. Had he not sensed the danger through observation Haki the very moment Chongwu seized him, he would not have sidestepped just enough to avoid a mortal strike. Then, layering armament Haki over his iron body and reinforcing his defense with life-returned hair, he endured the impact. Only thus did he survive the blow. Without life return he might have blocked it, but still suffered grave injury. The blood staining his body was not his own. It was Chongwu's. As the smoke cleared, Kamoshi deployed observation Haki to locate his foe, and struck without mercy, unleashing the eight-sword style. Chongwu was critically wounded. In the ensuing onslaught he fought with dwindling strength, while Kamoshi, seizing the advantage, showed no restraint. No longer underestimating his young opponent, Kamoshi left no opening. Chongwu, recognizing the gravity of the moment, summoned every last ounce of power, concentrating it once more into his arms. Drawing upon his full chakra reserves and raw strength, he launched a final desperate gambit, channeling all energy into his arms. The arena fractured violently, splintering in every direction. Where the prior strike had shattered only a section of the arena, this one obliterated half of it. Yet even this cataclysm was weathered by Kamoshi's defense. Through life returned, Kamoshi could shape his hair into shields or weapons, reminiscent in function of Rin's Guardian Cloud technique. Yet Rin's Guardian Cloud remained superior. Still, Kamoshi's mastery over such intricate hair manipulation was nothing short of extraordinary. Chongwu could no longer evade. His chakra long depleted, his body held upright only by sheer defiance. Slowly, inevitably, he collapsed. Now standing before the judge's platform, Chongwu awaited his score. As the numbers were unveiled, he received a total of 57 points. Though Chongwu delivered an outstanding performance, and earned an impressive 57 points, he fell short of the championship. At that moment the commentator declared, "Following an intense competition, all scores have now been finalized. Admiral Ain of Marine Headquarters, 58 points. Kimimaro of the Uchiha clan, 57. Admiral Smoker of Marine Headquarters, 55. Drake of Marine Headquarters, 57. Chongwu of the Uchiha clan, 57 points. Ultimately, Admiral Ain of Marine Headquarters claimed the title, edging out second place by a single point. The other competitors also performed admirably. The awards ceremony now commenced, simple and solemn, honoring only the champion. The prize comprised two components, one contributed by Marine Headquarters, the other by the Uchiha clan. First, Fleet Admiral Sengoku ascended the podium and presented a treasure chest containing a devil fruit. Its type remained undisclosed, but even the most common devil fruit commanded a price of 100 million belly. Then came the Uchiha clan's contribution. Rin silently retracted his crystal kunai, having originally intended to offer only that weapon, yet reconsidering when he saw the Marines bestow a devil fruit lest his gift appear miserly. Rin stepped onto the podium and exchanged formal courtesies. The Marines are fortunate to possess such promising new talent. Thank you, Lord Rin, for your generous praise. From a spatial scroll, Rin withdrew a blade and handed it to Ain, explaining, I acquired this blade from Orochimaru, not stole but borrowed. It incorporates certain properties of Kimimaro's bone. Press the red button and razor-sharp bone blades spring forth from the hilt. Press the green button and those bone projectiles launch in all directions, once every 5 days. Meanwhile, Orochimaru sat in his laboratory glancing around pensively. Have I misplaced something? Though the blade belonged to Orochimaru, Rin had taken it, and thus it was now his. Handing it to Ain felt like tearing a piece from his own heart. Ain, suspecting its origin, nonetheless admired its extraordinary capabilities. Thank you, Lord Rin. At the Navy headquarters, Lin rode on the ship of the Uchiha clan accompanied by Uchiha Shursui as they arrived at the Navy headquarters. 3 days had passed since the competition. During these 3 days nothing significant occurred at sea. Some pirates, upon witnessing the strength of the Navy, had become more subdued. However, this did not affect those in the New World, as only powerful pirates could enter. Today Lin came to the Navy headquarters to fulfill a promise made before the competition regarding their wager. He also intended to exchange methods for cultivating armament Haki and observation Haki. Even though Lin is usually shameless, he knows that words once spoken are like water spilled. He would honor his commitments, as he now represented the honor of the Uchiha clan. As the Uchiha clan's ship approached the Navy headquarters, Lin stood on the deck and saw Sengoku, Carp, and Tsuru coming to greet him. He was unsure if they were there to welcome him, or the ninjutsu he carried. Since they came to greet him, it would be disrespectful to ignore them. Lin chatted and joked as he followed Sengoku to the reception room. He still enjoyed banter with Carp. They chatted casually as they slowly passed through the training grounds and arrived at the conference room of the Navy headquarters. Sengoku gestured for Lin to sit down. Lin was not polite at all and sat down immediately. He began to converse with Sengoku. After a while, Lin took out a box from his spatial scroll filled with scrolls. This contains chakra refinement techniques, the body flicker technique, and some crank ninjutsu. Lastly, if your navy emerges victorious, I will not go back on my word. This is our wager. As the leader of the Uchiha, I uphold my reputation and will not go against our previous agreement. Sengoku nodded. Tsuru, standing nearby, took the box. Lin then produced another box which was also filled with scrolls. Admiral Sengoku, do you remember our previous transaction? Of course I remember, it was an agreement made between the two of us. Sengoku replied, nodding. Lin smiled, opened the box, and explained. We discussed earlier. I would exchange 20 rank ninjutsu and 10 A rank ninjutsu for the methods to cultivate armament Haki and observation Haki. This box contains 20 rank and 10 A rank ninjutsu. I keep my promises, but I wonder if we can make the exchange now. Sengoku picked a scroll from the box and inspected it. He picked up a blue scroll which was clearly a water-type ninjutsu. The scroll contained information on hand seals, precautions, power, and how to cultivate it, among many other details. Sengoku studied the scroll before him. Sengoku, being a wise general with the beast-taming Zoan form, gradually understood some of the principles after reviewing it several times. He also noted the sequence of hand seals. After finishing, Sengoku put it down and took out the second one. The second scroll was red and clearly a fire-type ninjutsu with various details recorded on it. After confirming that there were no abnormalities in the scrolls, Sengoku felt relieved, as one must still be cautious. He signaled to Tsuru, who was nearby. After years of teamwork, Tsuru instantly understood Sengoku's intent. A few minutes later, Tsuru approached carrying 2 books. Here are the methods for cultivating armament Haki and observation Haki that you requested. Lin directly took the 2 books without looking, trusting the Navy's integrity. He believed they would not provide him with false methods for armament Haki and observation Haki. Lin stored the items and chatted with Sengoku for a while longer. Before leaving, he said to Sengoku, I have other ninjutsu available. If you want them, feel free to bring something for exchange. Lin returned to the Uchiha clan to begin his own tasks. Lin first went to Sabaody Archipelago to greet Rayleigh. Uncle Rayleigh, I have some matters recently, and cannot come to learn Haki from you. I will return in a year to learn Haki, I hope you understand. Rayleigh was a reasonable person, and did not make things difficult for Lin. Lin chatted with Uncle Rayleigh for a few moments before returning to the Uchiha clan, as he had more important tasks to accomplish. He first instructed Uchiha Fugaku to gather all the members of the Uchiha clan. At the Uchiha clan's plaza, Lin stood at the highest point looking down. Many Uchiha members were whispering amongst themselves. Lin picked up the microphone and began to speak. The topic I am addressing today is of great importance. Everyone present must listen attentively. As soon as Lin finished this statement, the Uchiha members quieted down. After all, Lin held some authority as the clan leader. 3 days ago we suffered a humiliating defeat against the Navy. None of our Uchiha clan members made it into the top 5. Do you know why this happened? Upon hearing this, the Uchiha members lowered their heads in shame. However, some were still whispering. This is the result of your carelessness, arrogance, and disrespect towards your opponents. As soon as Lin finished speaking, the voices of rebuttal from below grew stronger, though no one spoke openly. You all think I am wrong. But the opposite is true. Each of you believes that having the Sharingan makes you exceptional, acting as if you are the best. Our competition with the Navy has shown us otherwise. Many are stronger than me in this world. Therefore I will learn and humbly seek guidance from others. Look at you all with your arrogant expressions. Who would teach you? Do not think that humbly asking for guidance is a shameful act. When you return after mastering your skills, you will realize the benefits of consulting others. Now the Uchiha members had lowered their heads with no voices of rebuttal emerging, as the facts were evident. Even if they thought themselves powerful, losing to the Navy was a fact. Lin took a sip of water and continued. In the battle against the Navy, I believe you all have seen. They do not possess the Sharingan, yet they still managed to defeat us, even surpassing us in perception. Do you know why? This is due to their studies of 2 martial arts, armament Haki and observation Haki. Armament Haki. I won't waste more words here. Observation Haki. Do not think that you are the strongest. There are always people beyond the heavens and others stronger than you. You do not need to seek advice from others. In our Uchiha clan there are strong individuals. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shirsui, and Uchiha Fugaku are all powerful figures. During your free time, seek guidance from them and also work on your temper. Hide your arrogant expressions and be more polite. Perhaps the old man you casually greet is a powerful person. After Lin finished speaking, the audience's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Seeing this, Lin nodded in appreciation. The Uchiha were too easy to persuade. Perhaps next time he would teach them about fraud prevention. Otherwise they would be fooled sooner or later. After the speech, Lin gathered the high-level members of the Uchiha clan in the conference room. I will be away for a period of time. During this time all matters will be handled by Uchiha Fugaku. As soon as Lin finished speaking, the scene became lively. Clan leader, where are you going? Clan leader, what are you going to do? Clan leader, please don't go, okay? You don't need to worry about that. I must leave this time. I have very important matters to attend to. Before I leave, I need to arrange a few things. The crowd fell silent. After all, they all witnessed Lin's determination to leave. I understand. Clan leader, please tell me how you want to arrange it. We will see it through seriously. First, it is the training methods for armament Haki and observation Haki acquired from the Navy. I will leave this to Uchiha Fugaku. You arrange for the Uchiha's Jonin and Elite Jonin to practice. Try to ensure that all Jonin and Elite Jonin learn it. Armament Haki and observation Haki are fundamental to establishing a foothold in this world. Without them, even those with natural devil fruits cannot be dealt with. You Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shirsui should practice first. Your learning speed will surely be faster than theirs. Once you learn it, teach them more. Everything else will be handled by Uchiha Fugaku. I am going to meet Orochimaru. After speaking, Lin left 2 books on the table and headed towards Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru and Kabuto were conducting experiments. Kabuto, pass me that potion. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. And the first potion in the second row of that cabinet. At that moment, Lin rushed in. Orochimaru, what are you doing? I need to talk to you. When Orochimaru saw Lin, he suddenly added more of the potion. The potion reacted instantly, turning from blue to red. Countless bubbles began to rise. You idiot! Run! Orochimaru immediately reacted, shouting loudly at Lin. At the same time, he grabbed Kabuto and quickly ran toward the door. Lin also realized that he had caused trouble. As a ninja, Lin immediately summoned the 3 remaining guardian clouds on him, transforming them into 3 lid-like shields. They covered the potion. Lin ran outside. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, creating a violent shockwave. But it did not explode with power, it merely created noise. Lin and Orochimaru slowly walked back into the laboratory. Lin retracted the guardian clouds and noticed that only 2 guardian clouds were left usable, the third was already filled with cracks. It could shatter at any moment. Lin said to Orochimaru, "Why are you researching such dangerous things in the Uchiha clan?" Orochimaru, seeing Lin's doubt, retorted, "The experiments were originally very safe. It was you who insisted on shouting. Would the subsequent events have happened if you hadn't shouted?" Lin wanted to continue explaining. "You could at least leave a warning." "How was I supposed to know you were experimenting?" Orochimaru, hearing Lin's retort, pointed to a note stuck to the door. The note read, "Currently experimenting, please do not disturb." Lin, seeing this, awkwardly scratched his head and said, "That's not my fault. Who told you to research such dangerous things?" Orochimaru, irritated by Lin's accusation, replied, "Wasn't it you who asked me to research it?" Earlier, after Lin had just fused with the Uzumaki bloodline, he instructed Orochimaru to study bombs. Lin wanted to recreate some weapons from his past life, like nuclear bombs. If a nuclear bomb could be developed here, who would need armament Haki and observation Haki? Just a nuclear bomb would bring world peace. Lin retorted to Orochimaru, "But the nuclear bomb I mentioned is far more powerful than what you were just researching." Orochimaru explained, "The nuclear bomb you speak of cannot be produced with the technology of your era. We can only gradually enhance its power." After saying that, he continued to ask Lin, "What did you come to see me for? You take one of my inventions every time you come here. You stole my bone sword before, what are you planning to steal today?" Lin patted Orochimaru's shoulder. "Don't say it like that. You're still a scientist of the Uchiha clan. Isn't it just taking a few inventions? What's the big deal?" Orochimaru waved his hand. "Alright, what is it?" Lin rubbed his hands together. "I need some inventions for protection since I'm going out soon." Orochimaru constantly complained to himself, "With your strength I can't even beat you. What do you need protection for?" Although he internally grumbled, he still led Lin to his invention room. Although Orochimaru primarily engaged in human experiments in the original story, he was still called a scientist. How could he not have any inventions? Orochimaru was merely more skilled in human experimentation. While the original story did not showcase it, Orochimaru had invented quite a few items, many of which were formidable. Especially after arriving in the pirate world, having seen some peculiar things, he modified his inventions and researched even more. As soon as Lin entered Orochimaru's invention room, his eyes lit up. Lin aimed to take some inventions in preparation for entering a secret realm. Even though entering the secret realm would only leave behind learning talent, Sharingan ninjutsu, and physical strength, weapons could still be taken inside. For example, Lin's space scroll, the ninjutsu scrolls within it, and his blood fragment blade could all be taken inside. However, among Lin's weapons there was none for life protection or attack. Lin had given his only life-saving weapon to Imei, leaving him with only the blood fragment blade, which was still just an ordinary, albeit somewhat sharp sword without any special skills. It didn't have any life-saving skills. Therefore Lin needed to find some weapons before entering the secret realm. When Lin first entered, he asked Orochimaru to explain the functions of the inventions. Although Lin had been in a few times, there were many items whose functions he was unaware of. He could only inquire with Orochimaru. Before entering, Lin had already thought about how to speak to Orochimaru. Lin followed Orochimaru to the innermost part of the invention room. Inside were only 3 items: Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, a shield, and a bizarre object. After entering, Orochimaru said to Lin behind him, "These 3 are my best weapons." Orochimaru walked to the Kusanagi sword and explained to Lin, "This is the Kusanagi sword, a divine artifact, and also my companion's sword. I cannot give this sword to you. Using this sword would be of no benefit to you." Lin impatiently waved his hand and took out his own blood-won broken blade. I know I recognize it. Your sword is not as good as my blood-won broken blade. Don't worry, I won't take it. Seeing that Lin had his own sword, Orochimaru felt somewhat relieved. Lin had always kept the blood-won broken blade in a space scroll and generally used his Sharingan and ninjutsu in battle. Lin's swordsmanship was too poor, so it was understandable that Orochimaru had never seen it. Lin planned to learn swordsmanship alongside Haki from Rayleigh when the time came. After all, having a good sword is important. How could one not practice swordsmanship? A good sword should not just be for show. Orochimaru walked toward the shield and noticed that Lin had not followed him. Orochimaru turned around and saw Lin sneakingly holding the Kusanagi sword. Lin also noticed Orochimaru and awkwardly scratched his head. Although it was very embarrassing, he had no intention of putting down the Kusanagi sword. As the saying goes, how could one let the juicy meat slip away? Just as Orochimaru was about to say to put down his sword, Lin shamelessly stored the Kusanagi sword into the space scroll. Orochimaru swallowed the words that were almost on the tip of his tongue. Once Lin took something, it would never come back. No matter how much he pleaded, he would at most receive some garbage as a token gesture. Don't ask how Orochimaru knew this, he had experienced it countless times. He turned around, choosing to ignore it. At the same time, he thought indignantly, I shouldn't have had such high hopes for him. I thought if he had a good knife he wouldn't take my sword anymore. It seems I was overthinking. I must keep a close watch on him at all times, otherwise my invention room might be completely emptied. I cannot defeat him, especially with his Mangekyo Sharingan. I can't win an argument with him either. His mouth is like a machine gun. Besides, I owe my arrival in this world to him, so I can't directly confront him. I still want to research the science of other worlds. For instance, in the pirate world there are amazing bloodline factors, devil fruits, cyborgs, and formidable swordsmanship. If I could find a completely new world, there would be even more directions to explore. Therefore I can't do without Lin for now, but this is too much right in front of me. He took my weapon. But I have no way to stop him. This is really difficult for me. I can only ask him for more devil fruits, cyborgs, and people from different races. What comforts Orochimaru is that no matter what request he makes, as long as it relates to his research, Lin will do his utmost to find it. Among them, Lin has already brought back 4 or 5 devil fruits. Although they aren't very powerful, they are sufficient for Orochimaru's research. As for people from different races, Lin has basically brought back 1 from each race for his research, including rare transformation techniques and weapon modifications. Lin has managed to bring back a little, but he hasn't provided any samples related to cyborgs. Orochimaru intends to make more requests before Lin leaves. This is to make up for the damage done to Lin's innocent heart when he stole the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru also plans to take the opportunity to take advantage of Lin. After all, he has already taken his divine artifact, the Kusanagi sword, so how could he not take advantage of Lin? Thinking this way, Orochimaru felt a bit more balanced, but his heart still bled. Lin awkwardly scratched his head. Ahem. There are 2 other items you haven't introduced yet. Hurry up and introduce them to me. After saying this, Lin didn't give Orochimaru a chance to respond and pulled him towards the shield. Orochimaru felt a bit speechless. He had never seen someone so shameless. When Lin brought Orochimaru to the shield, he didn't give Orochimaru time to question him and urged him to explain the shield quickly. The shield has a diameter of about 30 centimeters. It is a standard round shape very similar to Captain America's shield. Unable to argue with him, Orochimaru could only respond, "Fine, I won't hold it against you. This shield took me a year to create." Lin understood the power of this shield, as it took a scientist as formidable as Orochimaru a year to craft it. One can imagine the power of this shield. This shield can withstand attacks of shadow-level strength. Moreover, it automatically deploys when it detects that you are about to receive a fatal blow. It does not require chakra. Upon hearing this, Lin was astonished. This shield was very similar to the token he had given to Iamie, but each had its own advantages. Lin slowly reached towards the shield, and as soon as his hand touched it, the shield transformed into flowing particles, gradually converging in Lin's left hand, slowly forming a black bracelet with blue accents. The bracelet simultaneously formed 3 buttons: a red button only 2 centimeters in size, another blue button of the same size, and a green button. Orochimaru explained. A large object like this shield is not easy to carry, so I created this shield by using the principle of scroll storage. Aside from automatically deploying when receiving a fatal blow, you can also press the red button to deploy it. Pressing it again will automatically retract the shield. Lin pressed the red button and the shield indeed deployed automatically. He knocked on the shield and it produced a thudding sound. Lin also discovered that the shield was very sturdy. After retracting the shield, he pointed at the blue button and asked, "What about this one?" Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled. "This is my best invention. This shield integrates the principles of a scroll, so it contains a space similar to that of a scroll. You can use it like a space scroll. You can press the button on your wrist to store items." At this moment, Lin also noticed a button on his wrist. That button is white. Lin hadn't expected it to have such a function. The blue button will launch hidden weapons when pressed. Pressing the green button allows you to equip hidden weapons. Various items can be equipped. When equipping, the green button turns gray. Pressing it again will revert it to green. Pressing the blue button will launch it. You can equip various items such as kunai and shuriken. Upon hearing this, Lin showed a look of disdain. Orochimaru smiled upon seeing this. "If that's the case, I wouldn't mention it. This shield took me a year to create. Next, I'll explain the item next to it." That item is meant to be used with the shield. Lin looked at the bizarre object next to it. These weapons will play a significant role in later chapters, so it needs to be written in detail. The strange object beside him resembled 4 chips combined together. It was very similar to a trident, except that its top was square rather than pointed. Lin pointed at the peculiar object and asked Orochimaru, "What is this thing? How does it relate to the shield in my hand?" Orochimaru smiled knowingly and said, "This is the key. After I joined the Akatsuki, I witnessed the Rinnegan. One of the abilities of the Rinnegan I replicated using my scientific methods." Lin, intrigued by this statement, responded, "Oh, that sounds incredibly interesting. After all, it is a power of the Rinnegan. Each aspect is quite formidable." Orochimaru, noticing Lin's lack of surprise, asked curiously, "Have you also seen the Rinnegan?" Lin certainly couldn't reveal that he was a time traveler, so he merely pointed to his own eyes and said, "Have you forgotten my Sharingan's abilities?" Orochimaru recalled the abilities of Lin's Sharingan at that moment. "Your Sharingan's foresight is indeed fascinating. You even foresaw the Rinnegan." Lin, feeling a bit impatient, urged, "What exactly is the ability? Hurry up and tell me. Stop keeping me in suspense." Orochimaru noticed Lin's growing impatience and began to explain. "It's difficult to explain in words. Let's experiment directly. Bring that object close to the shield." Lin picked up the strange object and approached the shield. The peculiar object flowed into the shield like particles. Lin observed the shield and noticed no changes. Lin voiced his confusion. "Why is there no change?" Orochimaru did not explain, instead leading Lin outside, where he opened the shield and pressed the green button. That button is for inserting hidden weapons. When he threw a kunai at the shield, the kunai vanished before it even touched the shield. Orochimaru instructed Lin to press the blue button to launch hidden weapons. After Lin pressed it, the earlier kunai was fired out. Lin did not find this surprising. Orochimaru used ninjutsu on the shield. Although it was just a basic fire release technique, it was absorbed by the shield. Lin pressed the launch button and the fire release technique was shot out from the shield. Lin was intrigued by this function as it resembled the Rinnegan's ability to absorb ninjutsu. It was also quite similar to the Rinnegan of Akatsuki. It can absorb ninjutsu and release it simultaneously. This function is quite useful in combat, allowing one to store ninjutsu in advance and release it when the situation is dire. Lin, seeing such a function, already considered the shield his own. It was incredibly useful for him entering the secret realm. After all abilities would reset inside. However, with this shield he could preload ninjutsu. Once inside, his weapons would remain unaffected. This weapon was indeed a real boon for Lin. Lin revealed a sly expression to Orochimaru. Orochimaru understood this expression as it often meant Lin would take many things from him. Before Lin could speak, Orochimaru said, "You don't need to look at me with such eyes. This thing is exactly what you need. Otherwise I wouldn't have brought you here. Just prepare some experimental materials for me." Lin nodded and hugged Orochimaru tightly. "You truly are my good brother. You always think of me when you have good things. I can't let you down either." Lin took out a devil fruit from his space scroll. This fruit was an ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit originally intended as a gift for Orochimaru. Lin tossed the devil fruit to Orochimaru saying, "This is for you. I will prepare more devil fruits for you in the future, just focus on your research. Also, there was nothing wrong with the different races of people I gave you earlier, right?" Lin hoped for the best regarding the different races he had purchased, not someone devoid of feeling. Having gone through 9 years of compulsory education, Lin couldn't stand the slave trade in the pirate world. He wanted to change this world into one similar to that of his past life. Although Orochimaru had assured Lin he would not harm those people, Lin still did not fully trust him in this regard. After all, Orochimaru had conducted many human experiments. Orochimaru smiled and said, "I won't harm those people. They have already been arranged to work in various places. Are there not enough pirates in the pirate world? Using these pirates for experiments is much better than those people you bought." Lin held no goodwill towards those pirates, their lives had no bearing on him. The people Lin bought back had already become part of the Uchiha clan. Their presence still served a purpose within the Uchiha family, he merely provided them a place to stay. The rest depended on them. Lin returned to the Uchiha clan with the shield. He first summoned a slug, saying, "Little slug, please let the slug sage know. During my absence I want to summon several larger slugs to guard the Uchiha clan, which may last a long time. At least a year." Lin usually wouldn't notify before summoning, but now he needed to summon larger slugs for a long stay. During this time, without Lin, he wouldn't be able to lift the summoning jutsu. Lin thought it best to inform the slug sage. "Linku and I understand. I will inform the slug sage. You can summon me again in an hour." As the slug disappeared, Lin began to prepare. Although there was no life-threatening danger, the longer he stayed, the stronger he could become. The deeper his experiences would be. Lin first checked the space scroll, which contained various ninjutsu scrolls, kunai, and shuriken. Lin attached a fragment of his blood to his waist. He preemptively placed one protective cloud on his sword, one on the shield, and the remaining one on the space scroll. Lin's shield could store 25 ninjutsu. He stored the 5 most powerful elemental ninjutsu. He had learned 4 of each. In total he stored 20 ninjutsu. The little slug also brought back news that the slug sage had agreed. Understanding this, Lin summoned 3 slugs, each 6 meters long and 10 meters long. He instructed them to protect the Uchiha clan alongside the little slug. After arranging everything and checking it all, Lin left the Uchiha clan with Ime. In a tranquil forest, a small wooden house is nestled among the mountains. Surrounding the house is a fence forming a yard centered around the cottage. Under the large tree by the yard, a man and a woman are sitting cross-legged, refining their chakra. These two are Lin and Ime, who have entered the secret realm. Lin opened his eyes, exhaling softly as he murmured, "My chakra has reached the level of a genin, and soon it will be at the chunin level. It's time to learn about the world we've come to." Lin and Ime have been in this world for a month now, and during this month they have not sought to understand what era this world is in. They only know that this is a world of ninjas, so they secluded themselves and began their training. After all, regardless of the era, strength is of utmost importance. After a month of training, Lin's chakra is nearing the level of a jonin. He is confident that even if he is not careful, an ordinary jonin would not be his match. However, in an actual fight, Lin would still not be a match for an elite jonin. His chakra has merely reached the jonin level, but ordinary jonins are no match for him. Imai's chakra has also reached the level of a genin. When unleashed, even a chunin might not be her opponent. Lin and Ime are progressing rapidly in their training. Part of this is due to the ninjutsu brought from Lin's space scroll, and the importance of ninjutsu in the ninja world goes without saying. However, acquiring ninjutsu is also extremely challenging. Only large clans possess inherited ninjutsu, but this poses no problem for Lin. After all, he has an overwhelming amount of ninjutsu in his space scroll. Another major reason for their rapid progress is their enhanced talent. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin and Imei had the opportunity to choose their talents. Imei's luck was also remarkable. When selecting her talent, she drew the rare Shadow-level ninjutsu talent. Shadow-level ninjutsu talent grants the ability to acquire 7 elemental chakra types. With diligent training, she can elevate the ninjutsu of the 7 elemental chakras to the shadow level. If she encounters certain opportunities, she may even advance to the super shadow level. When one's strength reaches the super shadow level, their talent will undergo a transformation. Lin's talent draw was not particularly outstanding, but it was enhanced by his Akatsuki bloodline. At the very least, it will reach the super shadow level. However, Lin's Akatsuki bloodline seems to be from the main branch of the Akatsuki clan. In the letter from his parents, it was stated that his Akatsuki bloodline would automatically activate at the age of 25. At that time, he would possess the Byakugan Sharingan and chakra, but this activated Akatsuki bloodline would only be slightly stronger than that of the branch family. It would merely reach the passing mark of the main family, as members of the main family consume chakra fruits upon reaching adulthood. The letter also mentioned that if he gathers various top-tier bloodlines, his Akatsuki bloodline would further strengthen. This is similar to the direction in which the main Akatsuki family evolves by consuming chakra fruits. However, after Lin integrates these bloodlines at 25, his Akatsuki bloodline activation would be comparable to that of the main family members. Moreover, Lin still has the option to consume another chakra fruit. After eating it, Lin's Akatsuki bloodline would surpass that of the main family, and could potentially evolve further. Though it is still necessary to collect various bloodlines to activate, without the Akatsuki bloodline he would risk exploding due to the fusion of multiple bloodlines, as no human body can withstand the fusion of various bloodlines. Even the character Kabuto from the original story only fused other bloodlines and did not incorporate the Sharingan Byakugan or Hashirama cells. He merely fused the Uzumaki bloodline and suffered greatly. He was on the verge of collapse. Not to mention others. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin and Imei's Uchiha clan Sharingan talent did not vanish. It merely reset to a state where their Sharingan had not yet been activated. Upon entering the secret realm, they could see the various levels of talents. Naturally, Lin's Sharingan is top tier, capable of evolving to the Mangekyo Sharingan level. Imei's Sharingan is only intermediate, capable of evolving to the 2-tomoe Sharingan. She cannot even evolve to the 3-tomoe Sharingan. During this month, neither Lin nor Imei's Sharingan has shown any evolution. After all, in this month they have been busy refining so much chakra and training numerous ninjutsu, leaving them no time to train their Sharingan. Moreover, the Sharingan requires stimulation to awaken. Throughout this month their life has been stable without any form of stimulus. Not to mention awakening the Sharingan. However, Lin's Byakugan has been activated. Lin's Byakugan is of a high grade. He activated it during an accidental moment of training. He resumed training the Byakugan, which accelerated his ninjutsu training. After all, he had trained it before, and now it was just a matter of retraining. Training will surely be swift. Lin's chakra reaching the Jonin level is crucially aided by his Uzumaki bloodline, which is of the highest quality. Within a month, Lin's chakra has already reached Jonin level. And it continues to increase. Lin plans to wait for Imei's chakra to reach Chunin level before going out to understand what era this world is in. At this moment, Imei under the large tree also opened her eyes and leaped into Lin's embrace, saying, "Lin Gij, my chakra has reached Chunin level. My talent has truly improved a lot. To have reached Chunin level in just a month is incredible. Thank you so much, Lin Gij." Lin patted Imei's head and replied, "It's all thanks to your own hard work." Imei bounced towards the wooden house, saying, "Lin Gij, it's already noon. You must be hungry, right? I'll go make you some food." Lin smiled at Imei, saying, "Slow down, what if you fall?" Imei ran towards the house without looking back, declaring, "I'm not that clumsy." Lin chuckled and resumed his meditation. Just as he settled down, he heard the sound of metal clashing around him. He activated his Byakugan. He discovered two groups of people clashing not far away. The pursuers numbered 10, while the ones being chased had only 5 who were protecting a 6-year-old girl. Lin observed them, noticing that they were dressed very archaically, and there was no flow of chakra within them. They were merely ordinary warriors engaged in a clash of swords. There were no ninjutsu or chakra present. Lin pondered. I should go take a look. It would be a good opportunity to learn about the current era in the ninja world. Lin instructed Ime in the house. Ime, stay inside. I'm going out for a bit. You be careful and stay safe. Ime replied while cooking. I understand. Hearing Ime's response, Lin felt reassured and darted towards the direction of the conflict. Jime, run, now! I'll hold them off. The leader of the 5 halted his flight and turned to face their pursuers. The others flanking him did likewise, pivoting as one. Father! The little girl wept uncontrollably, her tears falling like pear blossoms in the wind, yet she refused to step away from his side. None of you will escape. The 10 pursuers encircled them completely. The 5 adults formed a tight protective ring around Jime at its center, while she clutched desperately at her father's pant leg. Jime's father sighed deeply, his voice low and heavy. It seems today is the day I meet my end, but even in death I will ensure you survive. He gently stroked Jime's head, offering silent comfort. No more false warmth, every one of you shall die here. The leader brandished his blade toward Jime's father. Hello? At that moment, Lin suddenly appeared atop a nearby tree. He waved casually in greeting. Both sides recoiled in shock, instantly putting distance between themselves and him. Seeing only a single figure, the pursuers exhaled in quiet relief. They assumed he was reinforcements sent for Jime's father. The leader gestured sharply to a subordinate. Don't waste time, eliminate him. Lin watched unblinking as they readied themselves to kill him. He shook his head lightly and raised a hand. I mean no harm, I only wish to ask a few questions. And when I truly lose my temper, even I fear myself. Yet they ignored him entirely, responding instead with mocking laughter. Lin shook his head again, and vanished. In the next breath he reappeared directly before the man rushing at him. With blinding speed he drew the blood-shard blade from his spatial scroll and slit the attacker's throat in one seamless motion. Having done so, Lin returned effortlessly to his perch on the tree branch. A sheet of paper materialized in his hand as he calmly wiped the blood-shard blade clean, utterly detached, as if the life just extinguished held no weight upon his conscience. I warned you, I fear myself when enraged. You chose not to listen. Upon witnessing his fallen comrade, the leader's face contorted in grief and fury as he roared at Lin. Damn you! You've slain Ernyu. All of you attack! Kill him and avenge Ernyu! With those words he raised his blade and charged forward. The remaining 9 followed, their faces twisted in shared rage. Lin had never wished for such conflict, but now that it had come to pass he had no choice but to resolve it. Instantly he split into 8 shadow clones. Each clone lunged forward armed with kunai, while Lin's true body gripping the blood-shard blade advanced straight toward their leader. Their clash lasted less than a heartbeat. His clones overwhelmed them utterly. Within under a minute all 9 were defeated. Lin then dispelled the clones, their chakra dissolving into mist. Lin exhaled slowly, feeling the fatigue settle deep into his limbs. In the world of pirates this would hardly be worth noting, energy there flows far more abundantly than in the ninja world. That abundance is why pirates commonly live into their 60s or 70s, and retain formidable strength well into old age. In contrast, reaching such an age in the ninja world is already rare. And retaining combat prowess past 70. Nearly unheard of. Yet the ninja world possesses its own advantages, most notably the far greater prevalence of chakra users. In the pirate world only 1 in 1,000 possesses chakra, a rarity surpassed only by the Houshaku Haki, yet still exceedingly scarce. Lin could not fathom why chakra existed in the pirate world at all. Another unparalleled blessing of the ninja world lay in the 3 great holy lands, each saturated with potent natural energy, a phenomenon absent entirely in the pirate world. Lin paused, then dismissed the thought. He walked steadily toward Jime's father. Before he could utter a word, the man hurriedly bowed in deep gratitude. Savior, thank you. My name is Norihara Kichi. I owe you my life and theirs. Without your intervention we would surely have perished here. May I ask your honored name? Lin waved dismissively, indifferent to formalities. I am Lin. I have questions for you. Ask freely, Savior. I, Norihara Kichi, shall answer without reserve. Who are those who pursued you, and why? Norihara Kichi sighed again, his expression clouded with despair. Those were the Hiroshima clan, the bitter rivals of our Norihara clan. This time fortune favored them. Somehow a ninja joined their ranks. We cannot fathom how such luck befell them. During the recent struggle over vital supplies, the Hiroshima clan allied with that ninja and annihilated our clan outright. We stood no chance against them. As head of the Norihara clan, I declared its dissolution, not out of weakness but under duress and utter hopelessness. Every member dispersed, leaving only a handful behind. Yet the Hiroshima clan showed no mercy. They dispatched hunters after us, and we barely escaped here, clinging to life by sheer fortune. And then, you saved us, Savior. Lin nodded, having grasped the full truth. Then gently, you must be exhausted. My home lies just beyond, please rest there a while. Lin led Norihara Kichi and the others toward his small wooden hut, not out of naivety but because his power rendered treachery irrelevant. More importantly, after long solitude, encountering others was a rare opportunity to discern precisely which era of the ninja world this was and prepare accordingly. Back at the hut, Ayami stood waiting at the threshold. Brother Lin, you're finally home. She rushed into his arms, lightly pounding his chest. I was so worried. He smiled faintly, then whispered near her ear. Rise now, there are others watching. Ayami glanced around quickly, stepping back from his embrace. She composed herself instantly, though the flush blooming across her cheeks betrayed her composure. Lin introduced the newcomers to Ayami and instructed her to prepare extra meals. Then he sat beside Norihara Kichi at the table, beginning their conversation. Gradually Lin pieced together the era. This was the clan era, when sovereign nations existed in name, only their authority hollow. True power resided not in monarchs but in mighty clans, and astonishingly the founding of Konoha was drawing near. At present the ninja world revolved entirely around clans. Every shinobi belonged to one, though smaller clans like the Noriharas might possess no shinobi at all. By contrast, legendary clans commanded vast numbers of shinobi, among them the Uchiha clan founded by Indra, the Senju clan founded by Azura, the Hyuga clan bearers of the Byakugan, the distant Senjukin, the Uzumaki clan, and the Takazumi clan inheritors of the Shikkotsu Miyako. The Uchiha clan was led by Uchiha Taijima, father of the shinobi sage Uchiha Madara. The Senju clan was guided by Senju Butsama, father of the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama. Since this is the Warring States period, Lin is very much looking forward to it. The battle between the Azura of the ninja world Uchiha Madara and the god of ninja Senju Hashirama. As he was thinking, Lin's eyes suddenly brightened. Since the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan can give birth to the Azura of the ninja world and the god of ninja, why can't the Hyuga clan produce a genius of the Byakugan? Lin thought of his idea and felt it was quite promising. The Byakugan cannot be enhanced through cultivation. At the moment the Byakugan is activated, its level is fixed. So at the moment Lin activated his Byakugan, Lin's Byakugan was manifested. Therefore Lin can now use the Byakugan. If it were just a manifestation, Lin would not be able to match the Azura of the ninja world and the god of ninja, but Lin's talent had not faded. As long as he finds a way to the moon, Lin can evolve into the Rinnegan and possess the Rinnegan. Lin feels that he can certainly contend with the god of ninja and the Azura of the ninja world. After finishing the meal, Lin arranged for them to stay here. They would leave tomorrow. Lin had other matters to attend to and could not continuously follow them to ensure their safety. Moreover, Lin had no such obligation. Lin and Ime lay on the bed. Lin opened the space scroll. After entering the space scroll, Lin wanted to find some ninjutsu that could assist him. After all, becoming a genius of the Hyuga clan is an incredibly difficult task, especially since they possess the Byakugan. The Byakugan allows one to see through and observe a person's chakra. Using illusions, one can immediately see clearly with the Byakugan. Thus, this was merely a goal for Lin at present. Lin had not even thought of the first step. He was constantly searching within the space scroll, hoping to find suitable ninjutsu. After a night of searching, Lin finally found the ninjutsu he had longed for. His plan could now be executed. He began to learn the ninjutsu he had acquired. At this moment, Yaimai's father and his group also left. After all, they had to live and could not stay here forever. Lin did not keep them either. After they left, Lin took out several other ninjutsu that could help him while searching for that specific ninjutsu. The difficulty of learning those ninjutsu was extremely high. Even with Lin's talent, the learning process was not particularly fast, and mastering them would require a significant amount of time. Lin laid out all the ninjutsu and began his day-to-day learning. While training, Lin discovered some issues. Even if he mastered the ninjutsu, he was uncertain when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama would be born, so he definitely needed to prepare early. Lin still felt it was best to move, relocating next to the Hyuga clan. Before they left, Lin asked Yaimai's father for a map and studied it. The Uchiha clan, the Senju clan, and the Hyuga clan formed a triangular formation separated by a river. The Senju clan was located north of the river, while the Uchiha clan was situated to the south. The Hyuga clan was upstream of the river. Lin felt that this geographical location was very advantageous, as it allowed him to observe the situations of both the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. He could also monitor the births of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Lin decided to act. He packed essential items in the space scroll and set off with Ime towards the Hyuga clan. A small house appeared in the forest next to the small town beside the Hyuga clan. This was naturally Lin's new home. During this time, Lin had already learned those ninjutsu, and he was in the process of preparing. During this time, Lin had learned that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were about to be born, and the clan leader's child of the Hyuga clan was also due soon. This was something Lin had not anticipated. Previously, he had been thinking about how to infiltrate the Hyuga clan and become a child of the Hyuga clan. Now the opportunity was right in front of him. Lin did not expect that his most difficult problem would be resolved so simply. Yet he felt that it was not very secure here. He was still unsure of everyone's birth times. Lin split off shadow clones to infiltrate the three clans and observe. His shadow clones utilized the system's ability to become invisible as they infiltrated the three great clans. When Lin entered the secret realm space, he had experimented and found that the system's ability did not fade away, making some matters easier to accomplish. The shadow clones that entered the three clans each found the mothers of the Suntoba-born Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, as well as the lady of the Hyuga clan. They were constantly observing. At the same time, the shadow clone in the Hyuga clan secretly attached a protective cloud to the lady. The same was true for Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's mothers. Lin did not expect that his protective cloud could still be used upon entering the secret realm space. Previously, Lin thought the protective cloud was not a weapon. Now it seemed to be a weapon after all. However, it still had many limitations. Many functions of the protective cloud could no longer be used. It could only utilize the teleportation and observation abilities. Teleportation, it could teleport to the location of the protective cloud. Observation, it could transform the protective cloud into his eyes. Through the protective cloud, he could observe his surroundings. Although these functions remained, the protective cloud's primary change had disappeared. Only these less important functions remained while its defensive capabilities vanished. When the protective cloud was attacked or defended, it would shatter into fragments. Don't ask how Lin knew this. Didn't he see that 4 protective clouds were reduced to 3? When Lin first entered the secret realm scroll, he was amazed to find the protective cloud brought in, and wanted to experiment to see if the original functions were still intact. As a result, he lost 1 protective cloud for nothing. It pained Lin deeply. After all, once inside, the ability of the Sharingan disappeared, and it was impossible to recreate it. Losing 1 truly meant losing 1. After placing the protective clouds on the 3 individuals, he integrated them into places where they could not be seen. After the integration, the protective clouds vanished. but Lin could still see them. Although he knew that the fusion function still existed, he had not yet experimented with observing his surroundings during the integration. This experiment allowed Lin to discover that he could still proceed simultaneously. Although the fusion function remained, it did not provide any defensive or offensive bonuses. After finishing all his preparations, Lin instructed the shadow clones to quietly return. The three great clans, including the Hyuga clan, had not detected any anomalies. Thus Lin completed all his arrangements without anyone being aware. Lin continued to live an ordinary life in the small town next to the Hyuga clan. However, in the shadows, Lin established an organization called Akatsuki to accept any escort and assassination missions. After all, even though Lin was an exceptionally powerful ninja, he would still worry about financial matters. Lin could not resort to robbing others, so he could only make up for his living expenses in this way. Yet the purpose of establishing this organization was not solely to make money. On a tranquil little road, a convoy passed by consisting of 4 horse-drawn carriages surrounded by 6 riders. They leisurely headed towards the distance. As they reached the valley ahead, a group of bandits rushed down from the hills. One of the riders, seemingly the leader, spoke to the others behind him, saying, "You all go, and take care of it, don't waste any time." The others nodded in acknowledgement. They all drew their kunai and charged forward. The group of bandits had no ninjas among them, and the 5 of them swiftly dealt with them. After resolving the situation, the convoy continued on its way. The 6 riders were naturally Lin, Yayu, and Geely, and those previously brought by him. As for why Yayu and Geely would join Lin's Akatsuki organization, that story begins 5 months ago. 5 months ago, Lin had just set up everything in the Hyuga clan when someone unexpectedly knocked on the door. When Lin opened the door, he found Yayu and Geely and 5 others, with Yayu and Jime barely hanging on. Yayu and Geely and his companions looked disheveled, their clothes torn. Their clothes were stained with blood. As soon as Lin opened the door, Yayu and Geely knelt down, followed closely by the others. He clutched Lin's leg, pleading, "Please save my daughter. If you save her, I will willingly serve you as long as I live." Lin quickly helped them up, saying, "Calm down. I'll have Ime come and treat Jime first." He brought them inside, letting Ime take Jime into the bedroom to begin her treatment. Lin first treated Yayu and Geely and the others. After that, he started talking with Yayu and Geely and the others after they had healed. As soon as they sat down, Yayu and Geely hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Lin, you saved my daughter, so I will follow you from now on." Lin smiled and said nothing more, thinking it was not a bad idea to keep them around. Lin wanted to establish the Akatsuki organization, which would merely be a mercenary team, as he could not stay within it forever, nor would he manage it. Although Lin was the head of the Uchiha clan, he had not been involved in any matters, leaving everything to Uchiha Fugaku. Now, with Yayu and Geely, a clan leader, presenting himself, managing them would surely be far better than doing it himself. Although it would bring some trouble, it was nothing concerning him at the moment. As he pondered, Lin nodded, agreeing to Yayu and Geely's request to follow him. Since Yayu and Geely had joined Lin, he was now Lin's responsibility. Lin asked Yayu and Geely what exactly happened. "Why did you leave so soon? How did things become like this in just a few days?" Yayu and Geely sighed in embarrassment, and replied, "After we just left, we went to a nearby town to buy some supplies. While regrouping, we were discovered by the clan members, who relentlessly chased us. Jime was accidentally injured while we were escaping with her. We struggled hard to escape. Jime is a child, while we adults are physically strong. After escaping, she fainted. Her condition worsened. We only knew some basic bandaging techniques and could not save Jime, so in desperation we thought of you. Furthermore, we overheard that you were headed to the Hyuga clan, which is not far from where we set off. So we decided to take a chance and hurried over. In the end, we were lucky to find a house in the forest, and upon finding it, I knew we had found you, my lord. I hope you can save Jime. I know you are not obligated to treat her, so I thought of this condition. I didn't expect you to agree, Lord Lin. I want to express my deepest gratitude to you." After understanding the situation, Lin also comprehended and continued the conversation. Finally, under Yamai's treatment, Jime was safe and Lin took them in. Lin also learned the names of the other four. The three men were Yayuan Shu, Yayuan Xian, and Yayuan Kaimoto. The only girl was called Yayuan Ling. It made him wonder if she had any relation to Yayuan Rin, whom Obito liked. Initially, Lin planned to have them do some miscellaneous tasks. However, he gradually discovered that they all had some ninja foundation. Especially Jime, her talent for ninjutsu was exceptional. After that, Lin began teaching them ninjutsu, helping them to become ninjas. Over the course of 4 months, Yayuan Jili, and those he brought had already reached the rank of genin. Although they were merely genin in a world where clans monopolized ninjas, it was already quite an achievement for commoners. Lin did not teach Jime ninjutsu, he only arranged training tasks for her. After all, Jime was still too young, and Lin planned to wait until she grew a bit older before teaching her ninjutsu. For now it was enough to lay a solid foundation. When their strength reached the rank of genin, Lin let them resolve their own grudges. The clan that attacked them had only 1 genin. Yayuan Jili had 5 genin at his disposal, so avenging themselves was naturally an easy task. After taking revenge, Yayuan Jili was even more determined to follow Lin. After they moved in, Lin expanded his small wooden house into a 3-story villa. This 3-story villa was fully equipped with all necessary facilities for Lin and them to live in. Lin and the others constantly accepted missions in secret to sustain their livelihoods. This mission was an escort task, simply ensuring a person's safe arrival at a destination. The task was quite simple. Although they encountered some ninjas along the way, Lin effortlessly dealt with them with his strength. They successfully received their payment. That night, Lin and Yayuan Jili returned to their small wooden house, chatting and laughing as they shared the bounty. Over the 4 months of interaction, Lin and their relationship had grown increasingly close. Lin was inherently easygoing and did not have a particularly high ego, quickly bonding with them. In front of the small wooden house, Ime and Jime had been waiting for a long time. After everyone shared a warm meal together, Lin lay in bed preparing to do what he did every night. Through the guardian cloud, he observed the situation, and just as Lin was about to fall asleep, he noticed something unusual. The wife of the Hyuga clan was going into labor. Upon seeing this, Lin was filled with excitement and jumped out of bed. "Do you know how long I've waited for this moment?" Ime beside him looked at Lin with concern. "Are you okay, Ling?" Lin scratched his head, calming his excited emotions. "My plan is about to begin." "Really? That's great. I wish you success with your plan, Ling." Ime, who had long known about Lin's plan, congratulated him. Lin focused intently on observing everything through the guardian cloud. Finally, the child was safely born, and Lin found his opportunity. Gradually, Lin concealed his form, disappearing into the night. On a moonless night with strong winds, the Hyuga family mansion bustled with activity. The head of the Hyuga family, in his 30s, anxiously paced outside, growing increasingly worried as he heard the cries of anguish from within the house. A person nearby comforted the head. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." However, this only heightened the head's anxiety. This is their first child, and they haven't been able to conceive in the years since their marriage. This is the first time she is pregnant. "How can I not worry?" The room was filled with continuous wails. Ah. 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 It's almost time. The baby will be born soon." As time passed, the cries within the room faded, replaced by the sound of a baby's wailing. The child was finally born. The person assisting in the delivery opened the door and joyfully announced, "Congratulations, head of the family. It's a boy. Mother and child are safe." The head of the Hyuga family was overwhelmed with joy and wept. He hurried inside and approached his wife, who had just given birth, greeting her. "Chin, are you alright? Thank you for bearing our child." "I'm fine, Jian. It's all worth it. We finally have our child," she said, looking lovingly at the newborn beside her. Seeing the baby, Hyuga Jian picked up the infant, who was still crying. Spinning around, he exclaimed, "I have a son now." The baby stopped crying immediately after being held by Hyuga Jian. Instead, the infant began to giggle. Chin, lying on the bed, watched everything with a contented expression. Unbeknownst to them, a figure in the dark corner of the room was quietly observing. That figure was Lin, who had entered the room using the guardian cloud. He had activated his invisibility before entering, so no one noticed him. Lin approached. "Mrs.?" Hyuga, who was already lying in bed, and the head of the Hyuga family, who was holding the newborn. And there was the baby laughing in Hyuga Jian's arms. Although Lin felt reluctant to disturb such a warm family, he was not a saint and proceeded with his plan. Lin took out a dead infant from his space, one who had drowned in the river. He did not know which family had discarded the child to death. However, to preserve a soul, it must have an intact body. Therefore Lin brought it back. After retrieving it, Lin specially used the surgical fruit to treat the baby, making it indistinguishable from a normal body except for the lack of a soul. Lin had chosen a rather good-looking baby, thinking it was a boy, but upon bringing it back he discovered it was a girl. As Lin prepared to find another, time was running out. Mrs. Hyuga was about to give birth. Lin had to hastily transmit his soul into the girl's body. Upon entering the secret space, Lin was unaware that he could use the devil fruit. By chance he activated it, but the devil fruit needed to be redeveloped. He returned to the moment he had just consumed the devil fruit. Lin did not hesitate, he quickly formed hand signs to perform the ninjutsu he had practiced for half a year. Lin first formed hand signs to use the soul-severing technique, splitting his own soul in two, allowing the practitioner to switch between the two souls. Once divided, the new soul would inherit all the talents and bloodlines of the original. Lin had studied this ninjutsu. Although it seemed powerful, dividing his soul meant that the new soul would not retain any abilities, only the innate talents and bloodlines, hence requiring recultivation. Additionally, chakra would not split, the new soul would have to cultivate in its own body, and its strength would certainly be weakened. Moreover, it would fall into a month-long period of weakness during which the bodies controlled by both souls would be unable to do anything. They could only speak, the body would be completely immobile. After the soul's weakening, there would be a significant decline in power. After performing this ninjutsu, a wave of weakness hit Lin, causing him to collapse to the ground. If it weren't for his invisibility being a talent that wouldn't be undone by weakness, Lin felt he would have been exposed. However, Lin possessed the Akatsuki bloodline even though it hadn't been activated yet. With the help of the Uchiha bloodline, Lin's soul gradually began to recover. He felt that in less than 2 years his divided soul would be restored. Slowly the feeling of weakness in Lin's body began to dissipate. This was the effect of the Uzumaki bloodline. Lin simultaneously used the surgical fruit slow surgery, gradually easing fatigue, injuries, and pain, making the body temporarily not feel pain. After exiting battle, he could then send the feedback of damage, pain, and fatigue back to the body. This was a surgical fruit Lin had redeveloped over 4 months. He felt his thunder fruit and ninjutsu attack methods were already sufficient. Thus, the surgical fruit Lin developed was primarily for healing. He slowly got back up but continued to breathe heavily. At this moment, Lin noticed 2 perspectives appearing before him. One was the perspective of the newly split soul, and the other was the perspective of the original soul. Although Lin found it strange, seeing his divided soul growing weaker made him realize he could not wait any longer. Lin quickly formed hand signs and cast another ninjutsu. Soul transference technique, transferring one's own or another soul from a physical body, and then moving it to another body. The talents and bloodlines would also follow the soul into the new body. However, this technique had its drawbacks. It could not be interrupted during use, or it would cost the practitioner's life. The exchanged soul could not exist without a body. If it were without a body for more than a minute, it would be exposed to the outside and the soul would directly enter the practitioner's body, forcing the practitioner's soul out. The expelled soul would vanish forever. Lin transferred the soul of the newborn Hyuga infant into the body of the dead baby, sending his divided soul into the body of the newborn. Lin dared not delay. His invisibility was about to expire. At the instant the ninjutsu was completed, he used the guardian cloud anime to teleport back. In the moment Lin teleported away, the baby in his arms began to breathe. The baby in Hyuga Jian's hands slowly fell asleep, stopping breathing for a brief moment, but a second later the baby resumed breathing. This moment went unnoticed by Hyuga Jian. As Lin teleported back, he did nothing and fainted as darkness enveloped him. In a tranquil forest, a wooden cabin stood amidst the trees. Inside the cabin, Lin slowly awakened, only to realize that his body was unable to move. Only his face was able to move, and Lin could feel his extreme weakness, as if he would collapse with just a touch. At that moment, Yimei entered carrying a bowl of rice. Upon seeing Lin awake, she joyfully rushed into his embrace, her eyes brimming with tears, saying, "Brother Lin, you finally woke up. I made you some food, hurry and eat." After speaking, Ime placed the food in front of Lin. He wished to reach out but found himself unable to move. He could only plead with Ime. "Ime, I can't move right now. I used a ninjutsu, and it has some side effects. I won't be able to move for a month. During this month I will trouble you to take care of me." Ime shook her head, saying, "It's not a trouble. As long as Brother Lin is alive, that's enough. And don't use those dangerous ninjutsu again, making me worry about you." "Don't worry, I won't do it again next time." "You still want there to be a next time." "Ime, I was wrong. There won't be a next time, no next time." Just as Lin and Ime were playfully bickering, Yuan Jili walked in with 4 others while Yuan Jime lay at the door. Ime felt embarrassed and stopped talking, quietly feeding Lin. Yuan Jili approached and said, "Lord Lin, you finally woke up. Yesterday we captured a person who wants to join our organization, but he looks particularly strange. I couldn't make a decision, so I had to wait for you to wake up to decide. Lord, you were unconscious, so I could only tell him you were out and would take some time to return." Lin was about to say he would go out to take a look, but then he remembered the important matter. Lin hurriedly asked Ime, "How many days have I been unconscious?" Ime rested her chin on her hand, thinking for a moment, then said, "About 3 days." Upon hearing this, Lin's face turned anxious. "What should I do? I was unconscious. How is the Hyuga family doing? They might also be in a coma. Just born for 3 days in a coma. They might think he is dead. This won't do." Lin also realized that he had not sensed 2 perspectives in his mind. This made Lin even more worried. "I had prepared so much, and now I have to lie in bed for a month. I had thought of many possible failures. I won't fail in such a bizarre way, right?" While Lin was still contemplating, a sudden cry interrupted his thoughts. Upon hearing the sound, Ime ran out, saying to Lin before leaving, "Brother Lin, wait a moment. They'll be back soon." Before long, Ime returned holding a baby in her arms. Lin had not even opened his mouth to ask when Ime spoke first. "This is the baby you brought back before you fainted." Lin also remembered and understood that since this was the son of the Hyuga clan leader, he must possess the Byakugan talent. Raising him would also be a good combat force. Lin instructed Ime to take good care of this baby, as it was not the time to worry about him. He then turned to Yuan Jili, asking, "Where is he now?" Yuan Jili still respectfully replied, "He said he lives in the nearby forest and insists on seeing you." Lin was curious about who it was, but he had more important matters to attend to. Lin instructed Yuan Jili, "Bring him over." After receiving the order, Yuan Jili walked out. Lin waved his hand, saying, "I want to be alone for a while, you all can go out." As they were about to leave, Lin said to Yuan Ling, "Yuan Ling, take them and help me make a wheelchair. I can't move during this time. A wheelchair would be more convenient." After hearing the instruction, Yuan Ling nodded quickly and took the 3 people out. Everyone left except for Ime. Once they were all gone, Lin continuously sensed in his mind, and after a few minutes of sensing, he finally found the split soul. Lin closed his eyes carefully, feeling as his perspective gradually shifted to the baby. Currently, Lin was being held by Hinata Koto. He realized he hadn't been abandoned, his efforts had not been in vain, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin began to check the memories in his mind. Lin finally discovered the source of the problem. It turned out that during the excruciating pain of soul splitting, he had forcibly shoved his soul into another body. This caused Lin's soul to weaken. Fortunately, with his Akatsuki bloodline, otherwise that level of soul fusion would have shattered Lin's soul. Lin could also feel that his soul was gradually recovering. Although the recovery was slow, it was good enough that he was still alive. After careful examination, Lin found that the main issue was that his soul's strength was too low to control 2 souls at the same time, leading to the current situation where he could only control one. The other would act according to instinct or follow the intentions of the main body without any thought, like a robot. Fortunately, the body Lin entered was that of a baby rather than an adult. Otherwise, it would have been obvious at first glance. However, this is only temporary. Once Lin's soul recovers somewhat, he will be able to control both bodies simultaneously and return to normal. Since he could only control one person's body, there were no memories from the other body. He could only search in his mind. Lin carefully searched through the memories in his mind and found that this body had already been named Hinata Yoru. Lin carefully looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, feeling that the blood flowing in him and her was the same. He sighed, choosing not to think further. After confirming there were no abnormalities, he returned to his original body. Once back, Lin felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. After all, everything he had done was not in vain. Now was the time to rest and recuperate. At that moment, Ime wheeled in a wheelchair. "Ime, I want to go outside and take a look. And also see the person who wants to join the organization." "Okay, brother Lin." Ime kindly placed Lin in the wheelchair. She pushed Lin outside, bringing the wheelchair to a pavilion in the yard. This pavilion was specifically built by Lin, where he and his companions Yiyuan Zhu, Yiyuan Jili, Yiyuan Anbin, and Yiyuan X Xian would gather when bored or without tasks. They would enjoy snacks, drink tea, play mahjong and cards, passing the time leisurely. As Lin lay in the wheelchair, he glanced at Yiyuan Ling, who was caring for the baby, at Yiyuan Jimei, who was teasing the baby, and at the three people playing cards across from him, finally looking at Ime behind him. Lin felt that this moment was so beautiful, and he closed his eyes to savor it. As time passed, Yiyuan Jili also brought someone in front of Lin. "How is it, you? He, so we've finally met. Uchiha Rin. Or shall I call you by another name?" Rin spoke with him, and everyone nearby heard every word. As all eyes turned toward him, they beheld a grotesque figure, neither man nor specter, and instinctively drew back in silence. His entire body was pitch black, clad in human garments with eyes and a mouth, but only upon close inspection could those features be discerned, as if his form were liquid shadow itself. He could even flow freely at will. This being was none other than Black Zetsu. The moment Rin laid eyes on him, his mood darkened instantly. Staring in disbelief, his mind echoed, "Why has Black Zetsu come for me? He ought to seek Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, reincarnations of Azura and Indra, the two most vital components in Kagaya's resurrection. So why me? And how does he know my name? I've never met him before. What did that last remark mean?" Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were born just 1 or 2 months before Hyuga Koto, the daughter of the Hyuga clan, entered this world. He should be seeking Madara Uchiha or Hashirama Senju. Rin mused, inwardly certain he had never encountered Black Zetsu before, and resolved first to uncover the true purpose of his arrival. Yet despite these thoughts, Rin felt no trace of panic. He knew Black Zetsu's entire scheme deception would not work on him, and Zetsu possessed no overwhelming strength. Kagaya had granted him only a fraction of her power. With Rin's current cultivation, defeating Black Zetsu would be effortless, yet Rin remained uncertain whether he could truly kill him. The weak Zetsu was still a fragment born of Kagaya herself, sealed alongside her in the original chronicle Never Slain. Rin could not be sure he could destroy Zetsu in an instant. Acting rashly risked Zetsu surviving, and then stopping at nothing to eradicate him. If Rin failed to kill him, Zetsu would surely manipulate Madara Uchiha into hunting Rin down, shattering his own carefully laid plans. The cost would far outweigh any gain. So Rin asked plainly, "What brings you here?" Zetsu's presence could only mean purpose. "I have come to join the organization you founded," Zetsu replied, unflustered, as if Rin's recognition of him held no surprise. Rin weighed the implications in silence. Zetsu's motives remained opaque, but his alliance would certainly bear advantages. Zetsu's unique abilities would grant the organization swift, precise intelligence. And once within its ranks, Rin could gradually unravel his true intentions. Moreover, with Zetsu inside the organization, Rin could monitor him closely, detecting any hostile move before it struck, ending his current vulnerability. Yet Rin still knew nothing of Zetsu's ultimate aim. The closer Zetsu drew, the greater the chance he might strike. Zetsu was a millennium-old master of subterfuge, capable of enduring in silence for 1,000 years. He might strike without warning, like a blade slipped between ribs. Both Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha had been utterly deceived by him. After careful deliberation, Rin concluded letting Zetsu join was the wiser course. A strange certainty stirred within Rin, a quiet conviction that Zetsu meant him no harm. Even during their brief exchange, an unfamiliar warmth had bloomed in his chest. It was as if they had met before, as if they were old comrades bound by unspoken trust. Rin could not fathom why, but this intuition swayed his decision. Very well. You may join our organization, but under conditions. Zetsu remained impassive, as if indifferent to terms. It seemed he would accept any condition Rin imposed. Speak them. Rin paused, weighing his words, though Zetsu now stood within his fold and though that warmth lingered. It merely tipped the scales toward acceptance, not toward lowering his guard. Without my explicit permission, you may not wander freely. You must remain within my line of sight each day, and report your movements in advance, where you go and for how long. Rin expected Zetsu to balk. These constraints would inevitably disrupt his hidden agenda. Yet to Rin's astonishment, Zetsu responded with eerie calm. Agreed. Rin stared stunned. But having given his word, Rin would not renege. Turning to Yamanaka Geki beside him, he commanded. From this moment he is a full member of our organization. Prepare him a room. Then, facing Zetsu directly, Rin issued a stern warning. Do not harbor ill intent. I am watching you, always. Should you act abnormally, I will erase you without hesitation. But should you prove loyal, I may grant you limited freedom. Rin could not fathom Zetsu's design. Only this much could he say. Zetsu showed no anger, only a faint knowing smile as he murmured. I harbor no designs against you, nor any malevolent plan. Rest assured. With that he followed Yamanaka Geki into the building. Yet as Zetsu passed Rin, he did not enter immediately, instead approaching Rin's side. Yamanaka Geki moved to intercept, but Rin shook his head, allowing Zetsu near. He intended to see what game Zetsu played. Zetsu leaned in voice low and intimate, whispering into Rin's ear. Do not distrust me so deeply. We stand on the same front, bound by a common enemy. Is that so? Akatsuki Rin. Without glancing back, Zetsu vanished into the building with Yamanaka Geki. Rin sat frozen in his wheelchair, thunderstruck. How did he know of Rin's Akatsuki lineage? Who had revealed it? Rin had confided his heritage to no one. And what did he mean, that they shared the same front? Did he imply they were both fugitives of the Akatsuki clan? Yet Rin retained no memory of that clan whatsoever. Could it be due to his transmigration? Had some memories failed to transfer? Yet Rin recalled Zetsu's lack of surprise at his hostility, proof they had never met nor been allies. Thus his earlier assumption was flawed. What then was the truth? Rin could find no answer. The fragments of evidence were too few, too faint. He resolved to learn more from Zetsu later, to decipher the missing chapter of his forgotten past. For now he sat in his wheelchair beneath the sun, turning that whispered phrase over and over in his mind. A month later, Lin was able to move normally again. Lin slowly stood up from the wheelchair and stretched his body. Finally able to move. Lin took a step but stumbled. Fortunately, Mei was there to support him. Lin patted his chest, tousled his hair, and narcissistically said, Thank you, Ime. If I had fallen, my handsome face would have been ruined. Ime murmured softly, Lin-gu, you're so narcissistic. Although her voice was very quiet, Lin still heard her. So you think I'm not handsome? He leaned in closer and pecked her on the lips. Yaima's face instantly flushed. Lin-gu, there are people here. She quickly ran back to the room. Ha ha, Ime is still as shy as ever. Even though Ime and Lin had been together for almost a year, she wasn't shy during their intimate moments. She was quite generous. But as soon as someone was watching, Ime would instantly revert to the shy demeanor of a love-struck girl. Sitting in the gazebo, Yeyuan Jili and the members of the Yeyuan family along with Heiju were resting their heads in amusement. And indeed, Yeyuan Ling brought in a watermelon. A group of them shamelessly began to eat it. Lin turned around and saw their watermelon-eating antics. The cool pose he was about to strike instantly fell apart. Lin thought they were going to eat it all without inviting him, and he immediately questioned them. "You didn't call me to eat the watermelon." Who would have guessed they all replied in unison. "We're eating your watermelon." One of the babies Yeyuan Ling was holding was giggling away. This baby had been taken care of by both Yeyuan Ling and Ime. They had even given him a name, Uchiha Yi. This surname was also Yaimai's idea. She had taken a liking to this baby after Lin brought him back. Additionally, since he originally had the name Yi in the Hyuga family, they decided to name him Uchiha Yi. Ime had specifically told Lin that she would be the baby's mother, and Lin would be the father. Lin was speechless but accepted it happily. After all, he had brought the baby back himself. Standing under the big tree, Lin dramatically shouted at them, "Get out of here!" They scattered in all directions. Once Lin confirmed they had all left, he painfully made his way to the center of the gazebo, ready to reach for the last piece of watermelon. After all, who would refuse food? However, a pitch-black hand reached out from under the table and snatched away the last piece of watermelon. Lin could guess who it was just by the toe of his foot. "Hey Ju, give me back my watermelon!" Hey Ju had been part of the organization for a month now, spending every day with Lin, slowly transforming into this. From the cautious Hey Ju to the playful Hey Ju. After hearing what Hey Ju whispered in his ear, Lin confirmed that Hey Ju was on the same wavelength as him and no longer harbored the same animosity towards him. Although there were still some lingering feelings, they were only subtle. Lin did not show any outward signs. Hey Ju seemed to drop his cautious demeanor, playing happily with Lin. Lin even specially composed a poem for Hey Ju. "Children with mothers are like treasures. Children without mothers are like grass." After Lin recited the poem, Hey Ju even cut ties with him for a while. But after Lin's persistent apologies, Hey Ju forgave him. Yeyuan Jili and the others were no longer as afraid of Hey Ju as they had been when they first met him. Especially seeing Hey Ju transform into a more silly version of Lin was quite speechless. There was more concern about Hey Ju turning into another Lin. Lin hadn't troubled Hey Ju. After all, they had often interacted like this over the past month. Lin stretched lazily, sitting in the gazebo drinking tea while examining his physical condition and spiritual state. After a month, Lin's soul had recovered somewhat. His perspective had returned to the moment it was divided. Now he had two perspectives. The main perspective occupied the vast majority, while the secondary perspective only took up a small portion. The secondary perspective could move freely according to Lin's consciousness, and could also be turned off. To start using it, all he had to do was concentrate his mind. Lin's body and soul had recovered somewhat. Thus he could control two bodies at once, but Lin felt that too much control could lead to a split in his mental state. Lin could only leave Hinata Yi to his own instinctive control. This instinctive control felt very similar to the shadow clone technique. However, it was even more effective than the shadow clone. 10 minutes later, Lin suddenly discovered a peculiar trait: he could simultaneously receive memories from both bodies. Unlike before, where memories would only surge into another body. Lin felt that this was much better than before. In case of an emergency, he would immediately know. After checking his spiritual condition, Lin was very satisfied. His recovery was even better than he had anticipated. Lin opened the system's attribute panel. After entering the secret realm space, he had also tested the system's functions. Only this attribute panel was usable. The others were completely unusable. The system displayed that it was updating. Lin wondered what new features would come out this time. Attribute panel. Host Uchiha Lin. Age 14 years. Chakra Elite Jonin Shadow level. Combat Power Jonin Super Shadow. Chakra attributes Fire, Water, Earth, Wind, Lightning, Yin Yang. Bloodline Uchiha Bloodline Top Tier. Whirlpool Bloodline Top Tier. Don't ask why the Whirlpool Bloodline is top tier. Both Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Karui have top tier bloodlines. After all, in the original story, Uzumaki Karui could single-handedly fight against the small wooden man when the Fourth Great Ninja War began, and there's no need to mention Uzumaki Naruto. Hyuga Bloodline High Tier. Abilities: Byakugan Intangibility, Single-tomoe, Sharingan, Armament, Haki, unable to use Observation, Haki, unable to use Conqueror's Haki, unable to use Ninjutsu Fire Release Great Fireball Technique Shadow Clone Technique Lightning Release Earthwalk Genjutsu Mirror Dimension Shift Sharingan Genjutsu Taijutsu Leaf Gale Leaf Whirlwind Devil Fruit Thunder Dragon 100000V Special Surgery Fruit RM Slow Surgery Items Blood Fragment Blade Simulation Coins 7,000 Simulation Coins. Just when Lin thought the simulation was about to end, there was another page beside the simulator. Curiously, Lin opened the next page. Host Hinata. Age 1 month. Chakra none. Combat power weaker than an ordinary person. Chakra attributes fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, yin yang. Bloodline Hyuga Bloodline High Tier Whirlpool Bloodline Top Tier. Abilities none. Ninjutsu none. Genjutsu none. Taijutsu none. Devil Fruit Thunder Fruit Surgery Fruit. Items none. Lin saw this attribute panel and realized that this was the attribute panel of the Split Soul. After reviewing this attribute panel, Lin exclaimed, WC. Why is everything none, making it seem like a 3-no product? Lin looked at the attribute panel, feeling increasingly uneasy. What the hell? Why didn't ye inherit my Uchiha bloodline? What's going on here? Lin was utterly perplexed. It turned out that he had not fully completed the soul transfer before he fainted, coupled with the excessive consumption of his soul and body. He had not successfully completed this ninjutsu during its execution. Furthermore, beneath the scroll of this ninjutsu in the spatial scroll there was a piece of paper. The paper read, this ninjutsu is not yet perfected, and it may lose some talents during the descent. The consumed soul power will also be greater. When Lin took this ninjutsu, he had not seen this note at all. Perhaps due to the long passage of time, the color of the note was very similar to that of the wood. This also meant that Lin had no idea he was holding a flawed ninjutsu. Luckily for him, nothing unexpected happened while he executed the ninjutsu. Otherwise, Lin's soul consumption could have been even more severe. It was also partly because Hinata's body was too weak. He simply could not endure such an abundance of talents. He even inherited the talent of the devil fruit but failed to inherit the Uchiha bloodline. However, Lin was unaware of these matters. He only thought that his practice of ninjutsu was inadequate, which caused him to miss this opportunity. He did not greedily transfer all talents. With the Whirlpool bloodline, the Hinata bloodline, the Thunder fruit, and the Surgery fruit, possessing these 4 talents was already enough. After all, if he were to possess the Uchiha bloodline and activate the Sharingan, it would be difficult to explain to the Hinata clan. With the Thunder fruit and the Surgery fruit, once these 2 fruits were developed, they would not be inferior to the Uchiha bloodline. Thinking this way, Lin no longer felt gloomy. If he lost it, he lost it. After all, he still possessed bloodlines that were not weaker than the Uchiha. 6 years later, by a small river stood a child with a hedgehog-like head, dressed in black clothing and shorts with a purple belt tied around his waist. "This time I must throw it across to the other side," said the child as he picked up a stone and threw it at the small river. The stone bounced twice on the water before sinking. "Damn it! I refuse to believe this," he exclaimed, picking up another stone to throw. But it was the same as before. The stone bounced a few times on the water before dropping. Just as the hedgehog-headed child was preparing to try again, a stone flew out from behind him. It bounced 8 times on the river's surface before flying straight to the opposite bank. The dissatisfied hedgehog-headed boy turned around to see a mushroom-head boy of the same height. This boy wore a scarf and a green vest with deep blue pants. "Who are you?" "My name is Hashirama, but my surname is not convenient to say." The silly boy pointed to himself and replied, "For now, let's consider you my opponent in throwing stones." I threw it to the other side. Without a doubt, these 2 would become the future shinobi world rivals Uchiha Madara and the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama. Hashirama even shared his stone-throwing insights with Madara. Just as Madara was about to try again, a stone flew down from upstream of the river, bouncing a dozen times on the surface before sinking. A boy with long red hair walked down from upstream, saying to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, "Still, my stone-throwing technique is better." This boy was about the same height as them, wearing a white top and white long pants. The newcomer was indeed Hinata. Senju Hashirama exclaimed. While your stone-throwing skills are even better than mine. Uchiha Madara, feeling proud, retorted. What's so impressive about that? I can do it too. TCH, he said, picking up a stone and approaching the riverbank. Using the technique of throwing kunai, he hurled the stone, but it only bounced twice on the water. Seeing Uchiha Madara throw the stone using the kunai technique, Senju Hashirama understood that Madara was a ninja but chose not to expose him. A flock of crows swooped over the river, cawing. Uchiha Madara angrily turned around, pointing with 2 fingers at Hinata-yi and Senju Hashirama, saying furiously, You 2 bastards! You did this intentionally to distract me, didn't you? I'm sensitive. If someone stands behind me, I can't pee. Hinata-yi watched all of this with a smile. Senju Hashirama, upon hearing this, squatted down in dejection, instantly feeling depressed. You have such an annoying self-awareness symptom. Uchiha Madara, hearing this, instantly felt displeased. I really don't know if you're a good person or just have a loose tongue. He then shouted at Lin beside him. And you, what's so funny? Lin ignored Uchiha Madara's words about himself. Instead, he recalled Madara's previous line about not being able to pee when someone is behind him. Lin burst into laughter while lying on the ground. Although it was somewhat funny when he saw it on television, he never imagined it would be so hilarious to witness Uchiha Madara looking at him with a resentful gaze while saying that. At that moment, a corpse floated down on the river's surface. Senju Hashirama's face changed upon seeing it, and he rushed over, stepping on the water. Seeing how Senju Hashirama moved over the water, Uchiha Madara understood that Hashirama was also a ninja, but he did not reveal this. After seeing the dead person, Hashirama suddenly thought of something, addressing Uchiha Madara and Hinata-yi. I have some matters to attend to and need to head back. What is your name? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara responded. I'm Madara, but my surname is not convenient to say. Uchiha Madara then turned to Hinata-yi and asked, What about you, you arrogant fellow? Hinata-yi disregarded Uchiha Madara, instead replying to Senju Hashirama. My name is Yi, and like you, my surname is not convenient to say. After the 3 introduced themselves, Senju Hashirama hurried back. Before leaving, Hinata-yi mockingly told Uchiha Madara, You're just a defeated opponent in stone throwing. You're dismissed. Uchiha Madara grew even angrier upon hearing this, but Hinata-yi had long since departed. Uchiha Madara could only curse Hinata-yi in his heart. Damn it, how dare he ignore me! Next time we meet, I must properly deal with him. Yes, next time I will trample him underfoot and make him admit I'm stronger than him. Uchiha Madara stood there constantly fantasizing. Ha! And after imagining it, he felt great. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Hyuga returned to the Hyuga clan. As he approached the clan's main gate, villagers and retainers alike greeted him warmly. Greetings, young head. Welcome back, young head. Ye nodded in return. Hello, everyone. From early childhood, Ye had displayed extraordinary talent. He was exceptionally intelligent, and his aptitude for ninjutsu and taijutsu was remarkable. Even more astonishing, by the clan's standards, was that he awakened the Byakugan at just 3 years old, and not merely the standard variant but the rare advanced form. Hyuga came ahead of the Hyuga clan, and Ye's father recognized his son's prodigious gifts at an early age, and from then on groomed him as heir apparent. Ye himself remained puzzled while all others' eyes appeared pale and opalescent. His own were naturally black, only turning white when the Byakugan activated. He suspected his inherited Uzumaki bloodline, supreme in potency, might subtly influence his Byakugan in advanced yet comparatively lower-tier dojutsu. For instance, his hair was vividly crimson. In his earliest years, before age 3, his red hair and dark eyes drew mockery from clan members who whispered he was a bastard child. Only his status as the clan head's son spared him exile. Yet once his Byakugan manifested and his preternatural talents became undeniable, those same critics fell silent, and soon hailed him as the Hyuga clan's unseen-a-century genius. Ye bore no grudge. After all, they were kin. He could hardly slaughter them all, leaving only himself and his parents to carry the Hyuga name. More significantly, on Ye's 5th birthday, Hyuga Tokima formally announced him as young head, and redirected the clan's full resources toward his cultivation. He thus saw little reason to resent them. He would one day lead the clan. Petty grievances could not be allowed to fracture familial harmony. Though a minority objected Ya's appointment, as young head met with broad support. From birth Ya had been approachable and unassuming. Even after enduring childhood scorn, he never wielded his authority to punish those who'd mocked him. They in turn felt profound gratitude, knowing that in most other clans such transgressions would have meant death or banishment. Moreover, they believed Ya's brilliance would elevate the Hyuga clan to unprecedented glory. Thus Ya's ascension to young head was both natural and widely endorsed, and he gained privileged access to vast resources and mastered numerous clan techniques. Though the Hyuga clan specialized in gentle fist taijutsu, its members retained foundational knowledge of ninjutsu. As he stepped through the gate, a young man approached him directly. Still, their preference lay firmly with physical discipline and the gentle fist, so most devoted their training time to mastering those arts over arcane jutsu. Ya, however, possessed exceptional aptitude in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. Consequently, every forbidden or esoteric jutsu the clan possessed became his exclusive domain, and no one objected. After all, if no one else practiced them, why hoard scrolls? Better to entrust them to one who could truly wield them, especially within the same bloodline. Just then Ya noticed the young man approaching and offered a courteous greeting. Uncle Tokushima, good day. How may I assist you? The man known as Uncle Tokushima smiled faintly. Young head, the clan head instructed me to inform you upon your return. Please see him immediately. He wishes to speak with you. Ya nodded respectfully. Thank you, Uncle Tokushima. I'll go to father at once. I mustn't keep him waiting. By all means, young head. With a final bow, Ya set off toward his father's chamber, pausing repeatedly along the way to exchange warm greetings with passers-by. After weaving through waves of salutations, Ya arrived at Hyuga Tokima's study. The moment he entered, he found his father immersed in administrative documents, a necessity given the clan's 1,000-strong population. Such numbers demanded constant oversight. Leadership was no idle privilege. It meant endless paperwork day after day. Ya bowed slightly upon entering. Father, I'm here, as you requested. What matter requires my attention? At the sight of his son, Tokima's eyes lit up like a drowning man spotting land. His excitement was barely concealed, yet he composed himself, cleared his throat, and said gravely, Ahem. You're no longer a child, and as heir to the Hyuga clan, it's time you assumed responsibility for governance. Ya recoiled inwardly. So this was why he'd been summoned. Father, spare me the pretense. I know exactly what you're after. You simply wished to shirk your duties. Tokima, utterly unembarrassed at being exposed, retorted with practiced nonchalance, What do you know? I'm offering you vital experience, to prepare you for leadership. Experience. Understand. Ya responded with a look of undisguised disdain. TCH. How naive. Yet he refused to play along, and instead shook his head. I won't manage your paperwork. But should I happen to mention your secret savings to mother? Tokima's expression darkened instantly. How did you learn about my hidden funds? Oops, slipped out. Ya's smile turned sly. I've known for ages. And yes, I know precisely where you stashed them, inside the toilet tank. Though Tokima led the Hyuga clan, he lived in quiet awe of his wife. On matters of state his authority reigned supreme, but in daily life he often vanished into near total irrelevance. Especially after Ya once witnessed his father kneeling outside their bedroom door all night, punished for hiding money and caught red-handed. From that day Ya resolved to stay vigilant, not least to protect himself from paternal mischief. Now confronted with his son's effortless revelation, Tokima could only sigh, and resume his paperwork with tearful resignation. But Ya had no intention of letting him off so easily, not after that transparent attempt to pawn off work. Clearing his throat, he added, Ahem, father, surely a small token of appreciation is in order. After all, you did try to burden me unfairly just now. Tokima bristled. Hey. Are you pushing your luck, boy? Ya merely shrugged, ambling leisurely toward the door while calling back over his shoulder, Pity. I wonder how mother would react upon learning about your hidden stash. Defeated, Tokima fumbled inside his sandal and withdrew his last remaining coins. Son, you can't exploit your own father like this. This is all I have left. Ye accepted the crumpled bills with exaggerated distaste, then bolted gleefully from the room. Tokima slumped crestfallen, muttering under his breath, "Curse brat. I'll move the stash tonight, somewhere he'll never think to look." And with that he sank back into his chair, resigned once more to the quiet, thankless life of a working patriarch. Yoru happily strolled through the Hyuga family's marketplace, holding the money he had earned from a completed task. However, in this war-torn era, self-sufficiency was essential. Each family could not trust others too much, leading to the necessity of merchants to sustain their operations. Thus, those who could not become ninjas in the Hyuga family engaged in business, resulting in the family owning its own marketplace. Yoru arrived at his favorite barbecue restaurant. As soon as he entered, the manager greeted him warmly. "Young clan leader, what brings you here today? Are you here to inspect the work? We are performing excellently. It's nothing serious, I'm just here to enjoy some barbecue. Please bring me the best cuts." "Of course, please wait a moment, young clan leader. Well, prepare it shortly. In the meantime, I'll serve you some desserts." Yoru nodded and waited. When Yoru was declared the young clan leader at the age of 3, he envisioned a wonderful life. However, his parents never gave him any money, not even pocket money. Sometimes Yoru doubted whether he was truly their biological child. Although his soul wasn't theirs, his body certainly was. Thus Yoru began his entrepreneurial journey. Though he was uncertain about how to start a business, some memories from his past life, especially about food, came to him. Anything he casually brought forth could become popular throughout the ninja world. Therefore Yoru chose barbecue, as there weren't many delicacies in this war-torn era. Consequently, Yoru's barbecue business began to thrive. Yoru earned a substantial amount of money through his barbecue venture, but Hinata Takuma took all of it, claiming he would keep it safe for Yoru, saying he was too young to handle it. Thinking about this infuriated Yoru, leading him to expose where Hinata Takuma hid his secret stash. This resulted in Takuma kneeling at the entrance for an entire night. The money that Hinata Takuma confiscated from Yoru was also taken by Hinata Kin. Yoru initially intended to reclaim some of it, but Kin used the same excuse as Takuma. "What does a child need so much money for? You are still too young. You'll get your money back when you grow up." She even lectured Yoru. Despite this, over 3 years Yoru gradually began to see them as his parents. Though his soul belonged to Lin, his body instinctively reacted in familiar ways. At first Yoru found this hard to accept, but he gradually came to terms with it. In his past life, Lin was an orphan who never met his parents upon birth, and he spent his previous life immersed in anime and novels. Here Lin felt love from his parents Ayam and her partner, as well as from Yoru's parents. Yoru started to accept them slowly. Those who lack love crave it even more. Returning to Lin's side, he had already moved away from his original location to a hidden paradise. Over 6 years Lin learned a vast array of ninjutsu and developed the Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Through more than 6 years of effort, Lin's strength reached the level of a super shadow. He also developed many skills from the Thunder Fruit and Surgery Fruit, but compared to the ninjutsu he had learned, they were still relatively few. After all, in the world of ninjas, Lin still preferred learning ninjutsu. The difficulty of developing devil fruits here was much greater than in the pirate world. During these 6 years, the organization Lin created grew larger and established many branches in the ninja world. Lin appointed 5 leaders, including Iwara Yoshimi, his wife Ayam, and others to manage the organization. However, the true management of the organization was in the hands of Yoshimi's father and 3 others. Ayam and Yoshimi were merely figureheads. Ayam was meant to accompany Lin, and Lin couldn't bear to let her go to work. Yoshimi was simply playful, and to be part of the 5 major organizations one had to be at least an elite shinobi. Among them, only Ayam reached shadow-level strength and activated the single-tomoe Sharingan, nearing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Under Lin's 6 years of guidance, Yoshimi barely reached the level of an elite shinobi. In addition to this, Lin also established an intelligence organization to gather information on various ninja families and record it. No one was better suited for this than Kuroju. Therefore, Lin rightly entrusted the intelligence organization to Kuroju to manage. Over 6 years, Lin gradually began to trust Kuroju. The Yawara family also experienced a revival, and those who followed Lin became high-ranking members of the family. To put it nicely, Lin established an organization. To put it bluntly, it was merely a place to take on missions. Some members were part of Lin's organization, but others merely came to Lin to take on tasks. Lin did not mind, as this was merely the first step. His ideal was to build this organization into a ninja village that could rival the 5 great ninja villages. Thus Lin did not hold it against them. They would simply receive less pay, and these individuals dared not voice their complaints, as they could not afford to offend Lin. Despite this, many chose to join the organization. The organization Lin established could already rival some small families. It even had the strength to contend with larger families. As Lin's organization grew larger, it naturally drew some discontent. However, after Lin forcefully suppressed several families, such voices diminished. The families in the ninja world also tacitly accepted Lin's organization as a family, and would give him some face to a certain extent. Lin sat in the reception room surrounded by the leaders of various branches, including Yawara, Yoshimi, Im, and Kuroju. Lin sat in the main seat and surveyed all those present. After scanning the room, he slowly began to speak. Today there is something very important to announce. Those sitting in other positions swallowed hard. They had been with Lin for a long time and had never seen him so serious. Lin solemnly stated the next line: "This matter concerns the future of the organization. We must discuss it here today." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present grew even more serious, as if the very air had solidified. Lin's next words astonished everyone present. "I am and I have come of age. We are getting married." Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned except for Im, who blushed. Lin did not understand why Im would blush after spending so much time with them. A few seconds later, everyone in the room reacted. They began to congratulate Lin and Im. "Congratulations." Jime teased, sticking out her tongue. "Congratulations, master, you're getting married. Watching you like that before had me worried. How am I supposed to keep an eye on him?" Jime's face went blank with despair. "Master, please assign me some other task. This matter is not negotiable." Lin finished speaking and turned to arrange other affairs. Yu Yuanling Yu and Ili Xian will handle the food and clothing. After assigning everyone's duties, Lin prepared to end the meeting. "Very well, everyone's tasks have been settled. This is of the utmost importance. Each of you must carry out your assignments with care. Do not botch this. Heiju, when you deliver the invitations, avoid any conflict with them. This is my day of great joy. I will not allow anyone to spoil my mood. You may invite members from your sub-branches to attend the wedding. The more guests, the livelier the occasion. It will enliven the atmosphere." After Lin spoke, Ili Xian, frowning with worry, said, "But it will cost a great deal. And the wedding itself will be expensive." Lin knew Ili Xian's temperament well. She loved money and often counted it in secret. Lin waved his hand casually. "No matter, spend as you must. I have abundant funds now, feel free. Besides, this is Ime's wedding, we should spare no expense. Do not worry." Despite Lin's reassurance, Ili Xian still felt a twinge of pain, not for any other reason but because she worried about the money. Having arranged everything, Lin offered one last admonition and left. After the others departed, Ili Xian remained behind, quietly shedding tears. Jime came over and found Ili Xian hiding and crying. She approached and said, "Xian, why are you crying here? Who bullied you?" "I'll go beat them up for you, was it, master?" Ili Xian kept crying and muttered, "Weddings cost so much, it's all shining money. Though it isn't mine, it still hurts my heart. And it's the organization's funds. So much money, how long must I work to earn this?" Jime was speechless. Upon hearing this, she realized to her surprise that Ili Xian was grieving the money itself. Jime silently walked away, leaving her to weep alone. 3 days later, Heiju, using his abilities, had delivered all the invitations. The invitations had reached virtually every formidable family. At the Yujibo family, Yujibo Tiandao sat at the head, surrounded by the clan's elders, with Yujibo Ban and Yujibo Quan now beside him. "You have all seen the invitation from the Shao organization. Their chieftain is to be married. Do we attend?" the elder asked. He surely did not invite only our clan, another replied. He likely invited other families as well. If we decline, we will offend the Shao organization, which has grown quite powerful. We are still at odds with the Qianshou family. If Qianshou belittles us before the Shao organization and wins their favor, having them assist Qianshou against us would be disastrous. Therefore we must go. But you cannot attend, clan head. If this is a plot, your presence could bring grave peril. You are the pillar of the Ujibo clan, the elder insisted. Let me go. Ujibo Tian Dao nodded in agreement. He thought the same. There has been no fighting of late. I will go myself. I have checked. Other clans have also received invitations. He will not move against so many families at once. So there is no need to worry. I will also take this chance to gauge the Shao organization's true strength. Before leaving Ujibo, Tian Dao did not forget to bring Ujibo Ban. The Qianshou family convened as well. Their conclusion mirrored that of the Ujibo clan. The clan leaders would attend. They decided to bring Xu Jian. The Xianhua family and the Ri Xiang family were also holding meetings. Ri Xiangyi was informed of the affair. There were no surprises. In the end, Ri Xiangdijian would lead Ri Xiangyi to the Shao organization. Returning now to Lin's side. Lin sat resting in the courtyard. At that moment, Heiju rose up from beneath the earth, and seeing Lin seated, took the opportunity to report. I have delivered all the invitations you gave me, Heiju announced. Lin nodded. There is no need to report such trivial matters to me. It is enough that you know, Lin continued. Heiju did not depart. Instead, he said, this is not the matter I wish to report. Lin's interest was piqued. Besides that, what is it? The place you once tasked me to find, the path to the moon, has been located. Lin's expression revealed surprise. He had not expected it so soon. Heiju had found it after only a few years of searching. He had assumed it would take several more. In 6 years of companionship, Lin had gradually come to understand certain things. Though not everything was clear, he had begun to rely on Heiju and had entrusted him with tasks. Lin pondered and decided to prepare thoroughly. After all, the clan on the moon possessed gigantic reincarnation eyes. He felt it wiser to complete the wedding and make preparations before setting out. On the day of the wedding, nearly all invited families have arrived. The Uchiha, Senju Uzumaki, and Take Torai clans. The place where Lin is located is a vast courtyard where everyone can sit, while outside there are patrolling teams maintaining order for the wedding. The wedding is also taking place in this courtyard with a grand stage at the far end. A long red carpet stretches from the entrance to the center of the stage. Lin stands at the entrance welcoming all the guests. The first to arrive is the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Taijima walks in with Uchiha Madara carrying the gift he brought. Lin shakes hands with Uchiha Taijima, greeting him. Congratulations. Today, as you marry, the Uchiha clan is here to celebrate your joy. Lin nods and replies, thank you for your support, Uchiha clan leader. Please, this way. Lin gestures for the 20 members of the Uchiha clan to be led to the front of the wedding stage. Next comes the Senju clan. Once again, the clan leader Senju Hashirama walks in first, accompanied by Senju Tobirama. After another round of polite exchanges, Lin has the members of the Senju clan seated at the front of the opposite side of the stage. Senju Hashirama glances over and sees the already seated Uchiha clan. At this moment, the Uchiha clan also notices him. The Senju and Uchiha clans have always had a strained relationship. Uchiha Taijima directly mocks, "Oh, isn't that the clan leader of the Senju? Why are you so late? Did you lose the previous battle and have too many corpses to deal with?" Senju Hashirama, upon hearing the Uchiha's taunts, shows no anger. Instead, he retorts, "I wonder which clan leader has a son close to death." Uchiha Taijima instantly becomes furious at this remark and counters him. "You're not in a position to talk." Both sides draw their kunai, and the atmosphere becomes tense. Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama notice the confrontation. They had previously thought of each other merely as ninjas and hadn't considered the feud between their clans until now, and they are somewhat surprised to see the families facing off. More than anything, they feel helpless. After all, they had just found friends who turned out to be enemies, and they would likely meet again on the battlefield in the future. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Madara makes eye contact with Senju Tobarama, wanting to invite him to speak. However, Senju Tobarama looks puzzled. He doesn't understand what expression Uchiha Madara is making. Uchiha Madara is reluctant to give up and continues to signal him with his eyes. But Senju Tobarama looks confused and scratches his head, still not grasping Uchiha Madara's meaning. Uchiha Madara can't believe that Senju Tobarama is so oblivious, failing to understand such a simple gesture. Uchiha Madara can only think about how to discreetly get Senju Tobarama to come out without the clan leaders noticing. Lin, witnessing this, is immediately taken aback. Lin hadn't expected that as soon as he stepped away they would almost come to blows. He hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. You both need to cool down. Today is my joyous day. Everyone, please do not ruin this wedding. Let's enjoy ourselves and put aside past grievances. Just do it for my sake. Upon seeing Lin approaching, the previously tense atmosphere between both sides begins to ease. They are all thinking that the first side to act would surely incur Lin's ire, and then being swayed by the other's sweet words would be detrimental to their own clan. There is a possibility that under the combined assault of the Akatsuki organization and the opposing clan, their clan could be destroyed. In this war-torn era, it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Both sides are calculating in their minds, and eventually the clan leaders order their members to sheath their kunai, starting to exchange harsh words. Humph. Senju Hashirama, this time I let you go due to the Akatsuki leader's favor. Consider yourself lucky. Next time we meet, you won't have such good fortune. Senju Hashirama is not one to be easily spoken to either. That's what I should be saying. Since both sides are bitter rivals, Lin arranges them on either side of the red carpet, ensuring they are kept at a distance. After all, Lin fears that if he steps away for even a moment, they will start fighting again. After arranging everything, Lin returns to the entrance to continue welcoming the other clans. The next to arrive is the Hyuga clan. Lin sees the Hyuga clan leader Hyuga Takuma and his clone Hyuga Yoru. Lin exchanges a smile with Hyuga Yoru as they look at each other. This smile goes unnoticed by everyone. Lin brings the Hyuga clan to the front of the stage. Hyuga Takuma also sees the already present leaders of the Uchiha and Senju clans, nodding to them as a greeting. The Hyuga clan does not harbor intense hatred towards the Uchiha and Senju clans and will not interfere in their feud. Thus both sides' attitudes are somewhat amicable. After all, they all wish to ally with the Hyuga clan to counter the other clan. At this moment, Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama also notice Hyuga Yoru. They are momentarily speechless, realizing that they previously thought they would lose one friend. But now both friends are from different clans. Uchiha Madara thinks he can only invite the other to talk. Uchiha Madara subtly signals to Hyuga Yoru without anyone noticing, and Hyuga Yoru instantly understands. Hyuga Yoru nods in agreement. Uchiha Madara, seeing Hyuga Yoru's understanding, nods in relief. Finally, he finds someone who can interpret his gestures. Previously, he thought Senju Tobarama could not decipher his signals and believed there was something wrong with his method of expression. Now it seems that Senju Tobarama is simply too oblivious. He continues to plan how to invite Senju Tobarama out, considering his simple-mindedness. It is quite challenging to find a straightforward method without the clan leaders noticing. After the Hyuga clan has greeted both sides, they find a place to sit down. Lin stands at the entrance, continuing to welcome other clans. Next, the Uzumaki clan arrives. After welcoming all the major clans, Lin walks into the courtyard. Seeing that nearly everyone has arrived, Lin nods to Elixir beside him and makes a gesture. Elixir immediately understands and takes the microphone, signaling that the wedding is about to officially begin. All the families have arrived and the seats in the courtyard are filled with guests. At this moment, Elixir took the microphone and stepped onto the stage to commence the wedding. As Elixir stepped onto the stage, the venue fell silent. After all, the Shao organization is a prominent family, and they deserved respect. Elixir began his speech. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I also welcome all the families who have come to this wedding. Today I stand here with excitement, honored to officiate the wedding ceremony of Mr. Yuanlin and Miss Yuanmei. It is a profound honor for me to witness the union of this perfect couple and to see two lovers finally come together. Here I officially announce the commencement of the wedding between Mr. Lin and Miss May. After Elisen finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the venue. After all, how often do they witness such a grand occasion? They had never heard such an opening speech before. Once they regained their composure, warm applause erupted in the venue. Around them discussions began to stir. The wedding of the Shao organization's leader is indeed extraordinary. Yes, indeed. Next time I get married, I want to use this opening speech too. I wonder if we can ask her to host our wedding. Yes. Who will ask her? After announcing the opening ceremony, Elisen also began the formal wedding proceedings. Today fortune has graced us, and this auspicious location has been blessed with yet another happy event. On this warm and beautiful day, let us invite the main character of this wedding, the groom, Mr. Yi Yuan Lin. As Elisen spoke, music began to play. Lin was dressed in a red traditional outfit with a red ribbon tied around his waist. He wore a long-sleeved red shirt and red traditional trousers adorned with golden dragons. On his feet were a pair of red cloth shoes. Walking along the red carpet in sync with the music, he approached from the courtyard's entrance, waving to the people around him. As Lin arrived on stage, the music faded. Now it seems our groom is quite handsome. Today is your wedding. Do you have anything to say? Lin took the microphone from the person beside him. Welcome, esteemed guests, to my wedding. I am very pleased to have all of you here. Please leave your personal grievances at the door, enjoy the festivities, and forget all your troubles. Well, that's all I wanted to say. After Lin finished, the audience enthusiastically applauded. Although he said this, many attendees still harbored unresolved grievances. Moreover, many were somewhat wary, as they were unsure if there were any ulterior motives this time. In the world of ninjas, schemes are not uncommon. Alright everyone, let us not waste more time. Now let us welcome the other main character of our wedding, our beautiful bride, Miss Yi Yuan Mei. Once again music played. Everyone in the venue turned their gaze towards the courtyard entrance. They were eager to see who the leader of the Shao organization had married. After all, they had never seen her before. Lin took great care of Mei, and most of the arrangements were handled by Lin and other members of the organization. Mei primarily stayed at home, cooking, doing housework, and taking care of the child. A red figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. First, two children emerged, each holding a flower basket in their hands, scattering pink petals as they walked forward. Mei was dressed in a red traditional outfit adorned with a golden headdress resembling a phoenix crown, and her clothing was embroidered with golden phoenixes. With a phoenix crown and flowing garments, her outfit also featured two mandarin ducks, and she wore a jade pendant that Lin had gifted her. On her feet were a pair of red high-heeled shoes. Walking on the red carpet amidst pink petals and the music enhanced her beauty. Behind her was Ji Mei, dressed in a simpler red traditional outfit compared to Mei. She held a tray containing a pure white box. As the two appeared, the venue erupted into enthusiastic applause and discussions. Wow, she's so beautiful. Yes, she is stunning. Her outfit is beautiful too. I want a set like that. Yes, I wonder how it was designed. I'm more curious about what's in that box. I want to know too. It must be something very precious, right? As the discussions continued, Mei walked to the center of the red carpet and stood there. She gazed at Lin across from her. We have now seen the beautiful bride, Miss Yi Yuan Mei. Today's bride is exceptionally stunning, like a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. My bride has now reached the exchange area. Now let us invite our handsome groom to welcome his bride with flowers. Upon hearing this, Lin took the red roses from someone beside him, moving in time with the music. With heavy steps he approached Mei. He walked slowly toward Mei, kneeling on one knee and raising the flowers he held aloft. He proposed. Will you marry me? Mei nodded, took the flowers, helped Lin to his feet, and they walked hand in hand toward the stage. Cherry blossoms bloom amidst the spring, and the jade magnolia bridges bring forth the beloved. Draped in a red wedding gown crowned with a beautiful phoenix crown, the bride, bathed in happiness, walks amidst the solemn wedding march, hearts united, hands clasped. With smiles they approach us. Friends, let us sincerely congratulate them. Let us bless them, cheer for them, and applaud them. Blessings to you. To the bride and groom, may your union be fulfilling. From acquaintance to love to marriage, you have experienced the most beautiful moments. Your love is sincere and pure. 1,000-mile bond, a match made in heaven. Sincerely wishing you both happiness and fulfillment in your joyous celebration. After Elyson finished speaking, the venue erupted with intense applause and cheers. At that moment, Lin and Mei also walked hand in hand onto the stage. Elyson addressed the audience. Next, we will proceed with the wedding declaration. Esteemed guests, from simplicity to elegance, we will beautifully portray the most romantic moment in life. This is a propitious day for marriage, a very auspicious occasion. Today, Mr. Lin and Miss Mei, with hearts full of love for each other, have finally stepped into this sacred wedding hall. This truly is a match made in heaven. Like a talented scholar and a beautiful maiden, like the weaver girl and the cowherd. May the flowers bloom and the moon be round, lasting forever. First, I must pose a solemn and serious question to the newlyweds. I will ask each of you to respond separately. Groom, please step forward and place your right hand on your chest. Extend your right hand and place it on your chest, looking at the lovely Ime beside you. Now please listen carefully to my question, Mr. Yuan Lin. Do you wish to wed the lady Ime beside you? To forever respect her, love her, and protect her? Will you walk hand in hand with her for a lifetime? Lin gazed at Ime, his eyes filled with affection, and spoke earnestly. I do. Now the same question. I would also like to ask the bride Ime to step forward and listen carefully to my question. Ime obediently stepped forward. Do you wish to marry Yuan Lin? To love him forever, respect him in sickness and in health, whether he is rich or poor? Will you walk hand in hand with him for a lifetime? Ime's rosy cheeks made her even more adorable as she replied. I do. Now we will proceed to the most important part of the wedding ceremony. Lin and Ime personally brought forth several wooden plaques inscribed with the names of Lin's parents and Ime's parents, for only Lin and Ime have arrived in this world. Thus they could only wed in this simple manner. However, once Lin exits the secret realm, he will organize another wedding for Ime. After everything was arranged, Li Xian walked to the corner of the stage. Everyone present began to discuss. What is this about? I don't know. But it seems like it should be something very important. In this vast world, the two newlyweds are a match made in heaven. It is the will of the heavens, a blessed union. First, please face the heavens and the earth, newlyweds. Bow to the heavens and earth, thank the fates. Kneel. Lin and Ime knelt upon a mat, facing the direction of the red carpet. Thank the heavens for the blessed fate. A bow, may our love last till the end of time. Another bow, wishing for happiness and health. A third bow, rise. Lin and Ime respectfully knelt and bowed 3 times to the heavens and earth. They stood up. Lin and Ime turned to bow to the wooden plaques on the stage. May the family prosper and the descendants thrive. Returning kindness and respect to our parents. Grateful for the nurturing from our elders. Kneel. Thank you, parents, for your upbringing. A bow to honor our parents for their nurturing kindness. Another bow, wishing our parents good health. A third bow, rise. 100 years of cultivation to share a boat. 1,000 years of cultivation to share a pillow. The bride and groom face each other, bowing together in front of the flower hall. Kneel. Lin and Ime turned around and respectfully knelt face to face. Harmony in the universe, the lute and zither in perfect harmony. A bow, may the lovebirds fly together. May the couple share the same heart. Another bow. The husband sings, the wife follows. May they bear children soon. A third bow. Rise. Lin and Ime helped each other to stand. From this day forth, Mr. Lin and Miss Ime are united as husband and wife. The guests were also captivated by the grandeur of Lin and Ime's ceremony. They did not expect such a simple wedding to be so solemn and magnificent. In this blissful marriage, mere kisses and hugs are far from sufficient. It must contain more responsibility, more promises. Now the two will exchange their precious tokens to embody this responsibility and promise. Lin looked at Ime across from him, knelt on one knee, and took out a beautiful box from the spatial scroll. Upon opening it, a beautiful crystal ring lay inside. Ime, do you wish to be my wife? In the days to come I will surely protect you, do you agree? Imei blushed and extended her left hand, saying, I do. Lin placed the ring on Imei's left ring finger. After Lin stood up, Imei also took out a matching ring from the nearby box and placed it on Lin's right ring finger. Lin gazed at Imei before passionately kissing her. This kiss lasted a full minute. After the kiss, Lin looked affectionately at the shy Imei. All right, both of you, our ceremony is not yet complete. You have all night to kiss. After Ili Xian said this, the crowd erupted in laughter. These two seemingly small rings are in fact incredibly precious and profound. Their round shape symbolizes the completeness of the lives the two will share. The rings also resemble two bells, symbolizing the sweet and happy life of the couple beginning at this very moment, starting anew. Now let both of you raise your hands adorned with the rings high to accept everyone's blessings. A thrilling moment, an unforgettable moment. Let us all applaud for them. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. Wow, this wedding is truly spectacular. Indeed, indeed. From now on my wedding must be like this. I wonder, is there any other program? In the presence of all the guests, let us tie the knot and celebrate this union. Wishing this couple a lifetime of happiness. May their love last 100 years. With that, I declare that the wedding ceremony of the groom and bride has concluded, and I extend my blessings to all relatives and friends. May fortune and happiness be with you. Does the groom have anything to say? Lin then took the microphone and addressed Lin, saying, If heaven were to grant me 3 wishes, the first would be to be with you in this life, the second to be with you in the next life, and the third to never be apart from you for eternity. If you were to leave, I would love you in tears. If your heart were to die, I would love you in life. If life were to disappear, I would love you in reincarnation. If the world were to vanish, I would love you in heaven. I cannot guarantee or promise anything, but I will do it. If one day you feel hunger, you will surely find me smiling and perishing in your embrace. Upon hearing Lin's words, Imei's face instantly turned red with shyness. Lin tightened his grip on Imei's hand. After finishing, Lin addressed the family heads present, saying, Dear relatives and friends, today is my joyous day. Please enjoy your food and drinks. Let go of your grievances. There are still some programs for you to enjoy. After the wedding, Lin and Imei walked hand in hand off the stage. They changed their outfits. A group of people pushed carts carrying food to each table, presenting dishes they had never seen before. A group of dancers also came up on stage, dancing gracefully to the music. Everyone present stared in awe at the food on the tables and then at the dancers on stage. After the wedding ceremony concluded, Lin and Imei stepped out of the courtyard and changed into fresh attire in the house where they resided, just adjacent to the venue. It was not far at all. The wedding had been held right beside their home. Accompanied by Nozomu Haruno, they proceeded table by table, visiting each clan's delegation to share a toast. Such ritual greetings were after all an indispensable part of the celebration. Lin led the way. Imei carried wine cups and beverage glasses, while Nozomu trailed behind bearing a bottle of sake and a bottle of soft drink. Nozomu had utterly ignored the task Lin had assigned her to supervise young Yo during the ceremony. Instead, she had handed Yo over to his father the moment festivities began, and dashed off eager to slip away from the courtyard to play. But before she could even clear the courtyard gate, Lin intercepted her and reassigned her duty to serve drinks. Playtime was out of the question, only labor would fill her hours. Master, please let me go out and play, just for a little while. I'll be back in no time, she pleaded, eyes wide with innocence. Not a chance, Lin replied firmly. You'll stay right behind me holding the cups. Ugh, she sighed crestfallen. Cruel master, always picking on me. One day I'll beat you soundly, turn you into a puffed-up piglet. She muttered these words softly as she trailed behind Lin. With Lin's Kagebunshin-level perception, her grumbling was unmistakable. Inside, Lin mused wryly. Daring to complain about me. Once this wedding is over, your training regimen doubles. No, that's too lenient. Triple it. Yes, triple it. That's how I'll ensure you never forget. Behind him, Nozomu sneezed. She rubbed her nose. Who's thinking about this adorable fairy right now? Suddenly a chill ran down her spine. Then she caught Lin glancing at her with a mischievous, teasing look, and her mood plummeted instantly. She lowered her head and followed silently. She knew well whenever Lin wore that expression trouble loomed. She'd learned that lesson before. Indeed, the last time Lin had worn it her training load had doubled overnight. Lin first led Ime and Nozomu toward their own family's table, the one occupied by Nozomu's father Kuratsuchi and others. Lin offered a toast to each guest, clinking cups and drinking deeply. These were kin and comrades. No formalities were needed. Brief pleasantries and a single cup sufficed. When Lin approached Yo, he said gently, "Yo, stay here with them. Don't wander off, understood?" Yo lifted his gaze from his bowl, blinked slowly, and replied, "Yes, father. And father, these dishes are delicious. Mother, you must cook them for me often." Having been shielded tenderly since infancy by Lin and Ime, Yo had grown up unscarred. His innocence remained untouched. Thus he lacked the guarded maturity of other children. Lin, unable to bring himself to discipline him sternly, had always regarded Yo as his own son. He refused to let the boy suffer even a sliver of injustice, yet gradually Lin realized such indulgence would doom him in the shinobi world. So several months ago Lin began rigorously instructing Yo to hasten his adaptation. He would expose him to the world's harsh truths, to harden his gentle spirit. Though Yo was a girl, Lin resolved to forge resilience within her. Thus Lin decided after the wedding Yo would confront the shinobi world's cruelty firsthand. Ime nodded warmly. "Understood, my little treasure. I'll cook for you every day. Mother, you're wonderful." Yo scrambled onto Ime's lap and kissed her cheek. "You look especially beautiful today, mother." Lin watched the kiss, and instantly grew jealous. He pulled Ime close. Pressing a kiss to her cheek, he glanced pointedly at Yo, then declared, "You're growing up now, you mustn't kiss mother anymore. Understood?" Yo rolled her eyes, stuck out her tongue, and grinned mischievously. "Humph. Mean father. She's my mother. Step away from my mother. She's still my wife," Lin retorted, arms still around Ime. "So you should step aside. You. Mean father. Hey, you dare insult me? Has your courage swollen beyond measure?" Seeing their quarrel escalate, Ime swiftly intervened, separating them. She chided Lin. "You're a grown man, still bickering like a child." Lin glanced at Yo. Yo glanced back. Both turned away sharply, each exhaling a haughty, dismissive snort. "Ime and I are off to greet our guests. Stay here, and don't stray." "Humph. Understood. Mean father." Lin then led Ime and Nozomu toward the Hyuga compound. First he approached Lord Hyuga Tokima, the clan's patriarch. "Lord Hyuga, your presence graces my wedding with unparalleled honor." "Mr. Lin, you flatter me. I thank you for the invitation. This celebration is truly magnificent. The fare is exquisite, dishes I've never tasted before." Lin took a cup from Ime's tray, and Nozomu poured sake for both Lin and Lord Tokima. Lin raised his cup in salute. "To you, Lord Hyuga, may this cup seal our bond." After brief pleasantries, Lin moved past Lord Tokima. He approached Hyuga Yo, who sat quietly eating, and said, "This must be Lord Hyuga's son. I've long heard of him, a peerless prodigy who awakened the Byakugan at age 3. A true genius. Allow me to toast you." Hyuga Yo bowed courteously. Toasting oneself felt awkward, but he endured it with quiet dignity. "The Akatsuki's leader possesses remarkable grace, and Lady Ime is radiant beyond compare." "Ah, kind words, kind words," Lin added, turning to Lord Tokima. "What a splendid son you have, brilliant, poised, gifted beyond measure. Unlike my own daughter, inept at everything and hopelessly naive. Ha, no need for such self-deprecation." Though Lord Tokima spoke thus outwardly, inwardly he cherished that very innocence, and secretly hoped his son would one day wed Lin's daughter. After honoring every member of the Hyuga clan, Lin proceeded methodically to the Senju Uchiha and Uzumaki compounds, offering respectful toasts to each. Lin raised his glass to toast the members of the Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga clans before continuing to toast the other clans. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara glanced at Senju Hashirama and Hyuga Niji, trying to signal them to meet outside the courtyard. Hyuga Niji nodded, indicating he understood Uchiha Madara's meaning. Senju Hashirama, still scratching his head in confusion, was unaware of what it meant. Seeing the expression on Senju Hashirama's face, both Uchiha Madara and Hyuga Niji covered their faces with their hands, expressing their lack of recognition for this foolish child while inwardly complaining how utterly simple-minded can one be. Uchiha Madara did not further explain to Senju Hashirama, instead walking towards Uchiha Taijima and quietly whispering in his ear, "Father, I don't want to eat anymore. I want to go out for a bit." Uchiha Taijima was chatting and laughing with someone nearby when he heard Uchiha Madara's words and thought, "Anyway, the Akatsuki organization is here and there doesn't seem to be any conspiracy at this wedding. There shouldn't be any danger." Uchiha Taijima nodded, agreeing with Uchiha Madara's suggestion. After consenting, he continued to drink and chat with the other members of the Uchiha clan. After receiving Uchiha Taijima's approval, Uchiha Madara signaled to Senju Hashirama and Hyuga Niji before heading outside. His actions did not attract the attention of others. After all, he was just a child. Hyuga Niji similarly said, "Father, I'm going to the restroom." Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi nodded, saying, "If you need to go by yourself. No need to tell me." After hearing this, Hyuga Niji walked toward the courtyard while signaling to Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama scratched his head in puzzlement, still not understanding. After thinking for a long time, Senju Hashirama finally figured out what it meant. He nodded, finally understanding the situation. Imitating what he had seen, he said to his father Senju Butsuma, "Father, I want to go outside for a bit and see the scenery." Senju Butsuma nodded, seemingly agreeing with his suggestion. After all, he was just a child and a bit playful. This did not draw Senju Butsuma's attention. Senju Hashirama happily ran outside. Finally understanding their intention, he successfully escaped, and would be able to meet his friends. Senju Hashirama arrived outside the courtyard looking around. He soon spotted Uchiha Madara and Hyuga Niji in a corner of the courtyard, and happily ran over. Uchiha Madara, seeing Senju Hashirama, smugly said, "You finally made it out. I thought you didn't understand our meaning." Hyuga Niji chimed in, "It's already a miracle that he managed to come out. With that foolish look of his, he must have taken a long time to grasp our meaning right." Senju Hashirama awkwardly scratched his head and apologized, sorry for keeping you waiting." "Ha!" Hyuga Niji was speechless, covering his face, and quietly led Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama to a deserted area in the back mountain. Upon reaching the back mountain, Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Madara fell silent, not saying anything. Senju Hashirama, puzzled by their silence, wondered what it meant. "Why aren't you both speaking?" Although Senju Hashirama asked, Uchiha Madara and Hyuga Niji remained silent. Senju Hashirama could only keep asking from the side, "Why aren't you speaking? Talk." Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara still did not respond as before, prompting Senju Hashirama to approach Hyuga Niji and ask, "Why aren't you speaking, Hyuga Niji?" After a long silence, Uchiha Madara finally spoke, "You are from the Senju and Hyuga clans. Moreover, you are the children of the clan leaders." Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama fell silent. Although he was a bit foolish, he still understood certain matters. After a while, Senju Hashirama replied, "Yes, you are from the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Madara nodded, "Yes, I am also from the Uchiha clan." After answering, silence fell over the scene once more. At this moment, Hyuga Niji stood up. After all, he really wanted to be friends with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Although they had only met once in his past life, Lin had always liked them. Now that they had met, Lin still found them charming. We shouldn't be separated because of our identities, shouldn't we feel happy instead? In the future we will become leaders of our respective clans. When we become leaders, our three clans will also welcome peace. The generations of hatred among our three clans will disappear with our help. After all, we are good friends, right? Let's reintroduce ourselves. I am Hyuga Niji, the future leader of the Hyuga clan. After saying this, he placed his left hand in the center of the three. Although the Hyuga clan did not have any major grievances with the other two clans, the Senju and Uchiha clans certainly did. Thus Niji's words were directed towards Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama both smiled. Both desired peace as their younger brothers had perished in this wretched era of war, making them yearn for peace more than anyone else. Upon hearing Niji's words, they found their goal a way to achieve peace while also discovering like-minded companions. The three exchanged glances and smiled with relief. Then let's reintroduce ourselves. I am Uchiha Madara, the future leader of the Uchiha clan, a hero who will end this war-torn era. He placed his left hand on Niji's left hand. After saying this, Uchiha Madara and Hyuga Niji simultaneously turned to look at Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. Finally, I've met friends with similar interests. Let me introduce myself as well. I am Senju Hashirama, the future leader of the Senju clan, and your friend who also needs to create a peaceful world. At the same time, Senju Hashirama placed his left hand on Uchiha Madara's left hand. After Senju Hashirama finished speaking, the three of them hands joined together, exchanged smiles. Although Niji's words might have been a means to get closer, he still hoped for peace. Having been here, he had seen many displaced people. This place was not the same as the previous world. However, Niji wanted to transform it back to what it once was. The three of them simultaneously clenched their hands together and shouted, "We will create an era of peace." After the three introduced themselves and got to know each other again, Hinata Yoru, Uchiha Obito, and Senju Hashirama arrived at a cliff where they could see the entire Akatsuki organization. The three sat at the edge of the cliff engaging in pleasant conversation. Suddenly Uchiha Obito stood up, pointing at Yoru while shouting, "I want to duel with you. Since we are all ninjas, let's see who is stronger. If you lose, I can teach you a thing or two." Although he said this, Uchiha Obito was secretly thinking, Hinata Yoru bullied me the first time we met. This time I must regain my honor. I will take this opportunity to humiliate you thoroughly. Uchiha Obito thought to himself. He continuously fantasized about defeating Hinata Yoru, imagining Yoru kneeling before him looking like a pig with a long face, begging, "Lord Uchiha Obito, I was wrong, please spare me." Meanwhile, he stood in front of Yoru, hands on his hips, laughing heartily and exuding the aura of a victor. In reality, Uchiha Obito mimicked his fantasy, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Hinata Yoru and Senju Hashirama quietly distanced themselves from Uchiha Obito, feeling that he was becoming increasingly eccentric. They covered their faces with their hands, indicating that they did not know this guy. "Hashirama, do you think Obito has gone crazy? Why is he acting so strangely?" I don't know. But it's better to keep our distance from him." Hinata Yoru silently nodded. Uchiha Obito snapped back to reality and heard their discussion, growing angry as he pointed at Hinata Yoru and Senju Hashirama, shouting, "What are you doing? Are you mocking me?" At the same time, he thought to himself, "Just wait, once I defeat you, you won't be laughing anymore." Hearing Uchiha Obito's accusation, Senju Hashirama instantly shrank back, muttering, "But what you just did was too foolish." Uchiha Obito initially wanted to comfort the withdrawn Senju Hashirama, but upon hearing those words and seeing his expression, which despite being withdrawn still had a hint of a smile, his desire to comfort vanished. He pointed at Senju Hashirama and said, "Get up, Hashirama, I want to duel with you to see who is stronger." Senju Hashirama, not afraid at all, was eager to fight Uchiha Obito. He agreed, stood up, and faced Uchiha Obito, taking out a kunai. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito was not intimidated. After all, it was his challenge, and he couldn't afford to back down. He also drew out the kunai from behind him. Hinata Yoru lay lazily beside them, watching the two with a playful look in his eyes and an indifferent attitude. He remarked, "If you can't even defeat Hashirama, don't bother challenging me. The gap between us is not trivial." As he spoke, Hinata Yoru raised his hand in a gesture of international friendship. Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama were about to duel when they saw Hinata Yoru's gesture, especially his hand sign. After seeing that, a sudden surge of anger erupted in both of them. They exchanged glances and instantly formed a plan in their minds. Hinata Yoru was still unaware, squinting his eyes and lazily lying there. However, after a few minutes, when Hinata Yoru still hadn't heard any sounds of fighting, he opened his eyes in confusion. "Why aren't you guys fighting?" As soon as Hinata Yoru opened his eyes, he saw Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama grinning at him while clenching their fists. The sound of cracking bones echoed from their fists. Hinata Yora retreated upon seeing this while Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama advanced with clenched fists. Hinata Yora found himself at the edge of the cliff with nowhere else to retreat, and could only cover his face, resigning himself to fate. It's over and done for. And can you not hit my face? Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama exchanged smiles and replied in unison. Impossible. Didn't we agree not to hit my face? Hey Obito, why are you pulling my pants? And Hashirama, what are you doing? Stop hitting my face. A few minutes later, a disgruntled Hinata Yora looking like a pig's head sat on the cliff while Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Obito stood before him. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Obito faced each other, each holding a kunai in their hands. Hinata Yora pressed down with his hand and announced, Senju Hashirama vs. Uchiha Obito ninjutsu match begin. After Hinata Yora finished speaking, Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama charged at each other with their kunai. Almost instantly their kunai clashed. Sparks flew as Uchiha Obito simultaneously kicked at Senju Hashirama's lower body, to which Hashirama did not back down. As he jumped up, he placed all his weight on the kunai. Uchiha Obito instantly knelt down on one knee as Senju Hashirama's pressure increased. Feeling the impending danger, Uchiha Obito abandoned the kunai, performing several backflips to create distance. In midair, he quickly formed seals and unleashed the fire-release Great Fireball technique. Senju Hashirama instantly reacted, dodging and creating two ordinary shadow clones. The three of them advanced towards Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito shot out three kunai. The kunai instantly struck Senju Hashirama's clone, which transformed into smoke. However, one kunai was aimed at Senju Hashirama's real body. Using his mouth, Hashirama caught the kunai and forcefully swung his head to return it to Uchiha Obito. As the kunai approached Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Obito was forming seals, but saw his kunai flying back to him. At that moment, Uchiha Obito's fire release had already been released. Uchiha Obito tried to tilt his head to dodge the kunai. Although he avoided the flying kunai, he still accidentally scratched his face, resulting in a shallow wound. As Senju Hashirama threw the kunai, Uchiha Obito's fire release had already been unleashed. Senju Hashirama hurriedly dodged but was still affected by the power of the fire release. However, it was not a significant issue, just a scratch. After being scratched by the kunai, Uchiha Obito reacted swiftly. He quickly drew another kunai from behind him and charged towards Senju Hashirama. After being affected by the fire release, Senju Hashirama rolled to his feet and also drew a kunai, rushing towards Uchiha Obito. In that instant, neither of them took even a second. In the blink of an eye, they clashed again. No matter what, Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama could not gain the upper hand. Slowly, both of their stamina began to decrease, their speed slowed down, their strength weakened, and their chakra gradually started to dwindle. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood facing each other. Both were breathless after their previous battle. Madara, you are indeed impressive. Among my peers, no one can defeat me. Hashirama, you are the same. I have finally found a worthy opponent of my age. Ha! Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. After stopping, he looked at Senju Hashirama, and they exchanged glances. Both charged forward with kunai in hand. Though exhausted, they collided in the blink of an eye. However, Uchiha Madara had expended less energy and had greater strength. In an instant, he overpowered Senju Hashirama. Hashirama could only passively endure the blows, gradually losing his kunai as Madara kicked him away. Senju Hashirama reacted quickly, planning to retaliate in kind. He struck Uchiha Madara, sending him flying. Both fell to the ground. Uchiha Madara slowly got back up, while Senju Hashirama, after being kicked, had already lost all his strength. Sitting on the ground panting heavily, he had no strength left to stand. Uchiha Madara, enduring intense pain, approached Senju Hashirama and laughed. Ha! I have won! Just as Uchiha Madara finished speaking, a rock fell from the sky, striking him on the head. Unable to withstand this, Madara collapsed to the ground. Ha ha ha, Madara, you really fell for it! Uchiha Madara, sitting on the ground, glared at Senju Hashirama with anger. When did you throw that rock? Senju Hashirama chuckled. I had that rock ready for you when you kicked me, Hinata Yoru also declared. Alright, you two ended in a draw. As Hinata Yoru slowly approached Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, seeing them both exhausted, he revealed a cunning smile. Hehe, you both have no strength left, do you? You just hit me so hard. Now it's my turn to retaliate. Let's see what you two did to my handsome face. Hinata Yoru rubbed his hands as he walked towards Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. At this moment, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama panicked. Their earlier battle had been all out, leaving them with no energy left. They could barely stand. No. Oh no, Yoru, you will go easy on me, right? Uchiha Madara quietly retreated. He mumbled incoherently. Senju Hashirama similarly began to back away. Hehe, do you really think so? Hinata Yoru revealed a devilish smile, not intending to let them off easily, much like a wolf spotting its prey. He lunged at Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara without giving them any time to react. They had no choice but to hold each other tightly, shouting loudly, "No! Oh no! Ah! Yoru, don't hit my face! You'll ruin my face! How will the handsome Uchiha Madara face the world? Impossible! How did you hit me earlier? I'm going to return the favor now. Ah, Yoru, don't hit my face! I didn't hit your face before. But you did pull my pants down. Hitting your face without pulling your pants down was already too lenient." Senju Hashirama looked at the two pig-headed figures beside him, unable to hold back his laughter. Uchiha Madara, hearing Hashirama's laughter, became furious. "Laugh, what's so funny?" "You're the same. What's so funny?" At that moment, Hinata Yoru also laughed and said to Senju Hashirama, "Hashirama, doesn't Madara look adorable when he's acting so proud?" Senju Hashirama nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I've thought so for a long time. Especially with that expression of his, though it's cute, it's more humorous." Having said that, Hinata Yoru and Senju Hashirama shared a knowing laugh. Uchiha Madara, having overheard, turned around and pointed at Yoru and Hashirama, saying, "You two are talking bad about me, aren't you?" "Hinata Yoru, I've already fought with Senju Hashirama. Now I want to fight you." Uchiha Madara thought, "Ha, if I can't beat Hashirama, how can I beat you?" Hinata Yoru nodded, agreeing to Uchiha Madara's challenge. "Alright, I accept. But before the match, let me help you recover a bit. I don't want to take advantage of you. Let's duel fairly so you can see the difference between us." Uchiha Madara was delighted by the first part of Yoru's statement. However, he felt puzzled by the latter part. This was the Warring States period, and although some healing ninja techniques existed, none could restore both chakra and physical strength at the same time. "Yoru, how will you recover me? I haven't heard of such a ninjutsu." Hinata Yoru shook his head, waved his finger, and lightly exclaimed, "Arim!" A transparent dome enveloped the three of them with a radius of 5 meters, just enough to cover them without being too large. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were astonished by this strange sight. Senju Hashirama even reached out to touch the dome, discovering that his hand passed right through it, touching nothing. He exclaimed, "Wow! Yoru, what kind of ninjutsu is this? It's amazing. Can you teach me?" Hinata Yoru proudly lifted his head and said, "This is a healing ninjutsu I developed through my Byakugan. You won't be able to use it." Hinata Yoru said this merely to dispel their doubts. After all, the concept of a devil fruit was still far removed from their understanding. Despite saying this, Yoru's statement wasn't without truth. The ninjutsu he intended to perform had to be integrated with the Byakugan. Uchiha Madara, hearing Yoru's words, felt perplexed and asked, "Yoru, do you have Byakugan?" "I do." "Why? Then why aren't your eyes white? I remember all the Hyuga clan's eyes are white. Why are yours black?" Yoru shook his head. He had researched it himself but didn't know the reason. "I have no idea. But I truly possess Byakugan." After saying this, Hinata Yoru walked behind Uchiha Madara and activated his Byakugan. He lightly exclaimed, "Healing technique, observing acupoints through Byakugan and using surgical fruit to locate areas of severe fatigue, consuming his own energy to heal. This is the method of the surgical fruit invented by Lin." After learning it, it was passed on to Yoru. Although they shared the same soul, knowledge could not be shared. Ninjutsu and abilities must be relearned. Only the talent remains. Senju Hashirama was extremely surprised when Hyuga Niji activated his Byakugan, exclaiming in unison, "Wow! You're only 6 years old and you already possess the Byakugan." As impressive as it was, Uchiha Madara, though reluctant to admit it, was equally astonished upon seeing Hyuga Niji's Byakugan. He internally acknowledged Niji's strength. Unable to suppress his excitement, he was eager to spar with Hyuga Niji. After 30 minutes, Uchiha Madara's stamina had mostly recovered. However, Niji had also expended some energy. The skill didn't consume much, but was time-consuming. Senju Hashirama observed from the side, noticing that Uchiha Madara's energy was nearly restored, and marveled. "Wow, Niji, your ninjutsu is simply incredible. Madara's stamina is back to normal." Hyuga Niji stood up straight, his chest puffed out, tilting his head back with a proud expression, and said, "Of course. Just look at who invented this ninjutsu." Although Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara couldn't see Niji's expression, hearing his words allowed them to imagine just how proud he was. Seeing the proud look in Hyuga Niji's eyes, Uchiha Madara shouted in dissatisfaction, "Humph! I never said your ninjutsu was amazing. It's just mediocre. I will definitely create an even more powerful ninjutsu to surpass you." Hyuga Niji, not wanting to argue, casually waved his hand, saying, Yes, whatever you say is correct." Uchiha Madara, hearing Niji's words and seeing his nonchalant demeanor, was instantly enraged, pointing at Niji and declaring, "I want to duel you. Once I defeat you, you won't be so arrogant anymore." Hyuga Niji casually shrugged, entirely unconcerned, and stood up as if going for a stroll, extending his right hand and placing his left hand beneath it. He extended his right index finger, pointing at Uchiha Madara, slightly bending it as he proudly shouted, "Come over here." Uchiha Madara, enraged by these words, drew a kunai from behind and charged at Hyuga Niji. Clang! With a light sound, Niji pulled out a kunai from behind and engaged in combat with Uchiha Madara. "Hey, I was just joking. Don't be so angry, alright?" "I'm not angry. We're just having a normal spar," Uchiha Madara replied proudly, his kunai becoming increasingly fierce in its strikes. Hyuga Niji had to take this seriously, after all they were around the same age. Uchiha Madara was also a genius, although Niji had some experience, their strengths were not too far apart. Under Uchiha Madara's relentless assault, Hyuga Niji had to focus. He quickly retreated to distance himself from Madara. Byakugan. Hyuga Niji activated his Byakugan, his eyes turning white with some veins appearing next to them. Upon seeing Niji activate his Byakugan, Uchiha Madara's anger subsided. He began to take this situation seriously. Uchiha Madara knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat Hyuga Niji, who had activated his Byakugan. Brute force wouldn't work. He had to use his intellect. Anger would definitely cloud his judgment, otherwise Uchiha Madara would have no chance. However, Niji gave him no time to think. After activating his Byakugan, he swiftly formed hand signs, invoking Wind Release Gale Palm, a technique that creates wind by transforming chakra and compressing it with a clap to evolve it into a violent gale. While using Wind Release, Hyuga Niji quickly charged forward with his kunai. Uchiha Madara saw the surging ninjutsu rushing towards him. He hurriedly dodged and quickly formed hand signs in midair. Fire Release Great Fireball Technique to counterattack. Hyuga Niji saw Uchiha Madara's fire release and had no choice but to abandon his offensive. He evaded. Although fire release had never killed anyone in the original story, Hyuga Niji was not foolish enough to endure a fire technique, especially since he was still just a child. His body simply couldn't withstand it. Being hit by fire release could incapacitate him. During the battle, Uchiha Madara also contemplated how to defeat Hyuga Niji, and at that moment he finally came up with a plan. Uchiha Madara took a scroll from behind and pulled out several kunai. He first threw one kunai at Hyuga Niji. Niji easily dodged with a quick sidestep, but Madara quickly followed up by throwing two more kunai. The two kunai from behind collided with the first one. The latter instantly changed direction and attacked Niji from behind. However, Niji had Byakugan. He easily evaded. Uchiha Madara quickly formed hand signs to use Earth Release. The kunai suddenly struck the earth release, catching the kunai that followed and pulling it forcefully. A thread shot out from behind the kunai, aiming to envelop Hyuga Niji. With Byakugan, Niji had a clear view of what was happening behind him. In an instant he jumped up to evade. Uchiha Madara once again threw out two kunai, still hitting the first one, causing the latter to change its direction. It rushed toward Hyuga Niji from behind. Niji casually dodged, not taking it seriously. Uchiha Madara continued using earth release to catch the kunai again, and another thread shot out. Hyuga Niji effortlessly dodged, showing a lazy expression, saying, "Madara, do you have any better tricks? If not, I'm going to make my move." Uchiha Madara smiled and said, "You've already lost." Previously 3 kunai had collided, one changed direction, one flew away, and one stayed in place. Uchiha Madara once again pulled the thread with both hands, but nothing happened. After all, the threads in front and behind the kunai were right in front of him. "Hey, I have Byakugan. How could I not know?" Uchiha Madara ignored Niji's words and unleashed a fire release on the 2 threads in his hands. He also used fire release on the thread on the ground behind him. Hyuga Niji chuckled, knowing that if Uchiha Madara released fire release normally, it would burn from head to tail, and since both ends of the thread were in front of Madara, this fire release would be useless. However, the fire release charged toward Hyuga Niji. Niji instantly looked back and saw that the kunai that had stayed in place behind him was connected to a thread leading to Uchiha Madara. Niji didn't react in time. After all, his Byakugan was not the Sharingan. The Sharingan allows for detailed observation, while Byakugan offers a broader view and perspective. Moreover, Niji hadn't concentrated chakra on it. The thread was very thin, even the Sharingan might not clearly see it. In an instant, Niji reacted, picking up the 2 kunai from behind and throwing them at Uchiha Madara. After throwing, he observed the direction of the other fire release. However, the fire release was twisting and turning, lacking a clear direction. Niji had just thrown the previous kunai, and had not yet thought it through. In less than a second, the fire release from earth release had already surged in. The kunai crossed and surrounded him. The thread was connected to the kunai that had been shot out, linking to the kunai on earth release, and because it wasn't straight, it ended up twisting. "Ha ha ha, there's a reason you can't see the thread." Hinata was now surrounded by raging flames, with only one exit directly ahead, but standing in his way was Uchiha Obito, leaving him with no chance. If he attempted to break through forcefully, Uchiha Obito would retaliate with ninjutsu, preventing Hinata from escaping while the flames surged around him. In his current childlike body, Hinata could not possibly endure until he crossed through the flames. Furthermore, Uchiha Obito would not stand idly by, making Hinata's situation extremely perilous. Most importantly, Uchiha Obito subtly manipulated the threads of earth release, causing the flames in his line of sight to draw closer to Hinata, constricting his movement. And they moved with great speed. Uchiha Obito did not want to give Hinata any opportunity to counterattack. "Why can't I see those threads?" Hinata had this question lingering in his mind. Uchiha Obito proudly placed his hands on his hips, halting the threads in his hands, and pointed at Hinata, saying, "Although I know you're trying to buy time, I don't know what you plan to do." Hinata was already on high alert, aware that his goal was indeed to stall for time. Yet he was still seen through by Uchiha Obito. Even though Uchiha Obito understood that Hinata was stalling for time, his pride compelled him to explain. Ultimately, Uchiha Obito could not resist the thoughts in his mind and spoke, "Since you've asked, I'll graciously enlighten you. After all, we are friends and you are bound to lose. I'll make sure you lose with complete acceptance." Hinata felt speechless. He initially thought his scheme had failed, yet Uchiha Obito had fallen for it. Uchiha Obito's demeanor stemmed from his upbringing. As a child, he had never encountered peers who could contend with him. Even fighting to a standstill with Senju Hashirama did not diminish his pride. Especially after Hinata had mocked him before their fight, which only fueled his defiance. Now Uchiha Obito was able to dominate Hinata and had pushed him into a corner. Naturally, he felt extremely proud. Uchiha Obito was eager to answer Hinata's question, wanting to prove that he was stronger than him. More importantly, he wanted to show off in front of Hinata. Victory may be temporary, but showing off lasts a lifetime. Ha ha ha, this is a special thread crafted by the Uchiha clan. It is extremely fine. And it is also transparent. Even the Sharingan cannot see it clearly without careful observation. This thread was invented to guard against those who would steal the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Additionally, this thread is sturdier than ordinary thread. Only a Jonin using their full strength could possibly cut it. Moreover, this thread has the ability to conduct chakra. This makes the ninjutsu released from it even more formidable. Such threads are also quite rare in the Uchiha clan, with only 3 of them existing. You now have no way to escape. Surrender. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Obito concluded, laughing proudly. Seeing Uchiha Obito laugh like that, Hinata suddenly recalled his own laughter from the pirate world before feeling particularly foolish. He awkwardly covered his face with one hand. After Uchiha Obito had laughed enough, he turned to Hinata with a teasing expression, asking, "Do you have any other plans? You should just surrender quickly. I won't laugh at you." Hinata had initially intended to trust Uchiha Obito, but upon seeing his mischievous expression, he knew nothing good would come of it. "Are you sure you won't laugh at me?" "Yes," Uchiha Obito replied firmly. Hinata looked at Uchiha Obito with suspicion. "Maybe he'll laugh at you for a while," Uchiha Obito said, feeling guilty as he saw Hinata's eyes. Hinata continued to stare at him, making Uchiha Obito feel uneasy, and he could only say, "Alright, I admit it. I will always laugh at you, and remember this incident. Every time I see you, I'll laugh at you." Wait a minute. I'm supposed to win, right? I thought you were going to win based on how things seemed earlier. Oh. So you were just stalling for time. But I won't be fooled again. After saying that, Uchiha Obito ignored Hinata and pulled the threads beside him. The flames surged even more fiercely toward the center. "Sai, do you really think I have no way out?" Hinata lamented while standing in the flames. "Ha ha ha, if you had any other means you wouldn't be stalling for time. I don't believe you have any tricks left up your sleeve." Uchiha Obito was not buying Hinata's act. He increased the speed of his movements. "I don't want to use that technique, but if I don't, I can't escape." After saying that, before Uchiha Obito could react, Hinata dashed forward with a kunai, as the only exit was straight ahead. Seeing Hinata charge straight ahead, Uchiha Obito was puzzled by his intentions but still launched an attack. Fire-style Grand Fireball Jutsu. Uchiha Obito unleashed a massive fireball. This enormous flame completely blocked the path ahead of Hinata, trapping him within the flames. Hinata saw the fireball ahead and did not retreat but charged straight into it. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Yi." Uchiha Obito became anxious. Although the fireball wouldn't directly kill Hinata, it would still injure him. This was a duel, and Uchiha Obito only wanted to win against Hinata without causing him harm, as they were still friends. Senju Hashirama also stood up at this moment. He looked at the flames with the same concern as Uchiha Obito. But amidst their worried gazes, Hinata ran directly out of the flames. He was unscathed. Hinata did not pause and charged directly at Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was also very surprised at how Hinata had remained unharmed. Uchiha Obito quickly reacted, wielding a kunai in his right hand and swung it with force. Yet Hinata did not dodge as before. In the astonished eyes of Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Obito's kunai passed straight through Hinata's body, causing no ripples. Hinata moved forward, his body passing through Uchiha Obito's, arriving behind him with his right hand holding the kunai pressed against Uchiha Obito's neck. His left hand grasped Uchiha Obito's shoulder. Uchiha Obito could clearly feel Hinata's left hand gripping his shoulder along with the cold kunai at his neck. This made Uchiha Obito realize this was not an illusion. He could only helplessly say, "As expected, you are better than me, I concede. But next time I won't lose to you." After Hinata finished his match with Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama also had a battle with Hinata. The impression Hinata had of Senju Hashirama was similar to that of Uchiha Madara, however Senju Hashirama's strength was slightly higher. Yet Uchiha Madara's combat skills were superior to Senju Hashirama's, although Senju Hashirama also had some unusual moves during their fight. Nonetheless, his combat skills still could not surpass Uchiha Madara's. Hinata's normal strength was slightly superior to Senju Hashirama's, but not by much. In the end, he relied on the abilities of his Byakugan to secure victory. Hinata had the experience of his past life, and his talent was stronger than both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, which allowed him to match them. The main factor was that he was still quite young. Some ninjutsu could not be performed and the Uzumaki bloodline had not been activated. Only the Hyuga bloodline was triggered. Moreover, in the previous battles, Hinata did not rely on his Byakugan much. During the battle with Uchiha Madara, Hinata was also able to extinguish flames using powerful water release techniques. However, he still chose to use phasing. Primarily, Hinata did not want to discourage them. He wanted to give them the illusion that they were just a little short of defeating him. More importantly, he did not want to change their personalities. Hinata really liked their personalities in the original story. Additionally, he wanted to integrate with them. If his strength was too high, it would be harder to fit in. More importantly, Hinata mainly learned the fruit abilities developed by Lin when he was young. Furthermore, he did not learn much ninjutsu during his childhood. In front of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Hinata could not use his surgical fruit and sound thunder fruit, so he intentionally maintained the appearance of being just a little weaker. After battling Senju Hashirama, Hinata found that Uchiha Madara was missing. He activated his Byakugan and discovered what Uchiha Madara was doing in the woods beneath the cliff. Hinata saw everything clearly, and an evil thought surged in his mind. He said to Senju Hashirama beside him, Uchiha Madara is in the woods below the cliff. I wonder what he is doing. Let's go take a look. Senju Hashirama nodded. Alright, let's go check it out. They approached the woods beneath the cliff. Hinata and Senju Hashirama finally discovered Uchiha Madara. He was in the woods relieving himself. Hinata and Senju Hashirama exchanged glances. They approached Uchiha Madara slyly. Uchiha Madara was standing beside a tree wearing a look of great relief. However, when Hinata and Senju Hashirama walked up behind him, Uchiha Madara suddenly tensed up, shivering with cold sweat running down his face. The urine he had just released was instantly held back. Senju Hashirama, seeing Uchiha Madara's reaction, mischievously said to Hinata, he really stopped. How did he do that? If he had this skill, he wouldn't have to worry about sneak attacks from others. Senju Hashirama imagined in his mind that when Uchiha Madara was about to be ambushed, he would suddenly shiver, indicating someone was behind him. He would draw a kunai to catch the enemy off guard. However, Senju Hashirama slowly realized something was off, but he is not usually that sensitive. He only becomes that sensitive when someone is behind him while he is relieving himself. And when he is doing that, he would pause. So that is his weakness. Hinata pondered and agreed. Although that's true, that skill is still quite impressive. After saying this, Hinata and Senju Hashirama burst into laughter. Uchiha Madara turned around angrily and shouted at Hinata and Senju Hashirama, I told you, don't stand behind me. Senju Hashirama and Hinata didn't take it seriously, covering their mouths to stifle their laughter. Senju Hashirama even said, found his weakness. Do you believe I will urinate on you? Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama and Hinata quickly fled. Uchiha Madara chased after them, shouting, try my water release. That's disgusting. Don't spray it. As they ran, Senju Hashirama and Hinata had to dodge Uchiha Madara's urine release. After their playful antics, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Hinata exited the woods. The three sat at the base of the cliff. Uchiha Madara curiously asked Hinata, what was that technique you just used? Hinata waved his hand dismissively, saying, that's just the ability of my Byakugan. At this moment, Senju Hashirama leaned in with a puzzled look and said to Hinata, I haven't heard that the Byakugan has such an ability. The Byakugan I've seen mostly has only X-ray vision, long-distance sight, and the ability to observe chakra flow. Hinata scratched his head and said, maybe my Byakugan is a bit more advanced. It has derived such abilities. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were both astonished and incredulous. They had never heard of such a Byakugan. Hey, I will only tell you this. Don't tell anyone else about my abilities. I trust you two immensely. Uchiha Madara stood up and patted his chest confidently, assuring, "Of course, just look at who I am. I am Uchiha Madara." Senju Hashirama stood up as well, saying, "Me too." While chatting, Senju Hashirama suddenly stood up and said to Uchiha Madara and Hinata Madara, "I thought of a super powerful ninjutsu. Let's practice it together." Uchiha Madara and Hinata both asked in unison what ninjutsu. Curiosity inevitably arose within them. Hinata also recalled the ninjutsu Senju Hashirama had invented during this period. However, slowly Hinata could not remember it at all. By now he had forgotten some things from his past life. He only remembered some relatively important events. Moreover, he only remembered some significant events in the Naruto storyline, such as the Fourth Great Ninja War. However, he could not recall the details. Therefore, the fact that Senju Hashirama had actually invented a powerful ninjutsu made Hinata very eager. The ultimate body technique Super Fire Release Illusion Technique Slashing Big Shuriken Second Act. While saying this, Senju Hashirama was also making hand seals. Hinata listened, feeling speechless. He should not have expected the current Senju Hashirama to invent any ninjutsu. Nevertheless, Uchiha Madara commented, "I can't imagine it. Is this technique a body technique or an illusion technique?" After hearing this, Senju Hashirama immediately sat down on the ground, hugging his legs and burying his face in them. He was feeling down. Uchiha Madara pointed at Senju Hashirama and said, "Don't get so downcast all the time. That's your weakness." Hinata also chimed in, "Hashirama, you get depressed whenever we say something." Senju Hashirama revealed his face from under his legs, saying, "Your two weaknesses are that you both think I am that kind of person." Uchiha Madara and Hinata looked puzzled. "I deliberately made you think this is my weakness. Then." Chien Shouju Jian smiled wryly. "I let you think this was my weakness on purpose. Then. Vertical climbing." Without giving Yujibo Ban or Ri Xiangyi a chance, he poured chakra into his feet and scaled the cliff face. Yujibo Ban and Ri Xiangyi hurried after him. "You detestable fellow!" Yujibo Ban shouted as he ran. "That is not fair!" Ri Xiangyi called, his pace quickening. Chien Shouju Jian glanced down at Yujibo Ban and Ri Xiangyi as he ran, teasing, "I will go on ahead." "That gloomy look is just an act," one of them mocked. "Damn you, Zhu Jian, you learned that from Ban." Yujibo Ban, hearing Ri Xiangyi taunt him, bellowed at Ri Xiangyi. "What did you say? You scoundrel!" Ri Xiangyi met Yujibo Ban's furious gaze and hastened his stride to put distance between them, refusing to look back. On the cliff, the three of them sat breathless. Chien Shouju Jian boasted with a grin, "I won!" Yujibo Ban and Ri Xiangyi shouted together, "Because you started early." Chien Shouju Jian let his eyes sweep the panorama around them. He sighed. "From here you can look down over the entire forest. Yes, you can see far into the distance." Yujibo Ban agreed, pointing proudly. "In terms of vision, I will not be outdone by you." Ri Xiangyi bristled at that. "Are you not showing off in front of an expert?" Yujibo Ban cleared his throat awkwardly. "I did not mean to compare with you. I meant to compare with Chien Shouju Jian. He cannot surpass me," Yujibo Ban declared. Chien Shouju Jian shot back. "Who does not know you possess the Xiaolun Yen? I would not compete with your eyesight. I would not duel you over sight. Do you think me foolish? Let us compare other things. I will not lose to you," Yujibo Ban said with a touch of pride. "You think I could be defeated by you?" The three sat on the cliff, the wind on their faces as they admired the distant view. "Ben, you truly are formidable. Were it not for my Bai Yin, I might have lost to you. Your combat skill is exceptional as well. Teach me sometimes," Ri Xiangyi added. Yujibo Ban brightened at the praise. He forced a calm tone. "Even if you admit I am great, I will not be pleased. But for having said something kind a moment ago, I might teach you now and then." Yet his face darkened slowly, and he said in a low voice, "No, on second thought. I am not that great," he admitted. Chien Shouju Jian turned puzzled. "What are you saying? Why have you suddenly become so modest? If I were truly so powerful, my brothers would not have died." I could not even save them. What does that make me? Ri Xiangyi and Qianshou Zhujian fell silent at his words. Ben, I mean it, your brothers are gone. Hearing this, Yuji Ban's eyes softened with a tender protectiveness. No, I still have a little brother. As he spoke, Yuji Ban thrust his left hand into the earth and clenched it tightly. Whatever happens, I will keep this brother safe. When he finished, Yuji Ban asked Ri Xiangyi and Qianshou Zhujian, What of your brothers? Qianshou Zhujian answered first. I have one as well. Qianshou Zhujian shed his usual jesting air. Resolve filled his eyes. I intend to protect this brother at all costs. Having spoken, Qianshou Zhujian and Yuji Ban turned to look at Ri Xiangyi. Ri Xiangyi looked around, exhaled, and said, I do not yet have a brother. My mother is with child. In a few months I will have either a little brother or a sister. He added, I will not let her be harmed. Though he lacked siblings, Ri Xiangyi deeply hated war. Nearly all the sorrows of the shinobi world sprang from conflict. After years together, Ri Xiangyi had come to treat them as family. He was now Ri Xiangyi and not Yuji Lin. Over 6 years, Yuji Lin had split his soul into two, no longer one but two. Although Yuji Lin could as before send his soul into Ri Xiangyi's body to control it, he had not done so for 5 years. Ri Xiangyi had remained in control. Yuji Lin had sealed away Ri Xiangyi's memories of a past life. Ri Xiangyi was only made to understand that he had cleaved from Yuji Lin's soul. Yuji Lin imparted only simple fragments of the story. After the soul split, Yuji Lin could still convey information through the mind. He taught Ri Xiangyi ninjutsu and methods of cultivating abilities by this means. Ri Xiangyi could not see Yuji Lin's memories, while Yuji Lin could perceive Ri Xiangyi's, though Ri Xiangyi remained unaware of that fact. Thus Ri Xiangyi had become a real person, not an ephemeral spirit. He only knew that he had come into being from the splitting of Yuji Lin's soul. His thoughts were not unnaturally advanced. He was much like the present Yuji Ban and Qianshou Zhujian. All three fell silent as they watched the view. Qianshou Zhujian rose and proclaimed to Yuji Ban and Ri Xiangyi, I have decided I will found a village that belongs to us. In that village, children need not slaughter one another. We will build a school to train them, let them grow strong. People can choose missions that suit their own abilities and strength. There must be a hierarchy to reasonably rank missions. A village that does not send its children to fight on the front lines. Ri Xiangyi sat lost in thought at such words. Yuji Ban mocked. Only you would speak such foolishness. Qianshou Zhujian was unfazed and asked in return, What do you think? Yuji Ban pondered while Ri Xiangyi looked at Qianshou Zhujian earnestly and said, I believe in you. At this, Qianshou Zhujian brightened. Turning to Yuji Ban, he asked, And you, Ban, what do you think? Yuji Ban smiled. Not bad. Qianshou Zhujian, overjoyed, announced loudly, Then it is decided. Yuji Ban reflected and said, If this village is truly built, I will send my little brother to this haven of peace in these war-torn times and keep him safe. The three exchanged smiles, tucking the decision into their hearts. Someday they vowed they would make it come to pass together. At the confluence of the Uchiha Senju and Hyuga clans' territories, Hyuga Niji Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama would come here every day to play and spar in ninjutsu. A year has passed since Lin's marriage. After getting married, Lin and Ime fell into a sweet and romantic relationship, exploring the passage to the moon discovered by Kuro. Lin did not go either. He felt that his abilities were still insufficient. Even if he went to the moon, he would not be able to withstand the attack of the giant Rinnegan. Lin could only give up. He wanted to wait until his Sharingan could unleash its full Susanoo before heading to the moon. During this year, nothing significant occurred. However, the war between the Senju and Uchiha clans never ceased. Battles erupted at all times and places. The Hyuga clan maintained relative stability this year with no major wars, though many small skirmishes took place. After all, in this war-torn era, no clan could escape unscathed. Hyuga Niji participated in numerous battles, both large and small, during the year. This further solidified his plan for a peaceful village. Hyuga Niji wished to live in a safe place free from the daily anxiety of impending war. Every child, even those not particularly young, was thrust onto the battlefield. After Uchiha Obito, Senju Hashirama, and Hyuga Niji resolved to pursue their dreams, they often met up. They practiced ninjutsu daily, sharing insights. Their strengths continuously improved through their joint efforts. On this day, the three still gathered by the river. However, the previous laughter was gone. Hyuga Niji sensed something was amiss, and quietly distanced himself, standing in the middle of the river. "Let's get started. We'll greet each other with some rock skipping," Uchiha Obito suggested first. Upon seeing the two, the three took 2 stones from their pockets. They threw the stones at each other using the skipping method. After throwing, they stared at the stones in their hands simultaneously. The stone thrown by Senju Hashirama was inscribed with the words "Run away fast." The stone thrown by Uchiha Obito bore a similar inscription, "Danger, run fast." However, the stone thrown by Hyuga Niji had no inscription, as Uchiha Lin had not shared this incident's memory with him. Especially upon seeing the inscription "Danger, run fast" on the stone, Niji was even more bewildered. The three were astonished at the inscriptions on their stones. Uchiha Obito remarked as he walked towards the Uchiha clan, "Hashirama Niji, I'm sorry, but I can't play today. I suddenly remembered I have something to do." Senju Hashirama hesitated, saying, "Oh, is that so? Then I'll head back now." Hyuga Niji quickly followed, saying, Then I'll leave too. Let's continue playing together tomorrow." After exchanging farewells, the three ran in different directions. At that moment, 2 gray figures rushed past Uchiha Obito. Similarly, 2 green figures flashed past Senju Hashirama. The three turned in shock. Upon turning, Hyuga Niji stared in amazement at the 4 figures. The 2 gray figures were none other than Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha Obito's brother Uchiha Izuna. The 2 green figures were Senju clan leader Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, Hashirama's brother. Both sides noticed the figures opposing them. Uchiha Taijima, gripping the blade behind him, fixed his gaze on Senju Hashirama and remarked, "It seems our thoughts are aligned, Senju Hashirama." Uchiha Izuna added, "And Senju Tobarama?" Senju Hashirama sighed. "Indeed, Uchiha Taijima." Senju Tobarama chimed in, "And Uchiha Izuna." Thus the 4 found themselves locked in a stalemate, a leaf falling between them. As the leaf touched the water's surface, the 4 swiftly engaged in combat. Uchiha Taijima faced off against Senju Hashirama, while Uchiha Izuna clashed with Senju Tobarama. In that instant, Hyuga Niji, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Obito shouted in unison, "Stop!" Uchiha Taijima coldly glared at Hyuga Niji and threatened, "This matter does not concern you. For the sake of the Hyuga clan, I will spare you. Otherwise, had we not yet engaged, I would have killed you already." Simultaneously, Senju Hashirama coldly looked at Hyuga Niji, saying, "You, a mere child, cannot interfere. If it were not for your clan, you might not have survived to this day." Hyuga Niji had no retort under the watchful eyes of the 2 clan leaders. After all, no matter what he said, they would not abandon their plans. This matter had to be resolved by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Obito themselves. The more Hyuga Niji spoke, the more likely they were to eliminate him first. If Hyuga Niji attempted to intervene, they would likely target him as the primary threat to eliminate. Previously, Hyuga Niji prided himself on his talent, and had not engaged in serious training. He had merely dabbled with the devil fruit. Much of his current ability stemmed from childhood talent, and during this year Hyuga Niji gradually realized that his strength was waning in comparison to Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Lin had also not interfered. After all, they were now 2 beings. Though split from his body, Lin would still provide various ninjutsu for Hyuga Niji to learn. But it was merely that Hyuga Niji was reluctant to learn. Now he understood the importance of strength, especially in this war-torn era. Without strength, one has no voice. They were correct in what they said before. They feared the Hyuga clan, after all, as their 2 clans were already in opposition. If they were to kill Hyuga Niji, it would provoke retaliation from the Hyuga clan, potentially escalating the previous 1 versus 1 conflict into a 1 versus 2 war, risking either of their clans, a gamble they could not afford. At the moment of engagement, both Uchiha Taijima and Senju Hashirama thought simultaneously. Ninjas are trained to remain calm on the battlefield regardless of circumstances. A moment of panic can create vulnerabilities determining life and death. After stating this, Uchiha Taijima looked at Senju Tobirama while Senju Hashirama glanced at Uchiha Izuna. However, both adults understood clearly that once their children were harmed, some degree of hesitation would inevitably arise within them. In other words, the one who strikes first will determine the outcome. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Taijima simultaneously hurled their kunai and blades at the opposing clan's children. Just as the kunai thrown by Uchiha Taijima and the blade thrown by Senju Hashirama were about to strike Uchiha Izuna, ready to take their lives, 6 stones struck the thrown kunai and blade, knocking them away and saving the lives of Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna had already prepared for sacrifice. After all, their sacrifice would hold meaning. A ninja must always be ready to sacrifice. But in their astonished gazes, the 6 stones saved their lives. The stones bore inscriptions reading, "Run away. There are traps, run away." These 4 stones were thrown by Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Hyuga Niji. Hyuga Niji knew that his brother was extremely important to both of them. So he threw stones hoping to save them, but was instead saved by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The stones thrown by both sides aimed to save the brothers of their friends across from them. But fate played its hand. Senju Hashirama saved Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara saved Uchiha Izuna. Yet Hyuga Niji was unable to save anyone. At that moment, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood in front of their respective brothers, their gazes no longer as serene as before. Uchiha Madara's eyes were cold, prepared to strike at any moment. "I will not forgive anyone who attempts to harm my brother." Senju Hashirama also lost his usual mirth, stating resolutely, "I feel the same way." Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama before glancing at Hyuga Niji. "Hashirama Niji?" Senju Hashirama asked, "What is it?" Hyuga Niji was still consumed by frustration. Though he wanted to save their brothers, he failed, and it was instead their brothers who were saved. He had not only failed to prevent the war between them, but also lacked the power to save their brothers. Hyuga Niji's pride was shattered. Even though he had exceptional talent and understood certain things, he could not change some fates. This was all due to his insufficient strength. At that moment, Hyuga Niji recalled his master's words, "Do not think that because of your talent you know what will happen next. You are a transmigrator. Do not feel superior, especially in this war-torn era where strength is the ultimate factor." Previously, Hyuga Niji had deemed these words useless. He believed as a transmigrator he was destined to be superior, that others were mere supporting characters while he alone was the world's master. He even held some disdain for Uchiha Rin. Had it not been for Uchiha Rin forcibly taking him as a disciple, he might not have agreed. At the beginning, when Hyuga Niji faced the two, it was not just due to his lack of strength, more so he harbored resentment towards Uchiha Rin for not revealing the events to come. But now he understood. He no longer resented his master, but rather his own weakness. He also comprehended his master's previous words. Hyuga Niji fell silent and did not respond. Those silly beautiful futures we spoke of might truly be unattainable. "Madara, you?" Upon hearing these words, Hyuga Niji was shocked as he looked at Uchiha Madara, trying to speak but unable to voice his thoughts. "Though the time was short, I was truly happy. Niji Hashirama. Goodbye." After speaking, Uchiha Madara glanced at Senju Hashirama and Hyuga Niji before turning to leave. Senju Hashirama, not yet ready to give up, added, "Madara, you haven't truly given up, have you? You agreed to our ideas with great difficulty." Hyuga Niji, holding back his frustration, yelled at Uchiha Madara, "Have you really given up? We are friends. We promised to build a peaceful village in this war-torn era. You..." Before Hyuga Niji could finish, Uchiha Madara interrupted, "We 3 come from different clans. If it were possible, I truly wish our ideas were different. My brother was killed by your clan, and your brother was killed by the Uchiha clan, and even many from the Hyuga clan died at the hands of the Uchihas. The same goes for the Uchihas. In this war-torn era it is so. Therefore we have no need to be honest with each other. From now on, let us meet on the battlefield. Senju Hashirama Hyuga Niji. After Uchiha Madara finished, Hyuga Niji tried to persuade him, "You still want to be friends with us, don't you?" Before he could finish, Uchiha Madara forcefully interrupted, "Shut up. I am no longer the Madara of before. Do not speak to me of those childish and naive dreams again." As he spoke, Uchiha Madara turned his head, revealing his Sharingan, fiercely staring at Senju Hashirama and Hyuga Niji, and said, "From now on we are no longer friends. We are enemies. On the battlefield I will spare your lives for the sake of our past friendship. Between friends and family I choose family. I am Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Izuna pointed at Uchiha Madara's Sharingan in astonishment, saying, "Look. Father-brother's eyes." Uchiha Taijima sighed. "Indeed. Although we did not acquire intelligence on the Senju clan, we have obtained something else." After Uchiha Madara spoke, Hyuga Niji shouted, "Do not think I fear you. Since you say that I too choose family, there is no longer a need for us to meet. I am much stronger than you. On the battlefield I will not show mercy because you were once my friend." Hyuga Niji, feigning ferocity, glared at Senju Hashirama and said, "And you?" After that, Hyuga Niji also headed towards the Hyuga clan. "Madara Niji?" Senju Hashirama hesitated, looking at Hyuga Niji and then at Uchiha Madara. He noticed both of them turning their backs to him, heading towards their respective clans. With one last glance at Senju Tobirama, his gaze grew resolute. "In that case I too choose family?" With that thought, Senju Hashirama turned to walk towards the Senju clan. The three of them thus walked back to their families, their backs turned to each other, leaving 6 stones behind. These 6 stones symbolized the childlike hearts, dreams, and friendship of the three of them. But now the three were forced to stand in opposition to each other, just like these 6 stones. The stones sank to the bottom of the river, and their longing for friendship and dreams were suppressed deep within their hearts. From now on, the three were no longer friends but enemies. They no longer shared the dreams they once had.